The pain had faded to something bearable. Mukong's body swayed mechanically as she looked around at the shattered tiles and broken walls. Smoke and dust filled her vision, corpses lay strewn everywhere, and the metallic stench of blood clogged her nose. In the distance, war drums started up once more. Wave after wave of frenzied roars from powerful orcs rose and fell, heralding the return of death. This is as far as it goes, she thought. Mukong let out a long sigh and tried to stand, but her strength failed. Fortunately, someone below her braced her up, so she could barely straighten her back. She adjusted her clothes, slid a dagger into her belt, patted the fine dust from her short hair, and rubbed at her burning cheeks. If she had to die, she would at least die with some dignity. She picked up the staff propped against the corner of the wall and tossed it to the man who had just sat up in a daze. "Hey, what's your name?" The man froze. "Oh, I'm Sean. And you?" "Mukong." Sean studied the girl whom he had previously taken for an elven boy, only to discover when her belt was undone that things were not at all what he had imagined. His gaze finally settled on the identification plate at her waist. "So you're a mercenary." Once he accepted that she was just a tomboy, she actually looked rather pretty. "I suppose so," Mukong said with a careless wave. She leaned against the wall and stared down the long street at the gray-skinned orcs slowly advancing toward them. Her soul had arrived in this body barely half an hour ago. The original owner's memories were already shattered. Aside from the name of this body, she could not fish out much useful information. It was not exactly seizing another's nest. The body's original owner had most likely already perished in the flames of war. She was merely continuing to live in her stead. Unfortunately, things had not gone as she wished. Unlike all the transmigration novels she had read before. "I can still cast Scorching Ray twice," Sean said as he stepped to her side, his staff glowing faintly. "In a moment I'll stall them. If you can run, then run." Mukong glanced toward the inner city and let out a helpless laugh. "Run where exactly?" she muttered. Enemies hemmed them in on all sides. Their tiny outpost was like a lone skiff in the middle of the sea. Whichever way they turned, it was death. The only reason they had not yet been overrun was because the garrison had fought to the last breath. That was why she had made the rational decision. Rather than dashing out to throw her life away, she might as well take advantage of this brief time in a different body to experience another kind of sensation. That way dying would at least have felt worthwhile, and who knew? Perhaps she might even wake and transmigrate back afterward. Besides, for all she knew, she might have been dreaming this entire time. To finally encounter such a vivid dream and not test its limits would feel like a terrible waste. What was more, orcs appeared to have a habit of tormenting humans. The streets outside were littered with mutilated corpses. If she were to rush out and be captured, elves were naturally slender and delicate. She could not endure that kind of treatment. Certain fantasies were tolerable only as something to watch from afar. Living through them in person was a different matter entirely. Seeing Sean grow a bit self-conscious at her earlier blunt remark, so similar to how she used to speak in her previous life, she clapped him hard on the shoulder and smoothly adopted the identity she had just fabricated for herself. "Hey, don't mind it. We mercenaries all talk like that." Her warrior's body possessed considerable strength, and the slight mage staggered under her blow. She immediately noticed something new. "Oh, your ears are a little pointed too, aren't they?" "A half-elf?" "Yes. My grandmother was an elf," Sean replied. As he watched the orcs draw nearer, their unique stench of rot already overpowering the metallic reek of blood, Sean knew that if he did not speak now, he might never have the chance. I wanted to say thank you for..." But once the words left his mouth, he realized how hard it was to say them all in one breath. After all, half an hour ago they had been complete strangers, merely assigned to the same outpost. Now, his gaze slid to the girl's flat-toned abdomen framed by the belt cinched beneath her chest armor. How had he ever mistaken her for a boy? Oh, likely the overly masculine outfit and that voice which had misled him from the start. Mukong gave him another hearty slap on the shoulder. Her voice sharp, yet hoarse-pitched high, as if someone had deliberately punctured holes in once clear vocal cords. "Friend, we both got what we needed. No point dwelling on it. They were going to die anyway." Instead of wasting time on sentimentality, she might as well pray that once she keeled over, she would transmigrate back into her original body. And if that happened, she swore she would someday relive this bizarre dream to the absolute extreme. Sean pressed his lips together and said nothing more. At this point, talk of responsibility or the like held little meaning. Still, even if it had been both their first time, she was the one who had lost more, wasn't she? Were all those blade-licking mercenaries so utterly free and easy? A deep horn blast sounded in the distance, drawing his attention. HRRR, HRRR. After a few guttural phrases in the orc tongue, the attackers halted in unison, their scarlet eyes fixed on the outpost. Mukong could hear them breathing like great bellows. "What's going on?" she asked. With such an overwhelming advantage, shouldn't they just charge straight in? What were they waiting for? Were they going to offer terms of surrender? Sean tilted his head to the sky, his pointed ears twitching slightly. "I hear ropes straining. That's a catapult." Sure enough, several chunks of broken stone beams arced into the sky from behind the orc lines, sailing over the wrecked houses and hurtling straight toward them. Because of their earlier fierce resistance, the orcs clearly did not know how many defenders remained inside the outpost. That was probably why they had called up a catapult from the rear. If they knew there were only 2 people left who knew what expression their commander would wear. Mukong quickly calculated the stone's landing points and shrugged. Looks like this really is the end. What a pity. She had even hoped to experience a bit of otherworldly combat at the final moment. Should she rush out after all? No, forget it. If she was captured alive, she might be granted the dubious privilege of becoming a living broodmare. The catapult stone struck with thunderous booms. The outpost collapsed in an instant. Mukong first felt something slam into her, knocking her flat. Then came a series of violent shocks. Her organs seemed to twist and shift, darkness swallowed her vision, and suddenly, she was falling, plummeting downward without end. Below must be hell, she thought. If possible, she hoped to skip that step entirely and return straight to her original world. Her descent ended as her spine struck something hard, the recoil forcing a mouthful of blood from her lips. Blood meant this was not hell. She was not dead yet. She tried to open her eyes, but dust churned thickly around her, making it nearly impossible to see. A face streaked with mud and blood suddenly appeared right in front of hers. Move. Mukong was yanked to her feet. After 2 stumbling steps, she realized it was Sean. They ran a few more meters, emerging at last from the cloud of dust. Only then did she see that they were in a tunnel. They had just fallen down from above. Mukong spat out clotted blood, her breathing easing at once. You had a tunnel down here and never mentioned it, she shouted. Sean looked utterly wronged. I had no idea. If he had known, he would have sent her away to safety long ago. Buoyed by the joy of a narrow escape, Mukong continued her tirade. Nonsense. How could a regular soldier not know there's a secret passage under his own outpost? I was only assigned here yesterday. You arrived 2 days before me, Sean protested, still looking aggrieved. If anyone should have known, it would have been you, he thought. Lacking the original owner's memories, Mukong had no rebuttal and could only keep running with him in long strides. Bestial roars echoed from behind them, carried along the tunnel. Mukong quickened her pace, gradually pulling ahead of Sean. Run. They found the passage, and they're coming after us. Sean suddenly skidded to a halt, and she almost crashed into his back. What now? She shouted. Sean stared ahead, stunned. Cavian, it's a dead end. The elation of escaping with their lives plunged straight into hellish dread, as if an icicle were driven into the crown of the skull, freezing the body to the core. The cave was not narrow. The surrounding earth had been compacted into 4 solid rings, clearly reinforced, while the soil at the collapsed section looked freshly turned. At the far end lay a corpse pinned beneath the collapse, its upper body buried in earth. There were no signs of struggle. It had most likely been crushed to death by falling stones the moment the ceiling gave way. Sean half-kneeled, half-crawled forward, leaving a long sliding trace on the ground as he advanced. Probing the corpse, he spoke hurriedly. Judging by the livor mortis, this man has been dead for several days. It should have been when the shamanic bombardment shook the ground that the underground passage collapsed and entombed him. This guy was unfortunate, Mukong muttered, hearing the heavy footfalls behind them drawing closer and closer, her confusion growing. Get up and fight. Why are you rummaging through a corpse? For the towering orcs, the cave was a shade too cramped, making it difficult for them to fully unfold their strength in combat. If the 2 of them joined forces, they might still take down a few more enemies for the thrill of it. After all, waiting passively for death was hardly a man's way of facing the end. Yet Sean's hands did not stop moving as he searched the corpse again and again. There's still hope. We cannot give up. If we happen to find a scroll of tremendous power. Just an hour earlier, he had been prepared to die with the outpost, hoping only to buy a little more time for those behind them. But now the instinct to preserve his bloodline, that primal drive in men to ensure the survival of their descendants, had taken hold. He wanted only to send this mercenary girl to safety. How powerful! Mukong's laughter turned into self-mockery. Powerful enough to wipe out the tens of thousands of orcs encircling us. She did not want to die either. Who knew whether death here would allow her to return to her original world, to her original body? The problem was that in the traditional settings of magical worlds, even if you unleashed a forbidden spell, at most it would slay a few hundred enemies. Besides, if the spell truly had such devastating power, the first to die would be the 2 of them standing at the epicenter. Found something. Sean actually managed to pull a buried backpack from beneath the soil. When he opened it, his fingers were trembling. All their remaining hopes were pinned upon this. Mukong watched as he drew out 3 dull gray stones. A short derisive chuckle escaped her lips. Whatever those stones were, however precious, however high their price, they could not rescue the 2 of them. The girl drew her dagger, twirling it into a flower-like flourish with 2 swift spins. Get up. Prepare to fight. Though the original owner of this body no longer had any consciousness, the muscle memory remained. The dagger danced between her fingers, the edge slicing the air and constantly emitting sharp cutting gusts. So this was what a warrior from another world was like. She bent her legs, feeling that if she truly exerted herself, she could probably leap 2 or 3 meters straight up from a standstill. She really had been trained. But there was still no response from behind her. She tilted her head, stealing a glance with the corner of her eye, and saw Sean kneeling on the ground clutching the stones as if meditating. Soon he opened his eyes and began crawling toward her at an even more urgent pace. Grab them and kneel quickly. Sean, fueled by some unknown surge of strength, yanked the girl down to the ground in one motion, explaining rapidly, pray to the demon for power to escape this trap. Mukong was completely at a loss. What are these? How do I use them? She imitated Sean's earlier posture, arranging herself as he had, but nothing happened. Unable to spare a thought for how little time they had left, she could only ask again. Sean had already stepped in front of her. His staff had vanished. Who knew where his two hands were pressed together, a fiery red heat seeping between his fingers. Hearing her question, he hastily replied, "They're philosopher's stones. You really don't know? Focus your attention on the stones." Though he had his back to her, Mukong could strangely see his mouth opening and closing, yet she could no longer hear a single word he said. When she lowered her gaze, she could see a slim, tall, short-haired youth with ears that extended horizontally, kneeling on the ground, hands pressed to their chest, eyelids lowered. Had her soul left her body? Was that kneeling boy, no girl, herself? Damn, this handsome, valiant look really was a bargain for whoever ended up inhabiting it. Mukong glanced at Sean again and found his mouth moving slower and slower until at last it froze altogether. The dim underground space flared into blazing crimson. The crackling sound of burning wood filled her ears, and the temperature rose sharply, making her want to tear off her clothes from the stifling heat. The girl's face slowly lifted. Her eyes opened, pupils narrowing into vertical slits, violet at the center, red at the edges. SSS. All that has transpired. We have learned. SSSSS. We are intrigued. When she spoke, her voice was obscure and harsh, laced with a sound like a spider spinning silk, neither male nor female, nauseating to hear. Mukong could not understand a single one of those sounds in themselves, yet as they strung together and entered her ears, the meaning of the words became perfectly clear in her mind. Thy soul, SS, newborn in its purity, strong and untainted, SSSSS. The girl seemed to laugh through her hissing, then her pupils narrowed further, and her pitch rose by a full tone. Become our apostle, and we shall grant thee power. Countless other faint whispers joined in around her. Obedience, humility, prostration. Mukong was already on the verge of agreeing. Whatever these beings were, given the current situation, accepting meant a chance to live, refusing meant certain death. Better a shabby life than a noble death, right? As a modern person, she did not possess much of the old ideal of sacrificing oneself for righteousness. Besides, this was another world. Even with a little imagination, one could see how much she might achieve with power here. She could simply become a notorious flower thief, couldn't she? As though already aware of the girl's thoughts, the demon inhabiting Mukong's body spoke again. Sign the contract, SS. A golden scroll materialized before her eyes, its faint glow making the characters upon it stand out. Though she did not recognize the script, a single glance etched the meaning into her mind, each symbol conveying layers of meaning many times greater than ordinary writing, making reading astonishingly efficient. Reading swiftly, she saw that the contract merely stipulated that the other party would accept her as an apostle and bestow upon her a measure of power, while the price she paid was the few philosopher's stones in her hands. As an apostle, her duty would be to submit not fewer than 12 philosopher's stones each year, and for each stone offered, she would receive a corresponding portion of power, benefits of apostleship. If she failed to fulfill the terms, the sovereign party would be free to dispose of her at will. The remaining sections were all about safeguarding both sides' rights along with supplementary clauses. So lenient. Mukong had just begun to feel a flicker of astonishment when the demon possessing her let out another strange laugh. SSSSS. Demons differ from humans. We are beings of contract, brokers of fair trade. Then strike out the latter half, the girl said at once, bargaining without hesitation, knowing the demon could likely read. She only wanted a one-time deal, take the boon and walk away, not be bound for life. SSSSSS. In that case, the power granted to thee may not suffice for thee to leave this place. SS. The demon's lips stretched into a warped grin as she spoke. The words on the scroll shifted along with her laughter. Then help us carve a way through the collapsed section behind us, Mukong countered again, changing her terms. If this route was a smuggling tunnel, it would most likely lead straight into the city. In every kind of story, demonic contracts were things that looked alluring on the surface, yet were riddled with traps. She needed to reduce the weight on the scales as much as possible, lest crushing pressure in the future force her into breach. The demon paused for a moment. A flash of surprise flickered between her brows, but vanished quickly as she resumed her smile. SSS. We shall grant thee a scroll of sixth circle magic burrowing earth. Yet thy magical capacity is insufficient to wield it. Thus when he uses the scroll, thou must still hold off the orcs. Mukong could only sigh inwardly. She knew the demon spoke truth. When you were under someone's roof, you had to lower your head. Better to settle for a workable deal than press so hard the other side abandoned the trade and left her as breeding stock. Then give me power enough to resist the orcs for a time. Even so, she had to do her utmost to lessen the burden. We do not engage in temporary deals. The demon's tone grew markedly colder. In the next instant, the girl felt herself slowly drifting back toward her body, the heavy sense of power lifting as the demon began to withdraw. Mukong could only hastily call her back. Wait, then give me power sufficient to fight the orcs with all I've got. Being able to bargain with a demon at all was more than enough. There was no need to push herself into ruin. The demon paused, once more calculating. In that case, thou need only submit 6 Philosopher's Stones each year. All other terms remain unchanged. The script of the contract shifted accordingly and floated slowly toward the girl. Fine, I'll sign. With the burden cut in half, her goal had been achieved. Mukong agreed at once. Following the instructions, she bit the finger of her soul form and smeared the silver liquid that flowed out onto the lower right corner of the contract. She knew that Philosopher's Stones must be extremely precious. After all, a mere 3 were enough to enlist a demon's aid and snatch her from the jaws of death. Yet if even this tunnel yielded 3, acquiring them should not be overly difficult. At the very least, they ought to be purchasable. In any case, she had no other options. Remember my name. Silver Kiss Arduobia. Reveal it to none beyond. Honor. Gratitude. Recompense. Remembrance. Amid the laughter and echoing responses like a chorus of sycophants, the surrounding flames faded swiftly, and Mukong, reeling, returned to her body. The master is bound to the arcane web, so I cannot exchange knowledge with demons. But you are different. If you truly can use Philosopher's Stones to contact some demon lord in hell, then trade these 3 stones for temporary power to let you escape. Sean's voice continued as if all that had happened were nothing but illusion. Yet the Philosopher's Stones in her hands had already been replaced by a scroll edged in gold and thoughtfully tied with a small red ribbon. Her body was clearly much stronger than before, though the light floating sensation would probably take some time to get used. Mukong sprang to her feet, grabbed Sean, and pulled him behind her, shoving the scroll into his hands. Quit yapping and use this quickly. Sean scrambled up from the ground and unfurled the scroll. One glance was enough to make him turn back in delighted shock. Burrowing Earth's 6th circle magic. While we barely have a few of these at home. You did it. Stop flapping that useless mouth and put it to work where it matters. Interpretation of the King's Law, Gilded Charter, Volume 3. Prohibited objects. Smuggling, concealment, trading, or use of Philosopher's Stones shall be punished by a minimum of 20 years imprisonment up to and including the death penalty. The fragmented memories of the original owner gradually restored as Mukong witnessed or engaged in familiar affairs, especially during battles. As her right hand grasped the familiar dagger, its sharp blade and solid handle twirled between her fingers, while her left hand instinctively curled into a claw, and a spell began to form in her mind. Fire, wind, earth, shaping, chi, levitation, delay. A few brief runes were softly murmured by her fingers guiding the corresponding incantations. Soon a small cloud of black mist enveloped her left hand, and with a flick of her finger a large cloud of smoke erupted around the green-skinned beast man rushing through the narrow tunnel. The smoke technique is one of the few spells the girl can wield. The black mist obscured the view in the tunnel, and the beast man raised a barbed stick in front of him, completely unaware that the pursued target was already clinging to the tunnel's ceiling like a spider, slowly moving above his head. The hunter became the prey, oblivious to his fate. The second fragment of memory surfaced just in time, as Mukong lightly rubbed the ring on her right index finger, reciting a brief activation incantation, channeling the pressured spiritual energy into the dagger, causing the short blade to faintly glow. Then she relaxed her body, no longer supporting herself against the wall. The beast man behind her only saw a faint light fall vertically from above the black mist, disappearing between the heads of the forward scouting beastmen. Vaguely the large head began to emit a faint glow. "Enemy attack!" shouted the beastman, following him, lifting his shield in panic. A bang echoed as the infused spiritual energy shattered the massive head, spraying a rusty liquid. Mukong hid beneath the corpse, avoiding most of the blood, and dashed out just before it toppled, seeking a gap to strike at the beastman behind the shield. However, the beastman warrior was a seasoned veteran, reacting swiftly and delivering a heavy shield bash forward despite the lack of visibility beyond the shield. What the hell? Mukong was caught off guard, screaming as she was knocked away toward the collapsed section of the tunnel. Sean hurriedly set down the scroll, sweat beading on his forehead, as he anxiously watched the girl with her left arm awkwardly dislocated, helplessly stammering. "Are you all right?" I can cast a morale spell if you need it." Healing spells were exclusive to clerical priests who prayed to their deities constantly. Those not always under divine grace could not cast them, and even if they did, it would only heal surface wounds. Internal injuries required spells of the 7th rank or higher to address. "Don't mind me." Mukong's voice remained hoarse but insistent as she gripped her left shoulder, twisted it a few times, and popped the dislocated bone back into place. After moving her wrist slightly, she rushed back into the mist, leaving behind a quick command. "You better focus on your own tasks." Like the beastman, she could barely see anything in the smoke, but she still hurled her dagger forward, betting on the fact that they would lower their shields. A muffled groan came from the smoke. The girl couldn't help but feel a surge of joy as she beckoned with her right hand, activating the unique elven spell to summon the dagger, stained with flesh and sinew, back into her grasp. However, such minor wounds would not inflict any fatal damage on the beast man unless they struck an eye. Sure enough, from the smoke came a massive axe swung directly towards her. Elves had long ears for a reason. Their hearing was incredibly sharp. Mukong almost instantly heard the slicing sound from the smoke and reflexively dodged to the side. But she quickly gritted her teeth and pressed on, forcefully redirecting the axe as it grazed past her. She needed to protect the weak mage behind her. Her escape depended on him. However, the recoil sent her crashing against the wall again, making her feel as if her organs had been rearranged. Wow! She couldn't hold back a dry heave. She felt the urge to vomit, though it wasn't blood. The demon truly kept its word, claiming it would do its utmost to block the demonic power without holding back. It seemed that the first deal with the demon was somewhat generous. At least her overall power had increased by at least 30%. By this world standards, she should now be close to level 6, while an ordinary person could reach a maximum of level 25, beyond which lay the realm of demigods. Shaking her head and wiping her mouth, Mukong stood up again, just as she was preparing to continue the battle when a heavenly voice called from behind. "All right, come here quickly." The girl took off running. The beastmen were terrifying. She had only managed to kill one through ambush, and at her current stage, she could barely handle an unknown confrontation. The collapsed earth had been reshaped into a smooth, circular, narrow passage, allowing them to progress only while hunched over, with glimmers of magical light shining everywhere. Sean understood that his small stature would only be a burden left behind, and he had already moved ahead to the middle, glancing back occasionally. Upon seeing the girl hurriedly enter, he let out a sigh of relief and quickened his pace. Just a few steps and Mukong was forcefully pushed from behind, her unique hoarse voice urgent. Hurry up there." The beastmen couldn't fit into the small passage, but their weapons could. The two increased their speed, swiftly traversing the passage, while the foul roaring from behind grew louder. However, this was merely futile rage. They would ultimately choose to abandon the chase. Digging open this passage again would be a waste of time. Damn, that was thrilling. Mukong, utterly exhausted, collapsed against the wall, sprawled on the ground. Sean looked at the girl splayed out on the ground and rushed over to check, but before his hand could touch her, she forcefully swatted it aside. "Get away, what are you doing?" she complained, visibly displeased. "Stop touching me." "You?" Sean felt a bit wronged. "You aren't hurt, are you?" Mukong sighed, getting back to her feet, and with irritation retorted, "How could I not be? My organs feel like they're about to burst. Let's go, and I hope there are no more cave-ins ahead." If another cave-in occurs, she wouldn't have the Philosopher's Stone to contact the demon again, nor any additional soul. Sean didn't recite any incantations. He simply raised his hand, conjuring a glowing orb to provide illumination ahead of them. The two walked silently forward, Mukong's hand pressed against her abdomen, feeling pain in her stomach, liver, and kidneys, even her heart occasionally lagging in its rhythm. She grimaced as she touched her chest, only to find it felt like a searing iron, quickly retracting her hand. Simultaneously, she cursed under her breath. Damn it. This was quite the situation. She had somehow survived, and the pain was unmistakably real, unlike the earlier attempts she thought were merely dreams. And what was she to do with this body? Next to her, Sean moved his lips, ultimately unable to hold back. You really need to watch your language. If she were to marry into a family like this, they surely wouldn't accept someone like her. I don't care. Mukong snapped, her frustrations boiling over. Don't think you're so impressive just because you have more combat experience than I do. Sean blinked in surprise. Huh? I haven't even been on the battlefield for a few days, and aren't you a mercenary? With your skills you should be fighting quite often, so why are you still a rookie? Yeah, that's true. Mukong felt the sting of truth, and sighed deeply. She was still a novice, and wouldn't have the chance to change that in the future. Unlike you, who was about to die, but still had a beautiful elven girl to save your life. Excerpt from the Empire Heroes Chronicles Volume 27, Walking Under the Sky. The unique bloodline inheritance allowed Lord Sean to become a sixth-ring mage right at the start of his career, frequently returning to the rear lines only after exhausting his magical power in battles with the beastmen. This brought great honor to his family, and cleared. The exit, it's the exit. The two stumbled through the tunnel, finally seeing hope. Sean was the first to climb up the steep slope to open the lid above, but unexpectedly he was pulled by the calf, and unable to resist was dragged down. Step aside, let me go first. Mukong brushed past him. With your little frame, the skills of a mere second-ring mage, be careful not to end up with your head chopped off in a den of thieves. Sean wanted to explain. I am not. Shut up. Mukong interrupted him. What a nagging fool. Just as I'm about to open the door, you're jabbering on endlessly. Are you afraid someone will This is a smuggling passage. Who knows what lies above? Sean, like a deflated dumpling, shut his mouth, his face full of grievance with nowhere to express it. He could only secretly admire the round half-moon shape of the girl's buttocks as she half-crouched. It is said that the elf race is all slender and frail. For her to develop like this is already quite remarkable. To maintain her original form in the mercenary trade without being sold as a slave must be due to her expertise in disguising her gender. Mukong ignored what was happening behind her and slowly raised the hatch with a dagger propped against it. After seeing no movement, she cautiously peeked through the gap. Outside was a gray expanse with faint light filtering through the cracks in the walls resembling a small storage room. She gently opened the lid, took 2 steps to the door, and pushed twice before realizing it was locked. There was a keyhole, a double-sided lock. She casually reached for a small pouch on her belt, pulled out 2 long needles, and after a few moments of probing the keyhole, she heard a click. As she put away the long needles, Mukong couldn't help but marvel that if she hadn't found the lock, she wouldn't have known she possessed such a skill. The original owner's memories were slowly awakening. However, from what she could tell so far, this body's profession seemed less like a thief and more inclined towards an assassin, and it was quite brave in direct combat. Mukong gently pushed the door, her gaze probing outward bit by bit. Sean, closely following behind, felt his heart leap to his throat, slowly wrapping his fingers around the flame, ready for battle. He had made up his mind to, if danger arose, he would do his utmost to get this little elf to safety. In the next moment, the girl suddenly accelerated and forcefully pushed the big door open. The wind rushing in nearly extinguished the flame on his fingers. Then came the sound of voices, layered, mixed with men, women, and children like a wave of sound. They found themselves in a dark alley flanked by apartments. One exit led to a bustling market, while the other opened into a crowded square. A small boy was walking through the alley holding a loaf of bread. Upon seeing the two emerging from the warehouse covered in soot and blood, he turned and ran in fright. Sean finally relaxed, extinguishing the flame in his hand, and asked, "What do we do now?" Mukong didn't even glance at him, walking towards the square, leaving behind only her waving silhouette. Each goes home to find their own mother. She knew this side of the square was called Starry Square, home to the Golden Sands History Museum. Walking westward led down a long slope called Long Halberd Avenue, but she couldn't recall what lay beyond. But this was the direction of home. The original owner of this body had a home. Sean, left behind, was at a loss. "What, don't you have a mother?" Mukong couldn't help but turn back and retort. This weak mage seemed like a punching bag, and he appeared to have little experience, as if he had just entered society. He was acting like a bookworm. Although she too had only been in school in her past life, she hadn't spent many days there. Even as the college entrance exams approached, there were still several teachers she didn't recognize. However, she had membership at the nearby internet cafes and would frequent whichever had events. Moreover, with the memories of the original owner continuously awakening combined with her own experiences, her knowledge was certainly much greater than that of the weak mage. Noticing the elf's poor mood, Sean wisely halted his steps, scratching his head and pondering whether he should inform the elders at home about this situation. As for where the elf could run to, he had accumulated quite a bit of military merit in recent days, so if he asked those uncles at home for help and checked with the mercenary guild, it shouldn't be too difficult, right? So he turned and walked towards the market. In fact, it would have been closer to head east along Long Halberd Avenue from the square towards the high ground, but he really didn't want to provoke the elf's bad luck, so he decided to take a longer route. The soot-covered and bloodied appearance immediately caused a stir as he stepped into the market. Sean felt quite awkward. He first tried to straighten his clothes, but soon found it futile, so he covered his face and pushed through the crowd, sprinting towards home. Mukong was the same, though she was much more composed, frowning and striding towards home. Meanwhile, she muttered to herself, "Why does it seem like the city is unaffected by the war? The streets are filled with well-dressed pedestrians, leisurely strolling, chatting, and laughing. Faced with someone coming down from a battlefield, they even seem surprised. But outside the city walls, there is indeed fighting, and people are dying every moment. If you just lift your eyelids and take a look outside, you can see the smoke billowing in the sky." After walking briskly for nearly half an hour and passing through 2 inner-city gates, the sights finally returned to normal. The desolate streets, sparse crowds, and the occasional armor-clad soldiers passing by, but conspicuously absent was a sense of tension. It was as if everyone was convinced that the orcs absolutely could not breach the city. After traveling for a while, Mukong had turned into an alley. She was walking according to the memories she was recalling. There was a drainage ditch where one could often see drunkards and dead bodies. During the summer, after rainy days, one could occasionally catch a kind of pale green frog that could extract a toxin that made one more prone to anger. At the back door of the full moon pavilion in the corner of the courtyard where the servant girls bathed, one could soak in when no one was around, and the lingering scent of rouge could sufficiently mislead the bloodhounds. Countless memories flashed through her mind. But it was strange, why did the original owner have the idea of masking one's scent with the smell of rouge? Did she not realize her own identity? With a head full of questions, Mukong stopped in front of a wooden door. "Home," she puzzledly repeated, the only remaining word from her memories, looking at the plaque adorned with a sword and shield on the wall. "What's this? Did the original owner run a small business? So where's the key?" Handing the task of opening the door to her bogus memories, Mukong reached for a small pouch hidden inside her leather armor. Among the poisons and shining crystals, she skillfully pulled out a copper key. Unlocking the door, pulling it open. A small room of just a few square meters appeared before her. Dust danced in the mottled light. A kerosene lamp hung from the ceiling, and the walls were piled with dozens of various weapons. Upon closer inspection, they were all second-hand items, some even had cracks, and there was a ladder in the corner leading to the second floor. It seemed the bedroom was upstairs. Looking at the structure that should be very familiar, large segments of the original owner's sealed memories awakened once more. As a mercenary, she supplemented her household income by selling the weapons and equipment she had scavenged. The reason for dressing in men's clothes was also found the elf race had completely conformed to human aesthetic standards, making them hard to find once captured and sold. Moreover, due to their long lifespan, they had an extended shelf life. Thus, stepping out from the two major elf settlements of Greenleaf Heart and Emerald Bay, well-endowed female elves would more or less undergo disguises, and Mukong belonged to the more refined group. As a mercenary, her colleagues mostly operated in the gray areas, willing to work for money with flexible moral lines, so she simply disguised herself as a male. Otherwise, she might be backstabbed and sold by a colleague with malicious intent at any moment. Thanks to the existence of leather armor and other protective gear covering her figure, and since elves, regardless of gender, are generally slender, she had yet to be exposed. Of course, since Mukong had entered human society to make a living, 3 years had passed. With a focus on disguise, it had become a habit, and her mannerisms had increasingly taken on a masculine flair. Climbing the ladder, the second floor contained only a bed, a wardrobe, and a storage box. She collapsed onto the bed, exhaling a short breath, feeling extremely weak. I'm exhausted. Her voice was sharp yet hoarse. To disguise herself, the original owner had deliberately damaged her vocal cords, but healing was quite simple. She just needed to find a cleric to cast a minor restoration spell on her throat. The weariness from fatigue weighed heavily, and the body accelerated the healing of injuries during deep sleep. However, Mukong felt a suffocating pressure on his chest. The consequences of developed pectoral muscles were unexpectedly severe. He couldn't even sleep on his back. The chest muscles. Mukong suddenly jolted awake, breathing rapidly, still feeling the tightened pressure across his chest. It turned out he hadn't untied the bandages, which caused the breathing difficulty. Oh right, there's this matter. He needed to see what was going on. First, he removed various attachments from the leather armor, then unfastened the bindings and buckles, tossing the battle-scarred armor onto the ground with a heavy thud. Inside, it was lined with steel plates, providing some protection against ordinary blades. If he had money, he could even buy specially made magic crystal plates to insert, which would grant considerable resistance against magic. The girl swallowed hard and smoothed out her dark inner shirt with trembling hands. At this stage, it was still not. Most women wear their belts on the outside to accentuate their figures, but Mukong did the opposite, wearing the belt inside, while covering it with clothing, claiming it was to conceal the tools hidden within. Attached to the belt were small pouches containing lockpicking and trap-disarming tools, smooth pebbles without edges, whistles to mimic various animal sounds, explosion runes, and more. This made her, as an elf, appear to have a waist that looked thicker than her upper body, despite her naturally slender frame. After removing everything she could, she took off her shirt, leaving only a snug undershirt, tightly wrapped bandages, and soft flesh spilling over the edges of the bandages like jade. Her skin was frighteningly pale. Compared to her dust-covered arms, it looked like two different colors. The saying goes, a white skin covers all flaws, and all elves are like this. As for what lay further, in feeling the oppression, Mukong thought it necessary to liberate them. A lingering ultimate desire compelled her to take action. To maintain concealment, the bandages weren't wrapped too thickly, just one round revealed distinct colors inside, as if all the blood was concentrated in one spot on her fair skin. Once completely liberated, Mukong's desire suddenly waned. It wasn't that she looked unattractive. The perfect curves, resembling a finely crafted work of art, were the most flawless she had ever seen, yet she seemed unable to harbor any wicked thoughts about her own body. She even swayed left and right, satisfying her curiosity about her 3D dizziness. But even so, it was rather meaningless. Not large by any means, a single hand could still fit, but for the small-framed elves it was already considerable. Tisk sigh. Mukong sighed, glancing around. Though she felt no particular thoughts, she still wanted to have a look at the whole picture. After all, it was her body from now on. Mukong's gaze shifted away from the mirror, feeling a bit cold. With straight, long ears, short black hair, just covering her ears, and amber eyes resembling a bay of bitter coffee, she evoked an irresistible desire to taste her appearance, which was striking enough to be handsome even when disguised as a male. As for the rest, it was just as she expected. She felt nothing, and was completely unable to form any thoughts about her own body, not even wishing to glimpse it in its entirety. The only thing she noticed was that putting on and taking off pants had become more obstructed compared to before. The difficulty lay in the rear and hip bones, which had expanded considerably. Another realization was that this body was younger than she had imagined. This was also related to the lifespan of the elves. As one of the long-lived races on the continent, their bodies aged at a naturally slow pace. After putting on her pants again and fastening her belt, she began attaching various trinkets when rhythmic knocking came from downstairs. Knock, 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 bang, bang, bang. The knocking quickly turned into banging, followed by a rugged voice. Is Mukong back? Did you bring anything back from this trip? Business is here. Mukong had no memory of the person calling out. She must have been forgotten when taking over the body, but it didn't stop her eyes from brightening as she climbed down to the first floor. Coming. Someone's here to buy secondhand weapons. But halfway down she turned back and climbed up again. Damn it, she was used to going down bare-chested. No wonder every time she descended the stairs it felt like something was shaking. She couldn't keep the customer waiting, so there was no time to wrap the bandages. She hastily put on some clothes, threw on the leather armor to cover it up, and jumped down to the first floor to open the door, admitting a burly man who barely reached her chest. With a bearded, not a horizontally expanding physique, thick hair, a rugged face, and protruding muscles, he was a typical dwarf. Do you have any new items? The dwarf walked in first, scanning the room, slightly disappointed, then noticing Mukong raising an eyebrow, pausing for 2 seconds before nonchalantly shifting his gaze away. You didn't bring anything back this time. While the battle wasn't very smooth, but took quite an effort to return. Actually, in hindsight, she had many opportunities to pick up scraps along the way, but at that time she hadn't yet awakened the memories related to her business. The dwarf scratched his head. So what now? My shop has been cleaned out, and I urgently need some goods to fill the shelves. Let me show you this. Mukong turned and picked up a long sword leaning on the ground to showcase. It's almost undamaged. It just needs some polishing before it can be sold. This won't do. It has military engravings on it, and the style clearly indicates it's a military product. Selling it would be like looking for death. Mukong quickly picked up several weapons to demonstrate that's easy. Just swap the sword handles and weights, and the style will be different, then grind off the engravings. Who would be able to say otherwise? Hey, that makes sense. Dwarves have straightforward personalities, and they never thought of doing it this way. But today little Mukong seems much smarter, right? Mukong drew a circle with her finger. You've been a regular customer. I trust you. Estimate a price for this pile, and I'll sell it to you at a 3 discount. 97 discount. That's no different from not having a discount. Ugh, are you looking down on me? At least it should be. Boss is generous. Then no discount. Mukong waved her hand, giving a thumbs up. Dwarf, is this how you elves do business? Mukong seized the opportunity. You take these goods for now. I'll go to the guild to find some work. In a couple of days you come back, and I'll let you pick the good stuff I bring back first. Oh, I won't sell to anyone else. Not selling is a little dog. The prolonged war has numbed everyone who for the local residents. As long as Jinsha Bay is held for 5 years without a scratch, it can hold for another 5, so life must go on as usual. After all, one side of the city is by the sea, unafraid of siege. The frequency of the orc attacks is also decreasing. The fragmented memories of Mukong gradually revived as she strolled through the city, eventually leading her to the entrance of the mercenary guild. After a brief nap, her body had recovered well. The pain and itchiness had reached a balance. According to her memories, this injury was not serious at all. Even if she didn't seek a priest, she could completely heal herself in a couple of days. After all, she was no ordinary person now, and her Bodis recovery abilities could not be judged by past standards. Adjusting her collar to cover her neck, Mukong pushed open the guild door adorned with crossed swords. Despite her leather armor being wiped down, the smoke and dirt that couldn't be washed off in time had created pale marks on her neck and face, which still attracted quite a few gazes. Most people, after glancing quietly, returned to their own affairs. A young mercenary stood up and loudly asked, "Hey, how's the front line? Is it tight?" He held a wooden wine cup, and the other 2 young men at the table also looked over. Mukong waved her hand and walked toward the counter. As before, we lost some territory today, but I estimate we can take it back in a couple of days. The reason the residents of Jinsha Bay feel no tension is that there are hundreds of lookout posts and defensive lines outside the city supporting each other. The orcs incur heavy losses with every step they advance and cannot break in at all. Moreover, Jinsha Bay is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides. They only need to defend one side, and do not have to worry about supply issues. Huh. The young men became excited. One of the mercenaries at the table slammed his hand on the table and said, "I told you Yang Jia's ship has been transporting troops here. It's definitely find plenty of opportunities to make money. But I've seen the military continuously recruiting mercenaries. Ooh, I thought they were shorthanded. They definitely need to supplement their strength with high-level combat power." The young mercenary continued excitedly slamming the table and called out to Mukong, who had reached the counter, "Hey, is it dangerous to go to the front line?" Mukong pondered for a moment and gave a vague answer. It depends on personal ability. After all, she had died once. However, these guys were clearly here to make money on the battlefield. Discouraging their enthusiasm too much wouldn't be good. After speaking, she placed her mercenary badge on the counter and pushed it forward. "I'd like to collect my payment." The young lady at the counter was quick and took the badge, glancing at the engraved date before rummaging through the file cabinet and handing over a palm-sized card. "Here, sign in the lower right corner. If you can't write, just press your hand on the left side." Who does she look down upon? Mukong calmly picked up a feather pen, dipped it in ink, and held the pen correctly. She looked down at the card. All the foreign characters on it were familiar to her, but reading them was quite laborious, making her feel as if she were reading her childhood diary. It wasn't due to memory confusion, it was just that the original owner had such a level. Previously from the battlefield to the guild, she had rushed through and hadn't noticed this matter. Upon careful recollection, the stores she passed by used pictures instead with hardly any written characters. So is this a world with a high illiteracy rate? Indeed, upon a little thought it becomes clear. In a feudal society with kings and nobles, it is more convenient to rule with policies that keep the populace ignorant. The novels and stories she read before, where everyone was literate and communication was seamless, were truly full of bugs. Looking at her mercenary badge again, it only had the 2 characters for Mukong with the rest replaced by symbols. Cross swords the same as the emblem on the guild's doors, symbolizing that this person is a mercenary. Mukong shook her head helplessly and bent down to sign her name on the card, recognizing it was already good enough. Handing back the card, she watched the young lady at the counter elegantly count out a stack of banknotes. These must be intellectuals, they certainly do not worry about jobs. Mukong took the money and carefully counted it twice according to the number noted on the card. 5,000, correct, and she retrieved from the original owner's memory that the currency unit is krona. So this job's earnings are quite good. Selling her life on the front line for a day is equivalent to an ordinary person's monthly salary. Reasonable. She herself was not a high-level or famous mercenary. An old thin man walked over and struck up a conversation. Are you in such a hurry to collect your payment again? He had kind eyes, a well-groomed beard, wore a wide-brimmed sun hat, and his gray robe was embroidered with candies and stars, with a heavy spellbook tied around his waist with a thick rope. If one were deceived by his highly disguised appearance, it would be easy to fall into a trap. Mukong recalled from the fragments of the original owner's memories that this remarkably sturdy old man was one of the few mercenaries she had collaborated with. Ai. She greeted him using the name from her memories. Are you interested in collaborating again? The old man handed her a card. This thing is officially called a mission card, used to record entrusted information with main and subcards. Mercenaries submit the entrusted item along with the subcard. The guild checks the main and subcards against each other to confirm everything is correct, and then payment is settled. Some tasks are not issued in card format, such as the military, which uses mercenary badges instead. Hai pointed at the card and read word by word: eliminate the Viper gang operating in the south of the city using their leader's index finger and the turquoise ring as proof. The bounty is 6,000 krona. I have some intel here. It seems we'll need someone capable of stealth. Coincidentally, I was just thinking of a candidate when I saw you. What do you say? Want to sit down over there and talk? He pointed to a corner of the guild hall. It resembled a large tavern with excellent privacy. Each seat had partitions, and the walls were pasted with tricky commission notices, some accompanied by illustrations with the rewards prominently displayed in bold type. If it had been the old Mukong, she would have preferred to go solo, rarely working with others to avoid exposing her identity. But now the pressure of the demonic contract and the transformation of her soul and character made her gladly take a seat, a bit impatient. 6,000. Do we split it 2 ways? 2. Unless you can kill 4 or 5 dozen people by yourself. The old man Hai was almost amused by the girl's naive words. I remember your strength. Even if you train hard for these months, you won't improve much, so we still need to find a few more helpers. Just as he finished speaking, his sister elf sat down next to Mukong and put her arm around her shoulders, laughing heartily. Hey, you old fox, are you trying to deceive our elven youth? Let me see the contents. Without waiting for Hai Yi to respond, she snatched the mission card and read it carefully. Eliminate the Viper gang operating in the south of the city using their leader's index finger and the turquoise ring as proof. The bounty is half paid upfront, 6,000 krona, the other half to be paid in a month. The guard tower usually drags out payments, but this time the reward is quite generous. Count me in. The elder sister of the elves is named Gu Feng, a member of the Windwalker clan, just like Mukong, hailing from the Heart of Green Leaves. Strictly speaking, all elves in the world originate from either the Heart of Green Leaves or the Emerald Bay, making them almost all fellow villagers. She is kind and cheerful, a bowman capable of casting magic. With braided hair and a neat appearance, her physique possesses a resilience unlike that of other elves, and her looks are rather average among the elven community. Although this appearance would still be considered above average by human standards, few dare to risk engaging in illicit activities that offer returns that do not match the dangers. Gu Feng's ears are pointed upwards, yet when she tilts her head closer, the 2 elven ears still touch. Mukong's straight long ears twitch twice, changing from a sharp red to their base. She is still an innocent young boy. Ha! Gu Feng laughed heartily, her boisterous laughter catching the attention of several mercenaries. She patted Mukong on the shoulder with a teasing tone, saying, "Why are you shy? Sister is decades older than you. To me, you're just a little. Brother, I never thought that after knowing each other for so long we would finally sit at the same table." The elven race needs to look out for each other. When Mukong first arrived in this city, she had borrowed money from her to settle down, and she quickly paid it back. Their interaction stopped there, and even Gu Feng found it difficult to invite her for a drink to chat. The original owner of Mukong lived in human society, much like a sheep among wolves, desperately trying to make herself invisible. After some teasing seeing Mukong's flushed ears, Gu Feng sat up straight with satisfaction, picked up the task card, and flicked it asking, "Little Mukong, what did that little fox tell you?" Ignoring Hai Yes' raised hand, trying to appeal, he indeed was younger than Gu Feng. He said the total reward is 6,000 crowns. Mukong quickly complained, but I didn't notice he was blocking the additional notes with his finger. One careless moment led to being deceived. The mercenaries' moral standards are indeed quite flexible. Gu Feng chuckled coldly. How I knew it. Knew what? I can't recognize all the characters. I thought that line below was just a pattern. Hai Yes' face was filled with an innocent expression vividly portrayed. Unfortunately, no one at the table believed him. He helplessly touched his nose and snapped his fingers, saying, "Bring 3 mugs of mead to this table." 3 mugs of mead. Immediately a child working part-time as a waiter responded in the mercenary hall. 2 mugs of mead, 1 juice. Gu Feng interrupted, quickly correcting herself and patting Mukong's shoulder again. You can only drink juice. Mukong nodded obediently. The original owner could drink a little alcohol, but she herself couldn't appreciate the benefits of alcohol. It's bitter and astringent. How could it compare to drinks? But oddly, why does Gu Feng treat her differently? Only then did Mukong realize, hurriedly looking over, but found Gu Feng and the old man Hai Yi chatting happily, seemingly discussing some gossip among mercenaries, though she couldn't make heads or tails of it, and didn't know who they were talking about. It seems these two not only knew each other, but were also acquaintances. No wonder they came over directly. 2 kids working part-time approached, one carrying 2 mugs of mead, the other a juice and a plate of fried potato chips, placing them on the table. Gu Feng pushed the juice in front of the girl, pointing at the fried potato chips. This is complimentary, a snack to go with the drinks, help yourself. After finishing, she took a big gulp of the cold mead with ice cubes. Her face immediately flushed red. Her voice grew heavier as she looked at Hai Yi and said, I want to be involved in this task seriously. All right, no problem, the old man agreed cheerfully, leisurely raising a finger. But I have to clarify one thing first. This task was assigned to me. My name is on it from the guild, and the reward can only be claimed by me, so I'll take the majority. Let's talk, just say it directly. Gu Feng took another sip of her drink, her toes pointed together, concealing her anxiety as she awaited the inevitably low figure. Due to the war, a multitude of mercenaries gathered in Golden Sands Bay, leading to fierce competition. Apart from the front lines, it has become very difficult to snag jobs like this that involve dealing with just a few thugs and carry almost no risk. Wondering how this fellow consistently gets good tasks, did he sell his backside to the guild's branch manager? Fortunately, being an elf with sharp hearing allowed her to participate in time. Hai Yi raised another finger, shaking it in a Y shape. You two will get 2,000 crowns each and find a reliable warrior for 3,000. I'll take 5,000 myself. Gu Feng pressed down on the table, leaning forward, her tone becoming more serious. That's unfair. We should split. No. Hai Yi clasped his hands, symbolizing that his decision wouldn't change easily. Being able to secure this task means my contribution is already the greatest, and I'm also responsible for the intelligence. Intelligence. All right. Gu Feng backed down. If she didn't figure out a way to earn some money, she wouldn't be able to afford Lingxiang residence. But she still needed to secure an ally. She turned to Mukong, seeking her opinion. What about you? Yet she discovered that the little elf had just grabbed a large handful of chips and stuffed them into her mouth, her cheeks puffed up, struggling to lick her fingers one by one. Seeing Gu Feng's question, she hurriedly wiped her hands on her clothes like a food-stuffed groundhog, mumbling indistinctly, Okay, I have no objections. This task's difficulty is just like a spring outing. Getting 2,000 is already quite good, and she has her own little ideas to practice. While speaking, bits of potato residue sprayed out, but were caught by her delicate hands, and then sucked back in. Gu Feng couldn't help but gently pat her head, squinting her eyes to enjoy the extremely soft strands of hair, her tone becoming gentle. Take your time, eating, don't rush. This little one is quite adorable. No wonder she doesn't dare team up with others. If she encounters someone with ill intentions, she could be sold in an instant. However, this appearance does give off a sense of a clumsy, foolish child. Fortunately, although Hai Yi is greedy and lustful with questionable character, he can still distinguish between right and wrong. Mukong nodded, continuing her assault on the chips. She hadn't eaten anything since returning from the battlefield. Her body was already overexhausted, and as soon as she sat down, she immediately felt the signs of low blood sugar, desperately stuffing something into her stomach. Moreover, she was a student before her reincarnation, and this body is still young, so her straightforward behavior did not raise any suspicion from the other two. Gu Feng took another big gulp of mead, her body starting to sway slightly, as she shook her head and blinked. Regarding the choice of warrior, I know someone. Is it that brute again? Hai Yi frowned, the corners of his mouth pressed down. He has a high cost-performance ratio, and he's easy to fool. We don't need to give him 3,000, 2,000 is enough, and the spare 1,000 crowns we. Gu Feng squinted, glancing at Mukong, nodding. Can't we divide it 3 ways? Yeah, that makes sense. After all, his combat ability is undeniably good, and his intellectual shortcomings can sometimes be a good thing. Hai pondered for a moment, stood up, and tapped the table with his index finger. Then it settled. 2 days from now in the morning we'll gather under the lighthouse that was smashed by the dragon at the south end of the city. Mukong, your sister has had too much to drink. You take care of her. Mukong, huh? Handing the elder sister of the elves over to a man to take care of. You trust me that much? Chronicles of Golden Ears, the fragmented wine scripture. The dwarven cellar always harbors 3 treasures: a bronze barley, sieve, an oak wine barrel, and an ancestral brewing yeast. The ale from the sword masters of the northern region is stark, and by the 3rd cup one can feel a salty tang akin to gnawing on moss, whereas the honey brew from the southern river valley is gentle on the palate, yet its aftertaste evokes memories of a deceased grandmother. As for the privately brewed concoction laced with elven tears, the black market refers to it as liquid nostalgia, and just a sip can transport one back to the childhood forests. After a single sip the face flushes, 2 sips leave one tongue-tied, 3 sips make one restless, and by the 4th one is clamoring for another round, demanding only the finest and most expensive brew. There was still half a cup of rough ale left in front of her. Fortunately, her elder sister has good drinking manners and doesn't act drunkenly, and the staff in the mercenary hall are familiar with her, smiling as they served her a cup of sweetened ale. Gu Feng had downed 2 cups of ale. Her ears were visibly flushed, a clear sign of heavy intoxication, yet she managed to walk steadily and seemed capable of normal conversation. However, her tongue was a bit thick. After stepping out of the guild's door, she playfully patted Mukong's shoulder, saying, "Come on, sister, accompany me for a stroll." "Sister, big sister, am a guy," Mukong quickly clarified. It was evident that this elder sister was a bit out of sorts from her drinking, unable to even distinguish between genders. Gu Feng quickly apologized. "Oh dear, I misspoke, little brother, come on, let's go shopping." Mukong rubbed his nose, feeling that the tone didn't quite fit someone like him. However, it seemed there was no way to refuse. Firstly, she was seemingly the only person who had treated him kindly since arriving in this other world. Secondly, if left to her own devices, it might not be reassuring. Though she seemed to be walking and talking well now, who knew if she would end up sprawled on the ground unconscious later? What if someone picked her up? If I'm to take care of her, then I should see it through. The shopping street was not far, and from a distance it appeared to be bustling and full of life. As the war between beasts and humans had reached a stalemate, both sides were too weary to launch large-scale assaults, engaging instead in minor skirmishes and reconnaissance, with more battles consisting of infiltration and attrition, which posed little threat to the city itself. Thus Golden Sands Bay had regained some prosperity. While it may not reach its former glory, it had at least taken on the appearance of the largest city in the Central Empire. On their way to the shopping street, Gu Feng continued to murmur and ramble. Mukong, being of elven descent, had keen hearing and could catch everything she said, yet her drunken slur rendered it nearly incomprehensible. Suddenly Gu Feng grasped the girl's shoulder, leaning in with a faint scent of alcohol. "Hey, do you know how much that drink I just had cost? It's the honey brew from the river valley with a strong kick, a full 3,000 crowns. She held up 3 fingers, swaying proudly. Mukong nodded vaguely. "Ahuahu." In reality, when the bill came, the waitress only charged an extra 3 crowns. "I used to be quite wealthy, although I'm on the decline now. This amount is merely pocket change." Gu Feng thumped her chest with a resounding sound. The girl looked on enviously. Most elves have slender figures, and she wished to be like that, unlike now, where although slightly curvy when wrapped up, she still had a hand's breadth of size when unrestricted. "Let me tell you, I still have plenty of money saved up in the guild. Spend as you wish. In human society, we elves must help each other out." Thump, 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 thump. Gu Feng continued to pat her chest. "Oh. Mukong couldn't bear to tell her that he had just paid for that round. The waitress had said her account was already empty. Let the elder sister remain lost in her drunken world. I somewhat understand why people enjoy getting drunk. However, it's a shame you didn't get to taste that drink." Gu Feng rolled her eyes, lost in thought. The royal grape, fermented under the sun, has a unique sweetness that perfectly enhances the aroma of the malt. When dealing with a drunken person, it's best to go along with it and keep them happy rather than trying to argue about anything. Even that so-called super expensive drink was just ale with a bit of syrup. However, just as the girl was habitually nodding along, Gu Feng suddenly shifted her tone. "But little Mukong, why did you suddenly decide to collaborate with others? Weren't you quite a famous lone elf in our area before?" "I wanted to change to a better house," Mukong answered immediately. She didn't dare to tell the truth about signing a contract with a demon. Although the Philosopher's Stone was now easier to produce during wartime, it was still a banned item. Making deals with demons is an absolute no-no in the main realm. Yet here in Golden Sands Bay, at least a dozen individuals were known to engage in such transactions. The Abyss encroachment upon the main realm has never ceased, especially during chaotic times like war. Moreover, her house was indeed too dilapidated, with the toilet and shower cramped into a small back room, making it difficult to turn around, and it lacked soundproofing. Fortunately, she momentarily forgot the tearing sensation from a few days prior, allowing her to remain quiet. They had now entered the most prosperous area of the business street where the majority of the crowd was human, followed by dwarves, while goblins were mostly in the roles of shop owners or staff. Elves were the least represented, and two elves walking side by side were particularly eye-catching. The commercial street of this other world was quite novel. There were shops selling magical equipment, accessories, weapons, talismans, and potions, which didn't particularly attract the girl. What caught her attention were the stores selling magical beasts and the strange machines powered by magical crystals. Unfortunately, there were no shops selling philosopher's stones. Yet Gufeng was uninterested in the aforementioned items, stopping in front of a women's clothing store. "Come on, let's go take a look." Her voice still carried a strong scent of alcohol. Mukong, already blushing, repeatedly refused. "You can shop, I'll wait for you outside." "Come on, just tell me what you like, and I'll treat you." Gufeng began thumping her chest again, boasting, "I'm not short on cash. What would I do with these things?" Mukong's ears were already flushed to the root. The shop owner, noticing the faint scent of alcohol on Gufeng, guessed what had transpired, and chimed in, "If your brother can't come in, then it's fine. He really wouldn't find anything suitable here." Upon hearing the owner's words, Mukong felt relieved. She thought her disguise had been compromised. It seems that when this elder sister got drunk, she had a tendency to misidentify people's genders. Gufeng pouted at the entrance of the shop. "Tisk, what a buzzkill. I wanted to buy a couple of skirts for my newly recognized little brother to try on. He would look so beautiful. How boring. Let's go home, or should we stop by the Jade Mountain for a couple more drinks? You forgot that I can only drink juice. Let's hurry home." Mukong felt utterly drained. Taking care of a drunken person was truly exhausting. Since returning from the battlefield, she had only eaten some chips and drunk a large cup of juice, and logically, she should have been starving by now. Yet, why did she still feel a bit full? Is this body's appetite really so small? Golden Sands Bay is located on a prominent peninsula along the central coastal region of the continent, where the southern shore has been eroded by the sea for a long time, forming a cliff of bizarre rocks. Ships passing by can easily be swept into the currents and run aground if they are not careful. Thus, the locals have constructed 3 massive lighthouses along the coast to guide ships through. A few years ago, the orcs suddenly descended from the south, catching the empire off guard and causing the loss of large territories. Only the desert managed to withstand the onslaught. During the most critical times of war, the orcs' dragon burst into the inner city of Golden Sands Bay, and one of the lighthouses was destroyed at that time. Now that the battle situation has stabilized, the work of rebuilding the lighthouse has been put on the agenda. Mukong had completely lost her memories of this place, and had only managed to find her way here after inquiring along the way. She stood in a daze watching the bustling reconstruction site. Why is the assembly point so lively? Ruins outside the city, and during a war period, she thought this place. Hiss hiss, an elf in a cloak peeked out from behind a giant rock, attracting the girl's attention with sound and waving, "Come here." It was Gufeng. Mukong hurried over, and 3 people were already sitting in the shadow behind the stone. "Gufeng, and hi, you were there along with a young lady with twin buns." Though she was not very old, Mukong was even younger, seeing everyone as a big sister. Her skin had been tanned to a wheat color by the sun, slightly rough, exuding Aladdin beauty vibe. A long axe leaned against the giant rock, clad in heavy plate armor, her muscular arms stretching the sleeves of her linen top, creating a striking contrast with her appearance. "This is Bai Sei Yunxing, an excellent warrior," Gufeng quickly introduced. The girl tilted her head slightly, introducing herself in accordance with elven etiquette. Mukong, from the heart of green leaves of the Daywalker surname. Lagna clan. Bai Sei Yunxing added her origin straightforward and brief, her voice sounding very gentle, like a caring big sister. There was no indication of any intellectual deficiency. As Mukong observed, she was suddenly called by Gufeng, who widened her eyes in surprise, scrutinizing her up and down, her tone slow and hesitant. "You are from the Daywalker family. That surname is quite significant." "Oh," the girl responded, somewhat confused. She merely mentioned her surname, based on fragments flashing back in her memory, completely unaware of its meaning. Gufeng gradually broke into a grin. "Oh, I have hit the jackpot, a little sister. I'll be counting on you to bring home the bacon in the future." "Huh." The girl continued to look puzzled. Was the Daywalker surname really that impressive? Bai Sei Yunxing seemed to have triggered some keyword. Her previously dazed appearance suddenly became animated as her hand reached into her plate armor, rummaging for a while, and when she pulled it out, she held 2 pieces of dried beef jerky, tentatively offering them to her companions. "Want some?" The other 2 did not respond, but Mukong was curious to try. Although her current appetite was small, her craving had carried over from another world. Unexpectedly, just as she reached out to take it, Bai Sei Yunxing's cheeks began to twitch uncontrollably, revealing her 2 canine teeth. "No thank you." Mukong immediately waved her hand. Those who know the times are the wise. If that dog is protective of its food, it's best not to compete with her. Bai Sei Yunxing was satisfied, lowering her head and munching on her own. "All right." Hai suddenly interrupted the group, setting down a map. He had been studying, sitting up straight to look at the girl. "Why did you arrive so late?" It was agreed to assemble in the morning around 9 or 10 o'clock, but now it was nearly mealtime. The constant munching sounds nearby were quite irritating. Barbarians will be barbarians, so rude. My family delayed me a bit. In Mukong's impression, morning meant before lunch, so she explained casually. She dared not say she was unfamiliar with the route. This city was just too large, and she had set out early in the morning. Elves. Hai muttered, shrugging. Alright, according to the intel, the Viper Gang is hiding in the waterways south of the city, and the nearest underground entrance is near the ruins of this lighthouse, which leads to a smuggling tunnel into the city. However, as you can see now, if the workers discovered the existence of the tunnel, whether they buried it or reported it, it wouldn't be a good option for the mercenaries. If the workers discovered the existence of the tunnel, whether they buried it or reported it, it wouldn't be a good option for the mercenaries. If Golden Sands Bay lost its dark side, the job opportunities for mercenaries would immediately decrease by a third. Mukong quickly understood this and raised her hand to ask, "What should we do?" "You go down yourself," Hai stated his well-considered plan. This little elf's strength was decent. Avoiding the attention of a group of ordinary workers to enter the tunnel shouldn't be too difficult. Moreover, as a thief, it was easy to conceal oneself in the darkness underground. As for the others, without waiting for Mukong to ask, he immediately added, "We'll move to another entrance not far to the north. After contacting the Viper Gang, we will launch an attack immediately and well coordinate a pincer move then." He pointed to a map filled with countless markings, but just as the others were trying to take a closer look, the blueprint was "No need to look, just follow me." Hai tucked the map securely into his cloak. Regardless of how the old man obtained it, he must have put in considerable effort. There were countless secret entrances recorded on it, including the one to the north. Although she couldn't see it clearly, it was definitely outside the Golden Sands Bay city limits, near the coastline, most likely another smuggling route. "Where is the entrance I need to go through?" Mukong asked earnestly, not probing into the origins of the map. This was likely an important bargaining chip for survival in the mercenary world. Hai peeked out from behind the giant rock, pointing towards the direction of the lighthouse ruins. That way the three interconnected rocks on the coast point straight to the entrance. At this time, you should swim into the entrance is a bit away from the lighthouse. Using some means to avoid the worker's sight should be easy for you. But as for this old man with clumsy limbs and the warrior in heavy plate armor, swimming was impossible. Mukong nodded, but indeed wasn't difficult. In an instant she had come up with two feasible methods. "Let's move, we should go too." Hai stood up, leaning on his knees, and reminded the girl, "Be ready to coordinate with us for a pincer attack amidst the chaos." Understood. Without waiting for an answer, he left with Gufeng and Bai Se Yunxing. They had to take a big detour, avoiding the range of the lighthouse ruins, and time was of the essence. Moreover, the little elf thief was already an old mercenary, so she should understand his meaning. Mukong nodded vigorously, flicked her ears, and after watching the three walk away, she took out a smoke bomb and two firecrackers from her pocket. She would use them to attract the workers' attention, allowing her to sneak around to the coast and dive into the tunnel. Records of the Five Kingdoms, Elves, the Chronicles of the Daywalkers. The Daywalker surname first emerged in the era of Dark Sky. At that time, the clan leader Dark Sky advocated the way of opening and closing, unlocking the forest door, traversing the dusty world, ultimately achieving his aspiration, becoming known for traveling the 8 wildernesses and reaching the 4 seas. However, the clan name rose not because of Dark Sky, but due to his sister Deep Shadow. According to current laws, Deep Shadow had already reached the pinnacle of the 23rd level of thought technique alongside her close human friend, a 24th level powerhouse, together thwarting the Orcs' first southern invasion. This matter is recorded in popular history, especially in the most notable work, the Retirement Biography. Mukong quietly emerged from beneath the water's surface, inhaling fresh air at an exceedingly slow pace, letting it linger in her lungs for a while before exhaling at the same leisurely speed. She carefully cut through the water's surface with her hands held as straight as possible, allowing the water to flow down her arms rather than drip, and slowly wiped her face with the seawater. The pitch-black cave only had a faint light seeping from the entrance covered by seawater. Mukong observed carefully, but saw no guards, so she formed a hand gesture above the water and recited a short incantation. In the darkness, her vision transformed, her eyes turned silver, and the darkness of the cave did not hinder her sight, revealing everything clearly. There were no signs of anyone present. The girl finally relaxed and began to breathe easily, flipping from the water onto the land. The entrance was just submerged beneath the sea level, and it stretched quite a distance underwater. She hadn't known beforehand, and had nearly drowned while holding her breath. Heavy armor cannot go into the water, and even light armor is quite difficult, right? Moreover, out of fear of her physiological structure and lack of knowledge, she was uncertain if such prolonged swimming would allow water to enter the cave. What if someone in the water had an accident? Mukong grumbled indignantly, raising her fingers again and chanting the incantation. A fiery armor enveloped her, casting a bright glow around her body, starkly visible in the dark environment. This combat spell was not very useful in battle, but it was incredibly convenient at other times, like drying damp. If only she had a cotton swab, she could clean out her ears. Anything thicker wouldn't do, as getting water in her ears could significantly affect her hearing. Mukong continued to grumble about her body leaning against the wall and sitting cross-legged. After releasing 2 low-level spells, she had already depleted most of her magical energy and needed to meditate for a few minutes to recover before proceeding. Having read comics for so many years, Mukong understood one principle: when a delicate and tender-skinned elf infiltrates an enemy cave alone, the most crucial thing is a single word: stability. If she were to make even the slightest mistake or become too greedy, the entire comic style would shift to chaos, and at that point the protagonist wouldn't have to worry about getting water in her ears anymore. Even with her eyes closed in meditation, the keen hearing bestowed upon her by the elf race was enough to pick up sounds from deep within the rugged cave, providing her with ample warning time. Minutes passed swiftly, and Mukong slowly opened her eyes. Every elf possesses a degree of magical talent, although her affinity for magic was not high, she could still cast some simple spells to aid in combat. With a slight replenishment of her dark vision magic, Mukong leaned her body against the wall, minimizing her visible range, and continued to move forward cautiously. The passage was long, with traces of careful widening in the narrow areas, and deep ruts marked the center, clearly indicating that this smuggling route was well maintained and actively used, with tools and debris scattered on either side. At such times, Mukong would pause briefly to seriously detect whether there was any trace of Philosopher's Stone among the debris. After signing a contract with a demon, her sensitivity to contracted items was far beyond the norm. She had agreed to Hei's assignment and taken a separate route for the same purpose. Since the Viper gang was involved in smuggling, it was highly likely that the Philosopher's Stone, which was not accepted by the world, would also be among the smuggled goods. If she were lucky, she could find a large quantity of Philosopher's Stones directly in the Viper gang's lair. Even if she wasn't, she could at least pressure them to reveal the origins of such items. At the very least, she should be able to find out where to purchase Philosopher's Stones right. These matters should never be inquired about in front of others. Continuing forward, she soon faintly heard voices, but the sound echoed through the cave, making it impossible to discern what was being said. After a few more twists and turns, she could see 2 figures illuminated by firelight in the distance. They sat beside a bonfire, weapons at hand, chatting idly. At the same time, Mukong noticed several thin lines strung in the air before her tracing them back to traps connected to them. These traps were intended as alarms, therefore no matter how they were disabled, they would inevitably make a noise. However, this was not a problem. The challenge lay with the 2 guards. As soon as she made a move, they would surely notice. Creating a distraction to lure them over like in a game wouldn't work. That was nonsense. There shouldn't be any sounds in a smuggling passage where no living beings should theoretically exist. The 2 guards would undoubtedly alert others and approach cautiously to investigate. Mukong rummaged through the small bags hanging on her body, quickly formulating an idea. She planned to cast a spell called Sound Burst, which would create a spherical space around the 2 sentinels and unleash a tremendous noise within that space, akin to a stun grenade, causing them to become disoriented while ensuring no sound escaped outside. Retracting her body, her nimble fingers traced patterns on the ground, quickly outlining a magical diagram. Magical runes were something every elf learned from a young age, so this was not an issue. Next, she utilized the equations learned in school to continue calculating. Estimating the resistance based on the size and profession of the 2 individuals, precisely determining the distance to the target, as well as the area and intensity of the spell to be formed. After reaching a conclusion, she could pinch out a small handful of thundergrass leaves from her material bag, select the appropriate weight, tear them into fragments, and then mix them together using her magical energy. These were the casting materials. If she were a proper mage, she wouldn't need these items at all. Even distances could be calculated instantaneously. Unfortunately, whether in her past or this life, Mukong was a confirmed academic underachiever, and this was already considered quite advanced magic for her, requiring assistance for casting. Glancing at the numbers on the ground, she injected magical energy into the casting materials according to the standard, carefully drawing the model, softly reciting the incantation and releasing it. Boom hum. The sound burst was successfully unleashed. The bonfire was abruptly suppressed, and then suddenly expanded, while the 2 sentinels fell into a dizzy state due to the unexpected noise. However, they would recover and react in less than 2 seconds. Mukong seized the opportunity, displaying remarkable agility as she maneuvered through the trap area in an astonishing posture, lunging at the 2. A dagger pierced one man's throat at just the right angle, cutting off any chance of him making a sound, while forcefully pushing his head down, ensuring that even the blood splattering on the ground wouldn't alert others. Yet the other had already regained his senses and was shouting as he fled out of the spell's range. He escaped just as the spell was about to end. Once the spell's effect dissipated, all sounds here would be revealed. Mukong reached out with her left hand, grasping the air and pulling a stool that the target had just occupied into his path. The target was obstructed and stumbled, while the elven girl seized the chance to pounce on him, wrapping herself around him like an octopus, twisting his neck with force. Crack! The body with a shattered neck fell to the ground alongside Mukong as the spell simultaneously expired. Mukong supported herself with her hands and legs intentionally, reducing the noise of the fall to a minimum. However, it still raised the vigilance of the Viper gang members, and a voice inquired from not far away, "What happened?" "Nothing," Mukong mumbled into her clothes, responding vaguely, remaining exceptionally calm. She then lifted her head and licked her lips. The taste of blood excited her, and the sensation of her weapon breaking through muscle fibers made a strange flush rise to her cheeks. If anyone looked at her directly, they would notice that her originally amber eyes had begun to show faint crimson glimmers. "Breathe deeply. The pain is normal." Mukong clamped the underling's neck with her left arm, while driving a dagger backward into his chest with her right hand, its blade slipping precisely between the ribs, avoiding the sternum, and descending slowly along the grain of his pectoral muscle. The dagger's tip halted just short of his heart valves. With every beat of his heart, the underling felt an icy, searing agony radiating through his entire thoracic cavity. Paralyzed by the terror of imminent death, he dared not move. Even as he opened his mouth to cry out, a spherical object was thrust deep inside and instantly expanded to the size of a clenched fist. In the next breath, the terrifying assassin gently pinched his nose shut, leaving him utterly immobilized, unable to emit even the faintest sound. All he could manage was a muffled, trembling whimper. Loud noises would have made little difference anyway. No one remained alive nearby. And beyond that, the labyrinthine network of subterranean sewers, deliberately carved with countless twists and blind corners, ensured sound traveled scarcely at all. "I'll ask. Nod for yes, shake for no. Understood," Mukong whispered softly. As she slaughtered more and more fragmented memories buried within her, assassin's body finally fused seamlessly with her present consciousness, granting her sudden instinctive mastery over tools whose purposes had once eluded her. Take for instance the sphere now lodged in her captive's mouth. She had earlier puzzled over why the original host carried such an item. Surely not for mere aesthetics. If anything, it seemed ill-suited for seduction, though perhaps effective at inducing scalp-tingling tension. She trailed off. The underling began nodding frantically, desperate to comply. His muffled sounds resembled a pig's squeal, utterly incoherent. The soft gelatinous sphere left only a sliver of space in his oral cavity. With his nostrils sealed, even breathing became arduous, let alone crying for help. Meanwhile, the relentless threat of cardiac incision triggered a flood of adrenaline, drowning out pain, heightening alertness. Yet suffocation and the agonizing strain of his jaw stretched wide robbed him of composure, leaving only frantic, feverish urgency to end it all. Even a swift death would suffice. Seeing the effect unfold exactly as memory foretold, Mukong launched into a rapid-fire interrogation. Time was scarce. Soon her captive would spiral into uncontrollable frenzy, rendering cooperation impossible. Now was the perfect moment. "Is there any philosopher's stone here?" "How many?" "5, 3, 1. "Where is it?" "Ahead. On the leader." "In the warehouse." "Is the warehouse hidden?" "Where did the stone come from?" "By the shore." "Do you know who sent it?" "Where is it bound?" "The inner district." Very well, thank you." She wiped saliva onto the corpse's garment, retracted the gelatinous sphere into her pouch, then swiftly searched the body. Retrieving a ruby-encrusted dagger, which she slid into her boot, and a few dozen kroner in loose coin, which she tucked into her wallet, Mukong strode toward the warehouse. The interrogation yielded scant useful intelligence, but the most vital revelation was that a single philosopher's stone still remained unshipped. The girl marked it as her top priority. She would secure it. Beyond that, little else mattered. The Viper gang, a petty syndicate, had neither suppliers nor buyers. It merely exploited its geographical advantage and a clandestine tunnel network to broker illicit goods. Smugglers from outside the city handed contraband to them, and they passed it on to inner-city handlers, for nothing more than a modest transit fee. Truly skilled fighters were virtually non-existent among them. Even basic martial proficiency was rare. Such middling gangs, barely above street-level thugs collecting protection money, could never attract professional warriors. Anyone with even modest talent sought better prospects. Mercenary work, for instance, offered greater safety, and far less likelihood of dying with a knife buried in their throat. Otherwise they'd perish not in betrayal, but one day, suddenly, by a nameless blade sliding silently into their windpipe. Mukong lowered the corpse's head to suppress arterial spray, then withdrew the dagger with deliberate slowness. Next, the girl licked her lips, pressed herself against the wall's shadowed corner, evading blind spots where eyes might linger, and rolled silently behind a stack of crates. She could now almost anticipate where others lurked, as if guided by a sixth sense. Her crimson pupils had fully eclipsed their former amber hue. Dang, dang, dang. A shrill bell jolted her pupils back toward clarity. At last, someone had discovered the body and raised the alarm. The underground zone erupted into clamor. Smuggling operations ran only at night. Daytime was reserved for rest. Startled from slumber, groggy and disoriented, the smugglers first rushed to gather with their comrades, none yet grasping what had transpired. Mukong rose from behind the crates, no longer hesitating, and engaged Hedon. She had to seize the Philosopher's Stone before Gu Feng and the others arrived. Ugh, her prowess surpassed that of low-tier mercenaries. Facing these brawlers, relying solely on brute ferocity, she was unstoppable. And with enemies still scattered unable to mask their numbers, she cleared the subterranean plaza, where a few crude tables stood, in moments then located the warehouse entrance before reinforcements could converge. Muttering a few arcane syllables, she cast knock. She knew lockpicking, but time was critical. Magic proved far more efficient. Fortunately, these thugs lacked the means to enchant locks with arcane wards. She vaulted inside, resealed the door behind her. Within, cluttered stacks of contraband lay haphazardly piled. No currency, only illicit goods useless to her smuggled liquor, blue tobacco leaves. At the center atop the most prominent crate rested a velvet-wrapped box. She snatched it open, revealing nestled in darkness a small wynard stone glowing with inner luminescence. The Philosopher's Stone. She seized it instantly, tucking it into her pocket. Yet her movements slowed, then froze entirely halfway through. A slick serpentine hiss slithered into her ears, as if a tongue were licking the eardrum itself. It spoke a language alien to her ears, yet meaning flooded her mind unbidden. Well done, fleshling. We did not expect such zeal. Per clause 4 subsection 7 of our covenant we grant thee greater arcane power. The glory of the abyss shall shield thee, O faithful. For minutes, or perhaps only an instant, her body locked rigid. Then abruptly the paralysis shattered. She opened her palm. The stone was gone. A familiar voice boomed from outside the warehouse. Hey. The mage stood unusually at the front, eyes wide, staring at fewer than 10 thugs and the corpse. A familiar voice boomed from outside the warehouse. Hey. The mage stood unusually at the front, eyes wide, staring at fewer than 10 thugs and the corpses sprawled before them, utterly baffled by what had transpired. One thug stammered, voice trembling. You killed my brothers. Hey. Both sides sensed something profoundly amiss. Mukong stepped out of the warehouse, waved past the stunned thugs toward the newcomers. You're here? Quick. Let's flank them together. Hey, thought that wasn't what I meant. The thugs thought, what do you mean? Oh, whoa. With a guttural barbaric war cry, the white shooting star charged forward, swinging his broadaxe. Hai grasped the fingers and ring of the leader of the Viper gang, soon finding an exit to a sewer. As he walked out, the glaring sunlight forced him to pause for a moment to see where he was, yet he remained silent. He genuinely did not know what to say. Meanwhile, the white meteorite did not bother to wipe the blood from the axe, and pulled out a handful of nuts, munching on them with great enjoyment. Gu Feng looked around and exchanged a glance with Mukong suddenly, saying, since this task was mainly done by Mukong, I feel it would be unfair to take so much commission. After deducting the appearance fee, let's split 1,000 crowns from my share for her. Mukong, still innocent, didn't understand, and wanted to express her thanks sincerely. Hai quickly interjected, me too, I'll give you an extra 1,000 when the time comes. After saying this, he also gave the girl a knowing glance. Mukong finally understood. The three of them, 3 pairs of eyes, all turned toward the barbarian. The white meteorite lived up to expectations, waving grandly, then I'll do the same. Great, another 1,000 in hand, and the 3 pairs of eyes sparkled momentarily. Next came the division of the spoils. Gu Feng held his hand behind his back, gesturing a 6. The official's money will be returned as it is, while the fool's money will be split 40-60. Of course, Mukong would take the larger share, as she indeed put in the most effort, while the other 2 would merely receive pocket change for their participation in the scam. But to think one could earn 400 just by talking. Mukong scoffed and gestured an 8. She finally realized that the mercenaries were all trying to cheat each other out of money, and she had to fight for her own interests. She might even be inadvertently conned by the other 3. Taking advantage of the white meteorite's moment of distraction, while he ate, the others were almost at the point of smoke from their gestures. However, Mukong insisted on taking 80% and remained unwavering, while the other 2 had no choice but to quickly give up. Earning 100 is still earning 100. After all, it didn't take much effort. Mukong learned quickly. After the division of the spoil, she exchanged a glance with her 2 companions and said loudly, since I earned more this time, and it's noon, how about I treat everyone to a meal? That won't do. You're the youngest, you shouldn't treat. Gu Feng immediately chimed in, as the older sister it should be. Hai followed closely as the instigator, of course it should be me treating. Again, the 3 pairs of eyes turned to the barbarian. The white meteorite once again lived up to expectations, following suit with casual politeness. How about I take care of it then? The 3 spoke in unison. The white meteorite finally raised his head from the nuts filled with questions, but still maintaining a facade of dignity. Pointing ahead, there's a budget self-service restaurant not far away. The food is good, and you can get full. As long as we can get full. The 3 forced out satisfied smiles. Another little advantage gained. Mukong thought of how she had no place to deal with tomorrow's meal. Even going to the bathroom in her little nest was a hassle, let alone cooking. She looked at the elder fairy with a smile. Can I come find you tomorrow? I have something to do tomorrow, Gu Feng replied with a hearty smile. Although she welcomed this little fairy who never fit in, but suddenly seemed sociable today, if she was thinking about taking advantage, she was mistaken. There are many days ahead. There's no rush for 1 or 2 days. Having gained an advantage, the topic opened up, and the group was no longer as silent as before. Hai suddenly asked Little Kong, how did you act on your own? Didn't I tell you to cooperate for a double attack? He gave Mukong a nickname, both to strengthen their bond, and to ease the seriousness of such questions. From Gufeng's words, it seemed this little fairy had a good status in the heart of green leaves, so it wouldn't hurt to get closer. Mukong gladly accepted. In her view, it was no problem for an elder to give her a nickname, and she answered, these people were too weak. I was just idle, and besides, didn't you all cooperate with me in the end? These were merely excuses. Her taking the initiative was purely for the Philosopher's Stone and related clues. The results were also satisfactory. I saw those corpses, they were clean and efficient, all one-hit kills. Little Kong's strength is not to be underestimated. Gufeng also used the same nickname, raising a finger and becoming slightly serious. But have you considered what would happen if you made a mistake and were captured? Sister, you jest. What could possibly happen to a boy like me? Mukong chuckled awkwardly. Although she had justifiable reasons for her actions to secure the Philosopher's Stone, being genuinely concerned for her by others made it difficult to refute their good intentions. Gufeng turned her head, her tone becoming stern. I hope you know what you were saying. The group had walked past an intersection, and the restaurant mentioned by the white meteorite was already in sight. Hai suddenly asked, I saw you come out of the Viper Gang's storeroom. You didn't steal anything, did you? No, you can search me if you don't believe me. They had nothing but contraband like private liquor and drugs in there. Taking those would be pointless. So I just grabbed some weapons to bring back. As she spoke, she shook the package she had been holding. Inside there were clinks of 7 or 8 short knives and long swords, as she couldn't carry any more. In this world, even ordinary people who couldn't hold a chicken must prepare a weapon to leave the city, so these items were quite common. The Viper Gang didn't use anything high-end. New ones in the blacksmith shop sold for just dozens of crowns. The second-hand items she collected were barely worth anything. But now that she was short on money, she could only say that a little was better than nothing. Earning something was better than. Upon entering the restaurant, the walls were vividly painted with various portraits using colored powder, and a row of self-serve dishes was laid out in the middle. The patrons were all ordinary folks, and when they saw the 4 enter with axes and bows, the place fell silent momentarily before quickly returning to casual chatter. Isn't it normal for low-level mercenaries to come here for a meal? The food was quite tasty, and Mukong enjoyed it immensely. This was her first proper meal since arriving in this other world. The past few days had been nothing but hasty bites, as her new body had a small appetite, and she had no money. The girl held her small belly, unable to help but exclaim, I didn't expect this task to be simple, and earn so much. It's much better than going to the battlefield. It seems she should participate in group tasks more often. Teaming up with others would be better. Simple. Hai raised his eyebrows, his voice rising a few notches. The guard tower only provided for the southern area of the city, where over 10,000 people live. Whether it's for inspections or undercover work, it will take at least a month, right? The focus of this mission is not to eliminate the Viper Gang, but to locate them. If you think it's simple, it's because my intel is useful, understand. Mukong recalled the old man's detailed map and nodded deeply. No wonder he demanded the biggest share of the reward. There was a reason for it. Hey, don't call yourself old in front of me, little Hai. Gufeng slammed the table. Here, the one who can flaunt age is only me. You better step aside. And you little bai, can you eat a bit slower? The boss's gaze makes it hard for us to maintain our dignity. She casually gave the barbarian a nickname as well. Having enough strength and just the right level of intelligence makes for the best teammates. They must cooperate more. The white meteorite didn't even lift his head. Munch, you elves eat less a munch. I have to munch back your shares to slurp. In the twilight sky, Mukong was drifting through the vastness, exploring the mysteries of the universe. Countless points of starlight came in succession, passing by her eyes, with dazzling golden radiance, overwhelming colors that seemed to shatter her spirit and soul, blending them into chaos. She couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably, her entire body shaking. The reverie came to an abrupt halt. When she opened her eyes again, the damp sheets, soaked with sweat, had turned cold and dry, and it was already the latter half of the night. The elf's hearing was sharp. The sounds of chirping birds in the nearby full moon pavilion had dwindled, leaving only a few diligent ones still persisting, but this slight commotion had no effect on Mukong, who had just exited a state of wisdom. The girl let out a heavy sigh of relief. Earlier, after finishing a meal with her temporary teammates, collecting their earnings, splitting the loot, and boasting about their exploits, the sky gradually darkened, and the full moon pavilion across the street had just reached its peak operating hours. The sounds from that room, akin to a competitive job fair, made it unbearable for Mukong, who had yet to even touch a hand. After holding back, she finally couldn't resist and began to rap along to the rhythm. After tiring herself to the point of dozing off, when she opened her eyes again, it was already midnight. While others were snoring in their homes, she was full of energy. It was incredibly enjoyable. Wasn't this much better than with Xian? Although she felt a lingering emptiness the last time had been truly painful to the point where she had become numb from the pain. Cursing the luck of the lucky chicken magician, the girl finally climbed down from the bed. She quickly wiped her body, soaked the sheets in the wash basin, and also checked the water tank. This guy need to buy water again. The girl clicked her tongue and shook her head, hanging a blue sign outside the window. The water carrier would see it tomorrow morning during his rounds, and would come to fill the water tank at the agreed time, charging 3 kronor per bucket, typically requiring over 20 kronor to fill a tank. This was also a form of expense. Although it wasn't much, the various living costs added up to quite a bit over the course. Golden Sands Bay is the largest city in the central part of the empire, and it is now on the front lines against the beastmen, with prices continuously soaring and the cost of living being very high. The towns in this other world have wide sewers for waste disposal, but they cannot provide drinking water for every resident. They don't even have the technology for large-scale purification of water. It might seem that their technology is inferior to the modern world that Mukong originally came from, but after integrating magic and crystal technology, there are indeed many more bizarre inventions. Sigh. The girl sighed, examining her body in front of the mirror, lazily dressing in a slow manner as the afterglow of her previous experience lingered. It was strange, as she had been living in this house for several days and had heard the sounds from the full moon pavilion across the street every day. In the past she would just smile it off, but why did it feel so bizarre today? Forget it, I won't think about it. They'll go out for a stroll, get some fresh night air, and calm down. It's also a good opportunity to test how much my spellcasting ability has been enhanced by the demon. The weapons she had brought back from the underground Viper gang were piled against the wall. The original owner had only picked quality items, but the target of this mission had little of value. The only somewhat valuable piece was the ruby dagger found on the small boss. As for the Viper gang leader, who theoretically had the most loot, he was killed in plain sight, so the spoils should be evenly divided. Hay took his ring, necklace, and equipment to sell, with the proceeds to be deposited in the mercenary guild in a few days, waiting for her to collect. No need to guess that old man would surely pocket a cut. Stepping onto the street, the elf's long ears twitched slightly as Mukong headed toward the loudest sound. She planned to stroll through the night market, grab some late-night snacks, and see if she could gather any intelligence. There were definitely many people in Golden Sands Bay who admired demons or had contracts with them, and they needed a large quantity of Philosopher's Stones. So far she had learned that one of the ways Philosopher's Stones flowed into Golden Sands Bay was through underground smuggling, and now that the Viper gang had been taken down, many gray forces would surely try to fill the void. As she walked, Mukong quietly muttered spells, her right hand sketching runes in the air, while her left hand counted the seconds. Dark vision. She added a supportive spell for herself. Though there were crystal lights illuminating the main roads of Golden Sands Bay, tonight's moonlight was bright enough to clearly illuminate the path ahead. 5 seconds. From the start of the incantation to the release of the spell, it took a total of 5 seconds. It did not consume less time than before. This meant that her spell condensing speed had not changed, merely that her magical energy reserves had increased. The girl closed her eyes, carefully counting the magical energy still within her body, and found that it had indeed increased by about 30%. Though the increase was not significant because her original spellcasting ability was weak. It was like the difference between increasing from 100 to 130 versus from 1 to 1.3. However, it still meant she could cast one more spell, providing her with greater advantages in battle. So this contract doesn't seem to be a bad thing so far. Mukong murmured to herself. Obtaining Philosopher's Stones didn't seem difficult. She had already acquired one in just a few days, while that demon only required 6 per year. The income from mercenaries was also not low. No matter how expensive working every year would afford her the ability to buy them. Was there a trap involved? Trap. After concluding her exploration of the magical energy source, she murmured and suddenly opened her eyes. The dim light from her dark vision startled a drunken man vomiting on the street, causing him to stumble away while pointing at the girl and rambling incoherently, repeating the word demon. Demon. This drew the attention of many. Mukong could hear the snoring from the houses on either side of the street pause momentarily, as people first shook their heads with a smile. Even the illiterate and uneducated lower class could tell that her eyes revealed the cause of the magic, as opportunities to encounter magic were far more common than reading. Then they gradually became serious. Suddenly, alert demons are cunning creatures that would never do charity. Behind such lenient conditions there must be hidden traps. The night wind blew and Mukong hugged her arms. Golden Sands Bay is west of the sea, with a desert to the north and mountains to the south. Summers are hot and winters are mild, but the temperature difference between day and night can often exceed 10 degrees. Indeed, demon contracts are like this climate. They begin by offering small favors to tempt, appearing to make completing tasks easy, but this is a time of war and Philosopher's Stones are easily produced. But the war will eventually end, and it will become difficult to obtain Philosopher's Stones. If that demon truly wants her soul, they could send other apostles to interfere with her task artificially, making her violate the contract. So, I should first use the contract to increase my strength, and then find a way to end it at the last moment. Mukong finally refined her survival strategy. Everyone who signs a contract with a demon thinks this way, but most do not escape the demon's grip. Unfortunately, at this stage, Mukong, who is forcibly bound by the contract and lacks the strength to act independently, has no other options. The Dark Law Examination, the chapter on distinguishing demonic contracts. All 9 Hell's contracts must contain the word justice, but that justice is not of the worldly kind. The 36,000th clause of the Purgatory Codex states at the time of the contract the sulfur scales must be balanced, but it does not mention that the weights are based on the signer's diminishing strength. Mukong finally learned the name of the dwarf blacksmith who came to buy weapons. Fire and Wine from the Shining. However, the names of these tribes were quite arbitrary and they often changed names. Only a few major tribes remained stable, so it was not worth remembering. Therefore, the dwarf preferred to be referred to by another title, the blacksmith of Fire and Wine. These details were not recalled by Mukong, but were spoken by the blacksmith himself. Now he was still chattering away. My mother named me this in hopes that I would inherit the family business and brew wine, but they could never have imagined that I opened a blacksmith shop outside. Mukong accompanied him, nodding her little head, her gaze filled with reverence. Fire and Wine, your craftsmanship is so excellent, it would be a pity not to be a blacksmith, isn't it? The dwarf laughed even more heartily. Let's talk business. Take a look at this pile, Mukong said, placing a bundle of weapons on the table. As he opened his mouth wide, a total of 14 pieces, a flat price of 200 crowns, simply a steal. After saying that, she unfastened the bindings, laid out the weapons, and continued to promote, if it weren't for clearing stock to transition into high-end products, I wouldn't be selling them off so tearfully. Indeed, she had bundled all the junk items from the store together, but the price was slightly advantageous. She planned to only deal in high-end second-hand goods in the future, each selling for hundreds or thousands, including magical weapons if possible, so these junk scraps worth only a few crowns were truly polluting the space, making it clear to everyone that she sold trash. Once her reputation was gradually established, and the circles knew she had good stuff, business would come. Fire and Wine was still gaping, having not yet recovered from his previous moment of prideful laughter, as he suddenly snapped back to business mode, glancing at the pile, and stammered, but these are all junk, not worth that much. Mukong flipped the weapons back and forth. Look closely, every piece is as good as new, just take them back and polish them a bit, and you can sell them. With the current chaos, everyone needs a weapon, right? No matter if it's good or bad, as long as it can be used. She had already cleaned these weapons and applied blade oil, making them shine brightly. However, they had all seen battle, and the wear could not be concealed. Quality weapons were one thing, but these scraps of copper and iron would dull against bones. They were not something she could fix with just 2 whetstones. But even so, the blacksmith had basically regained his professional demeanor, using 2 thick fingers to pick up a short knife, fiddling with it among the pile of weapons, and he was even unwilling to examine it closely. These junk items were only worth about 100 crowns at most. If reprocessed, they could be sold for 300 crowns, but polishing and maintenance also incurred expenses. If he bought them back for 200, he would only make a meager profit. It seems I need to pull out my trump card. Seeing that her tactic of flattering first and then striking didn't fool the dwarf, Mukong had to resort to her second strategy. She hadn't held much hope to begin with. In her past life, she was merely a student, and coming up with these methods was already quite difficult. After regaining the blacksmith's interest, the girl drew out a ruby dagger she had obtained from a small leader of the Viper gang, skillfully flipping it in her hand. Then it vanished in a reverse motion, allowing the other party to see only a glimpse. I found this good thing on my journey. What do you think? The original dagger could not be sold. Although it looked plain and had few patterns, both the grip and the design were perfectly crafted, making it very comfortable to use. Fire and Wine stared at the girl's fair hand with urgency. Let me see it again. Items with gems were not cheap. If it was a magic crystal, it might even be a magical weapon. Even if it was an ordinary gem, it could fetch a good price. If worst came to worst, splitting it up could still break even. Then you buy these, no bargaining. Mukong pointed at the pile of junk on the table, laying down her domineering terms, and then added a personal touch. Just consider it a favor for me. Well, all right then. Fire and Wine didn't hesitate for long. Making a meager profit was still profit, and besides, a business partner asking for help could also justify losing a bit of money. He then curiously asked back, are you short on money now? Mukong did not hide it, sincerely nodding, yes, I want to move to another place. The cost of living in Golden Sands Bay was high, and every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. The original owner had worked hard for 3 years to buy this small second-floor place, which was also related to her low frequency of taking on tasks and her lone wolf personality. Fire and Wine was puzzled. Isn't this place good? Although not large, the first floor could be used for business, and the second floor was enough for living. It was quite nice, wasn't it? Mukong nodded. Yes, it's bad for health. The constant noise from the opposite door. Who could stand it? If this went on, what would happen to her memory decline? She still hoped to learn more knowledge from the memories left deep in the original owner's mind. Without waiting for the dwarf to ask further, she took out the ruby dagger, slapping it on the table. This won 300 crowns. This offer was made after consulting a few teammates like Gufeng, It was slightly higher than the market price, but there should still be profit. If it was the same as the market recovery price, why would she even bother with business and not just take it for recycling? Sure enough, Fire and Wine hesitated only for a moment before decisively agreeing, "All right, wrap it up for me. I'll take all of this for 500 crowns. Thank you." Mukong sincerely expressed her gratitude. She hadn't even had time to look for a house, but good locations would cost at least several 100,000 crowns, and every bit saved now was useful. This world did have loans and banks run by goblins, but the interest rates were too high, making it impractical. It was better to buy outright. As for the house she currently lived in, it was near the city gate, making it convenient to enter and exit, so renting it out at a good price shouldn't be a problem. The dwarf helped the girl pack the weapons into the bag while the dagger was tucked close to him. Although it wasn't a magical weapon, tidying it up could easily fetch 600 or 700 provided the right customer was found. He casually asked, "You just said you want to make high-end products in the future." "Yes, I will only take items of superior craftsmanship." Mukong nodded, her ears swaying, feeling very good. "I won't be picking up these junk items again." After all the hard work carrying it back home from the underground waterway in the southern part of the city, even while eating she was drawing attention only to earn so little, it really wasn't worth it. No wonder other mercenaries didn't do this. However, they sold their spoils to second-hand merchants while they waited for customers to come to them, resulting in much higher selling prices, albeit at the cost of time. Each had its pros and cons. As she helped the dwarf carry the bag on her shoulder, Mukong sent him out the door and almost unconsciously asked, "By the way, you often go around collecting weapons and equipment for refurbishment. Do you know the location of the black market? I'd like to take a look." "Of course you, a mercenary, don't know this." Fire and Wine thought little of it. "I wasn't very sociable before." Mukong suppressed her excitement. "Quick, tell me. I want to go check it out." Password. The iron door opened a small crack, revealing a pair of shadowy eyes that scanned the masked elf up and down. "The king's tale." A sharp yet hoarse voice emerged from behind the mask. Cack. After the sound of clockwork springs, the iron door opened, and Mukong stepped in, yet there was no sign of anyone operating the door behind. Once she was fully inside, the iron door closed by itself and locked. A wondrous magic. Mukong scratched her head as she clearly saw not only eyes, but also some faces behind the iron bars. Not dwelling on it, she continued to wander, though she felt as if someone were watching her. The girl gripped the hilt of the dagger at her waist and strode through the not so narrow passage. A pair of eyes also withdrew their gaze from her. "Male, definitely male." The hoarse, aged voice was very certain, tapping on the table with a finger, speaking in a measured tone. "Noted down, a young male elf, not very old, around 170 centimeters tall. Weapon is a dagger, skillful. Should also know some magic. First time in such a place." The boy beside pouted, still unconvinced, but judging by her hip-to-shoulder ratio and legs, she is clearly a... The old man chuckled, ruffling his head. "How many times have I taught you? Observe the person, not their physique. Don't listen to the voice. These can be deceiving. Only those habitual actions that reveal true intent can expose a person's heart. Moreover, elves of both genders are quite slender. The differences are minimal." Thinking back on his little actions, was there any sign of awkwardness? And looking at his gait, unless he had been specifically trained to walk like that since childhood, otherwise due to the anatomical differences between genders, even if he were to imitate it temporarily, it would definitely not be in this posture. Of course, if he really had undergone strict training from a young age, deceiving others would be quite normal. Such people are not within our brotherhood's intelligence scope. However, this kid indeed disguised himself, while a reverse disguise experience specifically aimed at deceiving professionals. "Understood, Grandpa." The boy nodded seriously, seemingly committing the advice and knowledge to memory. However, the slight squint in his eyes still revealed some reluctance in his heart. Grandpa only looked at posture and subtle details, but when that elf passed through the iron door, he had distinctly caught a faint floral scent from her, a natural fragrance that only elven females possess. Grandpa was old, and his nose was not working well, but his own sense of smell was sharp, so she was clearly a big sister of the elven clan. Mukong was completely unaware that at this moment an old man and a young boy were discussing her gender, nor did she think that her past life experiences had misled a top intelligence expert. She had already furrowed her brows frequently from the faint stench omnipresent in the black market. Although this place was excavated from a sewer, it wouldn't hurt to at least set up a magic spell to freshen the air. She couldn't fathom how these black market vendors could stay here for an entire day. The black market wasn't large, just a straight path easily visible to the end. In the middle was a walkway wide enough for several people to walk side by side. There were not many customers, only a handful of 5 or 6, all wearing masks. On both sides were various stalls selling a wide variety of goods, with many being items from theft. They both bought and sold stolen goods. Mukong had just finished browsing a stall specializing in magical equipment and was shocked by the prices listed. A ring capable of casting fire tongue 3 times a day was surprisingly priced at 6,000 clangs. Not too expensive, but too cheap. This kind of item would at least double in price in the outside world. Of course, buying equipment at a bargain here meant one had to be prepared for the consequences. To become a vendor of stolen goods, there must have been some special markings made by the owner or creator, and magical equipment cannot be polished or reshaped. That would ruin the magical structure and cause the spells to fail. Brother, wanna buy? The thief vendor eagerly promoted, if you buy it, I'll throw in a finely crafted flying knife for you. Rest assured, this is not stolen goods. There are no markings on it. Mukong waved her hand and shook her head. Having strolled around twice already, she hadn't seen any philosopher's stones for sale except for the tavern at the end of the innermost path, so she planned to ask around at least to gather some information about the market. Just as she was about to speak, a passerby wearing a cat mask stood beside her, speaking softly in a low voice with a distant politeness. You are a mercenary, right? Care to take on some illicit work? Illicit work? Mukong retorted. She could roughly guess what illicit work was, but still wanted to hear a detailed explanation. You know that the tasks from the Mercenary Guild charge a large intermediary fee, right? And if the task isn't completed, don't they deduct your mercenary's deposit? The cat-masked person asked. Mukong gently nodded. The original owner had indeed deposited 3,000 clangs at the local guild. If there was a task accepted but not completed after the guild's assessment, if it was determined that no special circumstances or difficulties outside of the task description had occurred, for example, if the mission was to eliminate slimes but a swarm of dragons appeared, then part of the deposit would be deducted to compensate the employer. This measure was also to prevent mercenaries from haphazardly taking on tasks, and to provide security for employers. The cat-masked person spread out his hands. Our dark brotherhood has neither of those. Then how do you make money? Doing charity. You'll find out shortly. The cat-masked person turned and walked towards the tavern at the end of the path. Keep up, you won't be disappointed. Mukong obediently followed behind. She wasn't planning to take on a side job, but rather was interested in the impressively named Dark Brotherhood. Moreover, this organization seemingly controlled the black market, so they must have news about philosopher's stones. Inside the tavern, there were only a few patrons wearing masks and hoods. Each seat was enclosed by walls and curtains, forming separate private rooms similar to the Mercenary Guild, but with more privacy. The bartender board was wiping the countertop, and upon seeing the elf enter, lazily glanced over with drooping eyelids before yawning and turning away, no longer paying attention. A low-level mercenary, perhaps not even reaching level 5, was truly uninteresting. It was evident that the guild's business was quite poor, otherwise they wouldn't let just anyone in. Mukong also felt the disdainful gazes from those around her, but having experienced such looks often when she was at the bottom of her class in her past life, she had long since grown accustomed to it tugging at her clothing and continuing to follow the cat-masked person toward what seemed to be the tavern's kitchen. Upon opening the door, a whole new world unfolded within. It expanded to half the space of the black market. In the front were a few enormous desks resembling modern products, with bookshelves filled with files occupying the walls, and in that moment Mukong felt as if she had walked into the office of a principal, and the next moment it seemed she was about to be called in by her parents. But as she looked further back, it returned to the otherworldly scene. The rear space was enclosed by wooden railings into an arena shape, with intricately carved stone pillars standing at each corner, occasionally flashing with magical light. On either side of the arena were several chairs, and at the end was a more luxurious single door leading to the first page of Black Epic. Disaster was imminent. Their strongest assassin, the greatest hero Ida, was based on your demonstrated strength. The assignments I may offer you are. A muffled voice emanated from the cat-faced mask, snapping Mukong back from her reverie. The figure stepped behind a desk and withdrew a stack of folders from the lowest shelf, laying them out one by one across the polished surface. Each folder bore only a terse label on its cover: assassination, missing person, assault, theft, framing, smuggling, sabotage. Most fell outside the sanctioned registry of the Mercenary Guild. Yet where official policy existed, loopholes inevitably followed. Clients often disguised themselves as victims, hiring mercenaries for ostensibly just retribution, or recast their targets as irredeemable criminals. So pervasive had this practice become that an entire profession emerged solely to draft and deliver formal commissions. The guild was well aware of such subterfuges, yet driven by competition and revenue it chose deliberate blindness, so long as transgressions remained discreet. As for the mercenaries themselves, morality yielded readily to coin. Mukong hesitated, then reached instinctively toward the folder marked smuggling. Before her fingers made contact, the cat-faced mask pressed down upon the folder. A low, resonant voice issued from behind the porcelain visage. Wait. Accessing full mission details and reward figures requires a fee of 200 kroner. A glance cost coin. The young woman blinked in mild surprise, then swiftly grasped the truth. This was the Brotherhood's core revenue stream. No commission fees, no deposits. Only a flat, non-refundable brokerage charge. And with each additional dossier reviewed, the fee scaled upward in tandem with task complexity and client stipend, a calculated escalation. Still, even with such levies, earnings here dwarfed those offered by the Mercenary Guild. Mukong withdrew her hand. 200 kroner was trivial, but every silver must strike true. I wish to see this one. A slender index finger tapped the final folder. Undead. She sought a task within her capabilities, not merely to assess its nature, but to gauge remuneration, procedure, and viability. If suitable, she would accept and earn. Among this row of dossiers, only this one promised relative simplicity and minimal moral compromise. An excellent choice. The cat-faced attendant accepted 200 kroner notes, opened the folder, and revealed a single sheet of parchment. Shall I read it aloud for you? Given the prevalence of illiteracy, oral briefing formed part of the guild's standard reception protocol. Mukong, however, declined with a gentle wave and began reading silently. Undead have been sighted near the gallows tree northeast of Golden Sands Bay. Locate their lair, penetrate its deepest chamber, and retrieve the Viridian spirit crystal housed within its central formation. Note the formation must be dismantled prior to extraction. This one then. The young woman nodded, palm resting firmly atop the dossier. This assignment laid bare the chasm between the two guilds. The Mercenary Guild would demand total eradication of the undead and mandatory surrender and destruction of the spirit crystal. The Brotherhood, however, had no interest in destroying such crystals. Thus, tasks of this nature could only be broken. The reward was equally compelling, 10,000 kroner, entirely hers. Undead possessed far weaker perception than mortals who, unguided by a necromancer, their lair posed little threat. She could infiltrate, extract, and withdraw unseen. And should a necromancer reside there, such a nest would command a vastly higher fee. No issue, said the cat-faced attendant, closing the dossier and gesturing toward the raised arena behind him. Yet before formal acceptance, we require a demonstration of your capability, a measure undertaken both for the client's assurance and your own safety. Mukong assented without hesitation. Agreed. To proceed untested would be suicide. Verification was prudent and wise. At that moment, a fully armored knight, helmeted, gauntlet, bearing a broad-bladed greatsword, ascended the arena steps and assumed a battle stance. The attendant unlocked the arena gate for Mukong and added, "Rest assured, he will exert only the force commensurate with the task's difficulty. Merely endure 10 exchanges and you pass. 10 strikes is no challenge." She stepped onto the sand, drew her dagger, and lowered into a poised crouch, awaiting the first advance. The attendant concurred. Her gait was light, her grip steady, her aura pulsed at a consistent 4th-tier resonance. He estimated she'd fall on the 12th exchange, well within passing parameters. The knight wasted no time. At her settling into stance, he charged, armor plates grinding with metallic rasp. His greatsword swept horizontally, she ducked beneath it, then parried his follow-up elbow strike with her blade, deflecting it cleanly. 2 exchanges, seemingly effortless. Yet beneath the cat mask, the attendant's expression soured. Yes, she was indeed 4th tier, but shrewdly concealing latent reserves. He had forgotten Sir Ren the knight, now facing her, harbored deep-seated hatred for elves, the very race that had slain his elder sister. His fury subtly amplified his output beyond the agreed threshold. That subtle excess meant she would falter between the 6th and 7th exchange. As both her guild representative and prospective agent, the cat-masked attendant felt his mood darken accordingly. Reality confirmed his dread. By the 5th exchange, Mukong was already cornered, her avenues of evasion nearly exhausted. Behind the visor, Ren's gaze burned with feverish anticipation. He intended not merely victory, but a permanent memento, perhaps one of those striking amber eyes forever shuttered. After all, accidents occurred in sparring. A mere oversight, a fractional surge of strength, would draw only mild reproach even from the guildmaster himself. Ren raised his sword high for a vertical cleave, anticipating her desperate sidestep to the right, forcing her to reveal hidden speed. Then with a shaped counterstroke, he'd trap her mid-evade, hurling her from the arena while etching his lesson into flesh. The greatsword descended. She accelerated, no longer sluggish but swift and precise. Ren bared his teeth in triumph. Then halfway through the descent, halted his swing and reversed its trajectory upward. Screech. Sparks erupted as her dagger scraped violently along the blade's spine. Greater resistance than expected wrenched the sword off course, while she, harnessing the recoil, launched herself skyward, planting a boot against the steel to amplify her thrust. Such audacity demanded supreme confidence in one's agility. Only then did Ren grasp the truth. Her speed had eclipsed his estimation by a wide margin. Beneath the cat mask, the attendant's jawline had slipped into plain view. Both realized simultaneously this elf was no mere 4th tier. She had concealed her true strength the moment she entered the black market. Cunning little thing. Now past each other, she fled in reverse. Ren, realizing his error, resorted to shoulder barge and headbutt, compensating without escalating further. He also noted her dagger arcing directly toward his visor, likely a feint. Even a 5th tier could not breach enchanted plate. This helm was arcane grade. His mind parsed the scenario instantly and dictated response. Then he watched frozen as the dagger's edge shimmered faintly gold, and heard the elf murmur incantations under her breath. What the? She cast spells too. Ghost. Mukong completed the chant. Her ancient dagger extended, a translucent palm-wide blade. Then as they crossed paths, sliced cleanly across the visor. The dagger's physical edge sparked harmlessly against the helm, yet the spectral blade pierced straight through. She landed pivoted, crouched low, and held her weapon before her eyes ready. She had given her utmost, and 10 exchanges now seemed assured. Nor need she fear injury. Her opponent stood at least 15th year encased in tempered steel, immovable as a mountain, impervious to her strikes. Ren remained rooted, stunned, disoriented. The ghost blade had grazed only the outermost layer of his eyelid, no blood drawn. His body would seal the wound in seconds. But the wound to his pride, that would fester for months. In that instant he watched his legend, the unassailable myth of Ren of the Golden Sands Brotherhood, shatter like glass beneath the cold, glinting edge of her blade. I yield. After a long silence he raised a hand in concession, and strode wordlessly from the arena. In the northeast of Golden Sands Bay there stands a tree known as the Hanging Tree. This crooked, gnarled tree has a peculiar shape that local people jokingly named it for its suitability for hanging. However, after the orcs invaded a few years ago and hanged a general from the House of Mai, on this tree the name took on a darker connotation. Mukong took out the mission briefing that had been crumpled into his pocket, carefully unfolded it, and reconfirmed that, like the Mercenary Guild, the Dark Brotherhood's missions have a time sensitivity. Once someone takes a mission, others can no longer accept it, and it is completely invisible. The guild directly removes the mission from the board. If there is no feedback after a certain period, the mission will be declared a failure and reposted. However, the Mercenary Guild's time frame usually exceeds 15 days, while the Brotherhood's only lasts 3 to 5 days. Mukong hurried over, anxious and flustered. She needed to scout the path, first find the location of the undead lair, and see if she could complete the task of stealing the green magic crystal on her own. If not, she would have to rush back to find someone to help. Just the time spent on the road would take a whole day. The girl sat cross-legged under the tree, took out a compressed biscuit, and began to slowly nibble on it to replenish her stamina. She had set off after lunch and arrived at this tree by evening, having not eaten anything along the way. She had been jogging continuously and was already starving. The night posed no hindrance to finding the lair. Instead, it was advantageous. Mukong could cast night vision magic to ensure her sight was unaffected, while the undead's pale, fiery eyes were quite conspicuous in the dark. As she ate, she surveyed her surroundings, but found no traces of the undead. This job isn't as easy as it seems, my friend. The girl sighed to encourage herself. After taking another bite of the biscuit, she let it dissolve slowly in her mouth, and planned to rest a bit before checking the surroundings for any signs of wandering undead. A cool night breeze blew by, and Mukong wrapped herself in a blanket, pulling it tight. She had made quite thorough preparations this time. Her long ears twitched slightly in the wind, and in the long night, aside from the rustling of tree shadows, there was no other sound. This area was a battlefield. The stench of blood and burnt magic had driven away almost all life, and the corpses left behind attracted necromancers from all over the country. High-level mercenaries would deal with these desecrators of corpses, but the various undead lairs they left behind would require lower-tier mercenaries to slowly eradicate. Mukong shivered, clutching her ears to provide warmth. When she was still human, it was enough to just rub her ears together if they got cold. Now, she had to slowly curl them up to keep them warm. Such a hassle. But they felt nice, soft, and crisp, although after a while her mouth felt a bit dry, and she wanted to rub them against a corner of a table. Finishing her snack, the girl dusted off the biscuit crumbs from her hands, stood up again, murmured a spell, and cast night vision on herself. Then she surveyed her surroundings once more. Under the moonlight, the wasteland appeared even clearer with the aid of magic, and Mukong quickly noticed what seemed to be a corpse faintly visible behind a distant stump. Gripping her dagger, she went on high alert and stealthily approached. It was an undead. A dead undead. A crossbow bolt had pierced its eye socket, shattering the core within its skull. On the decayed, desiccated body were 2 sword wounds and signs of stabbing. How many people had it taken to beat? Mukong scratched her head. The advantage of low-level undead lies in their numbers. Even though the decayed limbs were infused with magical energy, they couldn't provide much strength, and 2 or 3 farmers who had never been on a battlefield could easily pin it to the wall with pitchforks. If it were her with her current strength, she could handle 7 or 8 of them alone in an open area. No, this is not the time for self-praise. The girl snapped back to attention. The wounds on the corpse were fresh. After the crossbow bolt shattered upon entering the skull, the splintered wood shards had not yet softened in the dew, indicating that its time of death was not yet overnight. This meant someone else was competing with her for the bounty. Damn those mercenaries. Mukong cursed as she quickly pieced together the answer. The Dark Brotherhood had already locked the mission from being reposted, so the only one still issuing missions would be the Mercenary Guild. That meant she had run into regular troops. Mukong hurriedly donned a woolen hat, pulling it down tightly around the edges, instantly resembling a bandit, with only her eyes and mouth peeking through the holes she had cut out earlier, along with her 2 long ears. This was simple camouflage. As long as you don't recognize me on the spot, even if you come looking for me afterwards. When mercenaries encounter competition for work or mission conflicts, they all play this way. Otherwise, to completely disguise their identity, they would not only have to change their equipment, but but also alter their usual combat habits, which would incur too high a cost. And what if something went wrong? Once disguised, Mukong followed the trail left by the mercenary team that had killed the undead. It was not difficult to track. The tip of the spear would occasionally scrape against the ground, leaving very obvious scratches. So shorter individuals should refrain from using long weapons. The mercenary team did not know where the undead lair was, and aimlessly searched in circles, having even stopped to make a fire and rest for a while. It was evident that this team was composed of newcomers. Mukong frowned as she crushed the fruit peels and seeds left behind by these rookies into the ground. They even brought fruit. I haven't eaten yet. As a now quite pure elf, fruit had automatically become an essential food for her life. Just after finishing the biscuit, upon seeing the slightly dried fruit, her mouth watered. Damn. The girl cursed as she covered up the traces left by these rookies. If there were an experienced tracker, just from the direction of their littering trash, they could determine which area this group would explore next. In the wasteland ravaged by the battlefield, food was scarce, and the occasional magical beasts would be attracted by the scent of the fruit cores and follow the trail. If at that moment this rookie team charged into the lair and engaged in a fierce battle with the undead, only to have pursuers come from behind, it would be quite a sight. While helping the newcomers cover their tracks, the girl was just about to continue following when she noticed distinct traces dragged by the spear tip on the ground. While that was careless, with such obvious marks, was there even a need to cover up the food remains? Anyone could follow them to the end. Mukong facepalmed and shook her head, setting off again, intending to continue pursuing the rookies. The embers of the campfire were still warm to the touch. She was not far from her target. After walking for another 10 minutes, the girl squatted down again to inspect a corpse of an undead. This was the 8th corpse she had encountered on her journey, and the frequency was increasing, indicating that the mercenary team's path was correct. After walking for another 10 minutes, the girl squatted down again to inspect a corpse of an undead. This was the 8th corpse she had encountered on her journey. As the girl withdrew her finger from the wound that looked as if it had been pierced by a fiery arrow, she muttered to herself, "So they have a mage as well." Speaking was a means to alleviate loneliness and also to quell her fear. The surrounding trees barely bore any leaves, their gnarled branches clawing at the air like ghosts, and the wind sent forth a mournful wail, cool air seeping into the gaps of her clothing with no sign of anyone in sight. Though she knew her physical strength was sufficient to traverse such a desolate environment, her soul felt unworthy, which inevitably made her a bit anxious. The girl touched her face. TSK. Theoretically, killing should invoke discomfort, but she didn't know why. After taking a life, she only felt exhilaration. Previously, she thought it was a remnant of the Buddhist memories, but now she realized it had nothing to do with the body. Otherwise, she shouldn't be feeling afraid now. Hugging her shoulders, just as she was about to delve deeper into her thoughts, her ears suddenly perked up. Her keen elven hearing picked up the sounds of battle in the distance. Finally caught up. Excited, she dashed towards the direction of the target. As long as this group of rookie mercenaries drew the attention of the undead, she could easily sneak in to find the magic crystal the employer wanted, and then leave safely. They were like a godsend. After running for a few minutes, she indeed found a valley excavated by the dead. The deceased would be resurrected by the necromancer into corpses that would continue to work on simple commands, not stopping even if their master perished. Tireless, and in great numbers, if they didn't need to consume flesh from their own kind as energy supplements, they could truly become the best beasts of burden on the continent. At this moment, the undead filled the entire valley, surging like a tide towards a standard 4-person adventure team. 2 warriors with shield and sword and a spear stood at the forefront. A mage was chanting spells while a priest beside her wielded a flail glowing with holy light to crush the nearby undead. With just a glance, she could tell that these individuals were highly capable. According to the current continent's evaluation standards, each one was above level 10. Moreover, their equipment was top-notch from head to toe. Logically speaking, with their strength, they should easily push through this nest of undead without getting bogged down. However, after observing for a short while, it became evident that while their strength was high, their combat experience was truly hard to watch. The mage was desperately attempting to cast a powerful spell, but unfortunately, each time the spell landed, it was frustratingly evaded by the horde of corpses, only causing a few casualties. If the priest would cast a spell to disperse the undead, it could greatly improve the battlefield conditions, yet he was using his limited mana solely to heal the 2 warriors. This would only prolong their survival a little, but wouldn't change the situation. As for the 2 warriors, dealing with a group of the lowest level undead was like a child against a small foe, yet their attacks were completely disorganized, inefficient, and they even risked being tackled by zombies to interfere with their weapons. Wait a minute. The corners of her eyes narrowed into a leaf shape, her delicate brows knitted together. After scanning the valley, she finally discovered the point that felt off. The undead in the nest were being commanded by someone. Not a necromancer, but a skeletal figure clad in golden armor, hiding far back. It raised a long sword, emitting a faint green glow, its mouth connected only by sinews opened wide, continuously letting out silent screams. A dark green crystal floated behind it. and the armor occasionally lit up with large inscriptions, shimmering green lines connecting to the crystal. So this armor is part of a formation. A very creative idea, she mused, stroking her chin as she continued to observe the situation in the valley. A small squad of tall orc undead had already slowly flanked the team's side, waiting for them to show signs of fatigue before launching an assault. The front line of undead was effectively organized, crashing against their opponents like waves, giving them no time to rest. Each time the mage cast a large spell, the undead at the corresponding location would swiftly scatter at the commander's sword gesture. No more waiting. If this dragged on, once these rookies were defeated, no one would attract attention for her. Starting from the upper part of the valley, she began to slowly move behind the commander. The few people fighting had long seen the girl above the valley. Their combat experience may have been lacking, but their strength was impressive, and with their keen eyesight, the first to notice would alert the others instantly. At this moment, seeing this possible savior begin to move, their hearts were immediately in their throats. Whether they could return alive to show off to those cowards depended on her performance. Then they saw that person sneak around to the back of the valley, fiddling for a while, before suddenly pulling a rope and descending from the sky, like an eagle swooping down, heading straight for the oblivious undead general. Wait, a rope? The priest light couldn't help but voice his confusion. The warrior valley wielding the sword and shield didn't turn around as he gasped. If he can save me, he'll have my father grant him a title. If he's a man, he'll marry him. The warrior Schwefong chimed in defiantly. You. Valley was furious. Why did she always joke about this? Schwefong rolled her eyes. He'll marry whoever, just not you. As they saw their salvation approaching, the shadow of death dissipated, making them feel better and even chat more. At this moment, Mukong had already swung down to the top of the undead general. As she descended, the dagger glowed a fierce red, and with lightning speed, she plunged the blade into the target's skull, landing on its back. The general's eyes, burning with pale flames, were replaced by red. Mukong had already withdrawn the dagger, slashing wildly across the golden armor, disrupting the formation. As the target fell, she casually grabbed the valuable-looking, faintly glowing green longsword, then switched to snatch the dark green magic crystal the employer wanted, and quickly grabbed the rope, nimbly climbing back up. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The surrounding undead hadn't even had time to react. Valley watched helplessly as his savior took the spoils that should have been his and climbed up the valley. At first he hoped the kind-hearted individual would return to fight by his side, but after seeing them take the rope and wave goodbye from above the valley, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What is this? I took all the hits and the spoils are all theirs. The mage Jiomei screamed, even louder. I want my family to put a bounty on him, that thief. Before leaving, I mocked those cowards, and then I confidently came out to fight, only to return empty-handed and covered in dirt. She couldn't even imagine how many times she would be humiliated. As the twilight sky raced back to the city, Mukong felt utterly content. This trip was simply perfect. She hardly lifted a finger, yet the task was accomplished. Not only did she earn a bounty, but she also acquired a magical weapon. The girl caressed the longsword in her arms, nearly bursting into laughter. She understood the reasoning behind the saying that a common man can be punished for possessing a gem. Therefore, she wrapped the sword in cloth and dried grass, ensuring that the faint light of the magical elements would not leak out, waiting to return home to present it as a treasured possession. As for the 4 newly minted mercenaries who were theoretically quite powerful, there was no need for concern. Without their commander, the remaining undead would just charge about, chaotically, posing little threat to them. In fact, having saved their lives, she might even receive their gratitude. However, as a person who often did good deeds anonymously, Mukong had developed a habit of remaining nameless. If they truly wanted to thank her, they should seek her out as White Meteor. By the time she returned to the city, dawn had already broken. The early risers had set out, and the sounds of vendors calling out their wares filled the streets. The elf race has keen hearing. If she stood outside someone's house and listened carefully, she could even faintly hear murmurs and snores. After a day and night of travel and battle, Mukong was in a state of false exhilaration. She felt no fatigue, her eyes wide open, yet she knew that once her head hit the pillow, she would fall asleep immediately. However, she had no intention of resting. First, she needed to rush to the black market to submit her task and claim her reward. Better not to let the night drag on with unnecessary delays. The Golden Sands Bay was vast. When Mukong arrived near the black market, the sun had fully risen. Residents were beginning their daily routines, and the streets were bustling with activity, the sound of whistles attracting her attention as she spotted a figure in black cloth armor climbing onto a makeshift platform made of wooden barrels. Clearing his throat, he rubbed 3 fingers together near his mouth, casting a spell to amplify his voice. Attention, everyone, traces of a necromancer have been discovered within Golden Sands Bay. If you notice anything unusual, please report it immediately. This concerns everyone's safety. Inform your neighbors. The announcement rang clearly in Mukong's ears, a result of the spell. A necromancer in the city. The citizens who heard the announcement immediately grew alarmed. It was rumored that those necromancers in their quest for magical knowledge and the secrets of becoming a lich treated human lives as mere trifles. The tales of live experiments spreading plagues and calamities caused by a single individual were common knowledge. Even though Mukong knew that these descriptions were largely exaggerated, she couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. The necromancers brave enough to enter the city were usually quite powerful. If she were to encounter one during her task in some dark corner, they would undoubtedly attack fiercely to protect their hiding place, and whether she could escape alive would be uncertain. Everyone please remain calm. Seeing the panic he had caused, the announcing mage quickly began to reassure the crowd the guard tower will do everything possible to protect your safety. Additionally, the Sun Church has dispatched a team of Prism Knights to handle this matter. Trust that under their leadership the necromancer will soon be brought to justice. Praise the bishop. Praise the bishop. The streets echoed with scattered voices of agreement, while more people cheered. They believed in the strength of the Prism Knights, but held skepticism towards the church. Mukong lowered her head to conceal her face, pushing through the crowd as she continued towards the entrance of the... She did not trust the Sun Church, which had only been established for over 100 years and had an official background. As an elf, she placed her faith more in the world tree and the night god. Of course, as a reincarnator, regardless of the original beliefs, she was now an agnostic. Even if she wanted to believe, she couldn't. Faith was not something one could simply declare to connect with the divine. The girl twisted and turned into a narrow alley, the raucous sounds of the street fading away. She donned a mask and entered a small estate with high walls. Pushing open the door, she bumped into a tall man walking out from inside, also wearing a mask. They nodded at each other without saying a word and passed each other by. Mukong then entered the room, opening a hidden passage located in the restroom, descending into the extensive underground waterways beneath Golden Sands Bay. This was the closest entrance to the black market, the only one known to the dwarven blacksmith who had told her about it. Theoretically, it didn't matter where one entered the underground waterways as they could reach the black market, but Mukong was not familiar with the terrain. Entering from elsewhere might lead to getting lost, so she could only access it from here. The password. Familiar with the iron gate and the voice behind it, Mukong understood this was a magical effect. There was actually no one behind the gate, so she made a note of the probing gaze before answering the queen's backside. Enter. The iron gate slowly opened, and the girl stepped inside, still feeling a faint sense of being. Behind the stone wall, a young boy put down his pen and pointed at the content he had just sketched on the paper. Grandfather, give it up. Removing the objects used for disguise, the remaining parts are clearly feminine. The old man was now uncertain, tugging at his beard, deeply conflicted, but those details and the movements are indistinguishable from those of a man. Unless he had been rigorously trained from birth and subjected to hypnosis, completely believing himself to be a man, but what use would that serve? Furthermore, why was someone cultivated at such a high cost so weak? Was he here in the black market to undertake some secret mission? Isn't that simple? The boy stood up. I can just follow her to find out. No. The old man quickly stopped him. It's just a special case. If we don't understand, it doesn't matter to us. If my earlier guess is correct, there is definitely a vast and intricate organization behind him. Following him would be seeking death. Absolutely do not go. The boy's face turned pale. He was genuinely frightened and quickly lowered his head. Sincerely understood. So if that elder sister elf is a man, she must have a significant background. If she is a woman, then her faction is even more powerful. That was close. A disaster was almost averted. At this moment, Mukong had smoothly arrived at the Dark Brotherhood's base behind the tavern, but did not see the cat-faced mask. Instead, there were two others wearing dog and rat masks sitting at two different desks. Seeing her enter, the dog-masked figure quickly asked, "Brother, which steward subordinate are you?" Mukong was taken aback. How was she to know which steward? She could only report the mask she followed to get here. Cat steward. The dog-masked voice grew noticeably colder as he moved towards a small room behind the arena. Wait a moment, he is on leave today, I'll call him back. Leave? No need for a leave. I'm just submitting a task. Mukong asked hesitantly, hoping to inquire about the Philosopher's Stone purchasing channels. Upon hearing what the girl said, the dog-masked figure became intrigued, quickening his pace. You are the newcomer, he recruited. Then I must see what this kid escaping from the West Sea is capable of to make it to Golden Sands Bay to take his place. After a dozen minutes, the cat steward emerged from the small room behind the arena. Mukong couldn't help but suspect that the Dark Brotherhood might have another secret passage specifically provided for its insiders. Using a teleportation array is not impossible, but the probability is too low. This thing costs astronomical sums for each person teleported, and even constructing it is a massive project, something only the noble lords can afford. Moreover, judging by the cat steward's breathless appearance, it didn't seem like he arrived through a teleportation array. He hurried to his desk, waiting for his breath to steady before asking in an affected false tone, "Is the commission completed?" This was to prevent others from discovering his identity from the outside. For mercenaries like Mukong, it didn't matter. As long as he was willing to investigate, there was nothing that could be hidden. He appeared quite carefree, holding the green magic crystal designated by his employer in his palm, and saying, "Here." Just as the cat steward was about to take it, he quickly clasped his hands and withdrew, saying cash on delivery. A crisp laugh immediately rang out from behind the steward in a dog mask, hiding his expression, but the mockery was quite evident. As a steward, you are being reprimanded by the mercenaries under you. Is this how things are done in the Western Sea Watch? There is an ancient saying in my hometown: the customer is a god. We treat the mercenaries under us as customers, not as a superior subordinate relationship. The cat steward didn't even lift his head, counting the money while replying. The Western Sea Watch, this small barony, was the first nation to be destroyed by the orc invasion. A large number of refugees were chased southward, with some even settling in Golden Sands Bay. Thus this steward was a pitiful person without a home. Mukong's gaze filtered through the mask, carried a hint of pity as he took the money from his hand and softly asked under him, "How did we become someone else's underlings? He introduced you to the Brotherhood, so you are a mercenary under him. From now on, for anything, you can only find him. If something goes wrong, he will be responsible." The voice explaining this came from behind from the dog mask. However, the cat steward shook his head in rebuttal. "It's not like that in the Western Sea Watch. Don't impose your local rules here. Golden Sands Bay is 10,000 miles away from you." The dog mask interrupted rudely, pausing, and then under the direct gaze of another mouse-faced mask softened his tone and explained again: the customs and laws differ between the two places. If the mercenaries don't recognize their position from the beginning, someone like you could become a headache if there are any rebels later. What if the mercenaries refuse? The cat steward countered. The mouse mask, a woman, spoke in a gentle yet stubborn voice. "Then we won't take them. We prefer quality over quantity." The cat steward responded. A silence ensued, and an awkward atmosphere began to permeate the air. Only the sound of the elven girl counting the money broke the silence. 97, 98, 9, 100. She tucked the money into her wallet, placing it deep into her pocket. At present, the ruling dynasty of the empire is the House of Plantagenet, with the highest denomination of currency being a 1,000 crown banknote. However, due to its high value, it is difficult to use, and the quantity is small, making it easy to trace. The black market does not use this currency. If the trade price is higher and using banknotes becomes inconvenient, magical materials can be used as substitutes. For instance, a single sounding stone is worth over 30,000 crowns. Mukong seemed to not hear the arguing of the Brotherhood stewards, as if he had just snapped out of the joy of making money, and quietly asked, "I have information about the Philosopher's Stone. Are you interested?" He didn't dare to directly ask if there were any Philosopher's Stones here. If the Dark Brotherhood also viewed them as contraband like the officials, it would expose him instead. The cat steward immediately raised his head. His tone was still calm, but his actions spoke volumes. "Yes, do you have information?" "Yes." Mukong pretended to speak as if he had heard it from others. "There is an entrance to a smuggling den near the lighthouse that is being rebuilt outside the southern city. That's smuggling. One of the items they smuggle is the Philosopher's Stone, right?" The dog mask interrupted and took over. "We already knew this information, and just a few days ago the Viper Gang, and I remind you, you don't need to report any groups that take over the Viper Gang's influence." The cat steward added, but was quickly met with a warning glare from the mouse mask. Mukong also seized the flaw in the cat steward's words, guessing that the Dark Brotherhood was one of the collaborators of the Viper Gang. Moreover, they would also collaborate with the next smuggler. It seems this probe was quite successful. However, she still couldn't understand why the Watchtower and the local Lord the Duke hadn't followed the clues to completely close this smuggling route. But none of this was the main point, leaving the passage open aligned more with Mukong's interests. She also learned that the Brotherhood indeed had Philosopher's Stones for sale, but acquiring such contraband still required a layer of cover. "I also want to engage in this business. I've heard the profits are enormous. How about selling me a stone at a lower price? I can look for customers." "Selling is fine, but lowering the price is impossible. Since you are a mercenary under the cat steward," the other two sitting stewards didn't speak. Only the cat steward's voice was heard, and the tone was very peculiar, making it impossible to discern age. "It's not that we're selling to you. You are posting a purchase request. If someone wants to sell, we will naturally contact you." This was also a fabrication. Both sides were using similar excuses like "I have a friend" to cover their intentions. Mukong could easily hear through it, and it was likely the other party could guess her true purpose. The ensuing dialogue became quite straightforward. "How much would it take to buy one?" "You have to give me a discount. If my client wants it, I need to make some profit." "The specific amount isn't up to us. It depends on how much the client is willing to sell for." However, recently someone eliminated one of the entry channels to the city, causing prices to rise slightly. "Let me check. The latest purchasing price is 74,000. If you offer this price, you can come back in 2 days to collect the goods." "That's too expensive. Can you lend it to me first? They'll sell it to a client and pay you back later." "That depends on whether the seller is willing, but we estimate they won't agree to that." Finally, the dog mask couldn't hold back any longer. "Can't you be straightforward, elf? There are far more people in Golden Sands Bay who want to buy the Philosopher's Stone than you imagine. This item is in high demand. If you find it too expensive, just wait 10 days or half a month until other forces replenish the gap in the south of the city. The price should drop to around 55,000. Mukong's heart leaped with joy and she couldn't help but smile slightly though the mask concealed her expression. So cheap. It made sense a war was breaking out everywhere and items like the Philosopher's Stone should be easy to produce. The orcs could no longer break through the human defenses, continuing to launch attacks all along the long border. Perhaps this was a sign of their low intelligence. It was said that those tribes in the desert had orc blood in their ancestry, which is why the white meteor was so intelligent. The tone of the young elf remained calm, as before. That's fine. He'll come back in half a month. In this half month, she needed to earn enough 55,000 crowns. But she couldn't take any tasks from the Dark Brotherhood. The remaining jobs here were all illegal, and she couldn't bring herself to kill an innocent person. Besides, it would make her appear overly eager to make money and buy the Philosopher's Stone. Currently, she had 13,000 crowns on her, and the magical sword obtained from the undead general could also sell for over 10,000. With a bit of effort over the remaining time, it should be manageable. Upon returning home, she had a pleasant sleep, and once rested she headed straight for the job introduction. Few people knew that she also sold second-hand weapons, and due to the unpredictability of her task schedule, the customers who came to her door were almost non-existent. The only regular customer was the dwarven blacksmith Huijio, as he was the only one with the funds to purchase an expensive magical sword. However, Mukong was not in a hurry. Once she collected more weapons and moved her residence to the commercial street, her business would improve immediately. Currently, with the ongoing war, any related trade was highly profitable. In fact, once she gained some fame, she could also engage in the business of buying and selling. That would make her a market maker, earning money that could rival that of mercenaries. Disguised as a boy, the elven girl walked into the mercenary guild, taking a deep breath of the faint scent of liquor mixed with sweat. Instead of immediately seeking tasks at the front desk, she took a leisurely stroll to see if she recognized anyone. As a newcomer to this other world, what she needed most were companions and support. And she indeed found someone. Gu Fengjia. It's you. Gu Feng was not surprised by Mukong's appearance. After their previous collaboration, she discovered that this little elf was not as reclusive as everyone thought. Perhaps she had merely been socially anxious as a lone wolf. She extended her arm to snap her fingers and gestured to summon a waiter, saying, "Bring a glass of juice for this table and put it on my tab." "Thank you, Gu Fengjia." Mukong cheerfully expressed her gratitude, glancing at the glass in front of her. It was orange and also seemed to be juice. Gu Feng noticed what the little elf was doing and slowly revealed the glass opening, saying, "I don't drink when looking for work." Clearly she was aware of her own flaws. "Are you also looking for a job?" Mukong asked, puzzled. "Why not go to the counter?" Logically, mercenaries should browse task cards for jobs, right? "I don't take jobs for trivial matters that I deem beneath me, and even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to accomplish them alone." Gu Feng patted the short bow resting on the table, saying, "So I can only wait here to see who needs a magical archer." This bow, brought out from the heart of green leaves, was made of oak twisted into a spiral shape, with green leaves branching from it, showing that this bow was a magical weapon imbued with power. Elves are a long-lived race, and with their innate magical talent, Gu Feng, who had lived for several decades, was a name synonymous with strength, being a level 9 archer and a level 7 mage able to cast third-ring spells, making her quite renowned in the mercenary community of Golden Sands Bay. However, whether as an archer or a mage, both professions were not suited for solo endeavors, thus she could only seek to team up with others. Mukong looked at the eye-catching bow leaning against the table and placed her dagger by the table's edge, curiously asking, "Like this?" "Yes, if you want to find someone to collaborate with, just place your weapon here, and those in need will naturally come to you. Although it's much easier for thieves to find work than for me." Gu Feng's words were filled with envy. Despite her high overall level practicing both archery and magic meant she was not particularly skilled in either, and her limited talent meant she hadn't made progress in many years. Mukong contemplated whether to look for suitable work herself. If not, she could drag the elven older sister along, which would be better than watching her wait here in despair. Just as she was about to take action, 4 individuals clad in luxurious armor squeezed into the guild, their weapons adorned with gems, immediately attracting everyone's attention. 3 of them lazily stood at the entrance, while the leader with sharp eyes scanned the room and walked straight towards Mukong's table. You the thief," he pointed at the elven girl, speaking in a commanding tone, "come with us." "Off." Mukong put on a confused expression, pretending it was the first time she saw these 4 individuals. "Is there a task?" "They are the mercenary team I inadvertently saved when they were tracking the undead nest. And I also inadvertently took their mission target. However, at that time she was wearing a mask and was quite far away, so they shouldn't be able to recognize her, right?" The young man Wali maintained a blank expression, his words clear and measured, indicative of a strictly trained manner of speaking. "Yes, the bounty is all yours. We don't want a single coin." As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of sour sighs arose within the guild, everyone lamenting how lucky that little. These 4 were obviously nobles experiencing life. Not only were they not short on money, but if she could establish a connection with them, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Gu Feng's eyes also lit up with envy as she cast a jealous glance at the little elf sitting across from her, secretly adjusting the position of her bow and infusing it with a hint of magic to make the leaves sway slightly. Unfortunately, her efforts went unnoticed as none of the four even glanced at her. With the hopes of everyone in the guild resting on her, Mukong resisted the temptation and shook her head, retracting her dagger from the table. I was just playing with it. Oh, I don't want to team up with anyone for now. Sigh. A chorus of hisses echoed throughout the guild. The elven kid was even using the tactic of feigned indifference. She better be careful not to overplay her hand. Wally also lost interest in the young elf, who bore a strange familiarity and turned his gaze elsewhere. Throughout his life, he had been surrounded by sycophants, and countless pretenders had tried to act noble while maintaining a facade. His greatest source of entertainment in recent years had been to flatter these people's pretentiousness and then enjoy the sight of their regretful restraint. Seeing the noble's reactions, another mercenary with a small goatee jumped up, waving his hands repeatedly. Sir, how about me? I'm an 8th level thief certified by the guild, skilled in lockpicking, trap, disarming, stealth, and ambush. Fine. Wally didn't need to verify his abilities, too lazy to waste words. With a slight wave of his hand, he turned and left, not even caring to appreciate the regretful expression of the little elf. Shuefeng was right, their team was indeed lacking a nimble person. They didn't need him to fight, they just needed to cover some weaknesses. If they had had someone like that during the undead nest cleanup, they wouldn't have taken so long and ended up having their spoils snatched away. The chosen goatee thief, however, was in high spirits. As he passed by Mukong's table, he smugly raised his chin at her, only to find the little elf looking down and covering her face, showing no interest in him, which left him feeling bored. Only Gu Feng sensed something was off. After the few left the guild, she quietly asked, "Hey, do you know them?" It was clear that the little elf had some sort of gap with them. They're good people who helped me a lot," Mukong replied vaguely, not wanting Gu Feng to pursue the matter further to avoid exposing her dealings in the black market. She quickly changed the subject, asking, "What about old Hai Yi and the white meteor?" "Little Hai Yi has disappeared for some reason, and as for little Bai, isn't she coming?" Mukong hurriedly followed the direction of her older sister's finger, and indeed saw the white meteor with a lowly face and Neza body running over excitedly. She then slammed her hand on the table, shouting, "Come quickly, I have a great job. It's like picking up money for free, protecting a wealthy merchant, and it ends by noon tomorrow, plus we don't have to go anywhere, just at his house." Loyalty. Loyalty. Little Bai is undoubtedly the best companion for humans, or rather elves. Upon receiving the task, she didn't forget to share. With her intellect, she probably doesn't even realize that the more companions she has, the less reward she can share. However, when Mukong arrived at the destination with her, she realized it was not the case. The financier only produced 50,000 crowns, of which 20,000 were to be divided among 10 people, with each person's share being fixed and not varying with the number of participants. Another 10,000 was to be awarded as a bonus, distributed to those who performed exceptionally. Even so, Little Bai remained a good friend to humans. Upon learning of this, she immediately informed her boss that she had several friends capable of fulfilling the role of bodyguard, securing their positions before darting off to the mercenary guild to call for help. One might ask how many mercenaries can resist not demanding an introduction fee at this stage. This one is a very skilled thief. Besides being proficient in her job, she is also formidable in direct combat. Little Bai was introducing the two. She brought to her employer a jovial and amicable plump old man. This one is a highly skilled archer. Besides excelling in her craft, she is also very powerful in magic. The templates for their introductions were identical, the content dry, and seemingly saying something while actually saying. Just by looking at her appearance, one could tell she was a barbarian. It was already quite remarkable that she could communicate fluently in the common tongue. Moreover, the employer seemed to like this straightforward young girl, showing little scrutiny over the other two. She recommended not even inquiring about their levels. Otherwise, Mukong wouldn't have had the chance to assess, as she currently possessed only a paper-level strength of 4, which would absolutely disqualify her from executing this task. Just standing guard for a day would earn 2,000 crowns. Such a cushy job is not easy to come by. Especially with a big shot overseeing the protection task, it was a surefire win. Almost like picking up money for free. As Little Bai led the two to familiarize themselves with the employer's mansion, when they reached the second-floor corridor, she suddenly shrugged and lowered her head, quietly pointing with her finger at the knight standing straight on the opposite rooftop. "Did you see that? That one is said to be a level 16 great knight. For this job, the boss is paying a total of 50,000 crowns, and he alone will take 20,000. Mukong gazed at the great knight, clad in resplendent armor, whose face was hidden behind a helmet, standing motionless with a great sword in hand, and felt a strong sense of familiarity. Isn't this the knight from the black market who tested his strength against mine? Aside from the differences in armor color, everything else is identical. The young elf quickly lowered her head, thinking to herself how the members of the Dark Brotherhood ended up here, and immediately asked suspiciously, "How did Little Bai get this task?" Little Bai replied candidly, "I got it from the black market." The black market. How did you end up in the black market? As soon as Mu Kong spoke, she realized she had misspoken. As expected, Gu Feng immediately perked up her ears, her expression stern. Little Kong, how dare you go to such a place? Do you even know what kind of people are there? Hearing that tone, it seems you've been there too. And you're still a girl. Mu Kong retorted, hands on her hips. Just after she finished speaking, a light tap struck the back of her head. Gu Feng retracted her hand, her tone turning stiff. Don't bring gender into this, do you really think? You know what you're saying, right? Right. Mu Kong stuttered. Her disguise should have been perfect. Why did the elf sister seem to imply something with every word? Humph. As if to apply pressure to the little elf, Gu Feng said coldly. I forgot to tell you today, someone has been secretly investigating you within the guild management. Mu Kong was taken aback. Huh? How do you know? I've been in Golden Sand Bay for over a decade. Do I still have a few friends? Gu Feng pointed to the top of her head and squeezed the little elf's shoulder. But they warned me that this force comes from above, telling me to keep my distance from you and to think carefully about where the flaw might be or who you might have offended. Those noble lords won't easily bother with us low-level mercenaries, but if they do take it seriously, there's no escaping or hiding. That can't be, can it? Mu Kong frowned as she recalled she had only just crossed over a few days ago and remembered every segment clearly. After a long thought, she spoke uncertainly. I did rob a few noble targets while running a task before the four you saw today, but at that time I was quite far away and wearing a mask, so I shouldn't be recognized. Besides, nothing happened when I met them face to face today, right? Gu Feng, looking serious, replied. Then it's not them. Think again. Is there anyone else? No, that's all. The nobles I encountered these days are just those few, really. Mu Kong's voice turned hoarse and shrill with urgency, then suddenly flicked her eyes. Isn't Gu Feng's sister trying to scare me on purpose? Gu Feng scoffed. Scare you? Wait until you truly encounter trouble and get cleaned out. Then we'll see if you still bring gender into this. Little Bai, who had been standing by, patted her belly. Speaking of eating, I'm hungry. Shall we discuss this while we eat? Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is eating. Gu Feng, annoyed, reacted like she had swallowed poison, snapping at whoever was nearby. Little Bai answered earnestly, patting her shoulder vigorously, which in the barbarian culture signifies the ability to bear certain responsibilities. No, there's also fighting and sleeping. You. Gu Feng's veins bulged, ready to assert her authority as an elder to properly teach the two juniors a lesson, when suddenly a voice from downstairs yelled, Are you done? It's work time now. Why are you three here, idly chatting? A mercenary poked his head out, and upon seeing Gu Feng's appearance, his expression softened a bit. However, upon spotting Mu Kong beside the two ladies, his attitude hardened again. Patrolling and standing guard, ensuring the safety of the employer, or do I need to fetch the employer herself to request your presence? Mu Kong shot him a glare and said nothing as she turned to walk back inside. She was all too familiar with this tactic of leveraging authority, theoretically apart from the level 16 Great Knight standing on the rooftop. All other mercenaries were of the same level, and no one could command another. It was just that now they had been caught in a loophole, dragging the employer's powerful presence into suppressing them. As for what he hoped to gain, it was simply the right to speak within the mercenary group and those rewards. On her side, they were indeed in the wrong, and arguing would only lead to trouble. It was better to avoid confrontation. As long as she performed well when the enemy attacked, she would still receive her rewards. Let's patrol. The employer must have received some precise intelligence, knowing someone is planning to assassinate him tonight. So we all need to stay alert. It's just for one night. Gu Feng shook her head, pondering what magic could serve as a warning. But I still want to eat first. Little Bai rubbed her belly, then suddenly raised her head. Oh right. If a noble lord investigates Mu Kong's background, it might actually be a good thing. In our desert, if any girl catches the eye of a chief, she would be in for a good life. However, I never expected that the big shots outside would have such preferences. I only heard before that some priests like little boys. If that's the case, then that's fine. But I'm afraid some noble might want to keep her as a prized possession. She never pays attention anyway. Never mind, after tonight, I'll ask a few friends to see if I can find out who is digging into your background. Dark Sky Travelogue Desert Chapter. When the seventh sound of the bronze camel bell from the Red Scorpion tribe rings, the wool-felt curtain of the Sangji family shakes like a sieve. This means the chief's bride-snatching team is approaching their home with curved blades. The 12 sand camels had yet to steady themselves, and the women of the Sangji family were already laughing and singing the wedding songs more joyfully than the spices for roasting whole lambs. In the twilight, after much contemplation, a somewhat plausible conclusion emerged. The ones checking on him at the mercenary guild could very well be members of the Dark Brotherhood. Having already been hired for work, it wouldn't be unreasonable to investigate. Just for a few level 5 mercenaries, there should be at least 8,000 in Jinsha Bay. Though it was a shaky premise, there seemed to be no other possibilities. The girl shook her head, turned around, and continued patrolling the corridor on the 3rd floor of the main residence. By now it was deep into the night. If someone were to attack the employer, this would be the most perilous moment. Everyone remained alert, keeping a watchful eye on every nook and cranny of the mansion to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Everyone understood their role was merely to serve as a warning. The one who would truly engage the intruders was the armored knight, who had been standing stiffly on the roof of the side room since daybreak. No one dared to slack off, fearing they would be caught slacking and lose their bounty. Mukong also widened her eyes, scanning the corridor with her gaze from the ceiling to the floor tiles, and then to the cabinets, paintings, and ornaments, meticulously inspecting every detail. "It's so clean," she exclaimed, shaking her head in amazement. As time accumulated, the experiences of the original owner regarding assessing the value of items began to resurface, allowing her to appreciate the decorations along this corridor. The employer must have gathered all the valuable items before the mercenaries arrived, leaving behind only things not for a few thousand crowns worth of items. If they were discovered, it would be a minor issue to be jailed, but losing the mercenaries' credibility and being unable to engage in such work again would be a serious matter. The night was relatively quiet, and this area was a wealthy district on the Jinsha Bay Highlands with significant distances between houses and surrounded by spacious parks. With elven hearing, one could hear many trivial sounds if they closed their eyes and listened attentively. Mukong could even hear the employer's wife softly comforting the children. She had seen the employer's one son and two daughters, all adorably chubby and lovely. The youngest was only 13 months old and called out daddy to everyone, amusing a group of mercenaries who burst into laughter. During the day, the child had thought that so many uncles and aunts were there as guests. Now they vaguely sensed that something was off, unable to sleep soundly and crying heart-wrenchingly. After coaxing the child to sleep, the mother quietly discussed something with the employer, occasionally letting out a long, distressed sigh. "So who exactly wants to kill the boss?" Mukong let out a short sigh, echoing the employer's wife's question. This was merely a businessman dealing in building materials, honest and upright. Even the news of his bounty was something the Dark Brotherhood had learned from an unknown source and came to inform him. Time was pressing, and there was no time to go through the complicated processes at the guild to find someone to protect himself. He could only rely on the Dark Brotherhood. The Brotherhood acted quickly, gathering such a large group of people in a short time, even providing the exact time the attackers would arrive. Tonight. Mukong's long ears twitched slightly as she looked warily out the window. It wasn't just her. All the mercenaries turned to look. At the entrance of the employer's estate, 4 mercenaries clad in shiny armor strode in. One wielded a sword and shield, another a spear, one used a staff, and the last brandished a mace and hand crossbow. They were the noble young masters and mistresses who had come to experience mercenary life. Mukong furrowed her brow tightly. How could they take on a killing job? "Come out, you sure we're here to kill you?" The leading young man remained arrogant, shouting loudly, disregarding the mercenaries closing in on him, and strode forward. "You sure" was the employer's name. The mercenaries chuckled in disbelief. A killer this arrogant was truly a rarity. They slowly spread out to encircle the 4, and soon the level 16 knight came crashing down with his great sword, everything unfolding as expected. Everyone was just waiting to beat down a cornered dog. However, moments later, the knight was actually pushed back several meters by the 4. Wally rested his sword on his shield, staring coldly at the knight whose armor had been slashed open, and sneered, "Humph," aiding the tyrant. This was not only because the few individuals were strong, but also largely due to the disparity in equipment. From top to bottom, from headbands to weapons, they had magical gear, even on their socks. In contrast, although the knight was stronger, he was not at a level of overwhelming dominance, and he was greatly outclassed in equipment. Additionally, it was normal for him to be outnumbered. Everyone charged in together. The white meteor suddenly yelled to the sky, then bizarrely shouted, and swung his large axe, leading the charge towards the 4. The other mercenaries reacted as well, following suit, and attacking together except for Mukong. She quietly slipped away from behind the group of mercenaries and returned to the main residence. She clearly remembered that the mercenary group of these 4 nobles consisted of more than just 4 people. The principle of 2 fists can't defeat 4 hands still applied, and in a situation where everyone fought side by side, it was enough to withstand the 4 noble young masters, even surpassing them in strength. However, the mercenaries were hesitant, fearing they might accidentally injure the 4. Everyone could tell these were not ordinary noble children. If they were truly hurt, it would be a matter they could not walk away from. A few thousand crowns in wages was not worth risking their lives. Just blocking them would suffice. In the meantime, a goat-bearded thief silently climbed through the 3rd-floor window, quickly moving down the corridor, occasionally stopping to listen carefully for the target's location. The sounds of battle outside were loud enough to cover his movements. Bang, buzz. A burst of glass-like magic suddenly spread from beneath his feet, the piercing buzzing and the shockwave from the sonic explosion momentarily disorienting him, but in a reflexive instinct, he still pushed forward, curling his body and scattering several flying daggers like a rain of flowers, dodging possible attacks while attempting to repel the assailants. The flying daggers lacked precision. The one closest to Mukong merely grazed her thigh. Yet the girl's dagger struck like a viper, sinking into the assassin's right arm. Utilizing the momentum from her opponent's forward roll, she kicked off a side shelf in the corridor, sending herself flying backwards, widening the wound. The scent of blood quickly spread. Mukong fought to suppress her instinct to lick the dagger with her tongue, pulling her mind back from the haze, and just before landing throughout the smoke spell she had long prepared. The goat-bearded thief was unable to see, but remained calm. Now everyone could no longer see each other while the opponent's strength was slightly inferior to his own. Under the cover of magical traps and sneak attacks, he had only sustained an injury to one arm. In a direct confrontation, he was absolutely no match for himself. Thus the most pressing matter was to create conditions for a direct confrontation. With a single thought, the goat-bearded man charged towards the remembered location of the window amidst the smoke. As long as he could leap outside, he could regain control of the situation. However, just halfway through his jump, a blade pressed against his neck. A single more step forward would sever his throat. "You lost, give up." A hoarse young voice came from beside him, sounding very familiar. "You've lost, surrender now." A hoarse youthful voice sounded beside him, eerily familiar. Among mercenaries, an unwritten code governed conflict. When rival contracts forced combat, the victor could spare the loser's life, provided the defeated party formally renounced their mission and adhered strictly to that vow. In addition, the victor held the right to claim one trophy. Merc Sky's dagger flicked lightly, severing the fine cord around his neck and catching the key that had hung from it. Faint magical resonance clung to the key. It was unmistakably a magical artifact. Goatbeard winced in visible anguish, but dutifully explained, "This key bears the greater unlocking art. Insert it into any lock, and it will open any arcane lock sealed by spells of 6th circle or lower. It may be used only once per week." Rules were rules. To break his word would mean the dagger still pressed against his throat, slicing through flesh in the next heartbeat. Humph. Not bad. Merc Sky withdrew her weapon with evident satisfaction, yet remained poised in guarded readiness, nodding curtly toward the exit. "Leave. It's you." Goatbeard lifted his head and instantly recognized the lithe elven thief who earlier that day at the mercenary guild had declined to join the expedition led by the 4 young nobles, perhaps out of aloofness or perhaps mere self-regard. He'd even mocked the elf's apparent misstep at the time. Disbelief knotted in his gut. He peered left and right down the corridor where the smoke had thinned considerably. No one else in sight. Only then, with profound reluctance, did he accept the truth: this slender elf had bested him alone. The tide surges ever forward. The younger generation eclipses the old. He sighed wistfully, casting one last lingering glance at the magical key in the girl's hand. "Use it well. This trinket has been my companion for years." Merc Sky closed her palm over the key, shielding it from his gaze, and gestured subtly with the tip of her dagger. "Go now." Emerging from the corridor's confined space, the scent of blood should logically have faded, but instead it grew richer, sharper, intoxicatingly potent within her nostrils. She feared that if this bleeding thief lingered any longer, she might hurl herself upon him, desperate, feral, willing to die for the kill. And then victory or defeat would hang in brutal, uncertain balance. Goatbeard turned and departed. Merc Sky held her dagger before her eyes, the blade's crimson streaks still wet, blooming across the steel like dark scarlet blossoms. The girl clenched her jaw, suppressing the urge to taste the blood upon the edge, and slid the weapon firmly back into its sheath. Something was profoundly wrong with this body. Terribly, dangerously wrong. Outside the manor, the battle had already concluded. The 4 nobles, seeing their rogue companion depart, knew their plan had collapsed and ceased fighting outright. The mercenaries too saw no reason to harm them further, and instead took up positions of tense standoff. "You mercenary scum, enablers of tyranny, stand your ground. I'll return with troops and raise your ranks to dust," shouted the noble youth leading the group. The mercenaries' faces fell ashen. They'd merely fulfilled a contract. What grave crime had they committed? Merc Sky tilted her chin upward and called out clear and sharp, "How are we enablers of tyranny? By what right do you seek to execute our employer?" "Huh. You've heard of the lich sorcerer recently sighted in Golden Sands Bay? Well, he is that very lich." The noble youth's declaration stunned the assembly. Then with theatrical flourish he leveled his sword toward the merchant peering from the window. "I grant you common folk clemency. You were misled. Repent, join me in slaying him, and not only shall you be absolved, but rewarded." Huh. A colossal question mark hovered above every mercenary's head. What on earth was happening? "You've mistaken someone, surely." Merc Sky, equally bewildered, glanced at her employer, whose expression mirrored utter confusion. Emboldened, she raised her voice. "Don't you have a priest among you? Cast a detection spell, then verify for yourselves." Noble youth Vala, possessing both superior strength and sharper vision, also observed the merchant's blank stare, and peering through the window caught sight of the women and children standing behind him. His certainty wavered. He exchanged a silent, searching look with his companions. Vala's friend priest Le, the second son of Golden Sands Bay's defense minister, began channeling his entire reserves of magical energy into a wide-area undead detection. A shimmering white membrane expanded swiftly, piercing walls, buildings, soil, and bedrock alike, scouring not only the immediate surroundings and all present beings, but also vast subterranean depths. Nothing occurred. The merchant remained baffled. The mercenaries stifled laughter. Vala's face flushed from pallid green to deep crimson, and finally a livid violet. He stared at his three equally stunned friends, paused, then barked retreat. He led the way, striding off with forced dignity, only to break into a hurried run, deliberately ignoring the mercenaries' booming, unrestrained laughter echoing behind him. Merchant Yushir, recognizing the crisis had passed, stepped to the manor's threshold and chuckled amiably at him. "Gentlemen, please cease your mirth. Youthful naivety is understandable, especially among earnest, sheltered nobles." Though spoken lightly, all sensed the truth beneath this was far more complicated than it appeared. For young nobles might be inexperienced, but they were hardly fools. How then had they been collectively deceived into becoming pawns? And why deploy so flimsy a lie, one easily dismantled with a single glance? Who could Yushir, an unassuming, affable merchant, possibly have angered? And how had the Shadow Brotherhood known the precise moment of attack, and even warned the employer in advance? Riddle followed riddle, each answer elusive, each thread impossible to grasp. Keen minds began sensing they'd been drawn unwittingly into a vast shadowed conspiracy, with no foothold, no handle, no light to guide them. Yushir set aside his doubts for now, smiling warmly at the assembled mercenaries. "Great Knight Ren bore the brunt of the defense, so I propose the 10th Sand Crown reward be distributed thus: 500 crowns apiece for the 9 participating mercenaries, and 5,500 crowns for Sir Ren. Does this sound fair? Though dawn had yet to break, I ask you all to remain vigilant until the final watch, lest some unforeseen threat." "Wait." It was Ren's first utterance before the gathering. His voice, muffled yet resonant within his iron helm, carried immense weight. He pointed toward the elven robe still dangling outside the window. "What of his share?" Instantly a mercenary piped up. "I saw him chatting with 2 others earlier today." "Huh." Yushir had already been reluctant, and this remark made him even less inclined to part with coin. Hadn't the elf shirked duty all day? He hadn't joined the fight at all, fled the moment battle erupted, and contributed nothing but 2 shouted lines at the very end. What merit could he possibly claim? Ren smiled faintly. "Without him your entire family would be dead." "He's bleeding," another mercenary cried out in alarm. Understanding dawned across the group like lightning. Those 4 noble boys were merely a distraction, while others launched the real assault. The same mercenary who'd reported the elf earlier hastily revised his statement. Of course, he wasn't idle. Such a seasoned rogue wouldn't slack off. He and his companions were surely coordinating defensive measures. That's how he intercepted the intruders. So that's how it was. Yushir leaned out the window, gazing directly at the elf still suspended by one hand from the wall. At such close range, he saw clearly something was deeply amiss with the young elf. The gaze fixed upon him wasn't merely wary. It burned with raw, undiluted malice. Tangible. Chilling. Yushir shuddered involuntarily, and quickly offered, "I'll give you an additional 3,000 crown bonus. My sincere gratitude." "Agreed." His tone had shifted entirely, to negotiation. At this proximity, if the elf truly meant to kill him, neither Ren nor anyone else could intervene in time. Merc Sky, startled from her trance-like fixation on the blood scent by the sudden windfall, fought hard to suppress the rising tide of slaughter instinct, and found herself grinning almost uncontrollably. 5,000 crowns. Blood-rich, blood-earned, blood-glorious. Fortune had just struck. Originally, Mukong was worried that these 4 naive noble gentlemen were being deceived to serve as a diversion, while the real assassin was someone else. However, reality proved her to be overly cautious. Until noon the next day, when the agreed protection time ended, no one came to the door. Mukong ultimately suppressed the desire for slaughter within her. The method was quite simple. She only needed to leave the battlefield that reeked of blood. Hiding in the corner of the manor, she took deep breaths and thought of other matters to distract herself. In no time, she returned to normal. It was just that akin to an extremely weary person drinking Red Bull and coffee. Although she felt the urge to kill had dissipated, there was still a lingering bloody scent, like a volcano about to erupt beneath the sea, hidden deep within her breath. This made her decline the employer Yushir's suggestion of holding a small gathering to thank the mercenaries for their assistance after the contract time ended. After bidding farewell to Gu Feng and the White Meteor, she set off alone on her way home. She needed to get some sleep quickly. She believed it was likely due to the overnight vigil without rest. The employer's home was located in the wealthiest part of the inner city of Golden Sands Bay, far from Mukong's home, near the city gate, nearly spanning the entire city. She had no money and no place to keep a horse or any mount, and hiring a carriage was out of the question. She had inquired about the price, which was 300 crowns just to get from the employer's home to hers. It was better to just rob someone. Moreover, the speed wouldn't be much faster. Mukong might as well jog her way back, which would also serve as a form of exercise. By the time she reached home, the sky had already darkened. She casually bought a portion of fried pancakes from a snack shop at the end of the street, eating while leisurely strolling home. This area was relatively poor in the city. The fried pancakes were not very delicately made, lacking even a box, merely wrapped in a paper bag, but the portion was substantial. Typically one could heat it with magic the next morning and still have enough for another meal. It wasn't that Mukong was frugal, though, but she simply found it too bothersome to go out hunting for food early in the morning. In the narrow alley, a girl replenishing her energy with food was stopped by a figure leaning against the wall who hesitated for a moment, as if contemplating his lines before joyfully exclaiming, "Hey, it's you." The excitement was palpable and thick, not feigned at all. There was even a hint of a sob in his voice. Mukong lifted her eyelids and greeted him calmly. She had already spotted the familiar figure leaning against the wall, but while intentionally ignoring him, her mind raced to figure out how he had found her. She didn't believe in coincidences. This was clearly a man-made encounter. Sheehan stammered, his face turning red as he spoke. What a coincidence. Puffed. Mukong chuckled teasingly. What's the truth? This guy was indeed not very good at lying. The truth is I asked a lot of people to help me find your address. Sheehan knew he had already exposed himself, so he simply laid the truth bare, adding his long-held feelings. I miss your mother. Mukong sidestepped the half-elf and continued walking home. She knew he would definitely follow her. However, if she directly invited him, wouldn't that be too degrading for herself? Indeed, she heard light footsteps behind her as Sheehan hurriedly caught up, but his first words were not what she expected. Instead, he stammered a plea. Could you not curse? I just did. If you like it, listen. If you don't, then roll. The stubborn girl refused to turn around, reaching her doorstep, unlocking the door, and waving her head. Come in. It wasn't that she had to curse, but facing someone she had once mutually assisted, she truly didn't know how to converse in a normal tone. She did. This wasn't just a good buddy, this was a true friend. The kind that had crossed swords together. Sheehan fell silent. Standing outside the door, he suddenly felt a rush of heat, and adjusted his very ordinary mage attire before stepping over the threshold. As soon as he entered, a sword was pointed at his nose. So, it was you who investigated me at the mercenary guild? It wasn't me. Sheehan instinctively shook his head, but quickly nodded. It should be someone I asked for help. So your family has power and money? Mukong continued to inquire, rubbing the sword hilt, while struggling to suppress the inexplicable murderous intent that had resurfaced. Fortunately, the murderous intent was not strong. It merely prompted her to seek weapons which she could easily suppress, shifting her thoughts back to the current situation. She clearly remembered Gu Feng saying that the forces investigating her came from above. Although the Mercenary Guild was nominally a civilian organization, it had long been controlled by the imperial government and held a significant status. To be able to investigate people within the guild, one must at least have some small authority. Sheehan answered truthfully, I have. A bit. I heard my father is in charge of logistics. Heard? You don't even know your own family's affairs. I can hardly see my father, and my relationship with the rest of my family isn't very good. Sheehan paused, knowing what the girl was about to ask next, and simply answered, first, I still used military merits to ask someone to help me find you. Oh, is that so? Mukong tugged at her collar, realizing her palm holding the sword was full of sweat and the room was stifling hot. So she retracted the sword and tossed it into the corner. The reason she had threatened him with the sword was partly due to the sudden surge of murderous intent, and partly because he had meddled in her affairs, causing her unnecessary worry, which deserved some punishment. She had noticed that the girl's home was cluttered with various weapons, and the shelves were filled with combat-related trinkets. Just as he was about to marvel at how this was indeed a mercenary's home, he saw the girl gesture towards the ladder go up. Sheehan could vaguely see that above was a bedroom. Looking at the girl again, he noticed she didn't seem quite right. Her eyes were red, her breathing became rapid and shallow, and there was fine sweat on the fur of her ears. Sheehan suddenly felt a bit of anticipation. Once they reached the second floor, realizing there was nowhere to sit, he could only sit on the bed, where he then heard a third sound apart from his own heartbeat and the girl's movements on the ladder. From the diagonal direction outside the window came the sound of flirtatious banter carried on the throats of the service maids of the Full Moon Pavilion, extremely indulgent. At this moment, it was the working hours of the maids at the Full Moon Pavilion. Since Mukong had entered this alley, her keen hearing had already captured these sounds, and the latent desire for slaughter, which had been hidden and not fully expressed, also resurfaced during the conversation, quietly transforming into another kind of desire. It was just like the time after she had killed members of the Viper gang and returned home. Mukong climbed to the second floor, standing by the window, looking down at the half-elf who appeared very reserved, yet was filled with expectation, unfastening the buttons of his leather armor and simply ordering, take it off. What, have you never seen this before? Hurry up. Mukong began to remove the trinkets from her belt. She remembered that when she had just crossed over in the encircled outpost by the beastmen, their dialogue and actions were nearly identical to what was happening now, with hardly any changes. After all, she didn't know why she suddenly wanted to go all out. Since Sheehan was here, and they had previously engaged in pleasant exchanges, why not do it again? She had heard that this thing became easier with experience. It wasn't embarrassing, right? Not embarrassing. Thus, training the body of clan members who can only cast magic is an extremely important exercise, often accompanied by encouraging slogans or phrases that trigger a sense of shame, such as close your eyes and don't overthink it, just keep charging forward. Sweat more in practice, bleed less in battle. Move it, haven't you had enough to eat? Do you want my leftover fried pancakes? Hey, are you really eating? Stop using meals as an excuse to rest, keep going. Hurry up, you useless one. Listen to the guests at the full moon pavilion. You can't be worse than those with big bellies, can you? 1 2 3 4 2 2 3 4 3 2 3 4 4 2 3 4 once more. Where to stretch your hands. Hands on your hips. Your own hips. Maintain your breathing rhythm. Think of something fun. Don't focus on down there. Look to the future. Is this not? You're really struggling. How about using some magic assistance? Tisk 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 tsk. Don't lose heart. This isn't a matter of stamina. Just practice more regularly. You'll be as strong as me sooner or later. Mukong threw a towel at the trainee. Wipe your sweat. Look at you, too weak. Don't just sit around. It's good to walk a few more steps in your spare time. Sean's pride and body suffered a double blow. He couldn't hold his head up now, especially when it came to his pride. He lowered his head, pressing the slightly damp towel against his face, trying to hide his flushed and embarrassed expression. Why is she like this? Are all mercenaries like this? So vulgar. Wait. No way. Sean lifted the towel, pinching the edge with 2 fingers to pull it away. What is that smell? What did you use it for? Although he could guess quite accurately from the familiar smell, he still held a sliver of hope that he might hear a different answer from the girl. Mukong shattered his fantasies. What are you ashamed of yourself? After wiping, go find a basin and wash properly. I usually use it to wipe my leather armor. That's all, nothing else. Sean was sure that it definitely didn't smell like leather armor. Then it must be. He watched the girl deftly pull up her pants and fasten her belt, while her upper body had not moved at all from the start, not even removing the pockets that contained small tools. Sean felt something was very wrong, physically and psychologically, but he dared not resist this girl who had already had countless first and second encounters with him and could only timidly ask, "Is there a place to wash my face?" From both parties' performances afterward, he felt he wasn't the one taking advantage. The toilet downstairs, find a basin yourself. Mukong pointed the way for him and reminded, "Save some water for me, water costs are high now, and first you give me the rag before washing your face." But doesn't that make it dirtier? Mukong widened her eyes. What do you mean? That rag is still going to wipe my leather armor later. If it picks up a smell, how will my colleagues see me? Don't let others think I'm gay behind my back. Alright then. Sean felt troubled that his face was less important than a rag in the girl's eyes, but after being hit multiple times in a short time, he had developed some resistance, quickly gathering his spirits to demand, "Can I wash my face with a basin of water?" after tossing the rag. A basin of water costs 50 crowns. After asking for an exorbitant price, Mukong regretted it. Just for water. The lowest service made at the Full Moon Pavilion across the street still charges 198, so I should be worth at least 80, right? Sean hesitated for a moment, then grinned sadly. How about I change for half a basin of water and give you 20? This time it was Mukong's turn to be puzzled. Aren't you the child of a noble family? Why are you haggling over 50 crowns? Are you a stingy miser? Then why didn't you hold it in a little longer, just now? The impact of the words was too great. Sean held it in for a while this time, before he weakly explained, "My family never gives me pocket money. I have to earn military achievements at the front lines to exchange for it. The money I get isn't much. Most of it is for living expenses, and the rest goes to treat my grandmother's illness." Upon hearing this, Mukong immediately imagined a family power struggle drama, and waved her hand disinterestedly. "So go ahead. I was thinking of leveraging your family's connections to find a few good jobs, and earn some more, but it seems that's impossible now. You can't even manage yourself." "Yes," Sean replied softly. Being a bastard, his relationship with the family was indeed poor, but after thinking it over, he still made a promise. "I will try to find some good jobs for you. Remember, more money, less work, short time, and safety." Got it. Even without hope, Mukong still reminded him what. Watching the boy nod seriously, she climbed down the ladder and covered her abdomen as she sat back on the bed. "Damn, my stomach hurts." The second time still wasn't very pleasant. In fact, she regretted it a bit halfway through, but just a little bit. Unlike the last time on the battlefield, this pain felt like peeling off the dry scabs of a wound. Though painful, she kept wanting to peel off another piece to overwrite the previous pain. Once everything was exposed, she felt it wasn't that meaningful after all. She didn't even know why she had such an interest, and was actually the one to propose it. Could it be that this guy has the physique of Liu Bei, actually a Han charm demon? Sean, having found the narrow door to the toilet downstairs, poured water to wash his face. The cold water shocked him awake, allowing him to gradually calm down and start reflecting on the details of what just happened. Actually, halfway through, he could see the girl's brow frequently furrowing. It must have hurt a lot, right? But this was like the first outdoor swimming lesson at the Magic Academy in childhood. Even though he knew his mother had brought him a pair of flower-patterned swim trunks, and even knowing he would be laughed at by his classmates, he still forced himself to attend the class. There were still over a dozen female classmates in the class. The result was just like now, being humiliated thoroughly and having to secretly hide away to lick his emotional wounds. But the difference was that his Mukong was more beautiful than all the other girls combined, and she was uniquely his. Thinking of this, Sean poked his head out of the toilet and called up, "So what is our relationship now?" At most we're comrades in arms. What relationship is there? The unique husky voice of the girl came from upstairs. Don't overthink it, we are just using each other. If you're not happy, then forget it. The heartless answer made Sean's heart skip a beat, feeling as if the world was collapsing. After a moment, he gathered his courage again. How about I treat you to dinner tomorrow? What a load of crap with your little money. What good food can you get? Mukong scoffed, feeling that all the money he had combined was less than her pocket change. We can eat at the military camp. Tomorrow is the day for the wealthy merchants in the city to treat the soldiers. There will be plenty of good food. Plus, I have a decent relationship with the military department. We can get officer-level meals. Due to the three sides of Golden Sand Bay being surrounded by water with only one side having a city wall, the military camp was directly established against the city wall extending widely. At this moment, Mukong followed Xian into a seemingly specially chosen camp, and from afar, she saw a variety of delicious food laid out on an open-air dining table. She quickly explained, don't think too much, I'm really not here just for the food. I'm mainly looking to see if there are opportunities to make some money here. In fact, if she really wanted to eat delicious food with her current savings, she could easily set up a feast for herself with the rugged food suitable for soldiers like grilled meat and roasted goose. Her main purpose was still to see if she could find a relatively easy part-time job in the military. Her brother had boasted about being able to dine with officers, and if it were true, then there was a chance to negotiate. If it were false, it wouldn't hurt to snag a free meal. Xian nodded repeatedly without giving it much thought. In any case, he believed what this little sprite said, and he simply wanted to be by the girl's side, without any other motives. Such military banquets are held approximately every 10 days to half a month, some small, some large. This one is quite considerable, Xian introduced as he led the way, hoping to avoid an awkward silence. The effect is quite good, significantly boosting morale. That really is extravagant, Mukong responded, picking up a bunch of fruit resembling grapes from the deserted. Although she did not eat much, she needed to consume a large amount of fruit to supplement her nutrients, otherwise she would develop a strange illness known as the disease of no desire, ultimately turning into a tree, much like how earth spirits require stimulation. Perhaps this is the consequence of the elven race not having a menstrual cycle. Fruits outside the forest are usually quite expensive, which is also why many elves live in or around the forest. It's okay now that land and sea are open, business continues as usual. For wealthy merchants, this amount of money is merely a drop in the bucket, and besides, the soldiers are also protecting their property, aren't they? Xian pointed toward the roughly constructed wooden huts inside, saying, these are for the soldiers, we can go to the officers' side for something better. Mukong followed his suggestion, looking around, but there are so few people here. Aside from a few stationed at the entrance, she only saw about 17 or 18 soldiers huddled around a bonfire grilling meat and chatting. It didn't look like a military camp. Seeing his beloved take the initiative to ask, Xian hurriedly explained, almost most of the people are at the frontline outposts. Those who eat here will have to go back and rotate with the others. This camp only has about 80 people in total. Mukong immediately understood. So only a quarter of the people were resting while the majority remained vigilant to prevent being ambushed by beastmen. The upper command was indeed quite cautious. As for the number of personnel, it was not surprising. This was a different world with different gravity and abundant magical energy. Even the most ordinary soldiers were physically stronger and more combat capable than martial artists from the real world. Each one could compete in the UFC. Therefore, 80 or so soldiers were enough to guard a watchtower and a section of the city wall, and with the presence of magic support, was also quite convenient. The warriors guarding Golden Sand Bay added up to just over 20,000, along with more than 10,000 mercenaries that could be mobilized in emergencies, forming the entire defense system. Hey Xian, did you bring a friend? A voice called out from the side. A person dressed in an officer's uniform walked out from behind the fence, holding a plate that was still glistening with water from having just been washed. Without waiting for Xian to respond, he handed the plate over. Help me take this inside. I won't go in, or I have to go to the frontline outpost for a shift. Xian awkwardly took the plate, watching as the officer casually pinched his shoulder and turned to leave, only leaving his back. He quietly explained, she is my friend. Save it up, people don't care who you bring. If you brought a girl, they'd probably applaud and cheer you on. Mukong grabbed hold of the young man, who wanted to explain himself. Xian looked at the elven girl, who was dressed in men's clothing, and whose true gender could hardly be discerned without undressing. He felt a desire to correct her earlier nonsense, but when the words reached his mouth, he mustered the courage several times, but still held back. Forget it, as she was probably pretending to say that on purpose. Although no one was around, maintaining the character was essential for a good actor. After comforting himself, he led the way into the main building with the officer's plate. As his gaze swept across the room, he suddenly froze, then attempted to push the girl who was following him out. Mukong was unmoved, boldly walking straight into the room, without even slowing down. Who do you think you are, a mere secondary mage to block a warrior? Then she saw the scene inside the barracks, 4 men and 6 women with at least one scantily dressed woman beside. For the elven race, you're still too young. This is for your own good. A graybeard old man chuckled heartily, knowingly asking, "Are you Xian's friend?" He was not polite at all regarding Xian's obstruction. If not a friend, what else could she be? Mukong perfunctorily nodded, her eyes scanning the few courtesans, and ultimately confirming a sad fact: she had no interest in these bodies whatsoever. Ha ha, the little sprite looks mesmerized. Another sergeant laughed heartily, casually pulling out a chair for the two to sit down, then asked Xian, "How did you two meet?" "We were assigned to the same outpost on the battlefield." Xian's explanation was brief, his face already flushed to the roots of his ears, and he did not sit down. He was not blushing from seeing the daring women in front of him. These combined were nothing compared to the little sprite, but rather from the shame of letting the girl see such a scene. "By the way, Mukong." Xian quickly turned his head, discovering that the little sprite was staring more intently than he was, causing his face to turn even redder and even take on a purplish hue. "So pure. It's obvious she's a virgin." The others laughed even more heartily. At the same time, they looked down even more on the little sprite beside Xian. Just because they were assigned to the same outpost and exchanged a few words, she could become friends with a promising young sixth-ring mage. It was truly a stroke of luck. Xian was also a man, how could he endure such slander? He quickly retorted, "I'm not a virgin." Aye. The old man with the white beard raised his chin. "It's okay, boast boldly. Whatever you say, we will pretend to believe it, even if you say you've been with an elf." Aye, really. The more he spoke, the more nervous he became. "Enough, let's go." Mukong pulled Xian's arm and pushed him out the door. "They'll find you two courtesans to lose your virginity. Don't worry, he'll pay you, poor thing." The situation in the barracks was no longer suitable for discussing work, and seeing Xian's timid and inexperienced demeanor left her speechless, so it was just right to give him some training. Consider it an investment. Seeing how familiar these officers were with Xian, he should have some status in the military, so building a good relationship would be beneficial for getting him to help her find work in the future. Hey, you, I just. Don't stutter." Hearing the voices of the two fade away outside the barracks, the officers exchanged glances and smiled, their disdain growing. It seemed this little sprite had indeed used money to win over Xian. What a despicable tactic. Even as an illegitimate child from a prominent family, she wouldn't lack for money. Hiss, but it seems like that is indeed the case. Should I also consider it an investment in the future? The 7th volume of the Teachings of the Daywalker, page 156, recorded by Mukong the Daywalker. When marrying a wife, choose someone simple who hasn't seen much of the world, easy to handle, and convenient to shape their character from scratch. "I can't go, I must not go. This is a test for me. I must hold on, not move an inch. Not even half a step. Or even 2 or 5 steps. He resisted with all his might. Mukong pulled him along, inching forward. Come on, it'll pay to broaden your horizons, and I want to see it too." In front was a carriage serving the maidens adorned with flowers, thus earning a very enticing name, the flower. Since they were roaming the streets, the maidens inside the carriage were given a title, the Wandering Maidens. Today was the day for the wealthy merchants in the city to reward the army, so the flower carriages gathered outside the military camp, and the Wandering Maidens couldn't help but cover their mouths and giggle at the two boys pushing and shoving nearby. They had seen many novices like this. Xian also felt the gazes coming from inside the carriage, his face turning purple and showing signs of turning black. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he bit his cheek to suppress his strength, firmly grasped a railing, and shouted decisively, "I won't go." This was the first time he had shouted with such force. Mukong immediately halted her actions. She was still quite measured. Somewhat measured as she saw the young man was about to get angry, she didn't press further. "If you don't want to go, then don't. Why are you shouting? So many people are looking, how embarrassing." But she still had to play the villain first. However, her tone was significantly softer. That's how dialogues go. When one side is strong, the other must lower their stance appropriately, otherwise both sides will end up in a stalemate and part ways unhappily. Unexpectedly, Xian was even softer than her, his voice barely audible. "Then let's leave quickly." It seemed that the earlier shout had exhausted all his strength and courage. Let's go. Mukong turned around, sighed. "I'm doing this for your own good." This young man's experience was not much more than that of a novice. Although he had tried it twice here, what could he really experience? He wasn't allowed to touch, and there was no movement. The area he could see was so small. It was more accurate to say he was being used rather than he was taking advantage. Certainly not as rich in color, fragrance, and flavor as the flower carriage. If these two impulsive incidents led him to develop some misunderstanding and resulted in a lifetime of unrequited love, that would truly be a grave sin. Just as she turned around, she saw that noble young master from before heading towards the military camp. Without the 3 companions of seemingly lower status, he no longer wore the striking golden armor, and even his shield had been replaced with a regular one, yet his sword still gleamed brightly, unable to be hidden even in its sheath. Well, he also spotted the elf. He didn't see her first, but heard Zion's loud shout, curiously glanced over, and just happened to see the elf he had met yesterday, who had left a deep impression on him. Then he took another look at the direction the two were heading. Humph, he shook his head sneering really. As he laughed he approached the two and during the walk his sneer turned into a forced smile. We meet again, thief. Mukong also nervously greeted, "Akaf hi," fearing that the other party would recognize her as the one who had stolen their target. Xian immediately became nervous, scanning back and forth between the two. Wally ignored him and nodded at the elf. "The moment I saw you at the mercenary guild, I thought you were remarkable. Indeed, you managed to defeat the assassin I recruited with your weaker skills, causing the entire plan to fail. Thankfully it turned out this way, or I would have made a grave mistake." Seeing that he seemed not to recognize her, Mukong grew bolder, also considering that she desperately needed money to purchase philosopher's stones. Her confidence began to grow. In our forest, we generally don't come empty-handed when expressing gratitude. This was definitely the scion of a great noble. Just a sprinkle of his wealth would be enough for her to prosper. "I didn't plan to thank you." After allowing the awkwardness in the air to linger for a moment, Wally spoke again. "May I ask what is your name?" "White Meteor," Mukong answered without even thinking. "Are you kidding me?" Wally had never encountered anyone speaking to him in such a manner since childhood. Feeling insulted, he grasped the sword hilt and took a step forward. "Is this really an elf's name?" Elf names only have 2 characters, while surnames consist of 3 characters. Xian also stepped forward half a step, subtly shielding the girl, his fingers curling around a flame. Then unexpectedly he was pushed back by an ally. Mukong shot him a glare. "You useless trash, just knows how to cause trouble and get killed. Do you even know how strong this guy is? He's already level 10 without equipment. Besides, he was just pretending. How could he genuinely attack?" After finishing her disdainful thoughts, she conveniently answered Wallace's question. "Meteor, my name is Meteor." It sounded so perfunctory. Wally cursed in his heart. Wasn't that just picking the last 2 characters from the However, pseudonyms do have their patterns. Meteor resembles names from the elf families of the Star Readers or Moon Wanderers, both of which are located in Emerald Bay. I can look into this later. As for whether this would waste human resources, serving this young master is the only purpose of those servants in their lives. How could it be a waste? After scolding, he returned to the main topic, his tone more serious and colder than before. "It seems that Mr. Meteor is unwilling to accept my recruitment." He emphasized the words Meteor. Since even the name is fake, he likely wouldn't want to become his subordinate. Mukong couldn't be bothered to respond and directly gestured dismissively. Although following a great noble would definitely yield more profits, she firstly feared being recognized and retaliated against, and secondly, she genuinely didn't want to follow such an arrogant person. Xian felt a bit pleased inside. It seemed the little elf really liked him. Well, I think we'll meet again." Wally turned around, not wanting to waste more words with the one who insulted him. "By the way, my name is Wally. This is my real name, unlike you, who gives a fake name." "Take care, young master." Mukong waved politely. Once Wally walked far away, Zion's face turned displeased, and his tone grew firm. "Do you know him?" "I had dealings with him when I was a mercenary," Mukong curiously asked. "Hey, who is he? What does his family do?" "I don't know." "You don't know?" Mukong almost laughed. "Aren't you a noble? How can you not recognize him? From the looks of him, it seems like everyone in the world should know him." Xian felt very wronged. "I'm just a bastard. It's already good enough to have a place to stay from the wind and rain. I haven't even recognized my own family. How could I possibly know who he is?" Well, forget it. Mukong increasingly felt that this second-ring little mage was useless, probably even below the status of a steward in his family, and doubted he could be of any help. She shook her head. "I'll go to the guild to see if there's any work available. What about you?" This was already a veiled way of asking him to leave. After all, being around someone he had dueled with, and that too twice, felt quite awkward over time. This person had ulterior motives towards her, unaware that this relationship should be adjusted to meet each other's needs. Xian, completely oblivious to the girl's intentions, nodded repeatedly. "All right, then I'll go with you to take a look. The little elf must be inviting me, right? It must be like that, right?" However, just as his heart was filled with joy, it was immediately dealt a devastating blow. "I'm asking you to find something to do, don't just follow me. Don't you have a job? If not, go to the military and see if you can help me find some work." As the sun was about to set, the mercenary guild was open around the clock, but there were not many people present at this time. Few would seek work at such an hour, as the night would hinder many types of tasks from proceeding. However, for Mukong it was different. Her need for money was immense. Having already obtained leads on purchasing the philosopher's stone, she naturally hoped to submit her entire share for the year as soon as possible to avoid prolonged uncertainties. If possible, she wanted to stockpile a bit more while the war was still ongoing. Otherwise, once the human and beast races reached a truce, or if the conflict became less intense, the price of the philosopher's stone would immediately soar. By then, not to mention thousands of crowns, even tens of thousands might not suffice. This might also be one of the traps of the demon contract. War could not last forever, but the philosopher's stone had to be submitted for a lifetime. Thus, those who had signed contracts with demons during the war era, due to the instability of the world barrier, either had to earn money desperately, or even rob the philosopher's stones from other demon apostles, or directly kill each other to reduce competitors. or they would take another path, finding ways to reignite the war. Regardless of the option, it would only lead to more chaos in the world, making it easier for Hell to invade the main plane. Therefore, it was imperative to find a way to end the contracts. But not now, as she lacked the strength and was no different from those who actively sought out demons, hoping to enhance herself through contracts. Thus, continuously making money without a moment's pause, and ensuring that she could not slack off was the most urgent matter at hand. As soon as she walked into the guild, a mercenary stationed at the entrance greeted her, back for work again. You seem to be working hard lately. Excluding the lower-end mercenaries who sought out trivial tasks, those like Mu Kong with a bit of strength engaged in life-threatening work. Even if she ensured that the tasks were within her capability and approached them with overwhelming strength, there was still no guarantee of avoiding mishaps. It was just like last time when Mu Kong was accompanying a level 16 knight, yet found herself alone, facing a thief 2 levels higher than her, engaging in close combat, where a slight misstep could lead to serious injury or death. Thus, mercenaries typically worked a job, then took several days off to relax and adjust their mindset. Mu Kong's frequency was already considered frantic. She nodded amicably and replied, I want to take advantage of the chaotic situation to earn more money and get a bigger house. Living in that shabby little place. It's too terrible. These mercenaries were colleagues, and there was a chance they would meet again on the battlefield. Maintaining good relations was beneficial for mutual assistance. Who could guarantee they would never face defeat? So what kind of place do you want to move to? It has to have running water, right? Mu Kong was truly disgusted by the fact that she had to wait for water vendors to come in the morning. The mercenary chuckled, Oh, you want to live in the upper district? Those houses cost at least $1 million apiece, and you have to pay taxes every year. Given your current strength, you should reconsider. Or perhaps I suggest you sell your body. That might help you reach your goal faster. Mu Kong patted her backside. Is that so? Now you've got me interested. Want to buy it? Ugh. What a pity. I'm not interested in men, but given your appearance you might just attract those nobles with peculiar tastes. Ha ha ha, just joking. The mercenary laughed heartily, gesturing towards the inner seating of the guild hall, his voice dropping to a whisper. One of the big nobles was sitting there all afternoon yesterday. They wouldn't be here for you, would they? I heard you thwarted their assassination plot yesterday. I must say you were something else. Come for me. No way, they should be thanking me instead. Mu Kong strolled into the hall as usual. Upon seeing the noblewoman, she seemed to just notice her pausing slightly, then beamed and greeted Hey. The noblewoman had already noticed her, nodding with a hint of restraint, choosing not to speak further. This noblewoman had a very imposing appearance. Perhaps such a description was not suitable for a woman with long hair, but even sitting there she emanated an air of authority akin to a lion's dominance, leaving a deep impression. Her sharp brows resembled swords, adding a touch of rare haughty gentleness to her sharply defined face. She looked like a female general who fought fiercely on the battlefield. Mu Kong recalled that she seemed to wield a long spear, yet there was no sign of that formidable weapon, radiating a silvery gleam nearby. I need to gather some intel. Could it be that these nobles are indeed petty enough to come looking for trouble? Imitating the manner of Feng, she raised her arm elegantly to snap her fingers, but it didn't produce much sound. Thankfully, the loud voice that followed made up for it. A glass of juice, put it on my tab. Sure thing, 1 glass of juice coming right up. A nearby child responded quickly. I won't drink anything from here. The noblewoman quickly declined, but the server was fast already bringing the juice to the table. She looked at the orange-yellow liquid bubbling with ice cubes, and the cup with clear teeth marks around the rim, instinctively shrinking back. Mu Kong took the opportunity to sit opposite her, taking a sip of the juice to indicate, this is for me. After easing the awkwardness, she pondered and continued to ask, so what do you want to drink? It's on me, the sweet wine here is quite well reviewed. No. Thank you. The noblewoman shook her head, repeatedly leaning back with evident resistance. The stuff here isn't clean, little elf. I suggest you don't drink it. Then what should I do if I'm thirsty? Mu Kong felt that this young lady was truly out of touch with the common folk. For juice, let me think. The famous establishments at the end of Long Halberd Avenue and the Emerald Knight on Wutai Street are quite good, with a wide variety and nice ambience. Also, there's the Eternal Pavilion, but it's members only. If you want to try it, you can mention my name. The noblewoman politely extended her hand. By the way, my name is Xue Feng Hua. Upon hearing the names of those restaurants, Mu Kong recognized only the Emerald Knight, known as the Statron restaurant of the Emerald Bay, quite upscale, serving exquisite elven cuisine. A meal there could easily cost several thousand crowns, which was beyond her means. As for the noblewoman's surname, Min Hua, it seemed this family had produced a former imperial marshal unfortunately captured during the Orc Wars and hanged near the tree where the undead gathered. Truly a major noble. Mu Kong observed the young lattice outstretched hand, calloused and rough, not resembling that of a noble, but rather a hard-working warrior, truly a descendant of a military family. She extended her hand in return and introduced herself. I am Mu Kong. She felt that these noble youths didn't seem to be bad in character, at least the two she had interacted with so far were like that. However, Master Wali's attitude was off-putting, while this one was quite approachable. For a noble, she revealed her real name. After all, this information couldn't be hidden, a casual inquiry at the guild would reveal it. Empire Clan, Mi Inhua. All female members of the family wear silver thorn hairpins, each petal corresponding to a famous city defense battle. The family graveyard features a tactical simulation hall, where mourners must win against the ancestors' famous battle simulations to gain entry. Shuefeng quickly withdrew her hand, forcefully shaking it before trying to rub it on her clothes. Halfway through, she suddenly stopped and began to look around for a place to wash. Being touched by a lower-class male civilian was utterly disrespectful. This hand needed to be thorough. Fortunately, Wali was not nearby, otherwise his sword would have already pierced your heart. Mukong noticed her embarrassment and grinned mischievously, revealing a hint of his canines before hiding them again. He feigned mystery and asked, "My lady, can you guess why the restroom is called the washroom?" Shuefeng obviously recalled something quite vulgar, slamming her hand on the table to keep it still, already considering how to return to the upper city as quickly as possible to find a place to wash her hands. However, she quickly realized that it was merely a matter of habit to want to clean herself, as her body showed no aversion to the little elf's touch. She hesitated for a moment, then without further ado, clasped her hands together and rubbed them. No problem. But why was that? Could it be that elf males were not that dirty? Mukong observed that the noble lady seemed to calm down gradually and no longer mocked her. Instead, he expressed his confusion, attempting to distract her with words. "Hey, I'm curious. Since you don't want to shake hands, why did you extend your hand? You can't have it both ways. One cannot act like a noble and set up a facade at the same time." The little elf was indeed charming, but Shuefeng still gritted her teeth and said, "This is for you to touch the ring on my hand with your nose, and then wipe off the dirt with a disposable tissue." Commoners were indeed commoners. Even the elegant elves had abandoned traditional etiquette, losing the grace of 1,000 years ago. Moreover, what did shaking hands even mean? Why do two hands clasp together? Who knows what each other's hands have just... If a lady were to meet a man and shake hands, it would be nothing short of sacrilege. Even among nobles, there would not be excessive physical contact between different genders. If a married woman were seen in such a situation by her husband, it could very well lead to a duel or even war. Ugh, who knows how many people have touched that ring of yours? Mukong also began to show her disdain. However, this was feigned. That ring must be worth a fortune. Let alone touching it with her nose, she would gladly stick it up her nostrils. Indeed, Shuefeng emphasized the value of the ring. "This is the emblem ring of our misty silver flower family. To touch it is a tremendous honor, surpassing that of many minor nobles. 99% of people in this world don't even have the right to see it, you know." "Well, then I must have a good look," Mukong joked, also showing that she did not take this so-called honor seriously. She felt that this noble lady grew up in a family related to the empire's marshal, akin to kin of the defense minister. To behave in such a manner was rather approachable, considering she was of high nobility and could not have too high expectations. Perhaps she was the first commoner with whom she exchanged a few words in her life. At least this lady was far better than that young Master Wali. Mukong observed the noble lady, who had her face stiffened and her hands placed on the table, deliberately showing off the ring, as if she truly wanted Mukong to take a good look. She shifted the conversation back to the main topic. "All right, I just want to ask, what are you doing?" Stalking, Shuefeng replied stiffly. She was not prepared to be questioned by a mere commoner. In her memory, commoners had to kneel and humbly plead when the steward of their territory dealt with official documents, and they had to receive every answer from the steward with heartfelt gratitude. This little mercenary had been actively seeking answers from her since the beginning, even taking the initiative, and Mukong deliberately ignored the frown on the latticed brow and seized the opportunity while she was still willing to answer questions. "Who are you stalking? What's going on? Please elaborate." She sensed that there was something more to this. Despite fearing that these nobles might recognize her and pursue accountability later, it was always beneficial to gather information. Shuefeng looked at the inquisitive little elf, whose beautiful maple leaf eyes sparkled with curiosity. Considering there was indeed a clever thief in her party, and having never shared her feelings with anyone, the pent-up anger was suffocating. She leaned heavily forward, pressing her palm onto the table despite the grease, and said fiercely, "It's all that arrogant fool's fault." She paused to organize her thoughts, seeking a balance that would not be too excessive yet could express her outrage. Something every noble was trained from a young age. It all started to prove ourselves and complete the assignment given by the academy. Wali gathered the three of us to work as mercenaries here, and we decided to start with the simplest task of destroying a necromancer's lair. As a result, due to his arrogance, we fell into the necromancer's trap, and even the target of the proof task was snatched away by a thief. Sorry, don't ask for specifics. This was her first setback in life, one she would always keep buried deep in her heart, recalling it from time to time. Shuefeng's palm gradually formed a fist. The mission failed, and we were mocked by our classmates. To prove ourselves, Wali decided to go for something big. He claimed to have received intel about a necromancer that had just appeared at Golden Sands Bay. But how the information was absurdly wrong and nearly led to a grave mistake. Thankfully you were there. As for now, the four of us are searching for clues separately, hoping to catch the person who provided the false information and restore our honor. No need to be polite, Mukong waved her hand generously. When we elves wish to express our gratitude, we usually offer something of value. That is indeed true. Shuefeng touched her family's emblem ring, hesitated for a moment, and took down the hairpin from her head. Let this serve to prove that you once helped the Misty Silver Flower family restore its honor, including Wally's share as well. This was a silver brooch shaped like a thorn, each leaf exquisitely carved into different shield shapes. Suddenly, a violent coughing fit erupted from the corner of the guild hall, as someone choked on strong liquor. Choking on liquor was quite common. Mukong's eyes were solely on the ornament. She grabbed it and examined it closely, sincerely exclaiming, "Wow, this craftsmanship must be worth quite a bit, right? I didn't expect that a casual bluff would yield such a valuable item. This lady really knows how to deal." Indeed, a great noble can spill a little soup from their fingers, and it's enough for commoners to swim in it. Shuefeng's lips curled slightly upward, but quickly forced it down. It's nothing. We have many of these trifles at home, but you must regard it as an honor, understand? How much can this honor be exchanged for? Money. How can one measure it with money? Money is just a number, but honor is priceless. You. Shuefeng turned her head to look at the old mercenary in the corner who was choking and seemingly about to cough up his lungs. Seeing him glance this way with reddened eyes, she frowned and covered her mouth and nose with her hand. You must protect it with your life. Sorry, but the air here is a bit murky. I must leave now. Mukong also stood up. Having just received a favor, she ought to show her gratitude, right? Shuefeng stood at 160 centimeters, is still within the normal range for women, but compared to Mukong's height of over 170 centimeters, she appeared a bit shorter and had to look up to converse. Yet, even while looking up, the innate aura irradiated from Mukong made her seem like a giant. If you hear any news about the false information dealer, be sure to tell me. Remember, it's telling me, understand? Alright, Mukong, despite being taller, appeared casual, standing without any grace, but wise. Aren't you four nobles together? Wally, he needs some setbacks and training, but it's not a bad thing. Otherwise, if I have to marry someone like him in the future, I'd rather guard the border. Alright, I really must go now. How can the people here still cough in public? It's so impolite. Overview of Territory Governance by Green. The document covers all matters presented by civilians to the Lord, and must be classified and archived according to the territory document law. Tax documents, tax adjustments, loan documents, business licenses, aid documents, military assistance, tribute documents, gifts for power. Major cases are referred to as iron documents e.g. involving military mobilization, and must be stamped and presented directly to the Lord. Until nightfall, having found no suitable job, Mukong returned home with a lackluster spirit. She stacked a few dry wooden blocks in the toilet's fire pit and ignited them with magic, preparing to boil a basin of hot water to cleanse her body. The small room lacked a bathroom, and she couldn't bear to purchase expensive bathing facilities, so she had to make do with. Fortunately, perhaps due to the elven race's nature of being pure and unworldly, unlike the stories in books, she had little interest in her own body. Otherwise, each time would be a torment of suppressed frustration. Dong, 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 dong. As she placed the water basin on the stove and climbed upstairs to undress, the front door was politely tapped. The little elf peered down from the top of the ladder, inquiring, "Who is it?" A brief but suitably paced response came from outside. "Customer." The unfamiliar accent bore a hint of a southern dialect. "A new customer." Mukong's spirits lifted as she hurried down the ladder. She had just removed her leather armor, and her black shirt and bandages beneath remained undisturbed, showing only the slightest rise and fall. It was still dark outside, with only an oil lamp illuminating the room, casting dim light. Anything further away was indistinct, making her disguise quite effective. "Welcome." The girl opened the door, filled with anticipation, yet tinged with some doubt. Who would come out shopping at such a late hour? The newcomer wore a hood, and beneath the dense gray hair was a face covered with a thick beard. Hair had grown all over his chin, jaw, and cheeks. Moreover, the owner of the beard clearly did not take care of it. In the dim light, the hair around his mouth gleamed with an oily sheen. His round eyes roamed the room as he spoke slowly. "Someone told me you have good things here." "Who?" Mukong's vigilance increased gradually. Any customer seeing her empty room devoid of anything decent would undoubtedly show disappointment. Yet this man still seemed quite eager. He revealed a mysterious smile that was hard to discern beneath his thick beard, and said, "Don't worry about that, just show me the valuable things you have." Regardless of who it was, they were a customer, someone who could bring business and income. Mukong retrieved the sword she had acquired from a necromancer's lair from deep within the cabinet, and placed it on the table. "What about this?" "Sharp, slender, with a blood groove it carries." The visitor interrupted her introduction, continuing, "It has a curse effect. Wounds caused by it can only be healed after a professional priest dispels the curse." "Good sword." He began to examine it closely. Mukong slowly moved to the corner of the wall, her hand gradually reaching for the dagger at her waist, feeling slightly more at ease. She wasn't afraid of robbers. Anyone capable of robbing her wouldn't need to resort to such actions for a few thousand crowns. Moreover, despite the quietness of this alley, the full moon pavilion across the street was bustling at this hour. Any commotion would attract a crowd of onlookers and maids peering from the walls and windows. Unless the robber could eliminate all witnesses with magic in existence, escape was nearly impossible. Yet a hint of worry lingered in her heart. How is it? Mukong urged. She secretly decided that once she had some spare money, she would move her shop to the bustling city center. The constant flow of pedestrians at the entrance would be her strongest protection. The bearded man did not respond immediately. Instead, he gripped the sword with both hands, holding it horizontally in front of his eyes, looking at the girl through the blade, his gaze suddenly sharp. The air froze. Breathing stopped. Thoughts solidified. It felt as if 1,000 years passed, but in reality, only a few breaths later, he suddenly relaxed, placing the sword on the table, his beard framing a satisfied smile. How much? 2. Huff. Mukong instinctively opened her mouth, only to realize she hadn't breathed for a long time. Her back and palms were cold with sweat. She hurriedly took a deep breath and gritted her teeth to shout a high price, 25,000. So expensive, eh? The bearded man exclaimed, raising his head, his eyes bulging in surprise. The sword's magical effects were unimpressive, and it was a second-hand item worth about 15,000 crowns at most, peaking at 20,000. The audacious little elf daring to ask for 25,000 was truly unexpected. Mukong nodded vigorously. Yes, fixed price. If you don't buy it, please leave. She had realized that the visitor was not genuinely interested in buying a weapon and had formed a bold guess about his intentions. Thus she decided to quote a high price to avoid suffering a loss. Otherwise she risked leaving empty-handed, losing an expensive trinket for nothing. Fine, I'll take it. Just as she expected, the bearded man decided not to pay or leave, instead strolling around the room, surveying the surroundings, as if chatting, this sword is too expensive, you should throw in something else to balance it out. My daughter's birthday is coming up, so I need to get her a gift. Do you have anything? I only have weapons here. But you're a girl, aren't you? The bearded man, not showing any signs of revealing his thoughts, exposed Mukong's disguise. Girls should have some girlish things like necklaces, earrings, hairpins, or hair accessories. The girl grabbed her collar, where a magical key capable of opening secret locks, one from another mercenary thief, was hidden, shaking her head. I don't wear those things. From the fierce, murderous aura the newcomer displayed while testing the sword, he was certainly not an ordinary person. Indeed, in front of a true expert, her disguise would be exposed with just a slight lapse. Tisk, it seems you don't understand my meaning. The bearded man glanced outside. After a passerby walked far away, he continued, let me be direct. You possess a silver thorn hairpin, which is not something you're permitted to keep. While I still have the patience to negotiate with you legally, take it out. Just as she had surmised, it was for this item. Mukong's courage grew bolder. She even released her grip on the dagger. That thing is very expensive. She was now certain that the visitor would not resort to violence. The bearded man paced back and forth like a lion chained in iron. Name your price. Can I raise the price again? Mukong's eyes lit up. 50,000. Are you out of your mind for money? The bearded man finally couldn't hold back an expletive. But upon seeing the hairpin that the girl had unexpectedly produced, he recalled his current status and could only suppress his anger to negotiate. This is merely a silver product. Do you understand? Silver products aren't worth much. But its craftsmanship is really good. I like it very much. Mukong said as she attempted to put it on her. The bearded man quickly reached out. Stop. Do not insult it. You're clever and should know my status. Here's the deal, the hairpin along with this sword for 50,000 crowns. The budget allocated to me this month totals this much. If you agree, I'll pay. If not, I'll simply find someone else. Mukong had no room to negotiate. Seeing it far exceeded her psychological expectations, she hastily struck the deal. Saying this, she tossed the hairpin over. Show me some respect. The bearded man caught the hairpin with both hands, placing it into a small, exquisite box infused with a fragrant aroma, then picked up the magic sword acquired from the necromancer's lair, shaking it. And remember 2 things. First, I am a mercenary. The silver thorn hairpin has been bought by a mercenary. Second, I bought the hairpin for 50,000 crowns, which does not include this sword. First, I am a mercenary. The silver thorn hairpin has been bought by a mercenary. Of course, and for the sake of our pleasant cooperation, I'll give you some advice. The bearded man pointed at the girl's chest. If you don't have much, there's no need to wrap it so thickly. It's a bit too obvious. He turned and left quickly, as if avenging himself. Serving you right for asking such a high price. Leaving Mukong with clenched fists filled with indignation. I only wrapped 2 layers. Who says I'm not well endowed? Among humans this would be considered average, but among elves it's already. Wait, something's not right. Why do I even care? The Silverthorn Flower, Volume 5. Silverthorn Knights. They always carry 2 bags of wheat seeds in their saddlebags while patrolling, sowing them in the victimized villages after exterminating bandits. The Knight Order's cellar contains the vow urn. Sealed within it are the bits of swords from past members who accidentally harmed civilians. Maxim, wherever the shield protects, the sword's edge does not point. Golden Sands Bay is vast with numerous branches of mercenary guilds scattered throughout the city. The headquarters is located in the upper town, equipped with magical arrays to receive and distribute commissions gathered by each branch. The tasks assigned differ from one branch to another. The headquarters primarily deals with jobs involving nobles, offering substantial rewards, some of which are high-risk tasks. Most require personal image and etiquette standards, and only those who have accumulated high credibility and possess reasonable strength in other branches are permitted to take on these jobs. Security tasks from the guard tower and military-related missions are distributed to every branch, while the branch next to the guard tower specializes in hunting dangerous magical beasts and high-reward targets representing high risk and high return. Among the remaining branches, some focus on errands such as finding lost cats, dogs, or people, making it a common area for newcomers. Others deal with long contracts. Some are responsible for escorting long-distance caravans. Others primarily hire laborers, often frequented by ordinary people without combat skills. And some specialize in intelligence gathering, where the broader one's connections, the more suitable they are for this place. In short, the variety of tasks issued by the branches has successfully diverted nearly 10,000 mercenaries accumulated in the city due to the war. The branch that Mukong frequently visits is the closest to home, and is a regular branch with various types of tasks available, though not many, making it ideal for ordinary mercenaries without any specialization. If tasks here go unclaimed for several days, or cannot be completed, they will be reassigned to other branch points. But at this moment, she had just finished reviewing the commissions assigned by the headquarters at the front desk. Finding nothing suitable for herself, she mimicked other mercenaries sitting in a booth and ordering a drink while waiting for the next batch of tasks, or to see if anyone needed her help. She now had enough money to buy a philosopher's stone, but before heading to the black market, there was another task to complete. The young girl yawned, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Rarely did she wake up so early, arriving here just as dawn broke. All of this was just to wait for one person. As the clock on the guild's wall chimed 9 times, Snow Maple, dressed in simple attire and wearing a hooded cloak, pushed open the door and walked in. Given the pristine condition of her clothing, it seemed she had just bought it not long ago. Mukong quickly waved at her and then extended her hand. Snow Maple was taken aback, hesitatingly extending her hand adorned with a ring. Only after being gently guided by the little sprite's fingertip and having her nose touch the ring's engraving did she softly explain, "This etiquette only applies during the first meeting. Thereafter, you simply need to place your hand on your chest and bow slightly." "Go on with your beautiful matters," Mukong said, showing no respect for the noble, shoving a note she had already pinched between her fingers into the other's hand. Then she brought her fingers together and flicked them lightly in front of her forehead, saying, "See you later, miss." "Who's your sister?" "Humph, how frivolous." Snow Maple sat down with her back, turned to the departing girl, her heart racing as she unfolded the small note, only an inch in size. It wouldn't be a love letter, would it? Before she could ponder how to respond, 5 crooked characters caught her eye on the note: "Family's forging chain." 2 of the 5 characters were wrong, aligning with her impression of the little sprite, educated, but not extensively. However, the meaning behind it was instantly clear to Snow Maple. The Lord of Conspiracy above, so that she now had a rational explanation for all the bizarre events encountered since she began mercenary work with Wally. Turning to look at the little sprite who had reached the door, she noticed her nearly bumping into a white-bearded old mercenary, becoming alert once more. Wasn't this old mercenary the one who had been drinking yesterday? He had arrived just as she walked in, and upon reflection, he seemed to have been present the day before and the day before that as well. Snow Maple quickly sat up straight, rolling the note into tiny shreds between her fingers. Meanwhile, Mukong narrowly dodged the suddenly appearing old man and strode away, preparing to go home for a nap, planning to head to the black market to buy the philosopher's stone once her spirits were restored. The old mercenary's sharp gaze swept across the just-chimed clock at 9, indicating work hours, the flustered lady of the silver flower, who was clearly hiding something, and the little sprite mercenary who had been disguised as a man and whom he had spoken with the previous day. Mukong happily returned home, contemplating the favor she owed to the noble lady and the potential benefits it could yield in the future. After all, she was meant to help keep an eye on the mastermind behind the scenes, and this time, she had directly delivered the answer. The analysis process was quite simple. The hairpin she received from the lady yesterday must be extremely valuable and should not be easily given away. Snow Maple, being a newcomer, likely did not realize this or did not take it seriously. Thus, when Mukong arrived home last night, the bearded man waiting to buy the silver hairpin must have already known the news and was just waiting for her to rest and come to him. Considering the respectful manner he showed towards the hairpin, he must be a hired warrior from the Silver Flower family, commonly referred to as a Silver Knight. These individuals had a certain style of facing accessories that shouldn't be in the hands of ordinary people. These individuals had a certain style of facing accessories that shouldn't be in the hands of ordinary people. They did not resort to theft, but chose to buy them instead. They even had special funding approved. If it were her, she would have likely resorted to stealing or using force if necessary. But since the noble lady had a Silver Knight secretly trailing her, quite normal for a top noble family, How could they allow their daughter to act independently in a war-prone area like Golden Sands Bay? Then Wali and the other two nobles must also have someone responsible for discreet protection, or perhaps the entire responsibility falls to one family. Thus it becomes clear why they would be deceived into attempting to kill the so-called necromancer. Understanding that the harmless merchant Yushur was their target also makes sense. This was clearly a trial orchestrated by their own family, aimed at accelerating the training of a few pampered noble kids who had experienced nothing but smooth sailing. Fearing they would genuinely be foolish enough to kill an innocent, they even took the initiative to inform Yushur and connect him to the Dark Brotherhood. Moreover, the fact that Yushur was designated as the target is quite interesting. Any reasonably intelligent person would not mistake him for a necromancer, providing an additional layer of security. But what if they missed? Killing him would merely mean getting rid of a merchant. His assets would be confiscated to fund military expenses, which would further train the four noble kids. The results were quite remarkable. Upon first meeting the four nobles, they seemed eager to don magical gear from gloves to undergarments, able to withstand assaults from hundreds or thousands of undead for a considerable time. Had she not intervened, some kind-hearted adventurer passing by would have likely rescued them. Now Wali had traded in his full golden armor, only carrying a longsword that was clearly not a mundane item. Snow Maple had even discarded her spear, donning a hooded cloak, instead practically seeking to blend in. Considering their pace of improvement, it wouldn't be long before they returned home with stories of hard-won experience and frostbitten faces enough to reminisce about for a lifetime. By then, in the presence of attendants, servants, and ordinary citizens, their way of speaking and thinking would surely differ greatly from before. In the black market, a little boy excitedly ran back, patting the shoulder of the elder who was monitoring the entrance. Grandpa, that androgynous person went to buy the philosopher's stone." The elder reprimanded. "What do you mean by androgynous? Where did you learn that word?" After scolding, he taught, "If you don't know someone's gender, just call them an elf. But there are many elves in the black market, and that androgynous one is the only one. There's even an elf brother among the four stewards. Can you guess who I'm talking about?" The little boy twirled his fingers and put on that tried-and-true look of grievance. The elder hurriedly stroked his grandson's round head with affection. All right, what do you want to do?" "I want to use the convenience to follow and see what's going on." Upon realizing his grandson might be in danger, the elder immediately changed from affection to sternness, firmly refusing. "No way. I just want to watch from a distance where he lives." "No." Saying no means no. The little boy rolled his eyes, quickly replacing his stubbornness with a tactic of delay. "All right, my dear baby listens to grandpa the most, then I'll just look for him in the black market, okay?" Without waiting for a response, he turned and hurriedly ran off with his little bottom wiggling. Only the elder was left shaking his head with a smile, continuing to monitor the entrance of the black market. Mukong was already feeling a bit uneasy. The cat-faced steward had taken her money and left for a while. That was all her savings since she crossed over. Another steward wearing a rabbit mask spoke with a gentle voice. "Don't worry, there won't be any mistakes." "But," the girl hesitated and countered, "isn't the philosopher's stone what you are selling? After you collect the money and deliver the goods, how can it take so long?" "There are necessary procedures to follow," the rabbit-masked steward said, pulling out the long ears that were hidden behind the mask to gesture. Mukong instantly calmed down. It was not due to the hollow explanation, but because of the steward's identity as an elf. Elves are supposed to help each other. This is not just a saying, but the first sentence every elf hears upon birth, repeated most often by parents and elders as they grow up. In human society full of deceit, unity is an essential factor for survival. Often when elves meet each other, a mere glimpse of their distinctive long ears will lead to unconditional trust. Sure enough, after a while the cat steward finally came out holding a palm-sized box, placing it on the table. "This contains the philosopher's stone you wanted, or it can only be opened 3 days later. Take it." 3 days? Are you joking? Mukong picked up the box, tried to open it, and found it was sealed with a magical lock. When touched, a small countdown appeared on the surface, causing her to panic. Why is there such a regulation? You have to understand, after all, this is the most lethal contraband. To avoid any accidents, both parties need some guarantees, right? How do I know what's inside? It could just be a bag of laundry powder. "Don't worry, this is the reputation of the Dark Brotherhood," the rabbit-masked steward spoke again warmly, "and also my credibility to you." The cat steward let out a breath of relief, casting a grateful glance at the rabbit steward. Sometimes, despite one's own words being thorough, a simple statement between elves proves more effective. Mukong chose to trust her kindred, relaxing and no longer getting tangled up, raising the box. "All right then. See you later. Aren't you going to check the task or something?" The cat steward, also polite, took a few steps forward and waved. "How about I walk you out? Take it slow, come back soon." The rabbit steward couldn't help but laugh behind the mask. "You sound like a salesperson." The cat steward nodded at a young man who walked out from the inner room and reminded, "Be careful, old son said he has some connections. There might be a significant force behind him, although I didn't sense anything. But don't let your guard down." The young man sneered. "Humph, with my stealth skills very few can spot me in Golden Sands Bay." No matter how strong he is, how much can he hide? Without wasting time, he took a magical stone and held it close to his eye, discovering that the location had already moved to the black market exit. He exclaimed, "This elf runs really fast." He hurriedly chased after it. When he reached the exit, he found the box had already been placed on the ground and rushed towards the nearest underground exit, which was a secluded little courtyard. The box's holder stood motionless in the center of the yard. The person probably intended to try opening the box. He had seen many like this. Oh, just wait a while, and the target would abandon the futile act and take the box back home, allowing him to record the location and confirm it every day thereafter. One of the main businesses of the Dark Brotherhood is information. Just as he was resting his eyes, an anxious voice called out, "Brother, come quick." It was the grandson of Old Sun. He quickly put his finger to his lips. "Lower your voice, Dobao. Come quick, come here, take a look." The little boy yanked him along, making the young man realize something was wrong. When he reached the courtyard, he was shocked to find that the box, enchanted with a tracking spell, had been carelessly tossed on the ground, and the philosopher's stone inside was already gone. What the hell? Even the 6th level magical lock can be opened. He was dumbfounded. He knew the target could use magic, but he didn't expect their skills to be this high. Then, without bothering about the little Dobao who had sneaked out, he quickly climbed onto the wall, scanning the area to try and find that mysterious elf. Soon he discovered that the elf hadn't intended to hide at all and was walking energetically towards the alley's exit, only to be stopped by a guy with a beard that looked like a dwarf. After a few words, the bearded man handed the elf some money. What does this mean? Dobao also nimbly climbed up onto the wall, and the two crouched down to observe. Mukong was just praising the usefulness of the magical key when she suddenly saw the bearded man appear at the alley's exit, her face filled with vigilance. "What do you want?" "I'm not refunding any money." Her heart raced, hoping that this elusive figure hadn't noticed her using the philosopher's stone earlier. However, it should be fine. "Refund what money? We don't do that kind of thing." The bearded man casually stroked his beard with his fingers, revealing his mouth. "Here's the deal. Our superiors plan to commission you for a small task, and you'd better not refuse." "What happens if I refuse?" Mukong tried to inquire. She knew the Silver Knights would definitely not harm her, but only the Silver Knights. If another group of unscrupulous people were sent, that would be quite dangerous. The bearded man knew that the little elf in front of him was actually a very delicate and beautiful girl, and couldn't help but joke. "Then we'll insult you behind your back in a very unpleasant way." Cough, back to the point. Go deliver a message to Lord Wali saying that the bad guys who lured them into killing innocent merchants should meet 3 days later at noon during the Emerald Night. Remember, I'll be wearing a masked black cloak, so you won't be able to see my face, alright? The boss made a good point. Since this girl is already involved with Miss Yefeng, why not let her do our work, so we don't have to push it onto those young masters who are madly searching for suitable thieves. The little girl knows the inside story. Mukong knew she couldn't refuse and pondered for a moment. 50,000 crowns. You must be out of your mind. Just delivering a message, you don't even have to do anything. With that voice, you're not worth. The bearded man was almost at his wits' end with the counteroffer. Give me a serious number. Mukong raised an eyebrow. 500. Since you have to deliver the message anyway, you might as well earn something. I'll give you 800. If anyone asks, just say you received 1,500. Got it. And also, Lord Wali has been hanging around various military camps these days. You can catch him there. The bearded man finished and looked at the seemingly empty little courtyard nearby. I'll help you clean up 2 tails as well. Consider it a good deed. He really didn't know why he always wanted to help her. Although she was indeed quite pretty, she surely couldn't compare to Xing Kong, Mei Air Rabbit Doll Peach Fish Sister, or any of the other girls. Right? Successfully submitting the second Philosopher's Stone brought great joy to Mukong. This joy gradually increased over time. At first, she didn't feel much, simply immersed in the enhancement of her power. She had now firmly reached level 6, and level 7 was not far off. But as she walked, her heart began to surge with excitement, even wanting to scream and vent her feelings in crowded places. She bounced along, beaming with a smile, just like when she was a child celebrating the new year after a hearty lunch, clutching 2 boxes of. But as she walked, her heart began to surge with excitement, even wanting to scream and vent her feelings in crowded places. She bounced along, beaming with a smile, just like when she was a child celebrating the new year after a hearty lunch, clutching 2 boxes of firecrackers to play with her friends. It felt wonderful. The sensation of searching for the Philosopher's Stone for the demon was truly delightful. Mukong was now filled with happiness. So much so that when she saw the feeble little mage at her doorstep, she didn't experience any complex psychological issues, but directly greeted him. Hey, you arrived just in time. Just when I wanted to let loose a bit. This guy wouldn't have acted as a male escort before, would he? Yet Xian immediately noticed that something was off with the little elf. What's wrong? Should I accompany you to see the priest? Maybe a wake-up spell would help you feel better. Usually she walks around with a cold expression. Why today does she radiate excitement from her very core? Even her steps are light. Her cheeks are flushed, and her long ears are adorned with the same alluring hue. It looks like she has taken some rainbow grass or something. What if? What if my elf has fallen into some dangerous trap? She is a mercenary and her comrades are also mercenaries, those guys could. Before he could think further, Xian was suddenly swept off his feet as Mukong dashed into the house using her foot to hook the door shut, licking her lips to reveal an enticing Xian humph. Since you're here, you shouldn't leave. Wait, hold on now. Xian knew what would happen next, but resisted with all his might. You're not acting right. We need to check. What's not right? I feel fantastic right now. Mukong was unusually excited, feeling as if she had bound. Even running a lap around Golden Sand Bay would be a piece of cake. Xian's resistance was futile. His hand was brushed aside. Without casting magic, a mage could never overpower a thief. Magic? Wait, I thought of something. Yes. He tightly shut his eyes, summoning all his will to keep his eyelids from opening to gaze upon the elf, unwrapping the bandages, lest he be distracted by her beauty and disrupt his magical focus. He then began to chant the spell. This spell was only at the first level. Theoretically, he could cast it without chanting. However, it had been too long since he practiced it, making him somewhat rusty. He also needed the incantation to stabilize the magical construction, while reciting the spell helped him ignore the physical sensations. Heroic spirit. As he waved his hands, a golden halo enveloped the girl's body, slowly seeping into. Mukong paused momentarily, hesitating, somewhat confused as to why she suddenly felt so enthusiastic. Xian opened his eyes quickly, turning to the side, as if the dusty steel bar on the shelf was incredibly captivating, his voice trembling. So how do you feel? Better. It was his first time seeing the full view of the upper half of the elf's body. Tisk, since we're here, let's not stop now. Mukong's hesitation lasted only a moment. The heroic spirit was merely a spell that granted courage and resisted fear, which wasn't very effective. However, the brief delay had allowed Xian to find another solution. How about I take you to eat something delicious? Have you heard of the Emerald Night? It's the top elven restaurant in Golden Sand Bay, and every dish is served in small portions perfectly suited to your appetite, even though it's just a tiny bite. That little bite bursts with juice in your mouth mixed with the flavors of the elf's homeland, enough to drive your taste buds wild. Shall we go? Would you like to experience that expensive place? You might only get to go there once in your life. His tone was extremely tempting, but his mind was racing, desperately concocting an image of a place he had never been. Mukong's movements gradually slowed. Yes, let's go, put on your clothes. Xian got up, suppressing the urge to take a sniff, and handed over the bandage. I'll take you this once. Oh, once we miss this village, there won't be this shop. As for our current low-level entertainment, we can talk about that after we're full. I'm not going anywhere, right? Speaking of drinks, you must have never tried the craft fruit juice at Emerald Night. It's said to be made from dozens of fruits blended together, each sip offering a different flavor, each sip transporting you to a different forest or lake. Upon receiving the bandage, Mukong instantly made a certain resolution. Yes, let's eat first. As for this kind of amusement right now, it's actually not very interesting, and it's still quite painful at this stage, far from the level of P Station. Watching the little elf wrap her moon-like translucent body piece by piece, Xian's heart ached. He felt particularly regretful. However, he had to make her resist the amplified desires induced by the rainbow grass. Once she yielded and sank into it, she'd become a slave to the rainbow grass, gradually unable to escape from this thing. Desire, greed, killing, delusion all belong to the realm of desire. He merely exchanged one form of desire for another, and now he needed to combat the desire for food. This was relatively simple. Stepping outside, seeing the still excitable elf, Xian naturally suggested your home is in the lower district while Emerald Night is in the upper district. Shall we run there? That sounds reasonable. Mukong nodded in agreement. Xian continued, I came to find you because I reserved a table at Emerald Night. If we arrive late, they won't hold it for us. Should we hurry a bit? Right, let's hurry. Mukong's face tightened slightly, becoming a bit serious. Okay, then follow me, we'll go this way. Xian led the girl down a completely opposite path, and when she expressed confusion, he earnestly declared, I know a shortcut. Just a slight detour, then 4 left turns, and go straight, and we'll reach the entrance of Emerald Night. By the way, could you slow down a bit for me? The Book of Exotic Herbs, the illusory volume, Nightlight, Clover Common, named Star Vein Grass. Appearance, the underside of the leaves is covered with glowing blue glands fading in and out like breathing under the moonlight. The stems are hollow like miniature panpipes. A variant of rainbow grass mixed with pixie wing powder circulated in the black market, leading addicts to. On the night of Emerald, from the head chef to the waitstaff, all were beautiful elven women, with some patrons coming not merely to satisfy their appetites, but to appreciate the beauty. The welcoming elves were accustomed to such attention, their numbness to the gazes of passers-by evident as they maintained a professional smile, their hearts devoid of any ripples. It should be almost time to get off work. She glanced at the moonlight, her fake smile unwavering as she discreetly exited. Just as humans can gauge the time from the position of the sun in the sky, elves can calculate the time of night from the moon's shift. A hurried sound of footsteps approached from afar, yet the welcoming elf did not cast her eyes aside. Having worked as a greeter for over a decade, she had seen her fair share of such occurrences. Robberies, illicit affairs, urgent family matters, drunkenness, playful antics, even young people racing in front of her to attract attention had all become commonplace. The most vivid memory was of two sword saints above level 18, dueling in the street years ago, but unfortunately, they hadn't even started before the tavern's owner stepped in to quell the situation. As the running figures drew nearer, her eyes lit up. It was a very handsome little elf dressed as a mercenary carrying a half-elf who looked pale. Both wore very simple clothing not typical of those who could afford to dine at the Emerald Night. Once the half-elf was lowered from the shoulder, his complexion quickly shifted from green to purple, and strange choking sounds escaped his throat. He was about to vomit. The experienced welcoming elf sighed, softly raising her hand as she began to chant. The elven tears of the Emerald Night were gentle in taste and nearly devoid of aftereffects, and those who came to dine were either wealthy or noble, very restrained, so it was rare to see drunken guests vomiting. It had been months since she last cast this spell. Mukong, however, was completely unaware of the oddity, with Xian anxiously looking at the entrance of the Emerald Night, formed by two towering trees, rubbing her hands together. Shall we go in then? The welcoming elf's hand glowed with a light blue hue. The spell ready. She started counting in her heart. 5, 4, 3. Ugh, wow. Before she could even reach 3, he vomited, indicating that this half-elf's constitution was far from ordinary. Little water vortex. As the spell was cast, a small whirlpool of water gently wrapped around the vomit, sealing it at the core to prevent any leakage. Then it was discarded into a nearby sewer. The two giant trees that composed the entrance of the Emerald Night shook their branches and leaves, transforming the unpleasant odor nearby back into the fragrance of the forest. Ew. Mukong scrunched her face in disgust, and only after Xian finished vomiting and the spell had cleaned up did she nod in thanks to the welcoming elf, then inquired from a distance, "What made you suddenly vomit?" Xian leaned on his knees, bending over to look up, gasping for breath. You jostled my stomach." His stomach churned violently, and he quickly closed his mouth, feeling that he still hadn't vomited cleanly. "Who jostled you? It's not like you can keep up. With your small frame and lack of exercise, you always want to lie down wherever you go. One little movement makes you sweat you." Mukong stopped her teasing. She saw her younger brother start to choke again, making strange noises. A whirlpool of water accurately stopped in front of Xian, who gratefully glanced at the welcoming elf controlling the spell, then began to vomit again. This time he finally vomited completely clean. Exhausted, Xian sat on the ground, unable to control his tears and snot. A small cup of clean water for rinsing came to a steady stop in front of him. After taking it, Xian thanked the welcoming elf, but Mukong was secretly amazed. Her spellcraft was not capable of such stability. The cup of water didn't spill at all. She then noticed that the elven big sister, after delivering the cup, didn't even need to recite a spell, and summoned another water vortex to take away the rinsing water, finally realizing that this greeter's combat level was at least above 8, possibly approaching level 10. Then she recognized that as a bystander and sword companion she had yet to check on the still vomiting Xian, hurriedly pulling out a cloth from her waist pouch and handing it to him. "Hurry and wipe yourself off." How embarrassing. Xian took the cloth, and when he looked up he could already see surprise on his tear-streaked face. "You're back to normal." After some proper exercise and sweating to accelerate his metabolism, he could handle the effects of something like the siphon grass. Looking at the little elf now, she had already discarded her desires and could focus on other matters. "What do you mean back to normal?" Mukong was completely puzzled, still under the influence of her desires, asking, "Now that you've vomited cleanly, let's go in to eat something delicious." No, I have no money. That was a trick to you before." Xian quickly stopped the girl shaking the cloth as he was about to wipe his face, suddenly asking, "What is this cloth for?" He already had a psychological shadow. Last time he wiped his face with his own stuff, but whether it was good for his complexion or not, the heavy, strange feeling and familiar taste were simply blood. "If you think it's dirty, don't use it." Mukong crossed her arms, not even looking at him. It was the middle of the night, and he had dragged her this far for no reason. Now she couldn't even get a meal or have the interest to practice swordplay. Bored. Seeing the girl getting angry, Xian disregarded the cloth, endured the rusty taste as he wiped his face and returned it. "Here, by the way, didn't you notice anything wrong with yourself before? I'm just helping you." "Help my foot." The girl puffed out her cheeks, glancing at the snot-covered cloth. "No thanks, throw it away." Hey, look at you, don't shout, it's the middle of the night, lower your voice." Xian chased after her. "How about I treat you to a midnight snack?" Though their time together had been short, Xian had begun to grasp the little elf's temperament. She must have realized she had a problem earlier, and coming here to eat was just an excuse, so her anger was only superficial, otherwise she would have walked away. Perhaps she was just embarrassed by the way that welcoming elf sister smiled at her, feeling unable to save face. Although he himself felt a bit unable to keep his composure. Xian followed the girl, striding away, continuously introducing the night stalls. He knew his voice fading in. The welcoming elf watched them leave, her heart filled with joy as she clasped her hands together, confiding in a fellow server who had just come out for a breath of fresh air. "Ah, so sweet." You missed it earlier. Two guys. That half-elf looked at the elf with such longing. Ew, I wonder who they are behind them. You should watch fewer books. Who knows, they might just be pure friends. Friendship. You underestimate people too much. I can tell at a glance if there's something beyond friendship. These two definitely have been in bed together. But that little elf brother really is handsome, both aloof and alluring. If I were a man, I would want to give it a try. Then why not ask him next time you have the chance? After all, we're all elves. What's there to be afraid of? Of course. You know my memory. I can still recall the dialogues from books I read 8 years ago. However, looking at their attire, they probably won't ever be able to afford to dine at our Emerald Night in this lifetime. Intense exercise can awaken the body and hinder sleep. After running foolishly for half the night, Mukong completely lost his drowsiness after having a late-night snack. Since becoming a mercenary, staying up all night has become a common occurrence. Sean, on the other hand, had a weak constitution and struggled to stay awake while eating his midnight snack. Seeing how sleepy he was, Mukong put down the grilled vegetables and kindly suggested, "Once you finish eating, you should head back. By the time I get home, it will probably be dawn, and I have work tomorrow." "Head back?" "No, I won't." Upon hearing that he might be kicked out again, Sean perked up and asked, "What are you doing tomorrow?" "Let's go together. I also want to experience mercenary life." He was determined to break into Mukong's world by any means necessary. Otherwise, he had a premonition that the little spirit only regarded him as a tool for venting devoid of any feelings, and one day, when she grew bored, she would casually discard him. Mukong opened her mouth this time, not firmly refusing, but instead sighed. "I'm looking for someone to deliver. I earned 700 crowns for this, but it requires a whole day of running. It's quite exhausting unless you..." Seeing as he had saved her from the demon's illusion, it really wouldn't be right to coldly kick him aside again. "I can manage, but it's a good way to train right. Besides, I used to sit from morning until night. Now I need to make up for my lazy..." Sean saw an opening and quickly expressed his determination. "Please don't make me leave." Looking into his pleading eyes like a puppy, Mukong relented but still added a warning. "All right, but this is your promise. If you dare to complain about being tired tomorrow, you can go back, and don't follow me around causing trouble." She didn't understand why she had to be so strict. From the current situation, wasn't this exactly the kind of person she needed? Sean nodded repeatedly, overjoyed. Okay. No problem, I will never say I'm tired. Boss, give me 3 more skewers of grilled vegetables, but make them a bit lighter on the seasoning. Little spirits don't like human dishes with overly strong spices. Watching him suddenly become animated, dancing around to the boss, and completely failing to hide his emotions, Mukong sighed quietly again. She had already determined that the reason she was experiencing illusions was undoubtedly due to the demon. Having handed over the second philosopher's stone, it had already begun to secretly cause mischief. Yet this did not affect the contract, because this illusion should have come as a bonus with the sudden surge of power. If she didn't break free from the illusion and gradually succumbed after a while, she might try to hand over more philosopher's stones than required, hoping that this illusion would descend upon her again. At this stage, when the contract could not be terminated, the philosopher's stone had to be handed over. Thus, she needed someone like him who understood her identity, could withstand temptation, and could help resist the illusion. That is to say, a partner. Sean. Thinking back, she was lucky to have him around. Otherwise, with the commotion at the full moon pavilion across the street, once the insects were lured out without a tool at hand, she might have had to grab anyone on the street. The girl suddenly became alert, leaning forward to whisper, "Hey, when I used you last time, nothing strange like last night." "No." Sean shook his head, a surge of humiliating frustration welling up inside him. "What do you mean by you used me? Where did that wording come from? Are mercenaries this open? Are you sure?" Feeling her distrust, Sean quickly suppressed his irritation and put on a serious expression to explain, "No, the symptoms of the siphon grass are very obvious. You can tell just by looking at the surface. If you don't believe me, think back carefully. Did you take off your clothes last night?" Mukong frowned, trying hard to remember. Indeed, she found that from the second half of her journey home, after leaving the black market up until she was about to charge to the entrance of the Emerald Night, her memories felt foggy, knowing generally what had happened, but unable to confirm the specifics. So she tentatively asked, "Did I take them off?" "Damn, I really gave you too much leeway. But if you could endure this, you really deserve that weak body of yours. I can't even resist taking my own clothes off in front of a mirror." Sean quickly shook his head no, but the instant blush on his face explained many things. "Oh." Mukong stroked her smooth chin, deep in thought. "It seems I really wanted to use you last time. So the demon isn't always playing tricks. Blending truth and illusion is indeed the way of strategy. Can you please stop talking?" Sean's voice was absurdly low, like a mosquito buzzing in his throat. Thankfully, the little spirit's hearing was strong enough to catch it, but this was also his first attempt to blend into the vulgar mercenary talk in her eyes. "Making me feel like an object. Hey, don't say that. You're still much stronger, although your endurance may not be great, but..." Cough, cough, cough. Before he could finish, Sean couldn't take it anymore. He hurriedly tried to change the subject. "Can you tell me who used the siphon grass on you? This is too dangerous." Thankfully, you ran home immediately. "No one, not a person." Mukong waved her hand, determined to reveal the truth to Sean. It was you who made me use the Philosopher's Stone to contact the demon. Now that something has gone wrong, you can't escape it. Either don't think about reporting to the Watchtower. We are co-conspirators. If I get caught, I'll immediately turn you in. At that time, I'll be sentenced to death, while you'll serve 20 years in prison, and that's worth it. She took a deep breath. You remember the incident at the front line when the outpost fell right? She didn't hold back except for the demon's true name in the contract, which she didn't disclose because Sean had stopped her in time. She had said everything she could think of, finally pointing at him. You have to help me. Okay. Sean did not hesitate. If this comes to light, and people find out you assisted a demon, there won't be a good ending for you. Suddenly Mu Kong felt a tinge of guilt. This was taking advantage of Sean's feelings for her using him. After using him once, she figured out a way to break the contract. He would inevitably be cast aside, right? After all, upon confronting her own thoughts without the threat of the contract, she wouldn't even bother to listen to this. Sean didn't think too much. He just felt that he could finally get close to the little spirit, learn her secret, and even help her. That was already a success. I'm not afraid. We can live in the forest, just the two of us, and our child must have a poetic name. Are you crazy? Mu Kong interrupted his daydreaming, looking at him like he was foolish. I need to figure out how to get the Philosopher's Stone. By the way, why did you come to me? Oh right, didn't you ask me to see if there were any good jobs available in the military? He was interrupted again by the girl. Hold on, it's almost time. I need to go find the young master to deliver a message. Oh, let's talk as we walk. Sean helped find a job in the military. The higher-ups say that they've discovered a spy from the Beastmen infiltrating, and they want to organize a self-inspection. What we need to do is patrol a designated area for 3 days starting in a few days with a reward of 3,000 crowns. If we manage to assist in capturing the spy, there will be an additional 5,000 in bounty. He briefly introduced the task before eagerly taking credit. I didn't initially plan to recruit mercenaries, but seeing an opportunity, I hastily pushed to make a request, and they granted this spot out of regard for me. Mu Kong raised her eyelids. So you have quite the clout in the military. From the last time the young man freely brought her into the military camp for meals, it was clear he held some standing. Presumably his father held a significant position in the military, which earned him respect despite being a bastard. However, she still didn't believe he could forcefully secure a spot. Sean, oblivious to her sarcasm, thought the girl was complimenting him, and immediately patted his chest. Some people really respect me. Respect you for what? For being good at fighting. The only explanation Mu Kong could think of was this. She had witnessed his combat ability firsthand. He was weak as a chicken. If he understood military tactics, he wouldn't have placed himself on the brink of a collapsing frontline. Fighting? I don't understand fighting at all. Sean quickly shook his head. He was resolute against boasting about things. TCH, forget it. Mu Kong decided not to pursue the matter of the spot further, giving the young man some face. Perhaps he had paid a price, or maybe the person responsible for this task wanted a kickback. So she shifted the topic to the money that intrigued her. This reward is quite high, huh? Due to the war front, the Yangji side was allocating funds like crazy, leading to an abundance of resources for the garrison. Even so, patrolling for 3 days with a daily reward of 1,000 crowns still seemed excessive. This job was practically risk-free, surrounded by troops. Once a battle broke out, dozens could be mobilized in an instant, and the mages serving in the military would ensure the skies were impenetrable. It was practically free money. So is it possible that some organizers of the work needed a little kickback, perhaps? Sending half of the 3,000 crowns back. Sean still failed to catch the girl's hint, responding as if boasting. I asked them to give as much as possible. I've been serving for almost a month and haven't asked them for anything until now. This is the first time, it seems. They really value me. What a load of nonsense. Mu Kong sighed in frustration. How overestimated of oneself could one be to think this way? However, it seemed the young man truly was a mage in the military, albeit having served for less than a month. Now that she thought about it, just a month ago she was a darling in the internet cafe, a master of skipping classes, and now she was about to face life and death. Let's just talk normally and avoid vulgarities. Sean tried to persistently change the girl's coarse language. Otherwise, if she were to marry over, her temper was so fierce that if conflicts arose out of anger, it would still be him. What? Farting is a vulgarity. Mu Kong shot him a look. You don't fart. Don't you have a butt? And you've been. Well, I guess that's dirty in your eyes too, huh? Right now, I don't even have a sword. How can I maintain my dominance in swordplay without using vulgarities? Wouldn't that make it seem like a lone man and woman together? Sigh. Sean could only let out a powerless sigh. The journey ahead was long and arduous. Mu Kong waved her hand. Forget it, let's not discuss money. This task is quite suspicious. Capturing an internal traitor, what does it have to do with our patrol? What could they uncover? How would they investigate? They were given a limited time of 3 days. Was this just a face-saving operation? Isn't self-checking for internal traitors a continuous task? We'll check them one by one and see if their identities match. Sean answered without hesitation. He had done his homework regarding how this work was to be conducted. Mu Kong was astonished. Is this job something outsiders can do? Isn't it classified? For them to even allocate a spot, are you not selling your backside? No wonder he was so sensitive to that word. It was said that after being in the military for a long time, even looking at a sow would seem beautiful, and although he was a male, his delicate skin was just right for use, making it hard to guarantee he wouldn't be coveted. Asking was futile. He would surely spout some revered vocabulary, whether true or not she certainly didn't believe. Forget it. She could only pivot to another topic. The sun peeked over the horizon, casting a warm glow over Golden Bay. However, the morning temperature was still quite cold due to the sea breeze, and there were hardly any pedestrians on the street. Not saying anything felt truly awkward. How can there be spies from the Beastmen in the military? How did that 2-meter-tall green-skinned giant manage to infiltrate? Could there be a cat-eared girl? Sean sighed briefly. Regardless of what species the opponent is, there will always be internal traitors among humans. Mukong was silent for a long time. She recalled her own identity, having signed a contract with a demon to become an apostle. Oh, did this make her an internal supporter of hell? And Sean was already starting to regret it. He had been chatting quite happily with the little elf, feeling that the words spoken in the latter half of the night added up to more than what they had said since they met, and yet he brought up this topic for no reason. They had already slipped down to the lower city, where craftsmen began extinguishing the gas lamps on the main road with the first rays of morning light. This was a benefit exchanged for taxes by the residents. However, the residents of the upper city used magic crystal lamps that provided broader and softer light and did not extinguish until dawn. How about watching the sunrise? Sean suggested. Not interested, the girl responded, her interest waning. At her age, watching the sunrise seemed trivial. If someone asked her to watch a movie, she would eagerly pull up her pants to go, but unfortunately this world had neither computers nor mobile phones. Modern entertainment activities were simply out of the question. The only connection to the sun and the day was all within herself. Then how about a race to see who can get to the end faster? Sean pointed down the long street, proposing again. The little elf was athletic, so she should be interested, right? Heh. A disdainful short laugh from her said it all. Just based on his weak stature, she could leap with one leg and still not lose. Mukong glanced in the direction of the city wall, only thinking about completing the task quickly and going home to rest. Then she saw a person holding a shimmering silver sword. Hey, young master, there you are. Mukong joyfully ran over, pondering how this young master was out early looking for revenge, presumably hating the person who deceived him to the bone. She wondered where he got the news that he could find his target by wandering near the military camp every day. There were few pedestrians on the street, and Wally spotted the little elf at a glance. Expressionless, he reached out. Morning, Meteor. Your real name is Mukong, right? Shuefeng told me. That's right. I came to deliver a message from someone. Mukong swung her hand, giving a high five with the young master. What new elf etiquette was this? Sean, who had run a couple of steps and was panting, looked on enviously. The little elf hadn't even let him hold her hand. Should he try to take the initiative next time? Mukong just wanted to quickly return to rest, and immediately relayed the information given by the bearded man. The one who lured you into killing the innocent merchant wants to meet you at Jade Night in 2 days at noon. After saying that, she turned and left. Wally, shocked, hurriedly asked, How do you know? I'm a mercenary. I just do my job for money. Who sent you the message? A person in a black cloak wearing a mask. Mukong waved at him while turning her back, then patted Sean on the shoulder. You're lucky. You've completed your task successfully. Shall we each go our own ways now? The military camp built against the city wall at Golden Sands Bay is quite loose, with most soldiers scattered among the extended defensive works outside the city, far fewer in number than expected. Thus, Mukong initially thought his job was to verify information door to door, expecting to check at least 1,000 people in 3 days, a task that would wear him out. However, upon arriving at the location, he realized it was anything but that. A large warehouse, originally filled with supplies, had been completely cleared out in advance to make space for a steady stream of soldiers led by their commanding officers. The responsibility for the verification work fell to several senior officers, with large batches of documents being brought in and the used ones being neatly categorized. Mukong, Xian, and several other military experts were merely patrolling nearby, preventing anyone from fleeing to evade inspection or causing trouble if discovered. So it turns out this is just a bodyguard job. Science boring, but much easier. Nothing confidential would be involved. The girl stretched lazily. To arrive at the military camp on time, she had even woken up early and brought an extra 2 bottles of water to prevent getting dry from talking too much. Xian was right beside her. After not seeing the little spirit for 2 days, he felt a bit restless, just wanting to chat more with her, and promptly boasted, See, the job I found for you isn't bad, is it? The Empire's army had no strict military discipline. The soldiers brought over by their officers were already in such disarray that they couldn't even be called a formation. Mukong's long-eared spirit accurately caught his voice. She patted the young man's shoulder. Not bad, worthy of praise. Keep it up. She felt like a scoundrel, as she couldn't express genuine gratitude for the easy, high-paying job someone had arranged for her, only able to entice him with empty words to continue working for free. There's nothing to be done. Our money has great use. Since the officer who helped add her to the ranks outside the military didn't mention any kickbacks, don't expect any material benefits. Don't worry, a few generals still give me face. If there's another opportunity, I'll have you come again. Xian grinned widely, his smile shy yet sweet. Seeing the young man's expression, Mukong felt even more guilty. Should I give him something later? No, better not. That feeling of being torn between waves is really unappealing, and if I do that, what would I become? Selling myself for money. She clenched her fist, resolutely affirming, I'd rather work hard. I'll go around and call back the scattered soldiers who have wandered too far from the ranks. Doing a good job and demonstrating my value is also acceptable. Xian quickly followed her. I'll go with you. Sigh. Mukong didn't oppose. The young man was getting deeper and deeper into this, unable to refuse him the chance to walk the right path, only to continue taking advantage of him. He was the only one in the world who knew about his contract with the demon, and also the only one who could help him, but he couldn't let the other party work for free, so. At worst, he could just lift the contract later and promise him and his family a life of riches. After circling around a couple of times, Mukong gradually began to experience the joy of being in power. Every soldier who saw her yellow armband, no matter how unwilling, ultimately complied with the orders and returned to their ranks. Hey, you can't just urinate anywhere here. The girl pointed at two soldiers in the corner who were unbuckling their belts, making a gesture to shoo them away. Rascals are still rascals. Even when facing an officer, they have to act up a bit, treating it as a way to add flavor to the monotonous and tense military life. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously pulled down their pants to squat. Then let's do it big, shall we? Mukong remained unmoved, hands on her hips, tilting her chin up. Then I'll watch you. Hey, are you pushing your mother? As soon as she finished speaking, she was suddenly bumped aside by Xian, who rushed over and stood in front of her to block her view. Hurry up and put your pants on, or don't blame me for being rude. The suddenly furious mage hadn't even recited a spell, yet two small fireballs had already gathered in the palm of his hand. The power contained within them wouldn't kill, but they could definitely cause severe burns. Mukong tilted her head, bypassing the human obstacle, gazing at the fireballs as if seeing them for the first time, marveling at how Zion's power seemed to be slightly stronger than she had thought. Just as she finished her marvel, Xian, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, shifted his body again to block her view. The two rascals were obediently pulling up their pants. Mukong tilted her head again. Xian continued to block her. No looking, there are dirty things. It wasn't until the rascals had left that Mukong scoffed in disdain. What are you blocking for? I've seen worse. Not only had she seen it, but she had also played with it, far exceeding what they could imagine. Xian squeezed his legs together, his voice suddenly turning shy. Well, you can't look at others. Stop hiding, it's not an earthworm. The girl seized the opportunity to belittle the young man. This was also a form of a beautiful blessing. If it were really an earthworm, it wouldn't hurt so much. Xian was almost trained into PTSD, not caring about the worm issue at all, instead thinking it was a proof of their closeness, a secret joy growing in his heart. But soon anger washed over him again. He chased after the little spirit, wanting to ask her who else she had seen. Was it other mercenaries? Damn it, you can only be my spirit, no one else can see. However, just as he opened his mouth, his accusation turned into a gentle inquiry. It's almost noon, shall we go eat together? His eyes sparkled, and his face bore a look of hopeful anticipation. Mukong didn't even glance at him, pointing at the warehouse. You must not have heard the young general say this morning that all soldiers are dismissed at noon, and we need to guard the warehouse to prevent any insiders from taking the opportunity to steal materials. Inside there are still a lot of soldiers' files stored. Oh, that might only have been said to you. He wouldn't command me, Xian replied honestly, as that young commander was not the officer of his unit, and even if he were, he wouldn't give orders so casually. But he couldn't let such a great opportunity to eat go to waste. Then he'll bring the food over, and we can eat together in the warehouse. Go ahead. Mukong did not refuse. Eating hot food is definitely better than munching on biscuits. She strolled back to the warehouse, standing quietly in the corner waiting for the officers to leave until the area was empty. Soon several military experts arrived to guard the place and supervise each other. Xian rushed in proudly, carrying a large bowl piled high with food. Mukong frowned as she took it, unable to help but complain. Why is there so much? I can't finish it. It's fine. Just leave the leftovers to me. Ooh, I don't mind. Xian beamed, deciding to savor the leftovers slowly and take any he couldn't finish back. Haven't you eaten yet? I went alone and they only gave me one bowl. You eat first, it's fine. Upon hearing that the elven race even had a scent of fragrant grass in their saliva, since he couldn't taste it directly, he would have to experience it indirectly. Several military experts nearby watched the two boys display their iron brother relationship, unable to suppress their goosebumps. One even whispered secretly, His Excellency Xian has a bright future. How could he not find a partner? Why does he look like he's getting involved with the same sex? I heard he comes from a noble background, or perhaps he's just tired of the usual and is trying something new. Actually, if it's that little spirit, I also. Mukong's ears were always pricked up. Even though they had kept their voices very low, her keen hearing still allowed her to catch bits and pieces. Just by watching their gestures, she could figure out what they were saying. Him full. Mukong set down the large bowl. To think she was being labeled as a homosexual by others was truly ridiculous. She would always be heterosexual from now on. She lifted her eyelids, glaring at the group, and casually spotting 4 familiar figures striding toward the warehouse, led by a cloaked and masked individual, and no one was stopping them. All the nearby soldiers had long since left for the mess hall. Damn it, I said this task felt strange all over. They're conducting a meaningless sweep of the entire army for no reason. If they wanted to hide, they could just not show up. It seems the higher-ups are cooperating in a play waiting right here. Blood Oath, the rebel flag examination. They even translated the Battle of Light into rhythmic war drums, teaching the orcs how to use wolf cavalry in conjunction with catapults for precise city sieges. The most famous traitor Ironthroat Galvin wore a mask forged from the copper bell of a monastery, and during the Frostfang Canyon battle, made the orcs understand for the first time how to utilize the despairing prayers of dying human captives to unleash even more powerful shamanic magic. Watching the few people strutting around, Mukong gradually widened his mouth, feeling as if he had fallen into the game of the nobility and could not extricate himself. Sean was completely oblivious to his surroundings, devouring the leftover food of the girl, feeling it exceptionally sweet, despite Mukong strictly delineating that he only moved a small piece from the top. On the roof of the warehouse, the two were peering down through a gap that had been deliberately left open. One of them, a bearded young man, suddenly exclaimed, "Why is she here too?" "Who?" The white-bearded old general glanced in the direction of his gaze and explained that Sean, one of the most outstanding mages in our army. "Do you know him?" "I meant the little elf beside him." The old general's position was much higher than the bearded man's, but on one hand the latter represented a few of the top families of Yangji. On the other hand, he himself was also from the Mianhua sect, and although there was no blood relation, he was someone they had personally promoted. Thus, recalling the detailed information, he honestly answered his name is Mukong, a mercenary, and he should be a friend of Sean. At that time, Sean desperately pleaded to let a friend in, and his commander couldn't refuse considering his military merits, so this exception was made. However, the plan was temporarily modified, and they were not allowed to access confidential documents. I ultimately agreed to this. "Is there a problem?" "No need to take the blame for your subordinate. It's nothing, just saw an acquaintance." The bearded man looked at the little elf who was quietly eating, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth that he himself didn't notice. "Wait, what do you mean quietly?" With her usual crude demeanor, can she be associated with such a term? Eating with small bites is just because her mouth is small, right? Cherry-like lips. Considering her chewing frequency, her efficiency is quite high. He watched the little elf wipe her mouth generously and put down her bowl. Sean naturally took the bowl and continued eating. His smile vanished instantly. "What are you doing? Can't you afford a meal at home? Why are you eating someone else's leftovers? What is your relationship with her? Are you a good person?" Countless questions ultimately converged into one: do you know her true gender? Looking at this naive and foolish appearance, she probably doesn't know. The little elf usually disguises quite well, and I guess this job was also to deceive a foolish boy into helping her. Are you that easy to fool? Or are you willingly being deceived? No, just looking at this foolish boy makes me angry. I need to come up with a plan. The bearded man immediately had an excellent idea, low cost and effective, aligning with the values of a spy, and there was a perfect breakthrough point right beside him. Feigning mystery, he casually mentioned to the old general, "I know that mage named Sean. Did you know he likes—" "What?" The old general indeed showed a brief surprise, but his astonishment wasn't about Sean's orientation. It was because at such a tense moment, he would bring up something so unrelated. Was it a sign of confidence from a well-planned scheme? He glanced coolly at the warehouse entrance. "Who one likes is a personal freedom. The young masters are coming in." As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Sean. Not to mention the little elf beside him was delicate and beautiful with a somewhat effeminate charm. If someone preferred the beauty of the same sex, they might indeed be deeply attracted. In the future, I should let my grandson have less contact with Sean. The bearded man outlined a concealed smile, and finally shot a glare at Sean, subtly revealing some killing intent as a warning before focusing back on the task. "Achoo!" Sean sneezed violently, yet he still refused to put down his bowl. "Sniff, why do I feel a bit cold?" He didn't know what killing intent was, nor did he realize he had just been targeted by it. Mukong glanced at the food contaminated by the sneeze disdainfully, clicking his tongue. "You're really disgusting. Don't eat anymore. Look who's coming." "Who?" Sean raised his head, holding the bowl. "Hey, isn't that? Wally, the young master coming from above, probably the son of some duke." Mukong drew out a dagger. At most, he was just the son of a duke. It couldn't be higher. If he were a prince, it wouldn't be the daughter of the Mianhua family serving him, and moreover, he wouldn't appear outside of Yangji. Moreover, pulling off such a series of antics for everyone to play along. If he were royal, this matter would be a joke. But if he were a duke's child, it would only be a beautiful story, even turned into a fable by bards. Wali and the 4 nobles also spotted the girl, as well as the 6 capable soldiers, including Sean. Shuefeng had been informed of the truth by Mukong, and was already prepared, sighing, as he took 2 short spears from behind, twisting the ends together to assemble a double-head spear. Priest Light and Mage Jomei were still in a daze, not yet understanding what had happened. Wally, however, was already accustomed to it, drawing his sword and fiercely attacking the leading black-robed figure while shouting, "You damned liar." A cloud of white mist erupted around the black-robed figure, leaving only the robe torn in two, but the person inside had vanished. "There are intruders." One of the capable soldiers had already rushed out of the warehouse, shouting a warning, while the others drew their weapons and surrounded them. Sean cast the flying spell and flew onto the beam, still holding the bowl, while Mukong had already run out through the side back door when he began chanting. Now no one knew where she was. "Wait." Wally raised both hands, palms outward, signaling, "This is a misunderstanding. We are also victims. Put down your weapons and surrender quickly." Several soldiers remained unmoved. "Do not resist, or you will commit a greater error." This was also standard procedure. If you are truly wrong, the lords will naturally give you justice after interrogation. But the crime of trespassing a military camp still needs to be punished, especially since this particular venue was filled with confidential documents today. If it were Wally from a week ago, he would have turned the tables and forced several soldiers to surrender, while also ordering the general responsible for this area's defense to come see him. However, now he was making rapid progress, immediately ready to put down the long sword that symbolized the Silver Ocean. "Don't make a move, What?" A capable soldier was shot in the abdomen, crashing against the wall. The previously vanished black-robed figure appeared in the corner, holding a crossbow, wearing an intact robe, and the voice under the mask was full and resonant. "The goods are secured, boss. I'm waiting for you at the hideout. Hurry up." He then transformed into white mist and disappeared again. "Wally, what the schwefong, I knew it." Light shielded Jiome behind him, shouting loudly, "My dad is the Minister of Defense of Golden Sands Bay. He is a dukes. I get it, you won't believe me, will you?" Standing atop the warehouse, the bearded man was very pleased. "The young master can now curse. He has grown up, but our young lady really knows the truth. That little elf. I need to come up with a way to make sure the following. I got it. The military elites generally possess levels around 7 or 8 any higher, and they could easily enter the mercenary industry to earn greater rewards. If one particularly enjoys a military life that requires no thinking, receiving regular pay, and exchanging military achievements for bounties, they could seek a long-term contract with a guild and rejoin the army as mercenaries. However, as outsiders, it is not appropriate to assign them to such highly confidential tasks, especially with the presence of classified documents. Apart from the mercenaries and court mages, the highest-ranked mage serving in the entire Golden Sands Bay defense unit is Xian, which is why under his strong insistence and assurance the higher-ups made an exception to allow Mukong to enter. But now where is that little sprite? The military elites formed a battle formation, coordinating with each other. Even though they were considerably weaker, their numbers exceeded the opponents, allowing them to hold on, yet they began to curse madly in their hearts. This is not aimed at the gentleman Xian, who stands on the beam, having just conjured a large fireball, but is yet to release it, and is now dispersing his magical power. All his previous battles had been as a cannon dealing with clumsy orcs. In the current chaotic situation, using large-scale destructive spells so carelessly could easily harm allies. He lacks the experience to understand this, which is forgivable. But that little sprite, who was only brought in through special favor, has not even made a single move since the battle commenced, and directly fled out of fear. Isn't that too excessive? Is he only capable of using backdoor tactics? Even if Xian is not perceptive, he can still sense the resentment of his comrades this time. However, he fully supports Mukong's actions. The strength of the invading nobles is considerable, and the sprite is not like the soldiers forming a battle array. If she were to join the fight, it would be hard to guarantee her safety, which is too dangerous. This is not a battle suitable for her level. It is best to keep her at a distance. "Let me take on your share." Xian encouraged himself, dispelled the fireball, and began chanting a high-level spell he had learned not long ago, but had never used in actual combat. Time seemed to be shrouded in gauze. The four young nobles knew there was no hope of escape, and in such circumstances fleeing would only bring shame to their families. They had long considered surrendering, and were merely stalling for time, waiting for a senior officer to reveal their identity and declare everything a misunderstanding. Several military elites noticed the opponent's lack of will to fight, and were happy to hold back. As long as they waited for the soldiers to surround them from all sides, this battle would come to an end. Everything was going according to plan. Hence no one paid attention to the mage on the beam, who had remained silent until now. Perhaps he was waiting for an opportunity, believing the situation did not require his intervention. Zion's fingertips turned a shade of bluish-white, from overcharging, with crimson lightning dancing between his fingers, disappearing and reappearing. When the last arc of electricity drilled into the magical patterns formed in his palm, a strange blood-red glow suddenly lit up at the tip of his index finger, capturing everyone's attention. "Let your power also be unleashed through my hands," Xian silently declared, then softly intoned the chilling incantation, "Death's Finger." A dazzling burst of light erupted instantaneously, accompanied by a thunderous roar, as several slender red lightning bolts intertwined to form a lightning chain, accurately connecting to the noble mage Jume. Almost at the moment the lightning shot forth, the jewelry worn by Jiume emitted a shrill scream. 3 protective magic arrays surged upward, but before they could fully form, a devastating scarlet thunderbolt tore through the air between the two. Crack! Jiume staggered backward. Her emerald necklace shattered into powder, the starstone on her earlobe turned to charcoal, and the wedding ring on her ring finger cracked inch by inch. Thankfully she herself was unharmed. Xian let his smoking right hand droop, watching 3 wisps of blue smoke rise from the noble mage, feeling quite regretful. This spell consumed all his magical power, requiring at least a few minutes to recover before he could prepare the next spell. He could only frown inwardly. Tisk, just as Mukong said, these nobles have so many interesting trinkets. Now I can't make any achievements. While Xian frowned, the gray-haired general had just awakened from his fainting spell, his palm bursting with an uncharacteristic strength for his age, as he gripped the arm of the person beside him tightly, his voice trembling and legs shaking. What is he doing? Quick, stop him. You must stop him. The bearded man's tone was much calmer. Don't worry, this is a 7th ring spell, though after releasing it, he won't be able to do anything for a while. What he did not know was that his face had turned the same color as the general's gray hair. The military elites quickly reacted. After praising Xian for his excellent performance, they immediately began to press the advantage. While it was good for the soldiers to surround the invaders and force them to surrender, taking them down in advance would certainly be a great achievement. To ensure that nothing leaked out and to maintain the act thoroughly, no one told them that this was all a performance. Directors all believed that with just these people they could not threaten the nobles of considerable strength. Who could have thought this kid would strike so ruthlessly? Wait, when did he become capable of casting 7th ring spells? Even the 2 hidden silver knights controlling the scene from the shadows did not have time to intervene. Several nobles recovered from their shock. Leite immediately checked on his little fiancée with whom he had formerly married long ago. Joshi, are you alright? Jumai's face was pale, utterly shocked. This was the closest she had ever come to death. With one less person's support, the nobles grew more courageous in battle. Wally unleashed the full might of the silver sea sword, each strike creating water blades that sliced far, forcing several military elites back, as he shouted, quick, protect them. Xiefeng watched his back, feeling a corner of his heart slightly melt. This is more like what a man should be. However, just as he turned around, a sharp cracking sound of sour wood exploded behind him. The warehouse wall shattered with a thunderous crash, and amidst the splintering wood a slender figure slipped into the defense radius in a standard assassination stance. Before Xiefeng could react, a dagger was already pressed against her jaw. Surrender. A familiar hoarse voice rang out from behind. The knee pressed against his lower back was gathering strength, a standard suppressive posture to prevent the target from rolling away. As the sprite's characteristic pointed ears finally entered his peripheral vision, Xiefeng pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, suppressing his instinct to fight back. I surrender. She offered no resistance, throwing her spear to the ground, raising both hands high, while signaling her companions to cooperate. Why continue fighting? It was all just an act, and they were certainly going to be caught. Why risk their lives any further? It would be better to see what they would use next to test Wally. It would also give this little sprite a bit of credit. Speaking of which, he is quite light. The pressure of the knee at her lower back had little force, and with just a slight effort, she could send him flying far away. Several noble young masters and ladies threw their weapons onto the ground. The other 3 did not hesitate as they threw their weapons. They had not used the precious magical weapons they had brought from home, but rather exchanged them for less conspicuous arms, which though also exquisite, could be easily discarded. Only Valley held the Silver Sea longsword, a symbol of his family's inheritance rights. Aside from its noble title, it was an exceptional magical weapon and quite expensive. However, upon seeing the mage standing on the beam, rapidly recovering his magic power and beginning to chant a spell again, he no longer hesitated and forcefully drove the sword into the ground, its blade embedding a third of the way into the earth, proudly surrendering. My sword will stay here waiting for your general to personally come and take it back. Several skilled soldiers did not dare to delay, quickly binding them and handing them over to the soldiers who arrived shortly after. From the equipment, skills, and weapons of these intruders, it was clear they were no ordinary individuals, and they had chosen the perfect time to invade the warehouse during the lunch break. Had it not been for the general's caution in assigning some personnel to guard instead of rest, there could have been serious problems. The simplest case is that even if all the documents were burned, it would be a significant blow to the defending forces. So if what the general said is accurate, there are indeed spies from the beast men among the troops, and they are the ones. Upon hearing this, the soldiers felt a sense of urgency and tightly placed magical restraints around the necks of the intruders. These restraints were originally designed to drain a person's magic power to produce magic crystals, but they had quickly been transformed into effective torture devices. How dare you put this on me? Where is the commander responsible for this area? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Valis struggled fiercely until a sergeant struck him on the back of the head with a sword hilt embedded with a bronze hammer. Hiss! Mukong shrank his neck, straining his ears to move back, hissing in pain. That hurts so much. At this moment, the little elf was somewhat covered in dust after breaking through the warehouse wall, with wood splinters and lime on her head and shoulders. When Sean saw her appearance, he couldn't help but want to approach and pat her, but as soon as he reached out, the vigilant elf dodged and questioned, "What do you want?" "I want." Sean wanted to respond this way, but he knew that if he did, his fate would be no better than that of Valley, who had already fainted and was being roughly carried away by the soldiers. He could only explain his actions honestly. "You're all dirty. Get lost, get lost, get lost." Mukong expressed her disdain. "Are you not a cowardly wimp? You talk like a mosquito bites." Seeing the two interact, several skilled soldiers also lost the desire to greet the chief mage of the defending forces. Lord Sean was exuberant. They all feared being noticed by him inadvertently. As for that mercenary elf, being a thief or assassin hiding at the start of the battle and waiting to break through the warehouse wall for a surprise attack, or obstructing when the enemy tried to break through the main gate, was not an unreasonable tactic. However, being the chief's forbidden treasure, casually conversing with someone as masculine as himself could easily provoke Sean's jealousy, leading to future trouble in the military. His influence among the higher-ups of several legions in the defending forces was not to be underestimated. It was just unclear who was in front and who was behind. The beautiful elf girl was simply too precious, capable of attracting a noble like Lord Sean to change lanes. It was truly hard to judge. Several skilled soldiers slipped aside to whisper. Sean instinctively wanted to stay close to the girl, but forced himself to come up with a topic. "I didn't expect that noble named Valley would look so presentable, yet actually lead the way for the spies." "Who are the spies?" Mukong looked at him oddly. "Those are all great nobles. I suspect Valley might even be the son of a duke." "This matter is indeed a misunderstanding." "Sean." He stroked his chin, scratched his back, felt an itch on his leg, and finally his scalp began to tingle as he finally reacted. "Wait. You mean I almost killed a great noble?" "Yes," Mukong replied with a sour tone. She had thought this little guy was a weak mage, only capable of casting Turing spells, which was level 4 and weaker than herself. Now she would have to refer to him as a middle-level mage. She hoped the power granted by the demon would allow her to grow rapidly and catch up to him, lest one day she would have to call him a great mage. Sean began to stutter. At the beginning of the battle, that priest said his father was the Minister of Defense for Golden Sand Bay, so it's fine and no one was hurt, right? Mukong comforted casually. "You only broke a few expensive magical items. Working hard for a few years, you can pay it back." An old general with graying hair entered after several nobles had been taken away, followed by a young man with a... The general waved his hand and ordered, "Everyone out, only that elf mercenary can stay." After saying this, he actually followed the others out. Sean walked behind him, looking back 3 times, watching his little elf remain in place, confused about what had happened. The bearded man walked in front of Mukong, and until now he was the only outsider who knew the truth, so he had reason to let her execute the next plan. "We have decided to give you a great opportunity. Consider it a gift, of course. It would be even better if you could be grateful to me from now on." Mukong asked, "What?" "I can't say yet, it's not time." The bearded man shook his head, pointing to the silver sea longsword that Valley had plunged into the ground. "Take it away, and keep it well. When you see Master Valley again, return it to him, and say, just say you stole it after the battle." With this hint, Master Valley should slowly discover the truth, right? "Huh, what?" Making friends with Master Valley will definitely help you avoid many detours in the future. He wasn't worried that Valley would have any improper thoughts about this little elf. His lady had been engaged to Master Valley since childhood, and it was clear to anyone with eyes that Valley had feelings for Shuefeng. Mukong couldn't care about so much anymore. Ever since she was told she could temporarily legally hold this invaluable weapon, her mind was continuously struck by a rising excitement. "I'm going to get rich." Even if she had to return it later, there might be a profit to be made. Even if she didn't get any money, she could gain a favor from such a great noble. She would definitely get rich in the future. "Wait." The bearded man saw the girl licking her lips, her eyes shining with greed, and couldn't help but recall his colleague's cute daughter. Coffee cleared his throat and threw a bundle of black cloth. "Wrap the sword in this. It can obstruct the brilliance of magic. You should find someone to cover for you while taking the sword out of the military camp. If there really is no one to choose from, I can." "No need to trouble you." Mukong immediately thought of her companion, waving to the middle-level mage who was peeking at the warehouse door. "Sean, come help." In the diary of a certain elf experiment. The sudden surge of interest gave him the courage for a third attempt. During this exceedingly dull process, he often fantasized about transforming into a pain-free puppet. Perhaps the experience would be much better. Next time he should keep a book nearby and flip through a few pages while waiting, enriching his knowledge of other worlds. In the diary of a certain elf experiment. The sudden surge of interest gave him the courage for a third attempt. During this exceedingly dull process, he often fantasized about transforming into a pain-free puppet. Perhaps the experience would be much better. Next time he should keep... Sean was in a state of both excitement and disappointment, deeply entrenched in self-doubt. and self-denial. After helping carry a large bundle of weapons back to Mukong's home, he shamelessly lingered for just a few minutes of conversation before being ordered upstairs again. He had become accustomed to the girl's fluctuating attitude. Oh, after all, it was quite all right. However, seeing Mukong expressionless yawning while scraping dirt from her nails and wanting to stretch her arm to draw back the curtain to check the outside world, he could only feel like a complete waste of space and undeniable failure. Then came the deep sense of frustration. Every man in such a situation should have similar thoughts. Yet that burst of excitement propelled him onward, leaving him unable to stop as he angrily cursed himself while praying for any deity to bestow a miracle. Mukong did not make any moves. She felt a surge of uncontrollable energy within her body fluctuating like an extra acceleration from gravity and inertia. She worried that if she harmed this frail middle chicken magician's body, it would be disastrous. Anyway, it should be about time. She began to search for a rag. It was magically levitated and flung out of the window. The excited Sage Sean, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim, throwing things casually into the street. I have no class. Mukong silenced his trailing words with just 4 words. Sean retracted his neck, cautiously offering, then I can help you wash it. As long as it wasn't smeared on her face, he wouldn't mind. Forget it, I don't want to use it even if it's clean. It's not that you can't go outside next time. Mukong sniffed her hands, thinking that as long as she had the rag between them, there shouldn't be any odor. However, she still disdainfully flicked it away, feeling that it must be infected with millions of bacteria. She continued to lament, that rag is made from deer skin specially for weapon maintenance. It's very expensive. How can it withstand such waste? She had no awareness of what she had just said. Initially, Sean didn't respond, merely lowering his head in an attitude of guilt for her seemingly justified accusation. I couldn't hold back. But he, with his thin skin, found it impossible to articulate an explanation. Yet soon his eyes sparkled, bursting with the glory of a tree experiencing a second spring, as he quickly raised his head to watch the girl fastening trinkets to her belt, his anticipation soaring. There will be a next time. Wait, no, what excitement is this? Of course there will be a next time. This is a little elf uniquely belonging to. Wrapped in a surge of happiness, looking at the elf clad in heavy leather armor that had never been removed and padded with steel plates, Sean silently vowed, next time. No, in the future he must peel away the outer eggshell to see the egg white. Perhaps it's a soft-boiled egg. Spit, spit, spit. What am I thinking? Of course it's a soft-boiled egg. It is a soft-boiled egg now. Mukong, seeing the boy's eyes glazing over again, couldn't help but shake her head as she crawled down the stairs. She felt that she was even less useful than a 200 krona cup. If this could make the boy daydream, then he would probably be useless for the rest of his life. She couldn't imagine what would happen if she invited him to spend at the nearby Full Moon Pavilion, experiencing those professional. Wouldn't his heart explode? What are you going to do? Sean finally snapped out of his egg-peeling fantasies and asked as he watched the girl fully armed again going downstairs. I need to check on the weapons. I have to find a safe place to hide Sir Wallace' magic sword. Right. No one told her this. On returning from the military camp, Sean carried that spear that could be split into 2 long spears, while Mukong bundled the remaining weapons, including the sword wrapped in black cloth, together with ropes, and brought them back. But it wasn't as simple as just throwing down a weapon for a noble to surrender. Aside from the long spear, Siafeng also threw down a short sword the length of an arm. Priest Light had a delicate hand crossbow in addition to a spiked hammer. The dazed magician Jume tossed away 2 disposable wands that had stored magical power along with her staff. These pieces of equipment were overlooked by those nobles, but in the hands of commoners they were all exquisite items, each fetching at least 200 krona in the second-hand market. Money. And that magic sword could bring wealth and goodwill. Even though Mukong no longer felt the sudden thrill of wealth she experienced when she first obtained the weapons from the military camp, she still couldn't help but feel a little excited. The military camp would still need patrolling for 2 more days, but they had already assisted in capturing the so-called inside informant. With the bonus and the extra earnings from the second-hand weapons, it would amount to nearly 10,000 in hand. If the magic sword was added, the 3rd philosopher's stone was already beckoning. The girl arranged various exquisite weapons on the cabinet, creating an illusion of a small shop brimming with variety. Then she handed the sword to the 2nd floor. Help me hide it, just put it under the bed. The Silver Knights would definitely be guarding nearby, and no thief would dare to steal. But better safe than sorry. Sean obediently took the sword, nearly dropping it due to its weight, and stuffed it under the bed amidst the girl's elf-like curses. Why is it taking so long? Looking up at the 2nd floor, Mukong noticed that since Sean had crawled under the bed, he had gone silent and started to urge. Hurry up, didn't you cross over? I'll treat you to dinner to replenish your strength. You should hurry back to rest. Sean's voice from under the bed was very muffled. Why are there old socks under the bed? There are 2 pairs, or should I wash them for you? Why were there 5 socks? Where did the 6th one go? Did it get randomly thrown out the window? Mukong replied irritably, you can eat them, save me a meal. Now we can be considered a high-income group. Oh, what's wrong with just replacing the old ones with new ones? Oh, I might as well just help you throw them away. Although helping to capture the so-called internal supporter, the work at the military camp still had to continue for the remaining. However, this task was extremely easy. Mukong only needed to stroll around the perimeter, using his authority to call back soldiers who wandered too far, thus enjoying a taste of power. Xian also had to bring lunch to the little sprite guarding the documents in the warehouse every noon, similarly experiencing the life of a sprite. Although Mukong was very careful to keep his portion in the bowl as a solid moat and not touch any other area, theoretically Xian would not get to taste anything. However, the soldiers in the military camp were looking at him with increasingly strange expressions. The work was too easy. After finishing, there was no need for rest, and the Silver Knights did not come to find him, so Mukong could immediately look for the next task. But this time he had to take Xian along to see the world. I found you a job in the army, so why don't you let me experience the mercenary life? He pleaded with an elongated tone. Someone helps me, I help someone. Mukong had no choice but to agree, but added a condition: once you get to the guild, can you refrain from acting like a punching bag that everyone wants to poke? My name Mu is also quite renowned among sprites in the guild. If you dare to embarrass me, just leave. Don't say anything dirty, damn it. Mukong angrily cut off Zion's words, marching ahead. This kid, even when calling himself a kid, was still flattering himself, always looking like a punching bag, not getting angry, even when someone stepped on his face, and might even help you clean your foot, skin softly telling you that such behavior was wrong and not to do it again next time. To say he was effeminate was not quite right, but it felt very awkward. As a genuine person from Yinbei, even the female classmates around him, who had not yet been corrupted by society, did not speak in a delicate manner. Encountering someone so soft and submissive as a partner was really. Pushing open the door to the mercenary guild, she typically took a round to see if there was anyone she recognized. Fortunately, there wasn't. Mukong breathed a sigh of relief. She was not ready to introduce this embarrassing thing to her friends. Finding a vacant table, she snapped her fingers to catch the little waitress' attention. A glass of juice and a glass of... What do you want to drink? Anything is fine. A useless reply. 1 glass of horse urine, Mukong confirmed with the waitress. Xian shrank his neck, offering no resistance, continuing to comply. He knew that such places would not actually serve customers a glass of horse urine, so no matter what it was, do not ask. If he dared to say a word, he would instantly be sprayed with anger by the little sprite. Why bother? The little waitress covered her mouth and rushed back to the counter. Horse urine was a specific drink. They referred to the cheapest ale. Soon 2 glasses of drinks and a small plate of complimentary fried chips were served. Mukong, as if it were her first time in the guild after crossing over, pushed the drink and chips over. Here's your urine, a drink up. The chips are complimentary, eat slowly. I'm going to see if there's a suitable job available. Looking at the girl who was bundled up in leather armor and various accessories, Xian hurriedly asked, is the one on the walls of the guild? There were posters of difficult tasks issued by the guild, as well as those expiring in this. Mukong casually waved her hand. Yes, see that there's a dragon-slaying task over there, or why not try it? So much unnecessary chatter. She secretly rolled her eyes as she walked to the counter. There were several mercenaries looking through piles of task cards on the table. Upon seeing Mukong, one kindly pointed to a stack at the edge that no one was interested in. Those are all the lowest level tasks, which represents searching for cats and dogs, plowing fields, transporting goods, and delivering letters. Thanks. The girl nodded in gratitude, starting to look at other parts. The mercenary next to her shared half of the stack of cards he held that he hadn't looked at yet. When the tasks did not conflict, these mercenaries were quite friendly, especially those who often loitered at the same sub-guild point. Even if they could not call each other by name, they all knew each other and had greeted one another. Mukong squinted her eyes, reading the content intently. A 1 card was about finding someone to help clear out the mice in the basement. So boring. She tossed the card into the pile that no one was interested in. Wouldn't buying a cat to catch the mice be better? Why seek a mercenary for that? The mercenary beside her nudged her with his elbow, leaning over to point at the card in his hand. Hey, can you help me read what this character is? Everyone had little education, so it was common to help each other read characters. Master, this is about finding a swordsmanship instructor paid by the lesson. Oh, it's long term. Mukong tilted her head to help identify it, jumping up to avoid as the long ear was about to touch the mercenary's cheek. The mercenary shook his head, becoming a teacher. That's not possible. Oh, I can't stand kids. Saying this, he tossed the card back on the table, waiting for other mercenaries to pick it up. Xian looked at the girl's back and also shook his head repeatedly. No way, he couldn't tolerate his sprite being too close to others. He raised his hand softly, calling Mukong, Mukong. Tisk. The girl frowned and turned back, asking impatiently, what is it? There's a task for finding someone who I think I know. Xian pointed at the poster on the wall. The reward is 1,000. Really? Mukong perked up, striding back to the table. Is that so? Tell me about it. In the guild, tasks for finding people or items are quite special. There's no need to accept them in advance. Whoever has a lead reports it to the counter to accept it. Such tasks rely on connections and luck needing to be seen by more people. Xian pointed at the notice, beginning to read. Michelle, 52-year-old human female, brown hair, green eyes, overweight, missing half of her left pinky, came to Golden Sands Bay 2 years ago, seeking work, hoping kind-hearted people can help find her and let her return quickly. Her husband is seriously ill. Her name hasn't even changed. She's just a cook from our family. I've talked with her before and know her husband has tuberculosis. She's out working this time to earn money for a priest to treat him. Sounds good. Mukong enthusiastically patted Xian's shoulder, tearing off the task. Notice you're not a mercenary, so the task will be submitted under my name. I'll take 200. Let's split it half each. Xian smiled. If you hadn't brought me here, how would I have seen this task? Following Xian along the straight main road at Golden Sands Bay, they passed through 2 inner-city gates. The surrounding buildings transformed from tightly packed and shabby to sparse and grand, culminating in one large manor after another. At the highest point at the end stood the Duke's Tower, the symbol of local power, where its outline began to come into view. It is said that the Duke has been rendered powerless and imprisoned by the local nobility, forced to subsist on scraps of rotten vegetables obtained from a corner of an iron door that never opens. His days are extremely hard, and whoever can rescue him will be rewarded with a city, though it's uncertain whether this is true. This is what the mercenaries are saying. The streets widened, paved entirely with white marble, clean and tidy, yet the pedestrians grew increasingly sparse. The hurried expressions of those passing by clearly indicated they were servants, while occasionally noble ladies would cover their faces with folding fans, smiling as they chatted with companions, pointing and gossiping in this direction. Mukong felt a shiver run through her. This elven guise could still deceive people, but unfortunately something was amiss below. Otherwise, just pretending to be profound while standing on the street would attract countless girls willing to support her. As she walked, she straightened her back and brushed her hair. Since she couldn't take the initiative, leaving a bit of fantasy for others was acceptable. Hey, what does your family actually do? Mukong, while stealing glances at the noble ladies, also studied her surroundings. This must be the very core area of Golden Sands Bay, right? Xian replied, we are responsible for logistics, you know. He remembered having said this before. How could someone in logistics have such a high status? Never mind, I suppose I just don't understand. Mukong waved her hand, shaking her head. She initially thought Xian's father held a minor official position, merely involved in logistics, not commanding troops in battle. She never expected they lived in such a place. They must be among the first batch of teams in Golden Sands Bay, T0 level great nobles, right? She continued, but this task of ours definitely has issues. Since your family chef is out here working to earn money for a family member's medical treatment, how could they not inform their family of their contact address? In this world, magical arrays can be used for short-distance message transmission, which is not expensive, but only operates over short distances. For example, when the headquarters of the Mercenary Guild in Golden Sands Bay communicates with its branches to assign tasks. However, the longer the distance, the exponentially greater the energy consumption becomes, and between cities only the wealthy nobility can afford to send messages. Nonetheless, there exists a comprehensive letter communication system in the world. Residents can use various channels such as merchant caravans, travelers, mercenaries, and post stations to send their letters or items to the target town. Of course, the costs and risks vary depending on individual choices. Once the letters reach their destination, they are delivered to individuals by local post messengers. If there are too many letters during a certain period, they will even temporarily hire some mercenaries to assist. After being reminded by the girl, Xian suddenly realized something was amiss. Right, her husband is seriously ill. A letter could have been sent to inform us. Why go through the trouble of finding someone to commission the mercenaries in Golden Sands Bay to look for him? And is your salary really that low? It shouldn't be, right? Room and board are provided. Even if my Tua is an assistant cook, the money saved over 2 years should be enough to hire someone to alleviate the illness, certainly not enough to face death. Magic is not omnipotent. All diseases stemming from physical ailments can only be alleviated, not completely cured, and treatments must be received periodically. However, most ailments, once alleviated to the early stages, do not lead to death. At worst, they are just a bit uncomfortable. Mukong pondered, perhaps her husband suffers from another illness. People cannot change their fate. It seems he is destined to face this tribulation. Xian pointed towards the closed single iron door ahead. We're here. Wow, your front door is quite cute. Mukong teased with a half smile. Only one person can enter or exit at a time, and the street they were on was much narrower than the main road. This isn't the main door. Xian scratched his head, quite embarrassed. He knew that not using the main entrance for a first visit was quite rude, but I still can't go that way. What's the matter? Are you still a minor? No, I'm a bastard. Xian fell silent, finally realizing the little elf was teasing him. He stopped speaking and approached the iron door, patting it. Open up, it's me. Immediately there was movement inside. The door first opened a crack, then was pulled open wide by an old man in a dark blue servant's robe, his face beaming with a smile as he nodded to him. Young master, you have returned. Xian seemed used to this kind of greeting and pointed at Mukong. This is my friend. Hello, young master. The old man greeted the elf with the same smile. Mukong had never experienced such treatment before. Her face tensed up, and after a stiff nod, she hurriedly walked into the manor first. After taking a few steps and no longer seeing the old man by the door, she quietly exclaimed and asked, "Aren't you quite important at home?" She thought he was the kind of illegitimate child who would be barked at by guard dogs and bullied all day long. Now that she thought about it, no matter how one looked at it, he was the legitimate son of the household, and a mere word from him could cost any servant their job. Who would dare to look down on him on the surface? What kind of status is this? Sean expertly led the girl along a small path. Let's first find my Tuo in the kitchen. First, Mukong caught the point. So there is something else to do. Before she could ask further, she was already stunned by the vastness of the manor, the jade towers, and palatial halls. Mukong's limited knowledge found it hard to find suitable words to describe it. Even the servants' quarters here were better than her small second-floor room. If she could become its master, just a few philosopher's stones a year wouldn't be a problem at all. Unbeknownst to Sean, the girl behind him was already scheming for the inheritance he would never receive. Upon reaching the kitchen area, he happened to see my Tuo washing vegetables outside, and quickly approached her. "And I need to talk to you about something." Mai Tuo quickly stood up, wiping her wet hands on her apron in a flustered manner, and clasped her hands tightly in front of her. "Young master." She had a round face, wrinkles forming deep grooves, slightly dark skin, and her hair was tied up in a bun at the back, embodying the typical image of a country woman. "This is a mercenary friend of mine." Sean gestured towards Mukong. Just thinking about bringing the little elf to his room next made him uncontrollably excited. He didn't want to waste time. Mukong immediately took out a missing person notice she had torn from the guild. "So someone from your hometown commissioned the guild to look for you. It says here that your husband is seriously ill and that you need to return quickly. Short pain is better than long pain. Instead of beating around the bush with elaborate words, it's better to be straightforward. Perhaps just this little delay might prevent her from seeing her husband one last time." "Is that so?" Mai Tuo was first startled, then looked at the notice, but she clearly couldn't read, her gaze not focusing on the main content. Her lips pressed together, then abruptly bent down, her cheeks twitched, and her eyes quickly turned red. Then I really need to go back, young master." Sean hurriedly waved his hand. "Let's go, I'll go tell a lie for you." "No need to trouble yourself, young master. I can just go tell them myself." Mai Tuo turned to Mukong. "This mercenary, sir, when I set off tomorrow, I will stop by the mercenary guild to inform you that I have been notified." "Thank you. Only when the person involved informs the guild will the guild release the reward to the mercenary's personal account. Tomorrow. Actually, it would be fine to wait until you return. This chef doesn't look like someone whose husband is about to die. And shouldn't you leave right now?" Mai Tuo's eyes were red again, but she pressed her lips together and held back her grief. "Yes, I need to go back and pack my things, and also explain a few matters." Sean urged, "Don't waste time if this task has been out for a while. If you leave now, you might still make it in time to see him one last time." Mukong blocked Sean, sensing something and boldly speculating. "You actually received the letters from home. You just chose to ignore them. Every family has its own difficulties." Under the pretense of ignorance posed by the female assistant, Mukong still did not receive the answer she desired. Yet she believed her speculation was correct. However, this was not a significant matter. What she needed to focus on now was, where were they going? After voicing her confusion, Sean, who was wandering around the estate with a little sprite, replied in a tone that suggested it was only natural, "We're going to my place." "Don't you need to recognize the entrance?" "Recognize what entrance? You're not a widow, are you? I have to help you fend off demons, right? So now that you know where I live, what if the doorman won't let you in? I ought to give you a token, right?" Sean stated his justifiable reason, which he had been contemplating since stepping through the door. "In case something urgent comes up, and you can't wait for that old doorman to slowly come find me, you could come in yourself. Wouldn't you need to know where I live to do that?" Mukong had to admit that he had a point. "All right, let's go," she nodded, then sighed. "I never expected that you're not even the legitimate son, and yet can give me a token." Sean was exasperated. "What do you mean I'm not the legitimate son? You're just talking nonsense, aren't you? Why does the little sprite tell such ethical jokes every day?" "Hee." The girl smiled without speaking. It seemed that the true illegitimate child was completely different from her understanding. Not only was he not a marginalized figure, but he also held a significant position. Well, if it were her, she would think the same. After all, he did come from her own belly. No, wait, that was wrong. She shouldn't continue down that path of thought. Mukong became serious again, her face stern as she tried hard to forget her previous thoughts. She began to look around, pretending to be very interested in the scenery of the estate. "You still live in the center?" she even exclaimed. The central position in the estate must be prestigious. The farther out you went, the more servants there were. So it seemed the young man had some standing in his home, but this standing was like an empty promise yielding no. Sean proudly pointed to a small 2-story house not far away. "That is my residence." It seemed the little sprite had underestimated him. As long as he performed better now, he might change her perspective of him. Although his residence was somewhat on the outer edge of the estate, Mukong had already begun to see him in a new light, elevating his status to one above the masses. After all, strength spoke for itself. "Nice. Do you have anything valuable there? Borrow a couple of things to sell, then exchange them for the philosopher's stone to enhance my strength before earning more money to redeem them back. Wouldn't that be easy?" "This." Sean thought carefully. I have a ceremonial armor given to me by my father when I came of age, but it's too heavy for me to wear. Do you want it? As for if my father asks, I should be able to cover it up. No, choose another. My mother also gave me a sprout from the world tree, which my grandmother brought out from the heart of green leaves. It has a calming magical effect when placed in the bedroom. Would you like it? Tisk, all of yours seem to have sentimental value. Mukong shook her head again, walking into the courtyard enveloped by a sea of flowers. As Sean walked, he introduced these were all personally planted and tended by my mother. Your mother lives in the estate too. Mukong exclaimed again in surprise. Since the young man was an illegitimate child, then his mother could not be the legitimate wife of the noble grandfather, but rather a mistress. This world was one of monogamy. Although the powerful certainly did not abide by it, at least the appearance of propriety had to be maintained right. To directly let the mistress move into her home was quite something. No, Sean shook his head. She usually lives nearby, but sometimes she comes over to tend to these flowers. Wait, doesn't that mean we might run into your mother? Meeting those servants was fine, as she could just give a stiff nod, but meeting an elder, it felt like when she was a child visiting a friend's house, not knowing how to face their parent. As soon as the words fell, a woman stood up from the waist-high sea of flowers, speaking in a strangely accented, yet gentle and pleasant tone. Sean, who is this? Though she was dressed in practical gardening attire, it did not hide her graceful figure. With slightly elongated ears from her elven heritage and a delicate frame, her oval face bore smooth skin with beads of sweat accumulated from working under the sun, giving her a youthful appearance of less than 30 years old. She shared some resemblance with Sean. Mom, this is Mukong, a mercenary friend of mine. Sean was secretly pleased. He had expected to meet his mother here. However, he could not reveal Mukong's true identity in front of her, or the little sprite would surely explode. He could only discuss it later. The situation was sudden, and Mukong could only stiffen her body, suppressing all her flamboyance. Annie, hello. Sean's mother was very indifferent towards the girl, responding shortly before turning to her son, her tone unwavering. I thought the first person you would bring home would be a military officer, but I didn't expect it to be a mercenary. She nodded at the girl. Make yourself at home, but remember to leave the estate before 6. It's wartime, and for safety, Sake, his father, enforces a curfew every night. As she spoke, she left gracefully, her silhouette swaying like branches. Mukong began to understand why Sean's father favored this mistress so much. However, she inquired of Sean, who was clearly embarrassed and scratching his foot. Your mom doesn't seem very... She wants me to establish my own social circle as soon as possible so I can stand firm in this household, Sean replied, almost rubbing his bald spot. Oh dear, then I must be holding you back. Mukong grinned, following the young man into the only small building in the... Sean walked ahead, feeling a bit anxious. The little sprite always joked with him, but he had no idea how to respond. The room was small, with an empty living room at the front, only 2 rows of chairs and tables, spotless, but showing no signs of use. On the left side was a guest bedroom with excellent lighting, yet there was no mattress, and in the corner piled several stacks of towering books, all evidently related to magic. To the right of the living room was Sean's bedroom, containing a desk and a bed with neatly folded blankets, no flowers or plants, and a wardrobe adorned with a magical portrait of him as a baby sticking out his tongue, which was quite cute. As soon as Mukong entered, she began to search around. What are you looking for? Sean asked in confusion. Toilet paper. This must be a necessity for you, right? Are you going to the bathroom? It's in another single room in the yard. There's toilet paper inside. Do you want me to take you there? No, just go away. Mukong suddenly realized that the young man likely didn't need such things because of her. She hurriedly urged, where's the token? Hurry and give it to me. I need to get back quickly. Huh? In such a hurry? No kidding, with your family's curfew, if it gets dark, won't they catch me as a spy? Jinsha Bay was so vast, and the young man's home was in the upper city district. The stroll over had taken time and effort. The sun was almost setting. Even if she left now, she'd get home in the middle of the night. Sean felt disappointed. He had hoped to delay a bit longer and let the little sprite stay with him, but he had a guest room. He opened his mouth to invite her to stay, but couldn't bring himself to say it, and could only nod in agreement. Then this ring, it has the family crest and my name on it. You. Mukong saw the sun nearly setting and waved her hand in a hurry. What are you talking about? Let's go, no need to see me. Life passed as peacefully as before. During the day, Mukong would go to the guild to wait for work, and at night return home to rest. She also bought 2 leisure books to pass the time. Sometimes Sean would come over at night, and they would play cards or go out for a good meal, sharing boastful tales and venting frustrations about clients. However, there was no deeper communication. Just the thought of that pain made her lose interest. In the meantime, she completed several tasks and had a brief collaboration with Gufeng. Together, they only managed to deceive the white meteor 12 times, which was quite different from before. However, the wizard, Old Hay, didn't show up at all. Everyone speculated that something had happened at his home. During this time, Mukong would sometimes take out the long sword she obtained from young Master Wali, caressing it and fantasizing about becoming a hero wielding it, but she found herself unable to use it. The sword rejected her. Aside from radiating light, it was no different from an ordinary weapon. This was a feature exclusive to high-grade items. It had already recognized its master. She wondered when the bearded man with the codename Crow would come knocking. It had been over a month. Did he forget about this? Putting the sword back under the bed, the girl laid back down, propping her head with both hands, crossing her legs as she stared at the ceiling. She thought about reading a book, but found it uninteresting. The stories in this other world often revolved around love and romance, while those historical tales of battles were heavily intertwined with religion, filled with personal agendas. Sean hadn't come either. It would have been fun for the two of them to go out and find a hole-in-the-wall restaurant to chat for half the night. Last time she had told him an alternate version of the romance of the Three Kingdoms, but after just 20 minutes of discussion, they were interrupted, and he asked why she didn't use magic against the so-called Yellow Turban Army, forcing her to hastily add some patches to her narrative. As they talked more passionately, the conversation eventually evolved into a discussion on how to deal with a peasant uprising led by a level 25 demigod. Recalling the debate, she picked out a few mistakes she made and waited for the next opportunity to correct them when she spoke to Sean again. She looked around the small room, still feeling quite bored. Should she play a round of mahjong? Forget it, she shouldn't do such things too often or it's bad for her health, and besides, she had no desire for it. Forcing herself to play would only lead to disaster. The girl turned over, hugging the blanket tightly as she prepared to sleep. Early to bed and early to rise, she planned to head to the guild early tomorrow to see if she could pick up a good task. Knock, 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 knock. Just as she closed her eyes, she was awakened by a rhythmic knocking from downstairs. She hadn't put up the open for business sign, so the only person who could knock on her door at this hour was the self-proclaimed veteran collaborator, the blacksmith Firewine. However, his method of knocking was a vigorous thump accompanied by shouting. It could also be Sean, but he always knocked lightly with his knuckles in a hurried manner. But this. Mukong shook her head, rubbed her eyes, and while searching for bandages and leather armor asked, "Who is it?" "It's me, Crow," came the steady voice of the bearded man from outside the door. "No need to bother with disguises, I'll just say a few words and leave." Listening to the light footsteps of the girl as she got out of bed, he tidied up his itchy beard and smoothed the wrinkles of his collar. When the door opened, he saw the elf still wrapped tightly in leather armor. Disappointment was evident on his face. After a moment, he managed to regain his composure, his voice, as usual. "I have a job to entrust to you." "Is it related to Wally?" Mukong recalled the top-tier magical long sword under her bed. It seemed it was. Crow nodded and said they have been imprisoned for almost 2 months now, or it's time to get them out. Mukong clicked her tongue. "That's really ruthless. You guys are quite bold." "It's all part of the necessary training," Crow smiled as he recounted the achievements they had made in recent days. The young masters and mistresses have learned to engage with their fellow inmates on equal terms, to treat the prison guards with respect, and they were even taken along by their old cellmates to feign illness and escape labor. It's been a long time since I've seen them genuinely smile. Young Master Wally even made a friend with a quack who specializes in curing the dead. He didn't know why he was sharing these confidential matters with an outsider. It must be because the accomplishments were too After going through this ordeal, young Master Wally would surely become a good ruler, managing his subjects effectively. "That's quite impressive." Mukong couldn't help but exclaim. It was hard to imagine that someone like Wally could Indeed, if he had maintained his old temperament, over a month would have been enough for all the prison inmates to satisfy his. "Aren't you afraid he'll be bullied?" The girl still felt curious. After all, change doesn't happen overnight. The first few days must have been quite challenging for him, right? After all, although his martial skills were high once shackled, he wasn't much stronger than an ordinary person. In fact, the shackles made his movements even more inconvenient. Crow squinted his eyes in laughter. "We have our people in the prison too." Mukong nodded in realization, understanding. A large-scale game, Wallace World. Perhaps not only Wally but Light Snow Maple and Jume among others had also experienced the same elaborate scheme. Given that Snow Maple knew the truth, he must have been enjoying it thoroughly, right? The little elf flicked her ears, took a deep breath of the cool sea breeze after autumn arrived, and continued to inquire, returning to the main topic. "So what do you want to entrust me with?" "Oh, it's simple," Crow answered calmly. "Prison break." Mukong. At first she thought she had misheard, but she quickly realized, her eyes widening in shock as she exclaimed, "What?" Crow furrowed his brow and explained in more detail. "They are imprisoned in the prison on the Haohai coast. You sneak in at night, take out a few guards. Oh, just knock them out, no killing, and then steal the keys." Wait, I know what a prison break is." Mukong panicked. "But how could I do a prison break?" "Why can't you?" "Don't worry, we've made all the arrangements. The guards will be lax that night, and we've planted a few insiders to cooperate with you discreetly." "That's not what I mean. This is illegal. I'm a good mercenary after all." "Illegal? Oh, I forgot." Crow seemed to just notice this matter, his beard curling up in laughter. "By the way, didn't you also steal a magical long sword? Let me tell you, not only is stealing that sword a serious crime, touching it is also a grave offense." Mukong. Alright, so this is the game you want to play. You think I don't have any means to fight back?" "How much?" the girl asked loudly. It truly seemed there was none. The usual rule for minor nobles: 20,000 crowns, each a total of 50,000 for you. After saving them, return the sword to young Master Wally. We won't interfere with how you spin the tale, then find a way to send them out of the city. Is that okay? Fine. Mukong nodded, estimating that the story of the 4 minor nobles would turn into that of penniless fugitives surviving in the wilderness. She didn't ask why 2 times 4 equals 8, yet somehow turned into 50,000, but how do I explain the prison break? And even if I were to break out of prison, wouldn't I need to be strong? Why would you choose me? Crow smiled kindly. Because you are quick and lucky you snagged this job on the black market, and who said you aren't capable? Don't you have a magical master as your assistant? You were too reckless this time, or we shouldn't be doing anything illegal. Outside the prison walls, Sean continued to urge the girl, how about we report this to the guard tower? If we catch those guys, we might even earn a merit badge to hang at home. Ugh, so annoying. Shut up. Didn't you say you would help? Now that we're in this situation, don't back out. Mukong wanted to threaten him with a fist, but thinking about needing his help later, she could only softly comfort him. Listen, I'll let you take the lead later. How pitiful. The only thing she could think of to pay him was this. She had money to use. 50,000 crowns could directly buy the 3rd philosopher's stone. Otherwise, according to mercenary rules, such a high-risk job would take half of the commission, and just thinking about that much money made her heart ache. It's fine to just think of it as a mosquito bite. It won't last long, and she could endure a bit of discomfort. This body was stronger than an ordinary person's with decent recovery ability. After a while the swelling would go down, though it was likely she would waste a cloth. Right, better prepare a cloth in advance. Sean didn't understand what she meant by taking the lead, but after a few experiences he could roughly imagine what it entailed, and his face turned red. I'm not in it for that. I just think it's very dangerous. Didn't I tell you that everything has been arranged? Mukong took out the map given by the crow. They had scouted the area and rehearsed a few times, and now they were doing the final confirmation. After comparing, she nodded. Yes, this is the spot. If everything goes smoothly, there shouldn't be anyone above. Saying that, she picked up a stone and threw it over the wall. Crack. In the quiet night, near the prison, the sound of the stone hitting the ground was quite clear. No one responded, not even a flicker from the guard tower's lights. After throwing a few more stones and confirming there was no reaction, the girl quietly sighed in relief. She was nervous about the actual operation, but couldn't show it lest it affected her helper's mindset. Damn, she had to consider the feelings of her accomplice too. She gestured to Sean. Take me over there. According to the information given by the crow, the prison's outer walls had magical effects. Any object that touched them would trigger an alarm, and someone would come to check it out. This part was beyond their inside man's capability to eliminate. Thus climbing over was impossible, and she didn't have the ability to jump over, so she had to rely on Sean to use his flying magic to get her across. Are we really going to do this? Sean asked hopefully at the end. After receiving a disappointing response, he could only slowly begin to chant the spell, taking longer than usual. Then he took a deep breath and squatted down like he was settling into a horse stance. Mukong, just as they had practiced before, crouched onto his back and pressed down on his shoulders. Because it was purely a stealth operation, once the alarm was triggered, the only option would be to surrender and wait for the Silver Knights to come through official channels to rescue them. Thus the girl didn't wear her leather armor. After all, a few inexperienced young nobles wouldn't recognize her true identity. However, the softness from her back made Sean's heart race. He took another breath, focusing intently, controlling the spell, and struggled to float upwards unsteadily. In theory, a mage's flying magic shouldn't carry anyone else. But since Sean's spellcasting level wasn't low and the elf's body wasn't heavy, he could barely carry the girl for a short distance. This was also the most feasible method they had rehearsed beforehand. Wobbling across the wall and landing inside the prison, Mukong's keen hearing allowed her to hear Sean's nervous heartbeat. She lightly jumped to the ground, patted Sean's shoulder, and encouraged him again. First step completed. See how easy it is. Now you go prepare for the retreat behind. Good luck. Huff huff. Sean leaned on his knees, unable to straighten up his forehead, drenched in sweat, panting heavily. You go ahead. Huff huff. I need to rest for a bit longer. Mukong shook her head. Tisk, your physique really can't handle it. If I can't even carry you, how can I carry your wife in the future? You need to practice more. Elves are much lighter than humans. Unless you get lucky and marry an elf, but the chances of that are still quite low. Nobles all have to intermarry. Illegitimate children should be no exception, and the nobles in the human empire are all human. So exercise more regularly. Sean, still leaning on his knees, couldn't straighten his back. It's not about exercising. This is magic, has nothing to do with your body. Just go quickly. Oh, look who's chasing me away now. Fine. Mukong nodded with a smile, also easing her tense mood. After taking out the map and confirming it briefly, she lowered her body to sneak toward the buildings. Even though the light was dim in the vast square, a person running past would still be easily noticed. However, due to the arrangements of the Silver Knights, several nearby guard towers happened to be unmanned, allowing her to successfully approach the prison. This window lasted a full 2 hours, and she feared something unexpected might happen. But nothing unexpected occurred. Everything went surprisingly smoothly. The infiltration route drawn by the Crow had very few patrols, and after entering the control room, the only 2 guards were both unconscious on the ground. Their inside man had helped with this too. It could also be that he was afraid of knocking them out too hard and injuring them. Mukong deftly unfastened the keys from the waist of a guard who was only lightly breathing and glanced at the other guard nearby, who was snoring with his mouth open, feeling that things weren't so simple. Logically, someone knocked out shouldn't be sleeping so soundly. So he is the inside man. Thinking it over, she decided not to complicate matters, leaving him asleep, and headed straight for the cell. When the little elf in a black stealth suit appeared at the entrance of the Wali prison, he was curiously wondering why his fellow inmates were suddenly in chaos outside. Seeing the masked elf, he hadn't reacted yet until Mukong opened the cell door, and he heard her signature hoarse voice go. He was shocked. "Why are you here? What do you want?" "Someone sent me to rescue you, let's go." Mukong shook her head. "Trespassing in a military camp is a serious crime. You have been identified as an inside man for the Beast Tribe and will be sentenced to hanging in a few days. Hurry up and leave." Lies flowed easily from her lips. Wali was even more shocked. "They dare to kill me. You've been locked up for almost 2 months now." Mukong reminded him his identity was now worthless. All right. Thinking of freedom, delicious food, and a soft bed, Wali was also swayed, but after taking 2 steps he immediately stopped. "No. I still have to save Xuefeng, and there are others too." Here Xuefeng poked his head out from behind the elf, looking at Wali with bright eyes. "I didn't expect you to be so loyal." Mukong was looking for and rescuing all the way, first releasing Xuefeng and Jiomei. Wali pointed at another person in the prison. "The quack. Doctor, we have to save him too. Do you think him Thomas who can pull out a whole nest?" Mukong rolled her eyes. "The employer only paid for 4 people. If you want to save him, you can stay behind." As the dusk sky enveloped the surroundings, Mukong led 4 small noble figures, successfully slipping away from the raucous noise created by the prisoners in the jail behind them, making their way to the plaza outside. However, referring to these noble young ones was merely because their experience and knowledge were far inferior to that of the girl. In terms of age, they were all older than her. "Wait, hold on," Wali shouted with a low voice but strong penetration, stopping the ferry. "Even if we can't unlock the shackles, at least we should free our hands and feet from these cuffs. It's too hard to walk like this." The shackles had a secret method lock that the little thief couldn't unlock, but the cuffs were traditional mechanical locks. Wasn't it a piece of cake for her? "We need to escape. There's no time. Bear with it." Mukong crouched behind the door, peeking out, then waved at them. Wali hurried over, extending his hand. Using a weapon to chop the iron chain would work too. Otherwise, it would be difficult to take big steps with his feet, and his hands were bound in front of him, making it impossible to scratch his itchy back. His back itched. Mukong said nothing, merely drew a dagger from behind her waist and waved it in front of him. This thing might not be able to cut through the iron chain, but it would definitely cause damage to itself. "Is this what you call a weapon?" Wali felt greatly disappointed, then sighed towards the sky. "What a pity that my In Hai and Jin Sha are not here. If I had one here, what was there to fear about these cuffs?" "What In Hai and Jin Sha?" "Hurry up," Mukong urged repeatedly. No one told her that the magic lawn sword at her home was called In Hai. Even if she knew, it would be useless. Her meager knowledge left her completely unaware of which family owned that sword. The group ran to the wall, and at that moment no one was there to stop them. However, the chaos inside the prison was rapidly escalating, and it was evident that the insiders couldn't hold out much longer. The guards would soon discover that prisoners were escaping. Wali asked, "What should we do now?" As he spoke, he extended his hands. Even in the tense escape, his expression bore a hint of smugness. Now that they were all shackled with secret method locks, they could hardly exert any strength. Without helping them remove the cuffs, there was no way to climb such a high wall. So wasn't it necessary to unlock them? Since it had to be done eventually, why not do it sooner? Mukong shot him a glance and recited a few incantations, throwing a sound burst spell at a section of the wall. This low-level magic, of course, could not cause any damage to the wall, but it was merely for positioning at that moment. She quietly stepped back 2 paces, letting Wali, who always led the small nobles, stand at the forefront. After waiting for 2 seconds without any incident, Wali withdrew his attention from the wall, about to speak, when he noticed that the fairy who had been beside him had shrunk back. Puzzled, he turned his head. "What are you doing?" As his words began, a fierce explosion erupted from the wall. There was no fire, but shards were swept away by a fierce gust of wind, flying towards everyone. The 4 small nobles screamed in unison, but had nowhere to hide. They watched as the shards flew slower and slower, finally pausing in midair for a moment, then, as if time reversed, were pulled back to the center of the explosion. Bang, rumble. Only at this moment did the muffled sound of the explosion reach their ears. Then the explosion center was compressed and compressed again until it became a white light sphere the size of a head. Finally, countless waves of air erupted from it again, and even Mukong, who had prepared in advance, was blown several meters away. The 4 small nobles fared no better, and when the group managed to lift their heads again, a large hole wide enough for several people had been blasted through the prison wall, which was embedded with magic runes and extraordinarily solid. The inward explosion, a 7th ring spell. Jiomei recognized the name of this spell. Her eyes widened, as if she was seeing it anew, looking at the fairy who had entangled with them a few times, but was clearly not strong. You actually have such connections to invite a high-level magician to break into the prison. Mukong casually brushed her hair back, leading the group through the gap. Isn't it impressive? Want to know how I found my helper? I was forced to. As they passed through a small area filled with swirling smoke and dust, the carriage was already within reach. Leaning against the cart shaft, Sean, whose face was covered with a black cloth, appeared weak and almost unable to stand. Upon seeing Mukong emerge, first his eyes lit up and then dimmed as he weakly pleaded, I can't go on. The prison walls are sturdier than I imagined. I've exhausted too much energy and need to rest a bit. You drive the cart. This was bad. Mukong felt a chill down her spine. A change had indeed occurred. They had rehearsed various plans in advance, naturally testing how large a stone the inward explosion could shatter and training Sean to drive the cart. But they had not expected that the sturdiness of the prison walls could not be compared to that of stones, nor had they anticipated that Sean, having barely released a seventh ring spell, lacked the strength to continue driving. But I can't. As a penniless girl, how could Mukong bear to ride in a carriage? She had hardly been in one a few times. But the situation was urgent, and if it came to it, she would have to take the reins herself. The girl gritted her teeth, still hoping to look at the four small nobles. Which of you can drive? Logically, those of such status would have drivers. They should all be able to ride horses, but for a carriage, perhaps not. I can. Shuefeng raised both hands, which were covered with calluses. Due to the cuffs, the two hands could not spread too far apart. The prison had already sounded the alarm, and it was getting closer. Time was pressing. There was no time to ask her why she had learned to drive. Mukong immediately took out unlocking tools to pry open the foot cuffs and handcuffs. Being encumbered with these would not only make it inconvenient to drive, but would also alert passersby. Especially the shackles, which had magical effects and bore a signature glow visible from quite a distance. Originally, it should have been Sean who removed the secret method shackles from the others, but the young man had now become a useless heap, and Mukong had to use her secret method key, which could only be used once a week. She pulled the key from her neck. Because the lanyard was very short, the girl had to lean very close to insert the key into. Shuefeng turned his head with effort. The delicate, effeminate face of the fairy boy made her feel somewhat out of place, while Wali, who had been shoulder to shoulder with Mukong, knew she was helping to unlock. But Jiomei, who was behind, being a magician and running this long distance with cuffs, was already exhausted, and after catching her breath, she looked up to see this scene and immediately jumped up, shouting loudly, "What are you doing? Get away from! What are you doing?" A slight reprimand came from Sean, who in a fit of anger raised his voice. "Dare to shout at my fairy, my fiancée." He was unable to muster a louder voice due to his weakened state. Even if he could, his personality wouldn't allow him to shout very loudly. Gah! Jiomei finally recognized this magician as the one who had nearly killed her with finger of death 2 months ago. She almost fainted from shock, but fortunately Light stood by her side, holding her gently and whispering comfort. These two had played together since childhood, having been betrothed since young. They were already familiar with skinship and usually didn't shy away from each other. Click. The shackles around Shuefeng's neck unlocked. Mukong hurriedly called to the others, "Get in the car, get in the car." She also uncapped a potion, sprinkling it around to eliminate the scent and obstruct the tracking by the hounds. Shuefeng's driving skills were not very proficient. Sometimes he would fumble, but he was still much better than Sean, who learned at the last minute, and he was certainly far superior to others. Inside the carriage, several nobles exchanged glances, none of them speaking, still immersed in the myriad emotions of having successfully escaped from prison. Fear, panic, excitement, worry, anticipation. Joy was but a small part. Following closely was confusion, deep confusion. Wally leaned forward, first glancing at the great mage, who was dozing off in the corner of the opposite seat, seemingly unresponsive to the swaying of the carriage. After confirming he was not reacting, he turned his gaze to the little sprite, who was sitting beside the great mage, yet twisted her upper body with remarkable flexibility to point the way for Shuefeng through the front window, and cleared her throat. Ahem ahem. Ahem ahem. Hi hi. Hi hi. Why is no one paying attention to me? How? He pouted, imagining that if this sprite were his family's servant, she would have already been dragged away to be whipped 5 times with a damp whip as punishment. 2 strikes would snap that waist of yours. He glared at the sprite, whose slender waist was barely as wide as his palm, thinking viciously, sissy. The elf race is known for their delicate frames and slender figures, but this one was far too thin, resembling a girl. It was indeed a pity for a male, not even as strong as Shuefeng. After maliciously mocking, he began to clear his throat again with a fake cough. Ahem ahem. This time Mukong turned around, impatiently frowning with sympathy, yet his tone was quite impatient. What's wrong? Did someone poke your throat in prison? Laughter erupted in the carriage. Even Wally couldn't help but chuckle. But everyone quickly quieted down. Sean had opened his eyes and swept his gaze over the 3 young nobles. My wife embarrassed herself. I'll see who's laughing. Ahem. Wally cleared his throat out of habit, unable to suppress a smile, as he quickly rubbed his nose to cover it, then asked, I remember your name is Mukong, right? Why did you save us? They were all offspring of high nobility, there was no need to do anything but wait in prison, as there would naturally come a day when the truth would surface, and then both the general and the guards would come to apologize, perhaps even offering a few heads to quell their anger. Although they had waited 2 months without any news since so much time had passed, they thought they could wait a bit longer for results. Mukong gave him a strange look, then turned back to continue directing Shui Feng, but took a moment to reply. Just keep going straight, turn left at the second intersection, and take it slow, don't rush. I said I took a commission. Who knew I was saving you? Light as a priest was quite just. He immediately clenched his fist in indignation. Escaping from prison is illegal. Do you think you can do anything for money? Exactly. Mukong replied confidently. Sean raised his eyelids to sneak a glance at the girl, and then shot a glance at the priest, mentally marking him down. Even if our elves were to be paid, we wouldn't do just anything. Light pointed out sternly. This isn't immoral. What's wrong with me being uncouth? What's it to you? Mukong stretched his hand out the window to point the way. This way, there's a small alley. Do you see it? Go inside. Jiomei was furious. This lowly mercenary, a sissy elf with little strength, actually dared to contradict her husband Yu. She had just started speaking when she saw Sean timely open his eyes and turn over. Her back ached, wishing the little sprite would step on her. That weight would surely be just right. But who knows when she would get to fulfill that wish. Jiomei also turned over. Out of sight, out of mind, oh whatever. Light sighed in defeat, not wanting to engage further in a moral debate with this morally bankrupt sprite. Since ancient times, elves have been synonymous with nobility and classical etiquette, hence the saying, elves are shameless. Invincible in the world which he witnessed today. Wally waved his hand to halt the bickering and continued to inquire. Who commissioned you? I took it in the black market. How could I possibly know the employer's identity? Mukong answered according to the standard response given by the crow, pushing the question into the realm of unknown. Of course there was indeed an employer, namely their parents, who could withstand scrutiny, as this was also information provided by the crow. Thinking of this, Mukong quickly added, by the way, the employer also asked me to escort you out of the city, but now it's definitely locked down, so you'll have to hide with me for a couple of days until we figure something out. At this point, the carriage had already circled a few turns under the girl's guidance and arrived at the edge of a cliff below, which was the coastline. Get down and we'll switch to another carriage. Mukong called out. A second carriage had long been prepared here. The first one was bought for 5,000 crowns, primarily expensive for the horse. This second one was rented for 200 a day. Sean, having regained some strength, chanted a spell after the 4 young nobles got off, pushing a massive golden hand forward, sending both the carriage and the horse down the cliff, which crashed against the cliff a few times in midair, before losing all motion and finally plummeting to the seafloor. As a creature with a modicum of intelligence, the horse had to destroy the evidence. As for the carriage, that was purely a bonus. Light sighed deeply. This way we've become fugitives. Spare me. You were already fugitives, Mukong retorted unkindly. He intended for the now recovered Sean to drive, but when he turned around to look, the useless guy had wilted after casting his spell. Thus, he could only drag him up and toss him into the carriage, telling Shui Feng, who continued to drive, head towards the city. Okay. Among the 4 young nobles, only Shui Feng was quite excited. She was the only one who knew the truth, understanding that all of this was merely a training script. Or rather, the other 3 were all accompanying Wally in the training, and for the sake of realism, the adults had not told them the truth. As they sat in the carriage and set off again, Wally continued to ask his lingering question. All right, putting aside why you saved us, and who commissioned you, I just want to know why you. He shifted his gaze back and forth between Mukong and Sean. Of course, when looking at the sprite, it was all disdain, but when it shifted to the mage, there was a hint of respect. Mukong rolled his eyes. I was lucky to get the task, so of course it was me. Also, don't get me wrong, as Sean is not a mercenary, he was simply dragged along to help. Wally looked at Sean with confusion. You two have done what together? He came to find you, and you came this. However, he didn't dare to voice his doubts, but continued to question the sprite. But I've seen you two before in the army. In fact, you two were the ones who caught us. Not only that, he had seen the two several times before, especially this little sprite, even more so. He couldn't shake the feeling that something about this was unreal. What a coincidence, right? Yeah, it's the benefits of serving the ruler. Mukong's response slightly eased his doubts. At that time, I was introduced by Sean to the army to investigate internal traitors, who knew you would charge in and hand me a great achievement. Upon discovering the prisoners escaped, the first thing to do is to seal off all exits from the city, followed by initiating the search. Fortunately, with an insider and higher-level assistance, the speed of the search has slowed to the difficulty of a murder mystery until Shui Feng drove the carriage close to Mukong's home, where soldiers were found blocking the road for inspection. Several of them got off the carriage again and proceeded on foot, while the slightly recovered Xian continued to drive, swaying about casually. When questioned, they displayed their family crest and retorted, "Is it any of your business?" If pressed further, they would simply say they were practicing driving the carriage while the streets were less crowded. He is a bastard child, and there wouldn't be a driver accompanying him in the future, so it was reasonable to practice this. After all, no one would come looking for his biological father. This act also served as an alibi for Xian. After all, several high-ranking nobles were providing cover as insiders, and a plausible reason would suffice. It also allowed the old horse pulling the carriage to wander around a few more times, muddling its memory to prevent any overly responsible guard from using magic to communicate with it, and guiding it to recall the route taken that night. Mukong had never staged a prison break before, but she had done her best to stabilize the situation according to her understanding and imagination. The rest was up to the insiders. She still remembered the expression of surprise on the crow's face when she handed over the plan filled with typos, as if seeing a marvelous photography studio for the first time. Surely it was astonishment at how thoroughly she had considered everything for herself. Leading several noble youths through the streets, skillfully avoiding guards to return to her own home, when she unlocked the door, Wally pinched his nose and looked at the nearby gutter still floating with rotten vegetable leaves. Is this your home? What's with that tone of yours? Mukong opened the door, creating a small gap. If you find it filthy, don't come in, but if you don't mind, feel free to enter. Shuefeng was the first to squeeze in beside her, followed by Light and Xiaomei. When it was Wallace's turn, Mukong deliberately narrowed the door gap, and after he pushed in angrily, she slipped in and locked the door, saying, the carriage that just got pushed off the cliff is worth 10,000 crowns. Remember to pay me back. Sure, you can come to ask me for it later. Don't mention 10,000, 50,000 won't be a problem. Wally seized the opportunity to counter. He didn't believe this little sprite would have the guts to come ask him. Even if she did, the guards wouldn't allow her to pass. After finishing, he began to examine this small room that was already a bit cramped, with 5 people muttering softly, it's even smaller than my home's toilet. You take up as much space as your backside is big. Facing someone who had never been rebutted in their life, Mukong had 1,000 ways to deal with him. She slapped a piece of paper on the desk in front of him and handed him a pen. Here, sign it. What am I signing for? Wally took the pen, puzzled. A promissory note for 50,000 crowns, isn't that what? You're so quick with your actions. Ha ha ha, you wrote even more typos, and it looks ugly like a leg limping. Wait, why does it say it's to help me escape prison? Wally didn't care how much money it was, as it was just a number. Mukong nodded vigorously, her long ears trembling. Yes, if you refuse to acknowledge it, I'll expose this, and let everyone know you escaped from prison. How can you do this? Wally slammed the table, ready to be furious, when suddenly his eyes turned, and he actually agreed. Ha, fine, I'll sign. After all, it was just a name. His crest ring had long been taken when he was captured, and he didn't understand why those soldiers didn't recognize it. Maybe those rough soldiers didn't even know what a crest was. Unexpectedly, just as he finished the last stroke of his name flamboyantly, as an informal signature, a large box of ink was slapped down in front of him, followed by that annoying voice, press your thumbprint. I won't. Wally held his neck defiantly. Then get out, you escapee. This is my house. You. Wally's expression changed, hesitating for a while before reluctantly pressing his thumbprint on the promissory note. He wouldn't hide. He had nothing to prove his identity. If he got caught, it would be worse. It was just a promissory note after all. He didn't mind this bit of money. Watching the nominal leader repeatedly being put down by a small sprite several years younger than him, while he sulked, the 3 nobles quietly chuckled. Light raised his hand to ask, can we take off the shackles around our necks? With these things on, it feels heavy and inconvenient to do anything. Mukong spread her hands. I can't. We have to wait for Xian, the magician from earlier, to come back to help you unlock them. At least you can take off the shackles, right? Wally habitually tried to claim his rights. Mukong also habitually countered him. Unlocking each one costs 1,000 crowns. You're so money-minded. Wally said indignantly, if I had my silver sea sword, would I need you? That sword was originally called Silver Sea. What a common name. Mukong indeed did not know the significance of that name, but she sensed an opportunity to make money again after defeating you in the military camp. Last time I noticed that this sword was of exceptional quality, so while no one was paying attention. Hee, how much are you willing to pay for it? She had already figured out that the crow must be using all sorts of coincidences to remind this simple young master, just waiting for him to react, and looking forward to him returning home to end this practice. Yet no one would tell him the truth from beginning to end. The sword is with you, Wally exclaimed, immediately becoming serious. The other nobles also stood up straight, while Shuefeng appeared as if he had already guessed, appearing calm. I didn't say that. Mukong quickly denied, her mouth curving into a smile, dimples appearing, her amber eyes subtly glimmering with an unusual golden light. But since you're so concerned, hypothetically, if you wanted to buy it back, how much would you offer? Would 100,000 be acceptable? Wally felt a strong sense of incongruity again. Everything seemed too coincidental. But now there was no time to think more. He slammed the table with a stern warning hand over the sword. Immediately, commoner Light chimed in from the side. Possessing it is a grave crime. Quickly hand it over. We won't hold it against you. Is it that serious? All right, let's start over. Mukong raised her hands in surrender, brushing her ear fur to the side. She felt a bit itchy. Are you hungry? Should I go out and get something to eat? It seemed like the opposition had opened for business. Indeed, the early bird catches the worm. Don't change the subject. Where's the sword? What sword? Wally and Light. This is too shameless. Xiaomei, seeing the older Shuefeng remaining silent, and watching the show could only step forward and gently advise, why don't you just hand it over, little sprite brother, that sword. Mukong immediately interrupted her. You guys arguing for reason? I worked hard to save you, and you're forcing me to hand over a weapon I don't even have? Why don't you go ask at the black market? It would probably cost over 100,000 crowns to buy it back. Looking at the girl's determined demeanor, everyone's heads ached, yet Light, being a priest, noticed a subtle change in the originally vibrant green magical energy waves representing a living being from her, but it was as elusive as catching the wind, and in the end, he could only shake his head and discard the clue. 100,000 won't do, but 50,000 would be fine. Seeing that several people were silent, Mukong, overwhelmed by the greed of wanting to get rich, was not as calm as usual. After voluntarily dropping the price significantly, she defended herself. I worked hard to sneak this out from the military camp, or I should at least get some hardship money. Besides, this is just a number for you, but it's a lifesaver for me. To be able to extract a huge sum of 100,000 crowns from a few small nobles is equivalent to 2 philosopher's stones. Although I can't get it right away, doesn't that give me hope for the future? Money, 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 am I getting rich? Haha, oh, there's so much noise over there, they probably can make a lot of money too, but they can't compare to my wealth, ha. If this continues, I will become the richest pervert in Golden Sands Bay. The subtle golden light in the girl's amber eyes was gradually filled with a faint red hue not easily noticeable. When will Xian return? Sean returned the car to the rental agency and was strolling back to the corner where his fiancée lived when he happened to encounter the little sprite who had been on his mind since they had parted for only half a night. Mukong was buying fried pancakes, and as she counted her change, she felt a presence and turned to see the young man approaching with a heartfelt smile, visibly exhausted. My friend is here, at another portion with extra salt. She immediately counted out extra change to hand to the vendor. Don't add too much salt, Sean stammered in protest, but was cut off by a glance from the girl. This isn't for you, I'm just using you as an excuse. Sean's fatigue from the entire night vanished in an instant. Even his soul felt like it was being drawn away by her suddenly charming gaze. What a shame. If she wore women's clothes and let her hair grow long, she would definitely be a stunning sprite. But why did the little sprite suddenly seem so charming? Was she too tired to maintain her disguise? That makes sense, so everyone has been busy all night. Yawning, Sean stretched and followed the girl back home. Next comes rest, sleeping like there's no tomorrow. Upon entering the house, Wally and the others greeted him with a slight bow on the floor, saying, the master has returned. They simply didn't have the strength to stand up. Then they went to receive the food, but when they saw the 2 portions of fried pancakes the sprite was carrying, they were momentarily stunned, leading Wally to ask, why so little? You fools, do you want to be discovered? How much can just the 2 of us eat? The whole city is on the hunt right now with a bounty on it. Aren't you afraid the vendor will report it? Mukong rolled her eyes at him as well. Wally shivered and involuntarily glanced at Xue Feng. Something's off. Oh, why am I interested in a man? Quickly, I need to see my fiancée regain her senses. Light chuckled. I can eat all of this by myself. After escaping from prison, he thought he could finally have something good to eat, but instead of delicious food, the portions were insufficient. There's still my and Sean's share. Mukong rolled her eyes, grabbed a few bowls and forks from the rack, took 2 scoops for herself, and then served Sean a large bowl. You need to be full to have the energy to work. When she turned back to pass the leftovers to the 4 noble children, she found both men staring intently at the women beside them. So she could only hand the fried pancakes to Xue Feng and pointed to the corner. That oil paper bag contains cookies, make do with that. After that, hurry and eat, then help them remove their shackles. She glanced at Sean, who had been watching her since they ended. What the hell are you staring at? Is there something on my face? The little sprite touched her face and then pulled out her sleeve to wipe her mouth vigorously. Hey. Only then did Sean come to his senses. He treated the girl's words as sacred, picked up his bowl, and ate heartily, while stealing glances at her portion. If only he could mix it in, the taste would surely be exquisite. What are you doing? Mukong guarded her bowl, glaring at him. I'm only eating this little bit, and you're already eyeing it. He mustn't be allowed to eat too much, otherwise he would be too tired. No. Sean felt ashamed of his thoughts, his face turning red as he quickly finished eating and immediately took out the magic tome he had prepared earlier. He had never been able to unlock the secret magic lock before, so he had temporarily borrowed books from the family library to learn on the fly. Even now, he was still very clumsy at it. He could only follow the book. Unless you were a professional, generally no one would memorize such things, as Sean himself didn't intend to commit dozens of spells to memory. He propped the magic tome up on the rack, flipped to the chapter on structures, and then extended his finger to the lock on Wallace's neck, the azure magic light probing within. Wally was very cooperative. Just like how no matter what characters you write, they cannot escape a dozen combinations of strokes, the secret magic lock is also composed of over 20 structures, always following the same principle. The difference between difficult and easy lies in the number of structures and the techniques of nesting linking. The more complex it is, the more magical energy is required to unlock it. Thus, even if lower-level mages can analyze the structure of the secret magic lock, they will still be unable to unlock it. When the magical energy runs out, they have to start over. It is said that the main safe of the Goblin Iron Treasury has a secret magic lock that is nested to a height of 2 floors. Even demigods would return empty-handed. However, the things around the necks of a few small nobles were not difficult for Sean. While analyzing, he flipped through the magic tome to see exactly how to crack the encountered structures. In less than 10 minutes, he had unlocked the shackle on Wallace's neck. Wow! Wally simply collapsed to the ground, feeling the delightful relief of his head and back aligning, sighing contentedly. So comfortable. Wearing this thing, don't even think about getting a good sleep, it's too torturous. Soon all of their shackles were removed, and without exception they lay on the ground, without caring about the dirt. Only Shui Feng, whose shackles had already been removed by Mu Kong, was helping to clean up the empty bowls and cookie crumbs. Mu Kong waved her hand, signaling Shui Feng to lie down as well. Alright, let's rest first, we've been up all night. Wally was reluctant to get up, his tone very lazy. Are we just going to lie here? Yes, if you don't want to, then you can roll out. Mu Kong patted Sean's shoulder. You come with me upstairs, it's too crowded down here to lie down properly. Wait, do you have a bed upstairs? Light nudged Jiomei. At least let the ladies. His voice grew quieter as he watched the little sprite's actions, ultimately awkwardly rubbing his nose. Alright then. Mu Kong withdrew her hand, pointing to the door, and beckoned to Sean with her finger. Sean didn't think much of it. The sprite's home was indeed small, and it was too cramped for 4 people to lie down downstairs. As for upstairs, the sprite's bed was small, but he could also lie on the floor. The two climbed up to the 2nd floor. Mu Kong tossed her leather armor to him. Don't sleep yet, help me apply some maintenance oil on my armor, make sure not to miss any corners. She also took her usual dagger, unwrapped the anti-slip cord from the handle, rewrapped it, and maintained it. Sean had never refused a sprite's request, even though he was now too tired to open his eyes. Downstairs the sound of snoring quickly rang out, including the 2 girls. This night's tense and thrilling escape had left them exhausted, and after unlocking the shackles they could finally relax and sleep peacefully. Sean tried his best to make no noise. Just as he finished applying oil to the last piece of armor, he suddenly noticed the little sprite kneeling down beside him. What is she doing? The sprite gestured for him to turn his back. Now, Sean silently gasped in shock. Mu Kong nodded vigorously, shaking her fist. Are you going to do it or not? Her amber eyes were bright and clear. The reddish-brown hue was distinct. Gulch. The sound of saliva mixed in with the snoring was particularly noticeable. In the dream world of Xiefeng, everything swayed rhythmically, as if the very pillars supporting it were on the verge of collapse, eventually waking her with a sudden jarring sound like wood scraping against the ground. She opened her eyes, finding nothing amiss. Straining to listen, she heard only the sound of snoring filling the room with no other disturbances. Perhaps it was just a nightmare that had led to such scenes. Furrowing her brows, Xiefeng pondered for a moment, her sleepy mind struggling to recall the dream she had just experienced. Turning to look at Wally beside her, she noticed him sprawled out in a deep sleep and gently tugged at his clothing to cover his belly before getting up to softly call out, Mu Kong. Is Mu Kong there? Have you fallen asleep? After a long silence, just when she was about to give up, a head slowly peeked out from the visible area of the 2nd floor hatch. The little elf's face was flushed from being awakened from slumber, with its long furry ears slightly crumpled. Still groggy, it bobbed its head slightly, but the voice remained distinct. What's wrong? From the height of the head, it seemed the elf had crawled out of bed and was peeking over. I'm sorry to wake you. Xiefeng felt quite apologetic. Waking a sleeping person was a rather rude act, but she had no choice. May I ask where the restroom is? Mu Kong frowned, pointing impatiently to a corner on the 1st floor. Xiefeng stared at the direction she pointed for a long while before finally discerning the outline of a door from the shadows of a dark shelf. She quickly looked up to thank the elf, only to find that its head had retreated at some point. It seemed the little elf was simply too tired. Xiefeng opened the restroom door with a sense of regret. The hinges creaked loudly, yet the people inside continued to snore without a care. She hesitated for a moment, observing the dim and cramped space, before finally resolving to step inside. Seeing the simple toiletries on the sink, she couldn't help but exclaim, this is what life in the lower class looks like. As she squatted down, she noticed a basket full of what appeared to be used toilet paper, presumably from a girl. Her muddled mind took a while to provide an answer. It seems Mu Kong must also have a girlfriend. Indeed, even among elves his looks were strikingly handsome, so having a girlfriend was perfectly normal. No wonder he wouldn't let people like her rest on the 2nd floor. There were likely many personal items belonging to women up there. As for Xian being a master of magic, it wouldn't be appropriate for someone of such status and power to lie on the floor of the 1st floor, especially since there was simply no room. If someone had to be sent to the 2nd floor, it could only be him. After all, the little elf and Wally were at odds with each other. After washing her hands, Xiefeng carefully closed the door behind her and heard the sound of pages turning from upstairs. It seems the little elf was unable to fall back asleep after being disturbed. Feeling even more guilty, she contemplated whether she should climb upstairs to formally apologize to him. After all, as a woman, there shouldn't be anything inconvenient about it, right? However, just as she had climbed 2 rungs of the ladder, a sudden sound of a book slamming shut and a strange noise of a cork being pulled from a bottle echoed from above, though the sound was quite faint. Could it be that the little elf wanted to drink some wine to help him sleep? Mukong poked his head out from the original position, looking rather displeased. What do you want? I just wanted to apologize. Xiefeng murmured in response, feeling as if she had done something wrong. Was it too abrupt? No need, hurry back to sleep. Mukong pointed to the floor of the first floor, his tone much more serious. Don't waste precious rest time. His head, now free from the burden of drowsiness, began to bob back and forth just as it had when he first peeked out. He was fully awake now. Xiefeng felt even more guilty, not knowing what to say, and could only obediently lie back down in her original position to continue resting. The sound of pages turning resumed upstairs. After a long while, Xiefeng, caught between sleep and wakefulness, seemed to vaguely hear Master Xian snoring from above. Wally slept until it was dark, and when he woke he felt his body sore from the hard floor, but he had never felt so energized before. The phantom pain left by the 2-month imprisonment on his neck had also vanished. Turning around to look, Jume was already awake, staring at her fingers in contemplation. Upon noticing Wallace's movements, she turned and winked at him. Light and Xiefeng were still asleep, but there was no snoring. Their breathing was calm, indicating they were also showing signs of waking. Wally quietly sat up, slowly but forcefully stretching his back to relieve his bones, and then took 2 biscuits from the oiled paper bag on the table and chewed them. He hadn't eaten enough before going to sleep. Light suddenly let out a loud snore, randomly slapped his face a couple of times, sat up and blinked as he looked around at everyone, appearing as if he barely recognized them. It seems he had slept so soundly that his blood pressure had dropped. Wally chuckled and handed him a biscuit. Xiefeng also opened her eyes. The daughter of a military family did not hurriedly sit up, but rolled her eyeballs, peering around the environment through the slits of her half-open eyelids. Only after understanding the situation and regaining some awareness did she suddenly sit up straight. Clap, clap. Mukong poked his head out from the hatch on the second floor, clapping his hands to attract their attention, his hoarse voice revealing a hint of fatigue. Since everyone is awake, get up and eat something. Wait for me, and I will take you out of the city. Now. Wally instinctively felt rebellious. It's not that I don't want to, but all the gates of the city must be on high alert right now. How can so many of us get out? We won't be using the city walls, so don't worry about the details. Mukong waved his hand towards Xian. Go, you should also go down and eat something to fill your stomach. Soon a few young nobles saw the master of magic, whose eyes were dark from lack of sleep, trembling as he climbed down from the second floor. How pitiful, he must not have slept well. Yet even so he had to help out. It seemed he had a decent relationship with that annoying little elf. A despicable thief using underhanded tactics and a powerful master of magic serving in the army, this combination was indeed strange. The group exchanged no words, communicating only through glances, quickly filling their stomachs before following Mukong out of the small house. Wallace's sharp eyes immediately spotted a piece of what appeared to be a deerskin cloth used for wiping and maintaining weapons, thrown not far from the alley. Just as he wondered why someone would carelessly discard such an item, especially in a poor area, a flash of fire rushed past him. Whoosh, puff, the deerskin cloth was quickly reduced to ashes by a fire arrow. Xian retracted his hands, still emitting wisps of smoke, and casually glared at the elf. Why are people still throwing garbage around? Truly lacking in morals. The elf shot him a glance in return. Yeah, I wonder who couldn't resist and threw garbage first. A few nobles exchanged puzzled glances. What were they talking about? It felt as if they were discussing something other than garbage. Experiment diary. The results of this trial were quite good. Oh, at least the repulsion wasn't as strong. Several nobles were still wearing their original clothes, but after 2 months of imprisonment, they had become poorer than the commoners. While one could wash clothes in prison, none of them had ever done such work, and they merely rubbed them lightly in the water, resulting in less than satisfactory cleanliness. However, it was already dark, and as long as one did not look closely, there was no way to discern any details. Mukong, out of kindness, had prepared weapons for them, which was of utmost importance. The double-head spear that had been brought back from the military camp's warehouse had long been sold, so Xuefeng's weapon was a sharpened mop handle from home. Alete and Zhou Mei, both spellcasters, shared a dining knife, taking turns to defend each other when one was not casting spells. As for the staff and hammer they had brought back from the warehouse, although not all had been sold, yet they were quite valuable, and Mukong did not intend to return them. Among them, only Hua Li held the silver sea-long sword that he had regained, though at this stage it had to be wrapped in black cloth to avoid drawing attention with its magical glow. This weapon, which had cost him 50,000 crowns, was something he did not intend to default on. He was just waiting to restore his reputation and clear his name before returning to Jinsha Bay, after which he would send the money over and let that shameful little sprite know his true identity, making it regret not treating him well back then. Such treatment, of course, led to dissatisfaction among the group. Holding a pointed wooden stick, Xuefeng, even knowing she was in a script, had to take the initiative. Are you joking, letting me use this to survive outside the city and fight monsters? What if we encounter orcs? A wooden weapon might not even penetrate their skin. Even though she had endured being in prison, those 2 months had taught her more than she had learned in her entire life, and she could clearly feel that one of her fellow inmates had been specifically arranged to help her. But when it came to combat, she would not back down. Don't worry unless something unexpected happens. Mukong leaned against the wall, pressing her long ears down, slowly looking to the other side, confirming that no one was around before continuing to lead the way. She then answered, "If nothing unexpected happens, you will receive a batch of proper weapons." The ears of elves were quite troublesome. They were too long, and doing secretive things often made them stick out from very. Hers was fine, growing straight. As long as she paid attention to the horizontal line, it was sufficient. Some elves like Aunt Gufong had ears that tilted upwards, requiring them to be mindful of both sides, as well as higher dimensions. Perhaps this was the consequence of extraordinary hearing. Wally was puzzled. What do you mean? And this path seems to be going away from the city gate. Why are we moving further from the city exit? Mukong shot him a glance. If you don't understand, don't ask. You'll know soon. Wally rolled his eyes back, teasing, "Huh? Once you know my identity, you will definitely regret it." However, this little sprite's eye roll was no longer as tempting as it was during the day. It had lost much of its charming demeanor, and now looked no different from an ordinary male elf. Just as he was about to continue questioning, a shadow suddenly emerged from behind, blocking the space between him and the elf. It was Xian. Moreover, he looked unfriendly. "Whom are you casting glances at?" Wally was confused. At whom had he offended? Ever since encountering this annoying elf, everything seemed to go wrong, as if the entire world was blaming him. However, he was also tactful enough to know that he should not provoke this great mage right now. Mukong was equally puzzled as to why Xian was blocking her, but since she had a shield, she might as well use it. She peeked out from behind Xian, raising her eyebrows at Wally. "You useless fool." Then she noticed Xian glaring at her. "Glaring at your mother." The elf glared back. Xian lowered his head, taking the initiative, achieving a complete victory. Mukong walked proudly, leading the team forward, and after crossing 2 streets again in the dark, turned into a narrow alley. The buildings on both sides were tall, making the alleyway between them appear even darker, almost invisible to the 5 fingers. A small wooden door opened silently, and a figure carrying a wooden box emerged, holding a bead that could provide a faint light. Everyone exchanged glances. Another voice came from inside the house, pushing him. "Why aren't you leaving yet?" The former did not respond, and by the faint light, he barely saw the outlines of the arriving group, carrying various weapons, causing his hair to stand on end. He dropped the box and tried to dive back inside, while shouting, "Black Eat." Just as he shouted 2 words, he was accurately hit in the side of the skull by a dagger. The nauseating smell of burnt flesh quickly wafted through the air. Wally stopped a few companions, drawing the silver galaxy long sword from its black cloth, and surprisingly pointing the tip at the elf, his voice serious. The nauseating smell of burnt flesh quickly wafted through the air. Wally stopped a few companions, drawing the silver galaxy long sword from its black cloth, and surprisingly pointing the tip at the elf, his voice serious. "You tell me clearly, who are these people?" "They are smugglers." Mukong did not even glance at the sword's direction and charged into the small door. Once she saw there were no other people inside, she withdrew her dagger from the corpse and secretly lamented her good luck. Given her current skills, she could not guarantee that the dagger would strike with the blade facing the target or the handle bludgeoning. To hit the target in one blow could only be attributed to luck. Wally chased after, still holding the sword, his tone slightly weaker. "How can you prove that what you said is true?" He was genuinely afraid of being deceived. "Then take a look." Mukong pointed at the broken box on the ground, from which piles of phantom leaf grass had already spilled out from the gap. This was a type of herb that had effects similar to siphon grass. After rough processing burning, it would release a large amount of hallucinogenic smoke. Besides being used to make throwing weapons, some people also acquired it through special channels for personal use. And in this dark and murky place, those who were sneaky while moving goods were clearly not good people. Wally finally lowered his sword, and Xian just reacted, preparing to question him on what right he had to point a weapon at his fiancée. Yet he stood straight, bowed deeply, and sincerely apologized. "Sorry, it was my fault." Noble figures of high moral standing must not only uphold their honor at all times, but also know when to admit their mistakes. This was not shameful, knowing it was his own fault, but shifting all the blame onto others would only lead to ridicule. "Well, it's fine." Mukong was also very magnanimous, even casting him a comforting glance. "You are cautious. That's a good thing, but next time you can refrain from pointing your sword at a teammate." Luckily, Xian is sensible, though otherwise you would have already been hit by the finger of death. Xian slightly raised his head. "See, there are benefits to being slow to react." But is this little elf praising herself for the first time? Mukong lifted the hatch from inside the house, gesturing to the 4 young nobles. "Get down below, are all smugglers. Don't hold back. I will lead you through this tunnel directly to the lighthouse south of the city." This route was the one she had taken months ago, when recruited by Hai Yi to eliminate the Viper Gang. It had indeed been filled by new forces, but that was fine. She had ready-made muscle on hand, and was just checking if there were any Philosopher's Stones remaining in the warehouse, regarding the issue of the smuggling channel being cleared again, causing black market prices to rise. Waiting another 10 days or half a month for new forces to fill the gap would suffice. Buying is not as suitable as robbing. The newly filled smuggling force has learned from the previous lessons, employing 2 skilled experts to oversee them. Unfortunately, the 4 young nobles were all around level 10, and Xian was particularly notorious. As soon as they showed up, they were exterminated without even a chance to resist. The others immediately scattered and quickly disappeared into the underground waterways, taking advantage of their familiarity with the terrain. After a brief chase, they all returned separately, not daring to pursue deeply for fear of getting lost in the waterways and wasting time. They were still fugitives fleeing for their lives. Upon returning to the meeting point, they saw a little spirit walking out of the storeroom, looking quite displeased. Xian was all too familiar with such expressions. He immediately pressed his lips together, determined not to speak no matter what happened, to avoid attracting scolding. Wally eagerly rushed to the front, his spirits high, and asked so what was inside. This was the first time he had done something right since leaving the academy, contributing to the common good. It was no easy task indeed. The spirit race was truly honest and straightforward. Upon reflection, aside from being a bit foul-mouthed, greedy, and speaking 8 out of 10 lies while enjoying cursing especially at him, this little spirit had few other shortcomings. He now found Mukong increasingly pleasant to look at. After all, under her leadership, they had finally accomplished something related to merit over the past few months. Mukong huffed, not bothering to look at him. Cigarettes, tobacco, alcohol, what else could there be? You want a beautiful girl inside to strip for you. Go fulfill her wishes. With nothing to show for it, he had thought to use cheap muscle for a black operation, but not only did he not find a philosopher's stone, there wasn't even any valuable contraband. Even a few easy-to-sell gems would have been good. She realized that any goods with even slight value were immediately removed, never to be left behind, to avoid greater losses. Smuggling was a high-risk profession, and she knew it. The sellers knew it, the buyers knew it, and the transporters knew it. What did I do wrong? Wally was quite indignant. Wasn't it just a simple question? Why the hostility? Who gives a damn? This is none of your business. Mukong shot him a glare and kicked away a small water bottle left behind by some smuggler, gesturing in a circle to the others, and you all go search the corpses for usable weapons. Don't just stand there. I don't even know which forest could raise a spirit like you. Wally grumbled, turning away in displeasure. The other 3 young nobles exchanged glances, not daring to speak, lest they attract bad luck. Only Wally was bold enough to take the lead, always the first to suffer setbacks. However, they also noticed that this Wally, who once found even the sight of commoners disgusting, always held his head high and spoke condescendingly, was now able to interact with lowly mercenaries without looking down on them. The nobles began searching for equipment, and Mukong was rummaging around as well. Xian was getting anxious. If he was the only one just standing around, wouldn't he become a target? Before he could find a broom to pretend to sweep, the little spirit's accusations came in quick succession. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and help me look for something valuable. Are you just going to pretend you don't see anything? Xian quickly squatted down, feigning busyness. He didn't dare touch the corpses, so he just flipped over tables and searched boxes. He didn't even know what to look for, but as long as he looked busy enough to avoid being picked on, that would be sufficient. Soon Wally came over wearing 2 pieces of cloth armor. He had a weapon, so he only needed to find armor. The protective area of cloth armor was broader than that of leather armor, and since it could also be padded with protective plates, its defensive capability was higher than leather armor, though it was relatively heavier. He was more accustomed to wearing metal armor, but smugglers certainly wouldn't have such expensive gear, so he had to settle for 2 layers of fully outfitted cloth armor. Seeing the spirit tossing items carelessly from a storage box, Wally still didn't grasp her mood, persistently pushing forward. How about we burn this place down? Or at least set the warehouse on fire. They were all contraband. Burning it could be seen as serving justice. Are you crazy? Mukong half raised her head, casting a sidelong glance, as if Wally wasn't worth her full attention. This place is next to the underground waterways. Do you want to block the entire drainage system of Golden Sands Bay and setting the warehouse on fire? We're fugitives right now. I see you're just afraid others will find us. Moreover, without smuggling routes, not only the Philosopher's Stone, but also the daily necessities in the city would become more expensive. Wally rubbed his nose. Well, what then? What then? Just stand there. Mukong was already in a state of finding fault with everyone. Even that slow-moving Xian was now looking like a turtle, slacking off while others were busy, and even with a few rags it would eventually leave marks, which was disgustingly irritating. And then, the little spirit spotted Xue Feng striding over, who seemed to have found a red tassel spear from somewhere, holding it with one hand, and swinging it behind her back. Standing tall and poised like a female, Zhao Yun looking quite appealing. Xue Feng asked, "Shall we go?" Mukong's mood brightened as she clapped her hands and stood up. "Let's go, but where are the others?" 2 young nobles were still missing. "They're waiting up ahead." Xue Feng pointed the way. Although Light was a priest, he had always dreamed of being an archer, so he sought out a bow and a pot of arrows, and even picked up a hammer for self-defense. Jiao Mei was completely empty-handed. Thus Mukong led them back through the cave she had entered and at night as the tide was receding the water only reached their knees when they reached the cave's end. This was precisely why smugglers chose to dig tunnels here shipping goods at night, while using the tide during the day to erase their traces with the force of nature. The group waded out into the water, the bright moon shining overhead, the water rippling. Next to the coastline was a collapsed lighthouse supported by wooden scaffolding with towering cliffs behind it, and the city walls of Golden Sands Bay above the cliff. They had finally emerged. Mukong checked the direction and pointed the way for the young nobles. That way is the orcs' occupied area, don't go that way. Head south along the coast to reach Steel City, east is towards Yangji. Alright, my task is complete, shall we part ways here? The others would soon arrive to assign you tasks for your training. Wally the Fool still didn't realize he was in a script. In fact, he had already revealed many flaws. By the time he returned to Golden Sands Bay, he would probably be a proper noble. Light sighed deeply, alas. Now I really am a fugitive. Wally, however, was full of ambition. Don't worry, brother. Let this young master restore your honor. And my friends. He turned to the spirit. Though I don't know who hired you to save us, please thank them on our behalf if you get the chance, and thank you too. Mukong waved her hand and turned to leave. It was late at night. Who wanted to waste time talking? After escaping the night before, working all day and running for half the night again, she was exhausted and could barely keep her eyes open. Sheehan jogged after her, sharing the same reason as the spirit. After escaping the night before, working all day and running for half the night, he truly needed to rest. Behind them, Xuefeng's bright guess came. Actually, I think the one who hired the little spirit to rescue us must be our parents, right? Perhaps they hope we can restore our reputation before returning. Adventure is so much fun. I must guide Wally to roam outside more. Returning too early would be so boring. The heart of Greenleaf. Many strange phenomena. Breathing tree rings. The rings of ancient trees in the forest expand and contract with the rhythm of the world. Tree's breath. Root vein gambling, an underground casino located in the labyrinth of intertwined aerial roots, with leaves as chips. Leaf blade storm. When the forest senses malicious intruders, all leaves will sharpen their edges into blades, forming a deadly storm. Shy fireflies glow at night. Mushrooms encounter. This concludes the first volume. The story of the four young nobles comes to a temporary end, and the content of the second volume is: as the dusk settled, Mukong bid farewell to the four young nobles, took a 2-day rest, and received 50,000 crowns from the bearded crow who arrived in the evening, restoring tranquility to her life. For the following month, apart from Sheehan, no one else disturbed her. Having earned enough money to purchase the Philosopher's Stone with the promised funds from several young nobles as support, Mukong eased her work schedule and began to enjoy life and the other world. She was utterly exhausted lately. At the end of the month, Mukong and Sheehan hit it off and decided to visit a bar. Let's go, it's a perfect night to experience the bar. That kind of place. It's a mix of fish and dragons, the epitome of chaos and filth, isn't it bad? Are we going or not? This was not a question, but a definitive statement. Let's go. Thus the two appeared outside a bar in the lower district, said to have a great atmosphere. You go in first. Mukong nudged Sheehan. In her previous life, she was a student whose greatest rebellion was skipping classes. In this life, as an elf, her greatest rebellion was to experience things she should have. Having lived 2 lives, she had never entered such a place nor tasted alcohol. A slight fear lingered in her. Sheehan felt the same. Even though the elf's hand was pushing him from behind, he constantly leaned back in resistance, his legs hesitating. If you want to go, you should go in first. Our little elf is fearless, even scolding a noble like Wally without a care, so a mere bar should pose. Who said I wanted to come? You agreed to, so just get in. With a forceful push from Mukong, the mage's small frame finally succumbed, stumbling toward the door that was only half his height. Amidst the bustling noises inside, someone cracked a joke, resulting in a burst of hearty laughter, causing the oil lamp hanging at the entrance to sway in the unseen current, and Sheehan was so startled that he barely managed to hold onto the door frame. It was terrifying, as she felt that entering such a place would mean she was no longer the good child in her mother's eyes. Then, being assisted by the elf, she was forcibly pulled inside. Just go in. Without any preparation, Sheehan quickly composed herself upon entering. She couldn't embarrass herself. Seeing the little elf follow closely behind her, standing right there, gave her a sense of security, and she even took the initiative to greet the waitress. But as soon as she opened her mouth, her true nature was revealed. Hello. The waitress remained calm. She had seen too many newcomers behave like this, but this one seemed particularly nervous. With a smile, she held a tray close to her chest and asked, how many guests? 2. Mukong walked over to Zion's side. The waitress' eyes lit up. Such a good-looking young elf was rare, and she immediately became enthusiastic. This is the secret to increasing customer spending in. Newcomers usually cannot withstand the noisy environment for long, and will leave, while such corners allow them to stay a little longer and order a few more drinks. If luck is on their side, once the alcohol takes effect, they might even join in with other guests. As the two settled in, the waitress took out a small notebook, placed it on the tray, and cheerfully asked, what would you like to drink? If it's your first time here, I recommend starting with fruit wine. It's light and refreshing. From easy to difficult, from low to high alcohol content. This is another business secret. Mixing several types of drinks can yield effects greater than the sum of their parts. Alright, let's start with 2 glasses of fruit wine, Mukong decided, glancing around. Also some snacks like dried fruit, sure, coming right up. The waitress said with a cheerful tone, leaning in slightly closer to the elf. Wow, the elf's skin is so good, smooth as a shell with no visible pores. Once the waitress left, Xian leaned in slightly. Hey, are we really drinking? I feel like this isn't good. His voice was loud, otherwise it wouldn't be able to compete with the surrounding noise. Mukong intertwined her fingers, her fingertips turning slightly pale. Entreating, what are you afraid of? Bars are different from mercenary guilds. While both serve alcohol, the interactions between guests here are much more frequent and intimate. You can drink alone and listen to others, but most people choose to join discussions debating current events, sometimes cheerfully, sometimes in fierce arguments trying to outshout each other. It is not uncommon for a fist to land on someone's face, sparking a brawl. Onlookers not only cheer, but also join the fray, randomly choosing another guest to fight, fueled by the courage and strength that the alcohol brings, as well as pent-up frustrations from daily life. After a fight, the winner often pulls the loser up, and they might even sit together again to drink. Xian watched the progressively louder patrons around him, his head bowed low. That's not what I meant. What if a fight breaks out, and he can't use magic? In pure hand-to-hand combat, who could he possibly defeat? And the little elf, without using any combat skills, just clashing with others. This bar was close to the city wall, and many of the patrons were soldiers, with some having muscles in their arms thicker than her waist. One punch from them would surely break her. Guests, 2 glasses of fruit wine, boiled beans, chips, and a platter of dried fruits. The waitress joyfully approached, nimbly navigating through a crowd of excited men. After placing the drinks and snacks on the table, she added a plate of cucumbers sprinkled with salt in front of Mukong. This is a personal gift for you. Take a good look. As Mukong picked up the note, she noticed a line of numbers written on it, and immediately showed it off to Xian. Look, it's her off-duty time. She's interested in me. Aren't you jealous? Xian remained silent, sniffing the fruit wine he picked up. He had long been immune to the elf's gender-neutral comments. With her shell-like smooth nails pinching the note, it suddenly appeared before him as the elf's long ear and half an eye peeked out from behind her brows, curving. I'll let you have this. When she finishes work, you can go with her, and I'll wait for you outside. Don't joke about this. Xian slammed down the wine glass, snatched the note, crumpled it up, and tossed it into the corner. He wanted to stay angry, but seeing the elf's slightly furrowed amber eyes made him lose his courage, leading him to take another big gulp of his drink while being mad at himself. It's always like this with her. What is she really thinking? Is she deliberately testing me, or does she not think of me at all? Were those encounters just a casual game? To be honest, this drink is quite good, almost like a soft drink. Looking up again, she saw Mukong sipping delicately at what was supposed to be something with almost no alcohol, quickly turned her cheeks a rosy hue. Is that so? Then I guess I'll have to come personally. Hey, you picky little thing, looking down on humans. No problem, once I earn a fortune, I'll find you an elf wife to make up for it. As Mukong pulled a box from beneath the cabinet and opened it, a flash of light flickered in Sean's eyes, as if he suddenly grasped the significance of his earlier action, yet he could not piece together the thoughts. He asked, when did you buy it? 2 days ago, the girl replied with a frown, as this young man was always missing them. He was always so eager to come when he didn't need him, yet he had to treat him to meals every day. Once he found a reliable source in the black market again, and the prices dropped, he bought back the Philosopher's Stone, only to disappear for 2 days, as if he were trying to save money. Every time he came empty-handed. Why couldn't he just bring a knife and fork from home? Seeing this world's most dangerous contraband, a bridge to communicate with demons, and the most valuable currency of hell, Sean nervously wiped the sweat from his palms and poured himself a glass of water. He now had his own cup here with the elf. Besides her, this was one of the only 2 things that belonged to him in the small room. After taking a couple of big gulps, he smacked his lips. You want to use it now? Seeing this world's most dangerous contraband, a bridge to communicate with demons, and the most valuable currency of hell, Sean nervously wiped the sweat from his palms and poured. Sean couldn't help but rub his temples as it was making his head ache. What are you looking at? It's over, snap out of it. Mukong snapped her fingers silently twice, waving them in front of the young man's eyes, finally redirecting his dazed gaze back on track. If you have no other questions, I'm going to use it. We agreed you would help me resist the demon's temptations, and you must not go back on your word. How foolish, truly foolish. How could he not have considered that I was worried you'd been holding out for so long that you couldn't resist the temptation anymore, and that going to the bar would bolster your courage? After all, life is one's own. If one truly submits to the demon, or that siphon-like effect, perhaps there would be no need for a contract breach, and the soul would be claimed. As for the body, it mattered little. From 0 to 1 required determination, and the subsequent stages were merely about adding 1 to the number. Moreover, while the second stage might be dull, the first stage, which had never been experienced before, was still quite novel. Alright then. Wait a moment. Sean reached for the wooden box containing the Philosopher's Stone. This box isn't enchanted with some sort of spell, like tracking or positioning, is it? The black market is said to be the most dangerous place in Golden Sands Bay, where various criminals lurk in the corners, sharpening their knives, viewing every customer who enters as a cash cow. And the elf who purchased the Philosopher's Stone was synonymous with wealth, likely to face home invasion if her true identity were discovered. Sean felt a chill as he thought about how he had bought the stone just 2 days ago. He would surely suffer for a lifetime if something truly went wrong. He would have to come often, preferably every day. Even if the front line was tense, he must return at night. At least he wouldn't be involved in night battles. As he made this decision, he used various spells to examine the seemingly ordinary box. Finally, he placed it on the table. This is just an ordinary box with no abnormalities. Mukong sighed in relief. See, I told you they are very professional and shouldn't do anything to probe into the customers, and besides. The girl scratched her head, puzzled. Besides, they were very polite this time. A guy wearing a dog mask who used to be at odds with my seller like a mad dog is now smiling, and even brought me a chair and served me tea. Sean's butler said something about having offended them last time. Oh, what did he offend them with? Why is this butler who ran all the way from the West Sea so advanced in service concepts? Serving tea. Sean felt a fresh wave of sweat. You didn't drink it, did you? Of course not. Tisk, you don't need to worry about that. How many years have you been in the field? Just take care of yourself. Instead of wasting time, you might as well shut up and keep your mouth in check. As Mukong spoke more angrily, experienced and crafty, she never thought that one day she would be reminded by a novice who had just entered the field. Shoving away the audacious rookie, Mukong took the box, holding her hand over the Philosopher's Stone. So I'm going to use it. If the demon makes me fall for it again, considering the party that helped you, should I be able to endure it? Wait. Sean hurriedly called to stop, cautiously pointing at the elf's ears. How about we wait a bit longer? Otherwise, once you connect with the demon through the Philosopher's Stone, it might detect the state of your body. At that time, it would be troublesome if it tailored its methods accordingly. What state? Mukong asked, curiously, gripping her long ears, feeling a wave of warmth. Without looking in the mirror, she knew they were red. Tisk, this is just too inconvenient. It's like a traffic light. Red means go, and green means stop. Right? What high intelligence race would display their bodily state so obviously? The traffic light race. There was no helping it. The initial stimulation was too intense, and it would probably take some time to fade away. Mukong could only read an idle book while waiting to fully return to normal, and then under Sean's anxious gaze, she firmly grasped the Philosopher's Stone. Time flowed into a familiar stillness, as if thrown into a stream of hell's lava. The temperature around soared suddenly, making her body and mind feel as if they were melting. A slippery voice lingered on her eardrum. This only moist thing felt like a lifeline, instantly capturing Mukong's attention. SSSSS. You are my most excellent apostle. Keep safe. Legend promotion reward focus. 4 voices representing different ages and genders continued to provide supplementary explanations. Then the demon took a deep breath. The sound of inhalation on her eardrum felt like it was sucking impurities from Mukong's soul and spine, making the entire elf feel clearer. Following that was a serpentine laughter. SSSSS. You have passed my test. If you succumb to desire, you will not reach the top. Therefore, as recorded in the contract, I shall grant you equivalent power. Loyalty encouragement reward master. As the last word fell, the temperature began to rapidly decline, and the flow of time returned to normal. Mukong opened her fist, which was now entirely empty. From Sean's perspective, the girl merely opened and closed her fist without pausing, and the Philosopher's Stone had vanished. But the connection with the demon had undoubtedly been established. He immediately looked at the elf, nervously checking if she had fallen into the temptation of the siphon grass. Mukong had been trying for 2 days, and still did not know what new power the demon had bestowed upon her. Her physical attributes had not changed, her casting abilities had not been enhanced, and her magical reserves remained the same. She even specifically sought out the white meteor, yet she was still able to deceive him into giving her 50 crowns with the same old words. Thus her eloquence had not been strengthened. This aspect likely could not be enhanced either. It was only during an accidental moment when her clothes got splashed with water while casting the flame armor that she discovered this. Focus in casting. That demon actually gave her a technique that she would never have a chance to use in her lifetime. This thing might be more useful for wizards, and priests must practice it. Once mastered, it allows one to move freely, dodge, block, and even fight, while maintaining the continuous casting of certain spells without interrupting their flow. In short, it is like multitasking, drawing circles with the left hand while drawing squares with the right, but without the high difficulty of ambidextrous fighting. Yet as a thief, how could she possibly make use of such a thing? Currently, the only continuous casting spell she knew was the flame armor for drying clothes. With so little magical power and her poor casting talent, it was highly unlikely that she would learn anything too complex in the future. Simple spells consume little energy, and there is no need for such specialized techniques. Damn it, have I been completely swindled? The voice of the elf, like a sandy rasp, drew the attention of many customers at the night market. Sean lowered his head, deeply wishing to bury himself in his clothes, whispering like a thief, "Lower your voice. You're too conspicuous. What are you afraid of?" Just because I've been swindled I can't vent my frustration. After Mukong retorted, her voice lowered. She pointed a slender finger at the young man's head, a look of disdain never leaving her face. Look at you curled up like a little chick. Het tsk. Her last shaking of the head and smirk easily invoked other associations. Sean bent his head even lower. Every day he mocked her for how little time she had, yet after a while he started looking for books, becoming impatient without saying a word. Why not just say you want to scold me directly? Mukong found a lot of satisfaction in criticizing others, continuing to complain. What does it mean that the demon gave me something like this? Is it to force me to learn magic? Yet our casting talent is truly unbearable to witness, ranking among the bottom of the elf community. If not for the entire race being naturally gifted, she probably wouldn't be able to produce even a spark. Now, although she surpassed some elves, it was due to her persistent practice, a case of the dull bird flying first, merely compensating for her shortcomings. Finally able to resume a normal conversation, Sean seized the opportunity to express his opinion. It definitely isn't the case. Demons are chaotic beings. They would never guide you to learn any knowledge. Then what do you think it is for? In my view, it's to start guarding against you, isn't it? Mukong was, isn't it common knowledge that every apostle tempted by demons harbors a desire to resist? Why target just me? Or do you do this with every apostle? This powerful demon controlling you is only around level 25, and it won't exceed level 26. Any higher would allow it to dominate a large area in the 9 hells. Such power wouldn't need to personally meddle in the main plane, just wait for the lower demons to offer tributes, and help those that have opened the portal to crush the plane. Sean initially guessed this, but grew more confident, explaining the divisions of the 9 hells to the little elf before continuing. If it is level 25, then it is a demigod possessing some divine abilities, and with certain means can indeed establish a communication similar to that of a believer, accept offerings, grant power, provide guidance, and convey commands, etc. Listening, Mukong felt overwhelmed, seizing the opportunity to ask, how do you know so much? Tsk. Sean finally found a chance to look down on the girl's lack of knowledge, and emboldened began to mimic her. However, the truth was that after learning about the girl's situation, he had started to cram knowledge about demons and the 9 hells, having only just learned this a few days ago. Wow, oh my, just a little knowledge, and you get all worked up. Mukong's gaze shifted downwards. What do you mean by that? Sean felt gloomy inside. When it came to doing things, he either complained or was impatient, yet usually he began to act tough, but could not refute. It was really. He shook his head and continued. So if it's only level 25, then at most it can raise you to around level 20. Anything beyond that is outside of its capacity. Coincidentally, the contract stipulated that it must grant you powers matching the Philosopher's Stone, so I can resist temptation, cannot be corrupted, and easily and actively submit the Philosopher's Stone. It fears that I will rapidly increase my strength in a short period of time, making it easier for me to obtain the Philosopher's Stone than elevate my own power to a level it can no longer enhance. Therefore, the one breaching the contract would be it. Thus, it can only provide some utterly useless abilities to prolong this time. Mukong finally understood, seeing Sean nodding in agreement with her guess, and asked, what should I do? This cunning demon is truly cautious, testing once, and upon sensing something amiss immediately takes precautions. But that's still a matter of years, even a decade ahead. Sean pondered for a while. I don't know, but if I were the demon, I would probably not enhance your physical attributes next, but rather focus on improving your casting abilities, doing everything possible to delay the possibility of your single ability becoming too strong, harvesting some Philosopher's Stones from you during this time, and waiting to see if any changes occur in the main plane that would make it hard to obtain Philosopher's Stones, leading you to breach the contract, or simply interfere with you. But that's something to worry about later, at least not until your strength truly poses a threat to me. So I can only wait. Mukong slammed the table in anger. To elevate her utterly terrible casting ability to the level of a normal wizard based on the current rate of submitting the Philosopher's Stone, it would take years. Who could wait that long? Otherwise, finding a way to improve her casting talent is not impossible, but it would require a considerable amount of energy and money. Damn it, it's so annoying. She simply threw down the fork and knife, stood up, and gestured to Sean. Your mouth only brings me trouble. Can't you use it where it actually matters? Let's go back. She felt that if she experienced that feeling again, perhaps she could come up with some clever plan amidst the turmoil of her soul. Yes, it must be possible. If it doesn't work, it must be because someone isn't trying hard enough. The hell monopoly. The reasons for the demon's invasion of a certain plane are varied, but they mostly fall into the following categories: entertainment, turning the entire plane into an amusement park, with low-quality life forms serving as playthings for the demons. Harvesting demons need vast amounts of life energy to enhance their power, which can be achieved by killing and draining their kind, or through some demons cooperating to invade a plane and harvest high-quality life forms within a occupation. For the same purpose of harvesting, some demons strive to completely occupy a plane and drive away local deities, thus enjoying an unending supply of life energy. However, this takes a considerable amount of time and effort requiring high demands on the demon's own strength, so only a few famous great demons in the Nine Hells possess their own independent planes. A few days later at the Mercenary Guild in a secluded corner booth. So as long as I provide it with a large number of Philosopher's Stones in a short period, it won't be able to enhance my strength, and wouldn't that mean a breach of contract? Mukong had not expected her scheme to succeed. She merely shared her half-dreamt whimsical thoughts from the previous night seeking opinions. Perhaps that demon would even cry and beg me to dissolve the contract, offering a great many benefits in return. Well, since we have nothing better to do, let's chat. Sure enough, Xian immediately voiced his opposition. No, first of all, you have already agreed to deliver 6 Philosopher's Stones over the course of a year. Any excess is at their discretion, which has already limited the time frame. The elf immediately sulked. I didn't expect the Philosopher's Stones to come so easily. 50,000 crowns each is actually not difficult. Even if her luck wasn't as good as it is now, and she was caught up in the nobility's affairs, diligent work could still earn her that amount. Your approach is actually correct. Just because it is easy now doesn't mean it will always be easy. Once the war ceases and the Emperor restores order from the chaos of war, the price of Philosopher's Stones could immediately multiply, several times, or even tenfold. Xian shook his head expressing pity. I checked the information, and to condense a Philosopher's Stone requires a large number of concentrated and simultaneous deaths, and aside from wartime, such conditions are hard to find at other times. In other words, after the war ceases, there will be a great many people who have signed contracts with demons unable to provide the required number, and they will have their souls taken to become the demon's minions. Thus, while it may seem that the demons are at a disadvantage now, it is merely an investment and foreshadowing for their future invasion of realms. Sigh. Mukong let out a long sigh, her fingers intertwining and turning pale, mirroring her inner turmoil. During wartime, it's manageable. As long as there are sorcerers knowledgeable in demonology, they can usually condense a few stones after a battle, and they don't have to be pure, but once peace is reached, each Philosopher's Stone almost represents a tragedy. It is a product of human blood. Yet she must use this thing to hang on to her life. Xian didn't want the girl to become too entangled in this unsolvable issue. He quickly shifted the topic and continued. Also, regarding your earlier idea of providing a large number of Philosopher's Stones in a short time, another point to note is that our speculations about the demon's thoughts from a few days ago might not be accurate. That demon might just be creating a false impression to lead you to think this way. After all, demons are synonymous with treachery. Once you accumulate a large number of Philosopher's Stones, if they send a few minions to seize them, you won't even have time to cry. Nothing you do is feasible. Ultimately, your strength is too low, and you cannot be the player. Mukong simply rested her head on the table, shaking it side to side on her arms. Xian looked at her and immediately recalled that she had been doing the same a few days ago. At that time, she had gritted her teeth, her neck showing veins, her face flushed as she held her breath, yet she refused to make a sound. It was utterly adorable. He smacked his lips, remembering how after showcasing his magical talent due to his lineage, he was finally permitted to attend a banquet, hiding in the corner and sipping a bowl of rich oyster soup brought by his mother, which he had never seen before. The exquisite taste, the smooth sensation on his palate, and the enchanted oysters that even wiggled in his mouth remained vivid in his memory. Unfortunately, he had yet to attend a second large banquet among the nobility. Why are you smacking your lips? Are you a bit thirsty? Mukong mistakenly interpreted this, waving to the waiter. 2 glasses of juice, please. She already knew that the young man in front of her shared her attitude towards alcohol. He could drink, but didn't particularly enjoy it. The part-time waiter brought the juice and complimentary fried potato chips, discreetly signaling with his thumb and forefinger. Mukong waved generously. Put it on my tab. I'm used to paying for my own meals when I go out with this guy. But she still had to say, you, a bastard from a noble family, must have some money, right? You are even working in the military, a pretty impressive sorcerer. What's up with not getting paid? It's not that I'm stingy, but in the past one could say I was using you. Now it's clear that we're both benefiting. And seeing you enjoy it so much, you don't seem to be losing out at all. So when going out, you can't always let others treat you right. The prices in Golden Sands Bay aren't low. Nights out and entertainment must have cost at least a couple of thousand crowns over these days. Xian felt very ashamed. My family has never given me living expenses. The money I earned, aside from giving some to my mother and buying books and materials for practicing magic, has mostly gone to my grandmother for her medical treatment. How about in a few days when I save up a bit, I'll treat you? No, I was just joking. You'd better not go risking your life on the front lines, got it? Mukong's tone turned serious. The only way the foolish person could think of to make money was by achieving merits on the battlefield, risking their life in battle. That's not acceptable. Oh, it's not worth it. Xian nodded firmly. He was already spending less time on the front lines. In the entire world, aside from his mother, only the little elf cared about him the most. Thus, being able to return safely and see the little elf is his greatest hope, who dreams of becoming successful and distinguished, have long ceased to be his primary goal. Seeing the young man seriously agree, Mukong finally felt relieved, taking a sip of her juice and raising her glass to ask, "Hey, you mentioned before that your grandmother is ill. What kind of illness is it?" His grandmother is actually his maternal grandmother, his mother's mother, who is also a pure-blooded elf from the heart of green leaves. In an era where magic is so convenient, the illness that an elf could have that cannot be cured by magic. It wouldn't be the desirelessness syndrome ending up turning into a tree, would it? Xian shook his head. I don't know either. My grandmother wrote in her letter that she was like this. The last time I saw her, she indeed seemed stiff and unable to move. Then it must be the desirelessness syndrome. Mukong was very certain. At first, everything becomes stiff, gradually leading to an inability to walk, ultimately resulting in a complete lack of desire, not even wanting to eat, and slowly turning into a tree. Will I end up like that in the future? I heard that my grandmother once married a human. Later, as the human aged, they eventually parted ways. I wonder if it has something to do with this, as she must have been very sad. Xian also sighed deeply. Most love stories between humans and elves become tragedies due to lifespan issues. Fortunately, he has half-elf blood, so there are no problems with strength. As long as he works hard to become a level 20 or above legend to prolong aging, he can also be with Mukong for a lifetime. Forget it. Why dwell on unhappy things? Mukong looked around. This was her second time bringing the young man to the mercenary guild, but unfortunately, she hadn't seen many friends, unable to introduce him to anyone, so she settled for, "Let me get you a job. That way you'll have money to treat us, or you could send money to your grandmother for her treatment. Being elves, we must help each other." The strange strategies of 100 diseases. Fruit pulse dependency syndrome, commonly known as shellwood transformation disease, desirelessness syndrome. Stages of the illness: 1. Amber tongue, taste buds crystallize, loss of appetite. 2. Emerald bones, joints grow leaf vein-like cartilage. 3. Year ring, heart rate drops to 7 beats a day. 4. Eternal silence, wood transforms into a uniquely shaped tree. The entire process is irreversible and cannot be cured. Mukong brought the young man to the guild, intending to introduce him to a few friends. After all, given their frequent interactions lately, it was better to take the initiative to get acquainted rather than leaving it to chance. Moreover, he was a grand mage affiliated with the military. If there were any tasks that required his assistance, she could also benefit from it. As luck would have it, she learned from the mercenaries. She knew that Gu Feng and Bai Se Yunxing had just left before their arrival, teaming up with others to assist the Prism Knights in capturing a necromancer. As for Hai Yi, he hadn't appeared for several months, and everyone had gradually forgotten about the old man, with rumors circulating that he had died suddenly in some corner of the city. Then they could only take the young man on a mission to earn some pocket money. What else could they do with their spare time? They had to find something to do. Teaming up with others to take out a nest of ogres outside the city while chatting and strolling along was a great way to pass the time. What are the names of your mercenary friends? Sean's voice was very soft, fearing that the mercenaries ahead might overhear and join in. He wasn't keen on talking to strangers. Anyway, the little elf's keen ears could hear just fine. Mukong, on the other hand, didn't mind at all. The more people involved in the conversation, the better. She was eager to expand her network in the mercenary world and become a sociable person like Hai Yi, rolling her eyes at the young man. Why are you asking so much? What difference does it make if I tell you? You'll find out when you meet them. The more you act like a pushover, the more people will take pleasure in bullying you, yet such individuals often have excellent social connections. Mukong was aware that her behavior was inappropriate, but she simply couldn't help herself. Indeed, as the girl's voice grew louder, Sean's voice became even softer, hesitant to speak, and he gently nodded in agreement. Yes. He resembled a well-behaved child being taken to visit relatives during the new year. Seeing him like this, Mukong felt a sudden urge to take care of him like a frustrated guardian. Hey, a mercenary ahead called out, pointing at the nearly skeletal remains of a human corpse that had been gnawed upon. Scouting was the thief's responsibility to avoid running into an enemy encirclement. It was best to inform everyone of the types, numbers, and arrangements of the opponents, allowing them to prepare in advance and increase their chances of victory. All right, Mukong replied, moving to the front of the group. 2 human warriors nervously stepped in the muddy ground mixed with autumn muck, while a dwarven priest busied himself applying holy oil to a one-handed axe. An elven archer replaced the string on his short bow with a new magical one, smiling and nodding at Mukong as she passed. Mukong reciprocated and slowed her pace as she approached the corpse. The guild had only mentioned clearing out the ogres, but they hadn't specified that this creature had devoured their comrades. There was a pile of shattered equipment thrown around the corpse. If they could defeat mercenaries, it meant they posed a significant threat to their group. If scouts determined that more than one had been killed, they would need to consider recruiting more members. Caution is the key to longevity. Oh, no one wanted to die. Mukong took a quick glance and sensed something was off. The body was torn and shredded bones scattered everywhere, clearly indicating it had been ripped apart piece by piece. This was not the behavior of a wild beast. It was more like Sean. She hurriedly waved her hand, calling the expert over. The dwarf quickly stopped Sean, his common speech quite unrefined and jumbled, but the gist was understandable. "Brother, do not move your feet. There is danger." At the same time, he was mentally scolding that rogue elf ahead for allowing his friend to take risks. They only had Sean naturally bypassed the dwarf, eager to squeeze next to the little elf to protect her. During this time, Mukong conducted a more detailed examination of the deceased. Whether it was the cause of death from a massive blunt object or the equipment stripped from around them, everything confirmed her suspicions. It was orcs. Before Sean even approached, he had already deduced from the footprints and scent. Orcs. He had fought against dozens if not hundreds of orcs on the front lines, so he was well experienced. The mercenaries immediately tensed up, and someone urgently asked, "How do you know? Have you seen them before?" Just as Sean was about to answer, Mukong interrupted. "Don't say anything, we need to go back quickly." "You fragile mage, why are you rushing forward to die? After looking, get back to the safest place at the back." "Oh." Sean felt wronged, but obediently turned back, thinking to himself, "I just wanted to protect you." The others waited for him to return and quickly inquired, "What's the situation? Are they really orcs? Can you be sure?" This area was behind the front lines, so logically it shouldn't be the case, but it couldn't be ruled out that scattered orcs took advantage of the chaos of battle to sneak over. If it were one or two, they might stand a chance, but if it were a whole squad, it was better not to try and offer warmth to the community. "Stop asking, be careful." Mukong leaped several steps to the center of the group, her long ears twitching around. She had already heard several heavy footsteps. The elven archer also became tense, drawing his bowstring and chanting a spell. A magical arrow immediately materialized on the bow, aimed at the dense forest on one side of the hill. Seeing the two in this stance, the others quickly understood, and after a moment of panic prepared for battle. Mukong, however, was not anxious at all. She spun her dagger in anticipation of the opponent's appearance. After all, she had Sean with her. A prestigious grand mage dealing with a few orcs was hardly a challenge, right? But when she turned around, she found the young man was more nervous than anyone else. Orcs had high magical resistance, while low-level spells barely did any damage, and high-level spells required considerable preparation time. Thus, when dealing with orcs, he would either hide behind the army or stay atop the fortified walls of a stronghold. The most dangerous moment was during that time, when he and the little elf faced an orc who used lightning-like breakthrough tactics that left them isolated among the enemy. Yet even then they were on the city walls with the little elf shielding him. How could it be like now? With the speed of the orcs, they could close the distance from the dense forest to them in less than 2 breaths. If those massive weapons swept through, even the strongest mercenaries would at least be sent flying by the tremendous force. Should they run? This thought just sprouted in her mind and quickly spread. Looking around, she noticed the mercenaries' eyes flickering as well, while only Mukong progressively lowered her waist, resembling a tightly coiled spring. Mukong was determined to fight. Despite the orcs appearing large and clumsy, they were surprisingly quick in motion. She could easily escape, but Sean definitely couldn't. That small frame would tire after running just a few dozen meters, and his flying spell was only as fast as walking with insufficient altitude to evade. A random brick could knock him down. If she carried him while running, they would both be done for. Therefore, it was better to fight. As long as everyone could hold their ground, Sean could unleash his magical prowess, and the chances of victory were still quite high. The only challenge was how to ensure that others wouldn't flee, but would stay and fight to the bitter end. "Sean, don't use Finger of Death. Once you finish casting, you'll be drained. Prepare the lightning chain." The girl's hoarse voice echoed across the clearing, leaving the mercenaries in shock. Could it be that our little team harbored a master of magic capable of casting a 7th-tier spell? Then what is there to fear? Looking at the frail mage protected in the center, they found him looking utterly aggrieved, still explaining, "I never intended to use Finger of Death. Your lightning chain wouldn't work either. Against orcs, you need to use a thunder spear, something with strong penetrating power to take them down in one strike." As he spoke, he raised his right hand, and a multitude of white lightning snakes twisted and burst forth, gradually spreading from his fingertips to envelop his entire arm. His left hand formed various magical gestures to assist in constructing the spell. Without even needing to chant, he truly was a master. Several mercenaries turned to look around with delight, their morale soaring, none thinking about fleeing. The last few running were destined to become bait. No one could guarantee they could outrun the others, so it was better to protect the master mage and fight fiercely. Mukong also turned back silently, his lips moving in what seemed like curses. "Damn it, just cooperate with what I say, or why argue? If you're so good with words, you should save your energy for the right things." Around them the trees began to sway violently, and everyone except the elves heard the heavy footsteps of the charge. Everyone gripped their weapons tightly. Mukong felt a slight sweat in his palms, and casually chanted a basic spell, Thunderclaw. This was a 0-tier spell, it wouldn't consume much mana, and its power was naturally pitiful. Once it attached to the hand, it would release upon contact with an object, causing the target to feel as if they had been struck by an electric rod. In her previous life, Thunderclaw might have had some effect, but here in this other world with an abundance of magical winds, even civilians in this dimension without training would possess basic magical resistance. When it struck them, it would merely cause a twitch at the corner of their mouths. Using it against the orcs was akin to a mosquito bite. Mukong initially intended to evaporate the sweat in his palms for a firmer grip on his dagger. But after dispelling the spell, he slightly tilted his head and said, eh. There was no time to think further. The first orc charged out of the thicket like a tank, scattered branches and leaves flying around it. Its heavy eyelids shielded only eyes the size of peanuts, which turned red with rage upon spotting a human brandishing a spiked club that was thicker than an adult human's arm as it accelerated forward. There were no battle cries, only the sound of heavy footsteps and low, labored breath. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 orcs appeared from all directions. Who knew how such massive and sturdy bodies managed to surround them in the forest? Boom! A dazzling flash of lightning shattered the grass and trees, hitting the foremost orc squarely in the head. The central area of its massive skull simply vanished, leaving only a ring of skin and bone. The head collapsed inward rapidly, its corpse losing balance as it fell heavily to the ground, dragged forward by inertia, leaving behind a long bloodstained trail. The mercenaries' morale, which had just plummeted, surged again, but the orcs showed no sign of being affected by their comrades' death. Their footsteps remained unfaltering. These were born warriors. By human standards, their average strength hovered around level 7 to 8. If they did not annihilate this small group of humans once they returned to their massive tribe built of steel and stone, an army would surely come to hunt them down, and they would be doomed. The mercenaries were in the same boat. Having closed in on the enemy, turning their backs to flee would be futile. They could only fight to the death. Let's go charge. 2 human warriors shouted to bolster their spirits and took the initiative to charge in. Humans were far inferior to orcs in single combat. Acting independently out of formation was quite disadvantageous. But if they did not act once the enemy closed the distance, no one could protect the vulnerable mage. The dwarf priest spat and raised his shield to face another direction. The elven archer shot accurately at one of the orc's feet with a jade-green magical arrow, which immediately sprouted into vines, dragging at its pace. Mukong finally prepared herself. Several pieces of toad skin used for spellcasting were whipped up by the magical wind, transforming into a dark green liquid that hovered above her palm. She gripped the liquid tightly, and the dark green substance spread across her palm, sizzling. Then she frowned and picked up her dagger again, only to find the leather wrapping on the handle corroded. But the magic did not continue to spread and could still be maintained. The girl's brow relaxed, her body, which had been coiled like a spring, suddenly released as she leaped high into the air. Then, propelled by her telekinetic spell, she suddenly dove down at an angle towards the orc. Though not skilled in direct combat, she had to protect their only point of victory, Sean. However, if her small frame directly collided with them, she would be crushed without the need for the orc to slow down. But from an aerial strike, the orc's giant club swept horizontally. Mukong exhausted all her magical power and once again used the telekinetic spell to maneuver herself, twisting in midair to evade most of the sweep, only to be struck lightly at the end. However, her dagger successfully sliced through the orc's wrist, severing its tendons. Pua, Mukong was sent flying like a ball with no place to leverage in the air. But her light body became an advantage as the impact damage was mitigated by inertia, and the harm to her body was not as severe as it appeared. If there were a health bar, she would have lost half of it from that blow, suffering a few broken ribs at most. Mukong landed heavily, rolling several times before managing to spread her limbs to maintain balance. The green liquid that had covered her hand had vanished, leaving only corroded skin. The orc, who had only been injured in the tendons by her, could no longer hold onto his weapon. The massive club fell to the ground, and as he prepared to pick it up with his other hand, his expression suddenly changed. He roared, gripping his injured arm and tearing at it with all his might. Moments later, accompanied by the sound of tearing steel, he actually ripped off his own arm. Blood gushed forth, leaving behind bone fragments soaked in gruesome blood, the horrific scene causing the entire battlefield to fall silent. What kind of technique was this? How did she do it? Only Mukong Horse commanded Shan shoot him. She pointed at the orc facing another elf and dodged a human warrior whose upper body was deformed after being smashed. They could still hold out in other directions, but the elves could only continuously use magical arrows to generate vines to slow the orc's advance. She was running low on mana and preparing to swing her bow for a direct confrontation. Boom! The same thunder spear, the same deadly strike to the head. Shan did not hesitate, choosing to leave his safety to his teammates while continuing to gather the next spell. On Mukong's side, facing an injured orc bleeding profusely, she could easily hold her ground. Although the dwarf priest was being tossed around each time he was knocked away, he could stick back like a piece of taffy and even manage to heal himself was no problem. Now only a single human warrior remained in one direction unsupported. Even if the elven archer swung her bow over, it wouldn't hold for long, so Shan chose his next target as his opponent. Mukong took a homemade smoke bomb from her toolkit and tossed it toward the humans, providing him a bit of help. Then, looking at the one-armed orc who was staggering to stand, she licked her lips and used the little mana she had recovered to cast a lightning arrow, attaching it to her corroded hand. Zzz. The already mangled hand emitted an eerie, sizzling sound, and as she gripped the dagger, the lightning arrow that was supposed to release continued to gather power. In pain and gritting her teeth, Mukong even replenished her mana again, increasing the power of the lightning. She then charged towards the opponent. She simply could not hold back. Bang! At the last moment, Mukong slid aside, evading the orc's noticeably slowed attack. She merely sliced her dagger against the opponent's ankle, yet it created a fist-sized hole, with the lightning exploding, shredding the muscle tissue, and spraying blood, causing the orc's leg to buckle as he knelt down, unwillingly roaring. How did she do that? The battle has ended and the outcome was devastating. Sean's next lightning spear successfully struck its target. Although the orc could not escape its impending doom, it could still control the direction of its fall. The elven archer, stripped of magic and forced to engage in close combat, was seized by the desperate orc and slammed to the ground, her slender body almost flattened. To spare her further torment, a human warrior beheaded the dying elf with his own hands, then in a frenzy charged towards the dwarves, driving his sword into the orc's throat, only to have his chest cavity crushed by a heavy hammer. These two seemed to be in a romantic relationship. Mukong was not in much better shape. The half of his body struck by the massive club was numb, and he could only shuffle over to Sean's side like a stroke victim before collapsing to the ground, lying flat, as if utterly drained. She looked at the dwarven skin, exposed, all bruised and swollen, the armor deformed from the hammering, and the shield shattered into pieces. Despite this, she endured her injuries to scavenge the spoils from her fallen comrades, urgently kicking at the nearby Sean, who was squatting like a fool staring at her in silence. Damn it, go loot the corpses, you're going to drive me crazy. If you wait any longer, all the good stuff will be taken. These people are our teammates, we should bury them, and bring back news of their deaths. Mukong directly interrupted the younger brother's foolish remarks. Heartbroken, you go quickly. While trying to get up and claim the loot, Sean quickly supported her, but she shrugged him off, and losing her balance fell back to the ground, kicking him again. Hurry up. Watching the dwarves silently rummage through the corpses felt terrible. These tunnel-digging creatures. Before Sean could fully gather his resolve, the dwarf expertly finished searching the three fallen teammates, gathering all the valuable items into his own bag, without intending to leave anything for the living companions, and raised a finger to warn Sean those fellows' tools are as motionless as stones. The iron is already rusted. But after all, those are dead people's belongings, Sean countered. You're talking nonsense. How can you guarantee the weaver of the clothes you're wearing is still alive? Why don't you strip down and go into the city then? Mukong lamented. Besides, the original owner of this body has already perished, so I've technically died once. How can you use these dead people's items without hesitation? Of course, I never mentioned this to you, nor do I intend to in the future. Sean, you're being sophistic. By the way, are you? Mukong rolled her eyes. Oh, wasn't that obvious? She chose not to respond to him, but looked at the dwarf. Since you've taken their things, you're responsible for the aftermath. This is the industry rule. The deceased entrusts their entire belongings to their teammates to help bury them, and to inform their families of their death. In fact, it involves quite a lot of work, some of it time-consuming and labor-intensive, and the looted possessions hardly compensate, yet almost everyone adheres to the rules. All right. The dwarf approached, chanting a restorative spell, holy light gathering around the girl. After a few moments, he bent over and coughed heavily, spitting out a mouthful of blood and extending his fist. Iron Pie, that's my name. Mukong, she replied, bumping fists with him. Previously, the mercenaries had teamed up temporarily, and everyone had introduced themselves, but no one could remember, and they still addressed each other using easily remembered code names like Shorty, Thief, and Novice. The dwarf continued to extend his fist towards Sean, who imitated him and bumped fists. Just as he was about to introduce himself, the dwarf's hearty laughter interrupted him. Hey buddy. The name Sean has settled in my ears. How impressive. Still taking on low-level tasks. Are we fighting over the scraps we have? After joking, he already had a guess about Sean's reason for being there. It was likely to accumulate experience. Though this human was powerful, he seemed to have almost no experience, and should have been brought along by the elf for training. Oh, and then there's this elf called Mukong, who, looking at their relationship, one always seemed to be giving orders, while the other obediently replied, and Sean was still a half-elf. Is he your father? The dwarf looked at Mukong and stated his guess. Though this elf appeared somewhat youthful, one could not judge the age of long-lived species by their appearance. Perhaps she just took good care of herself. Sean immediately turned red, embarrassed to talk to a stranger, and could only wait for Mukong to explain for him. I know he's adopted. Mukong casually waved her hand and slowly stood up. After the priest's treatment, her paralysis had improved significantly. The rest could be healed with time. Even the skin on her right hand, which had been corroded and electrocuted by 2 types of magic, had begun to scab over. Not. Sean didn't expect the little elf to play around at such a crucial moment of proving his identity, and hurriedly tried to refute, becoming nervous and starting to stutter. Don't worry, take your time, I regard you as my own, Mukong said earnestly. After a round of joking, Iron Pie finally understood their relationship, secretly envying the elf for having a grand mage as a close friend, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Hey Mukong, your knife moves faster than the winds of the Gobi, able to break the orc's neck all by yourself. Tell me your secret, will you?" It seemed he only appeared to be around level 5 or 6, yet he was another thief not good at direct combat, yet braver than proper warriors. Indeed, being able to befriend a grand mage surely indicated he was not a simple character. Mukong chuckled and did not answer, instead smilingly complimenting, "Not at all, you did well to hold off an orc by yourself." Thanks to his efforts, otherwise they would have lost this round, left only to run wildly with useless Sean, hoping to outpace the other teammates. Seeing that the elf did not want to reveal secrets, the dwarf patted his belly and self-deprecatingly laughed, "Ah brother, it's a mountain of flesh. The other's fists were dancing in my flesh." In stark contrast to the slender frame of the elf race, the dwarf race was synonymous with sturdiness, robust and solid. Even as a priest, they would charge to the front lines. He sat down with his head bowed, taking out a pipe and leisurely heating it with holy light. "Hey, let me rest a bit. The ones I buried are my friends." Mukong promptly interjected, extending the dwarf's trailing voice, "We will report back to the guild. There will probably be a hefty reward coming down, and I guarantee it will be fairly distributed to your account." Moreover, the fact that they were able to touch upon the rear lines of the orc combat team was also very valuable intelligence. Iron Pie nodded gloomily, exhaling a smoke ring. "Let's go." Mukong called to Sean. Sean widened his eyes, incredulously looking at the girl, silently questioning, "Are we leaving just like this?" Mukong shot him a glare. "When I tell you to go, you go." This was clearly her way of sending them off, likely because she had found something in the corpses that couldn't be taken away and was worried about them seeing and causing trouble with the loot. After all, she had promised to take responsibility for a few of the deceased, and it wouldn't be right for them to interfere. In the mercenary guild, Mukong clutched a large stack of 4,000 crowns in cash, dividing it with Xian. This was the result after compensation. Originally, each person would only receive 500. A casual outing outside the city, taking down a few not-so-intelligent magical beasts, was akin to a picnic. However, they encountered an enemy far beyond their expectations. According to regulations, the reward should increase by up to double. There is a cap set by the guild, otherwise if you were sent to drive away drunkards and then face a sword saint, would they compensate the entire guild for you. Without a cap, it could lead to many colluding scams, teaching you what the bottom line for mercenaries truly is. Although the income was severely disproportionate to the effort, it was unavoidable. Everyone knew it was unfair, but if they set a precedent for you, what would happen to others? What would happen in the future? Fortunately, there was still intelligence compensation from the military, but this part would only be paid after the military sent someone to inquire, and it typically wouldn't be very generous. At present, the guild paid 6 people a total of 6,000 crowns. However, since 3 had died, the remaining amount was split evenly among the survivors. 2,000 crowns were left in the account of the dwarf priest Tai Pai, while the other 4,000 was to be distributed between Mukong and Xian. The girl counted several times, dividing the money into 2 equal parts. She pressed down one part, thought for a moment, and then pinched out 5 large bills to place into the other part, pushing the larger portion over. "Here, take 2,005. I'll give you 3,000. As she spoke, she handed over 5 more large bills. Xian knew that the little elf needed money to buy philosopher's stones. He originally thought he would receive the smaller portion and planned to accept it just to show appreciation, intending to treat her to a few meals later to return the favor. However, he didn't expect her to offer so much, and quickly declined firmly, "No, you don't need to give me so much. I don't need that much." Mukong frowned. "If I give you something, just take it. Don't argue with me." Her face was serious and her injuries had not healed. Even a touch caused her pain. She found such overly polite and hesitant people most annoying. Seeing Xian still refusing, she took out her trump card. "You don't consider me a friend, do you? Fine, then don't come to me again in the future, for our friendship ends here." Wait. He'll take it." Xian surrendered as expected. However, as he gathered the scattered coins, he stole glances at the girl, fearing she would show displeasure. "Hurry up, stop." Mukong helped him gather the coins, constantly criticizing, spouting various remarks. "It takes you this long just to collect money. Is this how you manage your time while doing work?" Despite her words, she actually hoped it could be done quicker. Just one quick motion would be better, avoiding pain, swelling, and any strange sensations. Xian lowered his head further. He was now very accustomed to this action, wishing he could find a way to hide his entire head in his chest. Seeing that he did not refute her, Mukong swallowed her grievances and explained clearly, "You contributed the most in this battle. Without you, we would all be dead. You should rightfully receive the largest share, so don't refuse. This is how it is, otherwise in the future your share will be divided by others, and you will receive less and less. Remember, this is your right, and you must defend it." After imparting some life lessons, she saw Xian nodding with his head down, his attitude good, so she added a few more words. "Also, don't be polite with me in the future. If I give you something, just take it. Speak your mind directly, don't beat around the bush." "All right." Xian was genuinely touched. He truly kept her words in mind, and immediately put them into practice. "Then why don't you come to my house for a visit?" "What for?" Just to sit. Xian couldn't think of a good reason. He couldn't directly say that his mother wanted to meet her, could he? That would imply revealing her identity to someone else, even if it was his own mother. Not going bits too far. The girl waved her hand to refuse, just as he expected. It would take most of the day to go to your house and back. Time is money, don't call me for no reason. If you really want to, and if you humbly beg me, I could enjoy a little chat at my place too. Oh. Xian lowered his head in disappointment, unable to think of a reason that would attract the little elf. He glanced at her hands scarred from magic, looked around to ensure no one was watching, and quietly asked, "Can you tell me now what happened?" Earlier they couldn't ask while on the move, they had to sit down and chat slowly. Now seemed like the right time. Mukong shook her palm. "I wanted to ask you what exactly is the effect of spell focus. How can I now maintain magic in a semi-released state and guide it through a weapon?" She made a downward slicing gesture with her palm. "And release it directly into the enemy's body. Theoretically, spell focus allows sustained magic to continue being released without being affected by combat. However, both the lightning arrow and acid ball she used against the orcs were not sustained spells. Once cast, they were done. Now she could maintain magic flow in her hand through continuous energy injection, yet not fully release it. Although it would continuously damage her once released, it could be transmitted into an enemy's wound by a dagger, causing greater destruction, achieving a self-inflicted 500 damage, while inflicting 1000 damage on the enemy. However, it was only effective against ordinary orcs. They appeared to possess levels 7 or 8, but they had not undergone training. Their strength and speed merely gifted by their race's innate abilities. They could not manipulate the chi within them, making them completely unable to resist the invading magic. If facing humans, they could immediately use chi to block the spread of acid or lightning and quickly extinguish it. "Can you explain in detail?" Xian became interested. Although the girl only partially understood and used some inaccurate terms, he quickly made a judgment. This is master-level spell focus. What does that mean? This is already a prerequisite for super magic techniques, something only top-tier mages would choose to practice and further study super magic to advance themselves. Even I haven't reached that standard. Xian was initially amazed, then puzzled. Why would a demon grant you such a top-tier talent? Few mages who could begin researching super magic techniques would still engage in close combat. Even if they did, they wouldn't use such an inefficient method. If anyone noticed the little elf's combat skills, no one would employ them. Warriors would spend vast amounts of time to learn master-level spell focus, but why would a mage stab someone with a dagger? Moreover, its power could not compare to a mere trick from a high mage. The little elf thought it formidable because of her low base strength and her ability to only use low-tier spells to attack. For example, if she were to cast a fireball in her hand, her entire arm would melt within half a second. Mukong shook her head in confusion. "I don't know. Perhaps. He can only enhance my strength based on his own level, so he can proportionally grant me increased power and magic, but talent can only be copied as it is. Perhaps it really is like that." The great demon probably never expected that the spell focus technique, which theoretically is completely useless for thieves, would provide her with such a significant boost. Zion's magic theory research. Common super magic techniques, enhanced instantaneous extended range delay note research, focus how to apply it to the physical body. Perhaps it really is like when the officer dressed in military attire strode into the guild's entrance with two subordinates, the previously relaxed atmosphere among the mercenaries suddenly froze. Their appearance usually signified the intention to commission mercenaries for reinforcements, indicating either a counteroffensive in the front line or a pressing need for defensive personnel. This represented both opportunity and risk, prompting everyone to hold their breath and listen intently to the conversation, as they might glean first-hand information about the front line. However, the officer who was the focus of the mercenaries' gazes approached the reception desk for a brief inquiry before following the staff's directions to stand before the elf named Mukong. The officer stood immobile, a scar running diagonally from his brow down his stern face, clearly someone who had seen the battlefield firsthand and likely stained with Orcish blood. He looked down at the elven mercenary, his lips pressed into a line, remaining silent. From Mukong's perspective, she could only see the officer's chin and the shadowed dark eye sockets, uncertain of the situation, glancing around anxiously. Was the prison break discovered? Then Xian, you need to handle this. If I get caught, you won't have any fun either. Turning to look at her brother, she found him even more nervous, continuously sipping water from a large wooden cup that obscured half his face. Mukong blinked and obediently stood up. Resisting the rebel army was unwise, especially in the guild where a single word could summon at least— Mukong blinked and obediently stood up. Resisting the rebel army was unwise, especially in the guild where a single word could summon at least a dozen mercenaries to assist, not to mention that she might rely on the military for her future. Moreover, Xian was present, as she could not let him be put in a difficult position. She glanced at her brother again, only to find he remained seated, still sipping his drink. "Tisk, what are you pretending for at a time like this?" Young General Hella looked at Xian, considering his disrespectful behavior towards the military was quite bad, yet he found his profile strangely familiar. He pursed his lips again. A disrespect is disrespect. Some mercenaries are just like that. According to the reception desk, this young elf was the one who truly understood the situation. Clearing his throat, he was about to inquire when a nearby guard gently nudged his arm. Then he leaned in to whisper. Mukong's long ears perked up, easily catching the content, and she glanced at Xian, who had been pretending to drink. Why pretend? Because the water in his cup was long gone, and she couldn't see him swallowing. The officer, who had been resolutely standing, slightly bent forward. Are you Sir Xian? Yes. Xian nodded deeply. The officer lowered his head further and asked the elf, are you his? Please take a seat. Young General Hella suddenly became polite, which was not unexpected from Mukong. This guy Xian had quite the reputation in the military. Moreover, look at him. He knew to be courteous, whereas her brother had never said anything like please sit down to her. However, the young general then acted strangely, first stepping back away from Xian's position, then gradually moving closer to Xian while speaking, but his two bodyguards did not follow, creating a significant distance between him and Xian. I am here to inquire about the orcs you encountered. As he uttered the first sentence, Mukong completely relaxed. She then explained the details of their encounter to the military. This was a serious matter. It would be one thing if they accidentally wandered over during the war, but if the orcs had some secret that allowed them to bypass the main routes, it would be very dangerous. However, after she finished speaking, the three military personnel burst into laughter. You mean to say you single-handedly killed an orc? Hella asked, barely containing his mirth. This little elf really could boast, but considering her profession as a thief, this wasn't surprising. Though the profession of a thief does not imply she is a petty thief, it involves skills like lock-picking, theft, infiltration, reconnaissance, and traps, which most cannot resist the temptations of their trade, often resorting to illegal activities. However, due to their high skill level, they are different from ordinary thieves, making it hard for them to get caught. Mukong nodded earnestly. Yes, but the crux of the matter is not this, but the orcs. They do not seem like mere fugitives. If they fled because of war, there should at least be some injuries, but these three look lively and well. Hella nodded dismissively. Yes, I understand. I've already recorded that, but I'm still curious, how did your little dagger harm the orc? I have a special move. Mukong frowned. She knew her words would be hard for others to believe. If it were her, she wouldn't trust such things. But this was a serious military inquiry, and she could only speak the truth. As for the investigation's outcome, that was their business. Actually, the orc's wounds had strong magical residue, likely to be classified as magical damage. Yes, your special move is indeed powerful. Hella nodded perfunctorily, then turned to the only mage present, bending lower, nearly rubbing his head against Xian's hair. Very politely, sir, is what she said true? Do you have anything to add? It is true. Xian thought for a moment, slightly distancing his head from the young general, and continued. These orcs did not flee here, but it wasn't intentional. I estimate they accidentally found a gap in the defense, otherwise they wouldn't be so mediocre. Orcs are not highly intelligent, and it is difficult for them to conceal their tracks in the jungle. Finding a tracking expert to follow the trail should lead to the gap. Yes, I have noted your suggestion. Hella bowed again, his nose getting closer to Xian's head. After a few moments, he finally lifted his head, taking out a map to spread it on the table. Now, please mark the specific location of your encounter on the map, and it would be best to include the route your mercenary team took. Let me do it. Mukong took the pen and started drawing on the map. Hella watched the slender, fair fingers of the girl, her eyes constantly drawing lines between Xian and the elf. After Hella handed over a reward of 1,000 crowns for the information and took her leave, Mukong finally asked Xian, what was up with you earlier? Why so shy while hiding behind a cup? Is there something you don't want anyone to see? Well, this is just speak. The girl slammed her palm on the table. Xian sighed helplessly, though it was difficult to voice. He thought his experience might earn him a smile from the beauty, so he resigned himself and quietly replied, it's been a long time. Rumors in the camp say I'm fond of men. At first only a few people said it, and I didn't take it seriously, but it spread more, and now everyone knows. Oh, haha. Mukong elongated her tone, first laughing heartily, then recalling the young General Hella's strange actions, her eyes narrowing into crescents as she exaggeratedly drew out, oh, keep your voice down. Xian shot her a cautious glare, the speed almost resembling a sneak peek. This is definitely your fault, otherwise how could there be such baseless speculation? Surely everyone at home knows too. In recent days, I felt the old servant at the door looking at me strangely. Mukong followed Xian to his home. Xian finally racked his brain to come up with a suitable excuse. You see, now that you have a new trick, you should check what magic is suitable for use. Just daydreaming surely has its omissions, so why not come to my place, browse some books, and test it on a training dummy? Do you have training dummies? This truly caught Mukong's attention. She couldn't possibly test her new trick on a living person. If she used something like a scarecrow or stones, she wouldn't be able to see the effects at all. Training dummies are different. They are quite expensive and professional training equipment that can simulate various levels of physical strength through magic. If one were to find an analogy, it would be like a target in a game with 999,999 health that can't be killed, used to test damage. Xian finally discovered the element that could truly attract the little elf, slightly lifting his head. Of course, and it's my personal one, just behind my house. Although the magic crystals used for charging need to be earned yourself, there are still some left, and the elf's attack power. Never mind, Mukong's eyes sparkled. Let's go quickly. Why didn't you say so last time? This kind of thing can't be afforded by ordinary families, and even if one buys it, there's no place to put it. There has to be an open space, right? If one were to rent it from places like the Mercenary Guild or the Warrior Guild, not only would it be costly, but it would also easily expose one's secret skills to the many onlookers. Last time you didn't ask. And besides, with your previous level of attack, what would you need a dummy for? 2 stones would suffice, really. Zion's face was already beaming with joy, a wide grin on his lips. He could already sense that the little elf would visit his home much more frequently in the future. Finally, he found a place that could attract her. The two hurried on their way, and by the time they reached Zion's house, it was already starting to get dark. There's a curfew, sigh. Mukong suddenly remembered the rules of their family. Looking at the sky, there were only about 20 to 30 minutes of usable time left, which was completely insufficient. It's fine. Xian knocked on the iron gate, ignoring the strange look from the gatekeeper, and strode in with the girl, his hands waving, as if he were taking on a big task. Just enjoy yourself. As long as you don't leave the yard, it's fine, even until tomorrow morning. Just be mindful of the noise, don't disturb others' rest. Mukong quickly declined. No need, I just want to experiment with a few ideas that just popped up, and then I'll leave. The rest can wait until tomorrow. Why the rush, hey? The two walked briskly inside, making the most of their time. The gatekeeper looked at their backs, his face turning red. The youth these days, how can they openly speak of such things? And the young master, he actually likes men, The old man clutched his chest and fell to the ground, gasping for a while before regaining his composure, quickly propping himself up. No, I must report this to the master. Due to the extremely rich material life among the nobility, some people in their thirst for stimulation would try various interesting pursuits. But this is usually done in secret. At least one must cover their ears and steal a bell, and they must marry a normal wife to carry on the family line. Someone like the young master, who speaks loudly as if afraid others wouldn't know, is truly. It seems that the master didn't pay much attention to him growing up, and the second lady was too focused on flowers and her own beauty, neglecting the young master's education. On the other side, Xian and Mukong encountered Zion's mother, who was slowly walking out while rubbing her waist from the flower bed. She was disappointed that she hadn't waited for the master again today, and was heading to her home beside the mansion when she saw her son walking alongside the elf, her eyes immediately brightening. Oh, you're here. Mukong was stunned for a full 2 seconds before obediently waving to greet her. Annie. What, Annie? Zion's mother was beaming, her face crinkling with smiles. She hadn't noticed last time, but up close this little face was truly beautiful with such tender skin, and she was a self-reliant mercenary. Good, she has spirit. It was this voice. Last time she had a preconceived notion, but as long as she knew she was a girl, she could still distinguish the lightness hidden behind this deliberately rough voice. I never expected that this seemingly honest and dull child Xian would actually find such a beautiful elf girl outside, without saying a word. I was worried he would have trouble finding a wife in the future, and kept urging the master to help him find a good match. Mukong was already confused. What was it called? Could it be that there were some customs between elves and half-elves that she was unaware of? After thinking for a while, she tried to say sister. That's not right, her mother wasn't like this last time. Was she not particularly disdainful? What if it's some inherited condition from his grandmother turned into another kind of mental illness? Oh, this child has such a sweet mouth. Zion's mother clapped her hands, laughing so much she couldn't close her mouth. Just call me Mom. Mukong. Although I don't know why all the memories of the original regarding Heart of Leaf are gone, seemingly deliberately forgotten, but I do know that I most likely have a mother in the forest. Otherwise, how did she come into being? The saying that she came from fruit on the world tree is just a tale to deceive children, just like how humans outside tell their children they were picked up from a trash can. Mom. Xian could only step in to save the situation, repeatedly signaling to his biological mother. I brought Mukong here to use the training dummy. Why don't you go busy yourself? Mukong was determined to conceal her identity and gender. If this continued, she would be exposed. Zion's mother also reacted, taking 2 steps back, but her smile was still bright, revealing her neat white teeth. I was just making a little joke earlier. My name is Bai Jia. You can call me Aunt Bai, or you can use his father's family name followed by Madam, which would be Lady Yulan. Yulan. Mukong was taken aback, glancing at the young man beside her. It was the first time she learned about Zion's family surname, which was certainly not ordinary, and anyone who had read a bit of history from another world should know. The Duchy of Yulan, one of the countries west of the Blue Fork River, allied against the Empire, and its strength. Yes, our branch separated from the Duchy of Yulan. Zion's mother introduced the history of her lover's family, very naturally positioning herself as the host. It is said that a princess from the Duchy of Yulan once defected to the northern White Harbor, She was proficient in conspiracy and governance, and took on the role of king in the Sword Nobles 4 domains. Later she somehow bore the child of a legendary hero, and thus the lineage continued. Since that hero was famous for controlling thunder, Xian excels in thunder magic combined with the elven bloodline, enhancing magical abilities. However, the entire family has now fallen. They have degenerated to the logistics commander of Golden Sand Bay, but are fortunate to have regained prominence due to the coincidental war that brought them back into play. However, the master is also ambitious, and perhaps in the near future, he will gain higher authority. Zion's mother subtly laid out the noble lineage of the entire family, their current standing and future prospects, hoping to impress this future daughter-in-law and make her think highly of Xian. No matter how illegitimate, they are still from a prestigious family. Mukong was already left in a daze, repeatedly nodding and responding, yes, wow. What is a sword noble? What is the king's hand? As an illiterate, she completely had no idea. And if this continues, the time to use the training dummy will be very limited. The training dummy is not human-shaped, but rather an irregular spherical object, made of some filamentous material, with magic simulating varying degrees of physicality on its surface. Here Xian has adjusted it to a level 10 ordinary warrior's strength for practice. This is a test of power. Mukong is attempting her new skills alone in the small courtyard. She first applies fire magic using fire arrow and fire tongue. She must keep the magic level low or she won't be able to withstand it herself. However, this highly anticipated category performs poorly. Initially, she thought fire magic was synonymous with destructive power and would deliver a significant blow to the target, but the damage all fell back on herself, scorching the target's wounds instead and preventing excessive bleeding. Her new skill essentially aims to amplify the wounds inflicted on the enemy, using a half-triggered state of magic, thus fire magic cannot be utilized. Next, she tries poison magic, but the results are still unsatisfactory. Mukong hoped to rapidly spread the injected toxin, but the target could easily suppress it with just a small amount of qi expelling the poison from their body. The resulting wounds are no different than a regular stab from a dagger. This is even less effective than simply applying poison to the dagger. Finally, there is the sonic magic sonic explosion, which is her specialty. Although due to her low casting level, she has to do some calculations before casting and needs to use magical materials, she has taken out quite a few people with this technique so far. If released after a long preparation, it could potentially separate the target's bones and flesh. With her last glimmer of hope and a hint of confidence, Mukong thrusts the magically charged dagger into the training dummy. Buzz! The sonic explosion is successfully released, yet the dummy remains unscathed. Just as someone next to you can hear the sounds your stomach makes when hungry, the sonic explosion magic completely penetrates the training dummy, dispersing around, but only managing to daze the dummy for less than half a second. It's over. All the anticipated moves have failed. Mukong sits on the ground in despair, grabs a patch of grass at her feet, selects the longest blade, and puts it in her mouth, while lying on the ground gazing at the starry sky. She didn't notice how much time had passed, but it doesn't matter, she should be able to escape during the curfew with her skills. Looking at her hands, which have been ravaged by magic, the scabs that were starting to heal are now burnt and poisoned again, the skin peeling back, yet she feels very little pain. Commonly known as feeling numb from pain. However, thinking back to when she tried to apply the sonic explosion, this hand had no unusual sensations, which probably indicates that this move was a complete waste of effort. Mukong. Xian walked into the backyard, not seeing the elf lying on the lawn in the dim night light. He called out once without receiving a response. Just as he was about to turn back in disappointment, he suddenly saw the girl on the lawn waving him over. Here. I thought you had left. Xian immediately brightened up and ran over cheerfully. Am I the kind of person who leaves without saying goodbye? Mukong rolled her eyes. You underestimate me. I was just flipping through some books. I found a unique spell from the elven race, Vine's Entanglement, which is very suitable for your move. However, this spell has a drawback. It must be released on the ground to be effective. So I started brainstorming. As Xian talked about magic, his eyes lit up. But halfway through he noticed the girl's hands were covered in sores, and suddenly stuttered, you. Mukong wiggled her hand, and asked, is there a priest around? Healing spells aren't as powerful as in games. Unless it's a top-level priest using a 7th or 8th tier spell, even after treatment, it will take 2 or 3 days for this hand to fully recover. Healing potions are even more useless. They take effect far slower than magic. Xian scratched his head, looking far into the manor. There is one but. His family does have a long-term hired priest, but as an illegitimate child, he has no right to call upon them unless it's an emergency. If he goes to find them now, it would only be to treat a small wound on an elven mercenary's hand. Forget it, he'll just find someone to come over first. Hey, forget it, Mukong quickly called out to him. He'll find a priest nearby tomorrow, or I can ask someone I know at the guild for help. What were you saying before about finding a better move? She doesn't have deep knowledge of magic, so she values the opinions of professionals like Xian highly. Yes, Xian successfully diverted the conversation away from the healing issue and focused on magic, hoping to win the girl's favor. You can try magic missile. This is a force field attack spell, and the force field only annihilates, never diminishing due to excessive resistance. You can infuse the force field directly into the wound along with the dagger poof. He mimicked an explosion with his hands filled with excitement. Against orcs who cannot resist with chi, of course, lightning arrow has greater destructive power. But against regular enemies, no matter what, magic missile can significantly enlarge the wound, and it's only a first-tier spell, the most basic one, easy to cast. Is that so? Mukong was somewhat skeptical. In her view, higher-tier magic is always more powerful. A mere first-tier spell couldn't possibly be that impressive. Moreover, although she understands that this move is only suitable for lower levels, and there will be even more powerful techniques when her strength increases, she still hopes for more destructive power. A magic missile could only cause a fist-sized wound, which is still a bit. But since it was suggested by a great mage, she has to believe it is much stronger than her own ideas, thus she nodded. Alright, I understand. I'll give it a try once my hand heals, but now I have to go. The sun has set, and by the time she gets home it will be midnight. It's just too far. Wait, are you leaving already? Just be careful not to get caught by the patrolling servants. Xian felt extremely disappointed, but would not impede the girl's intentions. A real man has no problem. Mukong patted her leather armor and gave a thumbs up. What do I do? I'm a thief, but how could I be caught? That can't happen. Bai Jie, who was eavesdropping behind the door, couldn't hold back any longer. While cursing her foolish son for being too slow to seize the opportunity, she put on a warm and enthusiastic expression, wetting her forehead with her fingers to simulate sweat, then immediately pushed the door open, raising her voice. "Oh, both of you are here. Come on, dinner's ready." Mukong looked at Xian in confusion, thinking your mother's attitude is very strange, and politely declined. "I think I'll pass on dinner for now, since it's still early. You can't skip dinner, kid. Besides, this is specially made by Auntie. If you don't eat, you..." Bai Jie turned to her fool. This tactic had never failed, as she used it frequently when she was wooing the master back in the day. Now, as long as someone nearby casually gives her an opening, it would work. It was hard to refuse the warm hospitality, so Mukong could only stay for dinner. Fortunately, the table was filled with dishes that even someone like Bai Yi, who was not used to cooking, could not have prepared. The flavors were exquisite, making for a truly delightful meal. It was far beyond what any roadside stall outside could offer. Auntie's cooking is truly wonderful, Mukong sincerely praised. To win a man's heart, one must capture his stomach, and as a successful mistress, Bai Yi had mastered this art to perfection. Bai Jie, however, covered her mouth and chuckled, directly revealing the truth. These dishes were actually prepared by the chef according to the tastes of the elven race. Little Kong wouldn't complain that Auntie is lying, would you? She had just claimed that she made the dishes herself, merely using that as an excuse to keep him for dinner. Now that her purpose had been fulfilled, it was only natural to unveil the lie. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if discovered later. Sure enough, Mukong shook his head repeatedly, no. However, Bai Jie brandished the dinner knife in the air, saying, "But Auntie really can make a few dishes from the elven cuisine. It's just that I didn't have time today. Next time you come over, Auntie will cook for you to try." Such a gesture of waving a knife at the dining table was quite rude, yet Bai Jie made it appear charming and straightforward, adding a touch of carefree spirit. At first glance, one would think that despite her having a child in their 20s, her psychological age remained that of her younger self. This was the kind of woman men found it hard to resist. Mukong was no exception, even feeling an illusion that Annie was actually of the same age as him. He immediately relaxed, no longer as reserved as before, yet he still maintained a sense of courtesy. "There's no need to go through so much trouble. This is good enough for now. Hey, don't be so polite with Auntie." Bai Jie pushed the dishes towards her daughter-in-law, feeling no ripple of emotion within. It was too easy to handle someone like this girl who enjoyed wearing men's clothing, leaning towards a masculine mindset. Therefore, she just needed to apply a third of her methods used on the old master to deal with her. And since she was a mercenary, always dancing on the edge of danger, she would not be so particular, making her easy to manage. Regardless of whether she would cook herself in the future, at least the other party did not deny the possibility of continuing to dine together next time. She continued to press her advantage. "It's not like I have anything else to do. Annie has nothing to do all day but tend to the flowers and plants to pass the time. This child Xian is shy and introverted. You are the first friend he has brought home. How can I not treat you well? Just relax and think of this place as your own home from now on." All right, Mukong nodded obediently, but she dared not take Auntie's words seriously. If she truly considered it her home, she would have already removed her leather armor and loosened the bindings that had confined her for a day. "By the way, you are an elf, and we also have elven blood. Look here." Bai Jie pointed to her own ears, and then pointed to her son Zion's ears, who had been silently eating since they sat down. "Where is your hometown?" Greenleaf Heart," Mukong answered honestly. "Oh, what a coincidence. His grandmother is also an elf from Greenleaf Heart. What is your surname?" Bai Jie leaned forward, clearly excited, even though she already knew the answer. "Daywalker." Mukong once again spoke, the only memory left by her original self regarding her origins, having forgotten everything else. Perhaps only by truly returning to Greenleaf Heart and seeing familiar scenes would she recall the tiniest details. Oh, Bai Jie feigned not having heard of that surname, causing the girl to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. On one hand, she knew that this surname had significant origins, but had nothing to say. On the other, constantly asking about family matters felt like a census, which was quite odd. Bai Jie was genuinely happy for her son. Being a bastard had its advantages. He likely did not have those political marriage troubles and could live freely. Finding an elf as a wife was already quite remarkable, especially since this wife came from a noble surname of Greenleaf Heart. It was indeed a match made in heaven. She clapped her hands. All right, I'll go tidy up the guest room and then leave. Would you like something light for breakfast tomorrow? They'll let them know when I pass by the kitchen shortly. My. Mukong seemed a bit anxious this time. Is that necessary? I plan to leave right after eating. Leave? Where to? The entire manor had implemented a curfew and several experts were on patrol throughout the night. If caught, Bai Jie gently kicked her son under the table. You should say something to stop just eating. Xian put down his knife and fork. It's fine, Mom. I can take her out if needed. Bai Jie stepped back a couple of steps, not wanting to get too involved. I am not worthy of being your mother. She adopted a stern expression and began to discipline her son. What are you thinking? Even if the band does not include direct relatives, you are not from your sister's birth. Once caught. Actually, getting caught would not be such a big deal. However, she still gritted her teeth, hesitated for a moment, and nodded at the girl. Forget it, it'll take you out later. With me around, they won't make things difficult for you. They'll go find the old master later to plead for you. It won't lead to much punishment. Mukong was already at a loss for words then. She felt it was too troublesome. Bai Jie sat back down, pretending to be carefree. It's fine, don't worry about me, just eat your meal. Mercenaries are all about contracts and loyalty, especially someone like her who enjoys wearing men's clothing. She is even more chivalrous. Sure enough, Mukong hesitated and changed her mind. Since it's such a hassle, how about I just leave tomorrow morning? It didn't matter where she stayed, as she simply did not want to inconvenience others. But since leaving would cause more trouble for others, it was better to choose the lesser of two evils. They'll go tidy up your room. Bai Jie sprang up at lightning speed, not giving the girl a chance to object, as she headed towards the guest room. This room hasn't been occupied before. Usually Xian uses it as a study. They'll just lay out some bedding for you. It's getting chilly, so be careful not to catch a cold. Bai Jie was busy tidying up the room, while Mukong and Xian continued to eat in silence. With someone else around, they couldn't start a conversation. Fortunately, Bai Jie seemed anxious, finishing the tidying up quickly and immediately preparing to leave, rattling off instructions. They'll be going now. If I stay too late in the manor, others might misunderstand and resent me. Just leave the dishes on the table. When you're done, our servant will come to clean up tomorrow morning. Due to the curfew, no one would disturb them throughout the night. If she wanted to practice in the yard, that was fine too. No matter how much noise she made, no one would hear. Did Auntie imply something? Mukong scratched her cheek and stood up, but Bai Jie hurriedly closed the door and left without waiting for her to see her off. Phew. Finally, there were no outsiders. Mukong sat back down, began to eat heartily, and asked, Hey, do you have any leisure books? Find me a couple of What Should I Do If I Get Bored at Night? Xian thought for a moment. I do have one about the gods of different planes. They'll go get it for you. After finishing his meal, he finally managed to dig out that old book he had read in childhood, which had yellowed pages from a pile of specialized books. This book was extremely dull. Mukong couldn't get into it at all. Moreover, the soft bed made it impossible for the elf who was used to a hard bed to force herself to sleep without feeling tired. So she could only push open Zion's room door. Xian was scribbling calculations on a piece of paper with 3 thick books filled with dense text in front of him. The magic arrays and equations on them clearly indicated that he was studying magic. Seeing her enter wearing a temporary outfit and looking down at him with the bandages removed, allowing a glimpse of the elf's figure, Xian turned back to his draft to fill in the values he had just calculated but had not yet recorded, asking, What's wrong? Go brush your teeth and rinse your mouth properly. Mukong waved her head towards the outside of the room. Just go when I tell you to. Mukong flicked him on the back of his head with her finger. What are you talking about? Since she couldn't sleep, she might as well stay up. In the early dawn, Bai Jie arrived at her son Sean's small courtyard with a food box, pushing the limits of etiquette. Upon entering the hall and glancing around, she found no signs of chaos. Both the master bedroom and guest room doors were tightly shut, causing her to frown slightly in disappointment. Sean was too shy. How could he be so timid when pursuing a girl? With no distractions at night, she should have a favorable impression of him. He should make a move. How could someone so proactive as the master have a son like you? Bai Jie gently placed the food box on the table, taking out several steaming delicacies, arranging them just right to form a vibrant floral wreath. Then she pulled out a magazine dedicated to fashion and trends, sitting down quietly to read. She wasn't worried about the food getting cold. It was an expensive magic plate that could keep the food warm with magic crystals. She flipped through the pages, marking anything she found appealing with a pen, planning to buy similar items to please the master and hopefully give birth to another daughter. The master had a beloved daughter who had died young in a duel. His first wife had given him 2 sons, but she could tell the master still wanted another daughter. If she worked hard enough. With 2 children, how could he suppress her? She would drive him out eventually, that vixen. As a newcomer, her sense of conviction was strong, and she privately referred to the master's first wife as a vixen. After flipping through a few more pages, she heard some noise. Checking the time, she realized it was about right as Sean woke up at this time every day, leading a very regular life. Bai Jia put away the magazine and stood up ready to greet her son and ask how he had spent the night, but suddenly noticed something odd about the direction of the sound. Why is there noise coming from Mukong's room? It's nothing. She sat back down, pretending to flip through the mag. Perfect timing for a private chat. The sounds from the guest room were becoming increasingly familiar to Bai Jia until the door was pushed open. She peeked and immediately stood up, saying, "What are you?" Sean, appearing quite calm, replied, "Mom, you're here so early. What did you make? It smells amazing." As he spoke, he straightened his collar and reached for the plate. Bai Jia gently swatted his hand away, whispering, "What do you think you're doing? This isn't for you. Where's Xiao Kong?" She leaned over to peek inside the guest room, finding the bed empty and neatly made with no one else around. "What's going on?" "She took my bed." Sean pointed to his room. "Mukong is sleeping over there, so I had to come here." Although he wanted to say that the little spirit had fallen asleep from exhaustion after his efforts, he held back. In reality, the little spirit was holding his book of divine stories, looking sleepily drowsy. Though the book had obscured her expression during the incident, it was likely as he imagined. Because when he tried to read and felt sleepy, he would also just stare at one page without turning it. "So you too?" Bai Jia's voice was very soft, drawn out with a curious and probing expression. "Oh, don't ask, Mom, why the fuss?" Sean's face turned red to the tips of his ears as he crossed his arms and sat in the chair, clearly resistant. "What's there to be shy about? I'm your mom. I'm just asking what's going on." Bai Jia said, though now she didn't need him to answer. Just by looking at his expression, she could guess the results. Surely he was unable to stop himself. Pointing at the dining table, she said, "Don't touch that. These are specially prepared for Xiao Kong. If you dare to, I'll spank you." Saying this, she tiptoed toward the master bedroom. "I'm already grown up, can't you?" Sean began to complain, but halfway through he saw his mother's actions and jumped. "What?" Bai Jia waved her hand dismissively, signaling him to calm down as she reached the door to the room and lightly knocked. "Knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock." "Xiao Kong, it's Aunt Bai." Bai Jia gently pushed the door open a crack, and through the incoming light, she saw the girl who had just been awakened, rubbing her eyes, stretching her legs, looking drowsy with the blanket kicked down to her waist. Her skin was fair and slightly rosy, and as she exerted herself, her waist, even slimmer than that of a normal human, displayed a clear and healthy outline. To top it all off, she was actually sleeping naked. The scale was at least several times larger than her own mother's, only slightly smaller than that of a normally developed human, but among the overall slender elven community, it was quite remarkable. The two locked eyes. Mukong was the first to react, hurriedly covering what was no longer there. As for the upper half, it didn't matter. He was a boy, and in Jinsha Bay, where the sea surrounded three sides, there were plenty of shirtless people at the beach. She was no exception. Bai Jia feigned a surprised reaction. She covered her mouth and quickly darted into the room, closing the door. The forest's refreshing scent mingled with a hint of lingering allure inside the room. Experienced, Bai Jia immediately recognized what was happening as she sat at the edge of the bed, looking the girl up and down in astonishment mixed with joy. You. How come you're a girl? Does Sean know? It's fine, Aunt will help you keep it from him. I won't let him know. He has known for a long time. It's nothing, Aunt. Bai Mukong shook her head. Aha, this child has been hiding it from me. Bai Jia laughed widely. You must be exhausted from last night. Why not sleep a bit more? No, I'm fine. The experienced aunt only needed one sentence to make the elf blush to her ears, yet she couldn't argue back, having to focus her gaze elsewhere. "I have to go, Aunt. There's a commission waiting for me." "What commission?" It was just an excuse. Bai Jia didn't expose her. "All right, then have breakfast before you go. I've been busy from midnight until morning making 4 exquisite dishes of elven cuisine. I made them all myself. Don't you want to taste them?" "Well, all right then, sorry for the trouble, Aunt." After one meal, it became easier to have a second as the hardest hurdle was crossed. "What are you being polite for? You and Sean. Right, isn't it only a matter of time? What are you doing?" Bai Jia watched as the elf took up some gauze, wrapping it around herself in circles. Mukong was about to explain, thinking it would take some effort to convince her, and she might even have to temporarily concede to get through it. Unexpectedly, Bai Jia naturally took the gauze. "Turn around, I'll help you. Do you want it tighter? Elves have to be cautious outside, especially since." "What's so strange about it?" "I understand all this. Don't forget Sean's grandmother is also an elf, and she came from the heart of green leaves. We're practically family already." Under the pain, an unprecedented strange sensation continually accumulated, expanding until it became impossible to ignore. As Mukong walked on the road to the guild, he shook his head vigorously, trying to cast aside the memories of Xian. He couldn't afford to sink into despair. This was already beginning to delay his work, and he needed to focus on the promise of 100,000 crowns from the noble descendant Valley should arrive after he returned to his family, and it wouldn't be long. He wouldn't default on his promise. So, counting this money for the entire year, a myriad of emotions such as distress, melancholy, joy, hesitation, indecision, bliss, and lamentation surged in his mind, ultimately intertwining to form a complex feeling. Damn it. Mukong shook his head once more, ignoring the astonished gazes of passers-by, and slapped himself to dispel the incessant wandering thoughts. He continued to calculate. With the purchasing power of this money, he was just one philosopher's stone short for the entire year, and only a few months had passed. There was more than enough time. So first he needed to work hard to gather the last philosopher's stone to avoid unnecessary troubles later. Next, a vivid scene unfolded where every word in the stories of the gods blocking his face was painted with vibrant colors, blurred and misaligned due to his inability to focus. Ugh. Mukong blinked and rubbed away non-existent tears, bringing his thoughts back on track. Next, he needed to save money at least for the remaining year to accumulate enough purchasing power for the philosopher's stones needed next year, or even simply buy two to keep at home to guard against future price hikes. Then he also needed to make money to change his residence that would take at least several 100,000 crowns, right? With so much money, even if he could gather it in the remaining time, there would be hardly any time left to rest, working tirelessly for an entire year. Is this correct? This definitely isn't right. The purpose of holding a book is to show disinterest, yet turning the pages seems to have become a luxury, and if it weren't for the heavy books helping to stabilize him, his fingers would surely be. Mukong tightly clenched his fists and called out to a vendor at the roadside, "Boss, a cup of ice water, please." "Sure thing." The vendor stopped his cart, scooping ice cubes from one iron bucket, while another bucket emitted a chill. Then with one hand on the money and the other on the goods, the elf took a big sip, feeling a significant drop in the heat. This was not just plain water, it had added lemon and mint, making it quite refreshing. It was cheap and very popular in summer, but now it was late autumn and business was not good with few customers. Looking at the handsome little elf, the vendor's face lit up with a broad smile as he chatted casually, "Are you a mercenary?" "Yes." Mukong did not wish to chat with him, quickly finishing the remaining water, returning the cup to the vendor, and continuing deeper into the city. Only the vendor continued to mumble as he watched her back. "Mercenaries are great, they earn a lot. Moreover, being an elf, a favored child of the gods, they are born with magic and longevity, making them the happiest race in the world." After the refreshing ice water, Mukong felt a lot clearer and refocused on the trajectory of the attacks. Unable to organize a defense, he could only endure with patience. Fortunately, each time he was hit, the pain brought him back to a slight clarity. If there had been a health bar, it would have been nearly empty by now. Just damn it. Mukong could only curse inwardly in resignation. He had tried every tactic, let them think whatever they wanted as long as he could pull his thoughts back in time. He wouldn't go to the mercenary guild, but rather buy a few leisure books at the bookstore before heading home to rest. Balance between work and relaxation is important. If he kept his head down working hard, while ignoring the knowledge hidden behind the books, wouldn't he miss out on many beautiful sights? With past lessons close at hand, he would not repeat the same mistakes. Enjoying life was the most important thing. Otherwise, mercenary work is fraught with risks. What if one day he inadvertently passed away without having truly enjoyed living in this other world? Not to mention the vast fortune he had accumulated might end up benefiting some bastard. How unfair would that be? Fortunately, Xian did not understand tactics and relied solely on brute strength during his attacks, coming straight at him, which prevented him from collapsing and surrendering. That was a close call, but what a pity. Mukong turned back home, passing the entrance to the black market on the way, when a thought suddenly popped into his mind. Why not see if there are any high-income, high-risk, high-return jobs available? No, forget it. Too risky. The current pace of life is quite good, no need to stir up trouble. Even if he were to take a job in the black market, he would still need Zion's help for safety. Should he just go back to find him now? Damn, how low can I get? Mukong gritted his teeth and scolded himself. Just walked away from him, and now thinking about going back to assign work to him, treating him like a donkey, right? Even donkeys need to rest. However, this idea is quite good. He could form a mercenary team with him, taking charge of finding jobs, negotiating, scouting, and acting as a frontline magic warrior with new tactics, while he would just focus on damage output. His spellcasting is quick and powerful, but his magic power is somewhat weak, insufficient to sustain an entire battle. What a pity, 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 just a little bit away. Oh, what a shame. The elf shook his head and turned into his small alley. After just a few steps, he saw another elf standing silently in front of his door, his body straight as a spear planted in the ground, motionless. A customer? No, it doesn't seem like it. In an instant, Mukong shifted from relaxation to vigilance. The elf also noticed the approaching girl. He reached into his bosom and pulled out not a weapon as Mukong had assumed, but a letter sealed with wax. He bowed deeply, his expression unchanged, his voice cold. "Lady Mukong, a decree from the World Council." The World Council, formerly known as the Joint Council of the Elven Clans of the Heart of the Greenleaf World Tree, is abbreviated to World Council, but it is merely a remnant of the old conservative faction of the elf race regarding the records of the first era of the Elven Kingdom. Now with the world in unity, no one has corrected it, and it has been passed down this way. Mukong instinctively recalled parts of memory, yet was still puzzled about the letter. "For me." "Yes, please read it, and set off on a chosen day." "Set off? Where to?" Mukong asked as she took the letter. However, she did not expect to receive an answer. A messenger is merely responsible for delivering messages, and the specifics would be clear upon reading the letter. What she was curious about was why the World Council would issue a decree to a single elf, but what exactly was her idea? Damn it, the original owner had not left a single trace of memory about the heart of the green leaf, or the elven race, leading to her being so passive now. Was she some kind of secret agent? When Sean entered the dining room, he was still in a daze. His father, Baron Ori Moonlawn of Golden Sands Bay, waved kindly at him. Come here, sit next to me. Saying this, he personally pulled out the chair on his left. Sitting to the right of the Baron was a dignified, noble woman, casting a look of disdain at Sean, openly revealing her likes and dislikes. Below her sat the Baron's eldest and second son, Sean's two brothers. The eldest son, Shila, was tall and robust, standing over 2 meters in height. Even wearing a loose and comfortable robe, his massive, well-defined muscles were hard to conceal. He was not fond of talking, speaking little, as he silently tore fresh bread into small pieces, soaking them in milk. The second son, Payan, was famously kind-hearted and skilled in scheming, managing parts of the family's wealth in an orderly and steadily improving manner. At this moment, he looked at Sean with a polite smile, waving for his half-brother to hurry and take a seat. Father, elder brother, second brother. Baroness. Sean greeted the 4 people at the table in turn, followed by a long moment of being at a loss. He hadn't been invited to dinner with his father's family for at least 5 years. So what was the occasion today? The eldest son, Shila, raised his head in dissatisfaction, glancing at his foolish little brother, his voice booming like thunder, fitting his giant stature. What are you dawdling for? Sit down. The Moonlawn lineage, having inherited the blood of ancient heroes, had a far higher probability of producing strong individuals than ordinary people. This generation had produced 2. If Sean specialized in magic, Shila inherited martial prowess. He was already a level 17 knight, his strength far surpassing Sean's. Originally, Sean had an elder sister who was also quite powerful, but just like those who drown were often good swimmers, she had died years ago in a duel sparked by a minor incident. Hey, don't talk to your brother like that. Baron Moonlawn reprimanded his eldest son first, then patted the back of the chair, indicating, sit down, there is indeed something I need to discuss with you today. Sean cautiously took a seat, only placing half of his backside on the velvet cushion. Noticing his movement, the Baron did not correct him, but instead chatted a bit about family matters. How have you been lately? How's your service in the army? I had already made arrangements. Those old fellows should be taking good care of you, right? After exchanging pleasantries, the Baron gestured for everyone to start eating. The table fell silent, chewing without a sound. Only the Baron, while cutting beef leisurely, said, Sean, you are of the right age now. Do you have a girl you like? No need to say you won't find anyone suitable in the army. He interrupted his younger son's reply and shifted the topic. Now that the war has stabilized, the orcs cannot continue their southward advance in search of so-called warm lands, but it is not a solution to keep this stalemate. After all, they still occupy a large part of the Empire's territory. Including Sean, his several sons nodded in agreement. The second son, Payan, listlessly tore at a goose leg. Normally dinner was not this serious, but today it seemed their father had something to announce, and everyone had to cooperate. Therefore, His Majesty the Emperor is brewing a counteroffensive. The main goal of this action is, of course, to reclaim the Empire's territory, but if that cannot be achieved, at least a secondary goal should be to attract the orcs' attention, lasting until next spring. The Baron then revealed a confidential order that needed to be kept secret. His title was not high, but he held an important position, wielding power that surpassed that of some earls. There were clearly more words to follow from the father, and the several sons listened intently to the next part. The Baron's legal wife brought over a bowl of creamy mushroom soup, gently blowing away the steam, and handed it to her husband. The Baron casually placed it away from his own plate, and continued, the purpose of this move is to create conditions for the northern city of White Harbor, the only one still holding out to continue its defense. Every winter the port of White Harbor would freeze, cutting off external support, and the orcs would take advantage of this to launch a full-scale siege. The Archmages of the Ring of Days predicted that this winter would be particularly cold, and the surface of the Blue Fork River would freeze exceptionally thick, allowing the orcs to run across it. So if there are no other directions to support them, White Harbor definitely cannot hold this year. Therefore, it seems our military strength alone may not be able to accomplish such a significant operation, right? Payan could no longer endure the serious atmosphere and interjected. Well said. So His Majesty found 2 allies to sign a decade-long defensive alliance. One is the elves of Emerald Bay. The Emerald Queen is His Majesty's grandmother, so there is no need to worry about that. The other is the Heart of Green Leaves. To persuade the elves of the Heart of Green Leaves to hold back some orc forces on the outskirts of the forest, His Majesty has paid a considerable price, but they still need a nominal guarantee. Baron Ori looked at his younger son as he spoke. Sean sat up straight, knowing that his invitation tonight was related to this guarantee. The Baron continued, a marriage alliance. The Heart of Green Leaves seeks a human ally and has extended an olive branch to the Duke of Golden Sands. However, with no suitable offspring available, I have seized this opportunity. Sean. He slapped his younger son's shoulder with his large hand. This stroke of luck has fallen upon you. One of the most prominent families of the Heart of Green Leaves will send a beautiful elven woman to be your wife, which is also their common method of strengthening ties with the human empire and seeking benefits for the forest, either through alliances with prominent families or with strong individuals. You happen to meet both criteria. The counteroffensive cannot be delayed. Soon you will be engaged, but the formal marriage can wait a few years according to elven tradition. Sean finally reacted, interrupting loudly. I already have someone I like. He tried to provoke his father with rudeness, hoping that this luck might fall to someone else. Yet today's Baron was particularly amiable. You cannot marry the first woman who opens her legs to you, and it won't affect you in any way. You can like several, and even keep them openly, but you must have a legitimate wife so that others won't talk about your little preferences. After receiving reports from the doorman, he inquired at the military department and learned about his younger son's unique preferences. Coincidentally, this opportunity could yield multiple benefits, so he seized it. However, this is not like a letter that can be returned, or once one agrees, marriage must follow. Otherwise he would offend both the Duke and the elves and incur a grievance in the Emperor's heart, thus it must be executed thoroughly. Sean felt the world spinning waves of fear washing over him. Can it be my second brother? His elder brother had already married 2 years prior, and his sister-in-law was even preparing for pregnancy, so it was impossible for him to be the marriage target. Your second brother got engaged last year, have you forgotten? Now they were just waiting for Count Oak's daughter to return from her studies in Yang'e before holding the ceremony. The only suitable candidate at home is you, the Baron patiently instructed. Moreover, as a noble descendant, marriage is not something you can control. Your eldest brother has it this way, your second brother too. Although your status is special, it should be the same. So think it over carefully. If it really doesn't work, come find me again. If one forces too much, it will only provoke stronger backlash. Negotiation is like warfare, one must leave the opponent with a seemingly viable escape route. Only then can one slowly block off their retreat after understanding the circumstances and excuses. After Sean left in a dazed pain, sighed, deeply sulking over his soup. His little brother was too fortunate, although his fiancée was also beautiful and elven wife. Who wouldn't want that? Shala, however, continued to wear a blank expression. He was fortunate to have married a woman with similar interests, and they were very affectionate as a couple, yet he himself greatly despised elves. The Baron noticed his second son's thoughts and raised his glass with a smile. Don't be jealous. If you want an elf, just keep one. Marriage is marriage and feelings are feelings. They're two different matters. Moreover, do you think Sean will have it easier than you? I heard that the one sent by the Heart of Green Leaves is an illegitimate daughter. What she looks like is still unknown. They casually tossed her over when they saw a marriage opportunity. Although the lineage of the Daywalker is distinguished, she is destined to receive little favor from her maternal family. He will have his hands full in the future. Sean in a daze arrived at a secluded alley, knocking on the door of his beloved like a soulless wanderer. Come inside. The hoarse voice that reached his ears was the most melodious music in the world, rekindling a glimmer of. As he pushed the door open, he was met with a concerned reprimand. Where have you been these days? I thought you had fallen into some filthy gutter and rotted away. I was ready to hire a couple of dung workers to clean up after you. I had something to deal with. Sean looked at the messy room while the girl had already packed 2 large bundles, as if she were ready to move at any moment. The words he had prepared suddenly got stuck in his throat. What are you going to do? I have to leave. The girl's first sentence sent his mind into a frenzy. He couldn't even hear or understand the following words. Leave? If it was just moving, there would be no need for such a declaration in Jinsha. She was. Mukong did not look at the young man who stood dumbfounded at the door, blocking all sunlight. Instead, she continued to pack her belongings, saying, I ran into some trouble and need to escape quickly. If it weren't for you arriving now, I would have left long ago. I was specifically waiting for you to say goodbye, you know. As for her mercenary friends, aside from the still absent she had already bid farewell to the others. The elf sealed the 3rd bag, lifting it. The weight was just right. In total, she had packed 3 large bags, enough to be transported by a hired carriage. As for the other small items, they could be left for the next tenant. Now there was only one last thing left. Hey, since I'm leaving, how about a farewell keepsake? It certainly wasn't a breakup, and neither of them had ever been in love. Mukong concealed her anticipation behind a bold demeanor, raising an eyebrow provocatively at the young man, only to be startled into an exclamation. Hey, don't cry. Sean clenched his fists, gasping hard, his eyes wide open, constantly blinking to try and dissipate the moisture. But the grievances and sadness in his heart swelled, even more, pressing tears to accumulate until with a few violent tremors of his nostrils, he burst out crying. You don't want me anymore. He felt a heart-wrenching pain. Oh, was this what it felt like to break up with one's first love? What do you mean by not wanting you? Are you a dog? Can't a big man like you keep it down? Mukong was annoyed by the sound of his infinite grievances. She slammed the table, stood up, and shouted sternly, Stop crying. Try crying again, hold it back. If I hear even a peep, I'll make you regret it. Do you believe me? The little elf was angry. Almost reflexively, Sean immediately stopped crying, but he couldn't avoid sobbing. Looking at the young man whose face was a mess of snot and tears, Mukong irritatedly pointed to the corner of the room. Close the door and go cry over there, don't embarrass me. I'm not crying anymore. Sean wanted to apologize, but he couldn't stop sobbing for a while. Mukong glared, sternly reprimanding. Cry, go ahead, and cry once you've had enough, then we can talk. Don't you like crying? Come on, stand there, and follow my commands. 1, 2, 3, cry. Sean obediently stood in the corner watching the little elf categorizing and packing her belongings. He focused on her figure, gradually stopping his sobs, and eventually went to the restroom to wash his face. When he came out, he had made up his mind, speaking firmly, I'm going with you. Don't joke around. Mukong waited for a while without receiving an answer. When she looked up and saw he was serious, she began to explain earnestly. I'm either heading south and need to cross the Yangtze, or I'm going west across the sea to another continent. In any case, I need to get as far away from the green leaf heart as possible. Why would you come with me? Are you abandoning your home? Plus, you still have a position in the military, and if you escape, you'll be labeled a deserter. I see you're not valuing your life. The Empire's handling of deserters is extremely harsh, especially for a high-level mage like him. It could even affect his family. While his father might not be greatly impacted, his mother would surely suffer consequences. I'm going with you. We'll leave today. I'm not going back. We'll head straight to the port and take a boat, buying an expensive ticket to smuggle ourselves. By nightfall, we can reach the southern province where there's no war and less oversight. From there, we can either head south or take a boat to Carrot Island and transfer to the western continent. Sean insisted, his speech growing faster as he even outlined the plan. In the past few days, aside from continuous communication with his father to no avail, he had been devising an escape route. He had originally planned to plead with the little elf to elope, but unexpectedly, she also wanted to leave, which was perfect. Then we can form a mercenary team together. We can support ourselves, and I can buy you philosopher's stones. Isn't that great? Mukong shook her head. Are you serious? It seemed feasible. Since the young man dared to resolutely abandon his family, why wouldn't she want to? Having an ally on the road against demons would be beneficial. Yes. Sean nodded vigorously. Actually, I made up my mind to come here when I left. I just didn't expect you to be leaving too. This left him momentarily flustered. Wait, you also want to run away? Why? Mukong countered. Wasn't this quite the coincidence? Sean's eyes reddened again. My father arranged a marriage for me. The young master running away from marriage, that's normal. Isn't that what nobles do? Mukong shook her head, feeling inexplicably happy. She had thought she would be responsible for finding a wife for the young man, but it turned out his family had arranged a marriage, saving her a lot of trouble. She chuckled. We're quite alike. My reason for running away is the same as yours. But worse than him, the World Council had directly contacted her to notify her, which was why she had to get as far away from the green leaf heart as possible. Sean felt a jolt in his heart, becoming lively again as he considered a not impossible possibility. You were arranged too. Who could arrange that for you? The green leaf heart. Isn't that obvious? Who else could it be? Your father. Then did they tell you? Sean's throat went dry, swallowing hard to suppress his racing heart. Who are you supposed to marry? Absolutely not. I need to break through the orc blockade to the north and contact the envoy from the green leaf heart. I need to get some contracts before I can find out. Mukong waved her hand to dismiss the worries and asked back, what about you? Contracts. Sean knew clearly what the purpose of this marriage alliance was. His heart leaped to his throat again, and he began to stutter. When did you get notified? About 4 days ago. Just like him. Sean felt he was about to cry again, but this time it was not out of sadness. What was the content of the contract? Is it to cooperate with the Empire in battle? Mukong frowned, sensing that something was off. How would I know? It wasn't written in the letter. Why are you asking so many questions? She looked at the young man, suspiciously, sensing that something significant was about to happen. Because my marriage partner is. Sean took a deep breath. The Daywalker clan of the green leaf heart. Fuck you. Seeing the little elf's expression suddenly turn fierce, he flipped the table and lunged at him, grabbing his neck with one hand and pulling his belt with the other. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You've been at home for 4 days, you know. I sold my house at a loss, you stupid idiot. Don't curse. Let's talk this out. Sean carried a travel pack and hitched a ride on a cart transporting troops to the front line, heading north with several. His elf companion sat opposite him, her legs tightly together, a large hardback book blocking her delicate face as she flipped through its pages, revealing only the tips of her slightly flushed ears. This reading posture is bad for the eyes. Should I risk getting scolded? To gently advise her, even though she would undoubtedly let it go in one ear and out the other. Achoo. Sean sneezed heavily, sniffed, and shook his head slightly. Never mind, why stir up trouble? However, just a moment ago at her home, he definitely heard her make a subtle sound. Or maybe not. No, she definitely didn't. The little elf had flushed red, denying it vehemently, which is only a reaction one would have when falsely accused, so it must be his auditory hallucination. If only it weren't a hallucination. Sir, have you caught a cold? A nearby soldier interrupted his thoughts. Oh, cough. No, Sean quickly denied, just a bit of irritation in my throat. It must be someone cursing me. It couldn't be the little elf, could it? She seemed to be reedied and in pain. Next time I'll definitely be gentler. The soldier expressed concern. Sir, winter is approaching, especially since you are heading north on a special mission. It gets quite cold in the desert at night, so please take care to keep warm. Yes, we are well prepared, Sean replied, patting the pack on his back. This was a temporary decision made with Mukong. Instead of heading south, they would go north first, figuring out how to cross the Beastman front line to find the envoy of the Green Leaf Heart and see who Mukong's betrothed was. If it were himself, he would escort the envoy to Golden Sand Bay to sign an agreement with those dignitaries. Then the two of them would superficially agree to the marriage, providing mutual cover while living however they wanted in private. Mukong was reluctant to miss out on the lucrative opportunities in Golden Sand Bay due to the war as well as the local connections. After all, the father of the minor noble they had helped light was the defense minister of Golden Sand Bay, along with those mercenary friends. At the same time, Mukong didn't want to sever ties with the Green Leaf Heart. This was the primary reason. In their current weak state, facing a group of kin who might cause trouble due to fleeing was not simple at all. As for himself, he would of course follow Mukong wherever she went. As the cart passed through a rocky area, it jostled, causing Sean to press down on his satchel. Inside were documents issued by the military, proving his identity as the one specifically receiving the elven envoy at Golden Sand Bay obtained just before his departure. Mercenary, the soldier turned to Mukong again. This is our esteemed archmage. Take good care of him, do you understand? One strand of his hair is worth more than your life. Mukong peeked out from behind the book. What about your mother? The soldier froze. You're so vulgar, sir, this kind of. He saw Sean, who had just been friendly chatting with him, now looking at him with undisguised disdain and a hint of murderous intent. Sir. He tried to inquire again, but received no response, only a chilling silence. The other soldiers fell silent. They had long guessed that their archmage had an extraordinary relationship with this elf. After all, he was notoriously known for his affinity for handsome men, and the elf was so delicate and graceful. Only a fool would not understand the situation and ram into the muzzle of a gun. Now he had flattered himself right into a corner, hadn't he? After a period of silent travel, only the sound of Mukong flipping through pages filled the cart. Soon the cart came to a gradual stop. The driver turned to Mukong, first nodding, then looked at Sean. My lords, from here north is the combat zone. He wouldn't be foolish enough to provoke that mercenary. What's the difference between that and angering the lover of a great... Sure enough, it was the elf who was calling the shots. Mukong nimbly jumped off the cart, picked up her satchel, and exclaimed, all right, we'll get off here. Ugh, why is there so much sand? It's all the wind and sand blowing from the desert. Once we cross the small hills ahead, we'll see the golden sand. See, the driver said, with a cheerful laugh, pointing ahead. Yet inside he muttered to himself, how can this elf be so vulgar? Could it be that Sean is the one being bullied? This is big news. Sean also jumped off the cart, patted the bottom of the cart, finally adopting an officer's air. You all go back to the outpost. He then shot a glare at the soldier who had dared to speak about Mukong. All right, let's go. Mukong waved at him. What's the big deal about being scolded a couple of times? It's not like a piece of meat fell off. Didn't he return right away? The trash you threw at me is still soaking. What did I say? The two of them shouldered their packs and began their trek into the desert. Around them, the desolate, cracked earth was dotted with all sorts of bizarre, dead trees. A sandmouse popped out from a crevice, glanced at the two, and quickly jumped back. Mukong was very curious about everything. She had never seen what a desert looked like. She had heard that urinating on the sand could create a solid sand tower, which she definitely wanted to try. Won't we run into beastmen this way? She asked the brother with rich battlefield experience. Sean pointed ahead. There's no choice. There's no cover around. We can only move quickly. The beastmen aren't attacking right now. They should be scattered, hiding in various oasis camps in the desert. As long as we keep our distance and avoid them, we'll be fine. Aren't they afraid of someone infiltrating their rear lines? What can infiltration do? In the whole north, only the Goblins' Tower of No Cracks, White Harbor, Emerald Bay, and Green Leaf Heart haven't fallen. Small infiltrators can go wherever they like, attacking supply lines, poisoning, and such, carrying out sabotage. Mukong was quite interested in war, having often discussed such topics with the brother during casual chats. Sean could only smile bitterly. It's useless. Beastmen are naturally strong in combat, hitting their supply lines. If there are too few, they can't win. If there are too many, they can't hide. Sending elite experts only to be surrounded would be a loss. As for poisoning, beastmen can withstand most poisons. Alright, if you encounter beastmen, your new technique with acid can be used like last time, but venom won't work. Hey, I understand. Mukong picked up a deadwood branch and waved it around. By the way, I've named my new technique the Arcane Blade. What do you think? Alright, quite cool. Sean knew how to answer to please the girl. It was important to praise the name as cool rather than just nice. Sure enough, Mukong was delighted, her ears perking up. She touched the dagger hanging at her waist and urged, let's hurry, see if we can run into a straggling beast man. Ooh, I want to practice. The suggestion of the magic missile with the attachment field was excellent. Although she hadn't gone to Sean to practice with training dummies, she had already found a stone to experiment with, and the results were promising. Especially after the magic missile fused with her hand, it didn't cause as much damage to her palm as other spells. It was just the concentrated pressure leading to some bruising. This small injury was something she had to recover from after every spar with Sean, and she had long since gotten used to it. A desert, an endless ocean of gold. The sky is cloudless for miles, yet it seems as if the sun is nowhere to be seen, as if the entire space is tainted by the scorching heat. Unlike the sand piles stacked during construction, the sand in the desert lacks moisture and consists of very fine grains. The light texture allows even the slightest force to make the sand float and roll away, and despite their early preparations, the two were quickly defeated by reality. The high-topped combat boots, initially thought to guard against the sand, soon had their ventilation holes filled with fine grains which infiltrated everywhere, even slipping through the laces. At first she would stop every so often to take off her boots and dump the sand out, but soon she grew too lazy to care. There were far more pressing matters to attend to. Hot. The rolling waves of heat engulfed them, distorting the air in the distance. Sean was fine in his mage robe, but Mukong was suffering, clad in leather armor and wrapped tightly, while the heat sapped the energy from her ears. How much farther? Mukong asked for the nth time. Sean, ever patient, earnestly replied, countless times. About a day and a night's journey left. We need to hurry, we haven't yet left the danger zone. They were not far from the combat zone, where numerous orcs were stationed at oases and outposts. The further north they went, it seemed, the deeper into the territory they ventured, yet the number of orcs decreased. The letter said the agreed location with the elven envoy is at the center of the desert. Can't you think of a way to make them move south? Mukong was starting to think wildly from the heat. There's really no good way. Sean replied after serious thought, giving a negative answer. Damn elves and their ridiculous rituals. Mukong could only curse. Damn, cough cough. Damn. After her tirade, she spat out the sand that had entered her mouth. The envoy of the Heart of Green Leaves cannot reach Golden Sand Bay. Of course they can, but they simply won't come. In the eyes of those old geezers at the World Council, both sides' agreements are equal. If the elves were to head to Golden Sand Bay voluntarily, wouldn't that make them sycophants to the Empire? Thus the Heart of Green Leaves would only send envoys to the center of the desert, and then Golden Sand Bay would send people to welcome them back. Except that due to wartime, crossing the combat zone meant that there would be few people from either side. The Empire was only allowed to send two, one of whom had to be Mukong herself. Damn, 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 damn. The little elf continuously cursed in frustration, truly cursing, spitting out sand with each exclamation. She had completely lost the novelty and shock she felt when she first entered the desert. Why must it be me? Mukong vented her frustration by stomping heavily on a sand pile, feeling the sand in her boots increase, and immediately redirected her ire towards the only one she could vent on. Speak up. Are you mute from the heat? Water. Sean would never provoke trouble at such a moment, obediently conjuring a small water orb and handing it over. Thankfully, with the existence of magic, they wouldn't suffer from dehydration and could conserve water without needing to conceal their bodies to prevent moisture loss. A gust of wind rolled in with fine sand, quickly covering the water in the bowl with a layer of sand. Damn it. Mukong poured the water on the ground and returned the wooden bowl. Make me another one. Sean complied obediently and reminded her. Due to the cold winds from the north and the hot winds from the south, the two air currents collide in the desert. The further we go into the desert, the stronger the winds get. If a sandstorm arises, it will be difficult to breathe. It was not that there was no air to breathe, but each breath would bring in a considerable amount of swirling sand. This is why the meeting point between the Empire and the Heart of Green Leaves was set in the center of the desert, an area where even the survival-capable orcs were reluctant to stay. What should we do? Find a scarf to block it. Sean was thankful that he had once read a book about the desert. Mukong raised an eyebrow. Hey, why didn't you say this earlier? Why think of it now? Never mind you, I'll block it now. She pulled out a piece of black cloth from the portable pouch on her leather armor and tied it around her face, an essential item for a thief. Indeed, she felt much more comfortable instantly. Sean dared not refute and silently endured. After they finished their previous business, they agreed to head north to assess the situation, but she was in such a hurry to set off, fearing to miss the Heart of Green Leaves deadline, that there was hardly any time to think much packing, only some camping gear and supplies. Speaking of camping, he squinted at the sun, which had just vanished from sight and seemed to have suddenly disappeared, reminding her, we should find a place to set up camp. But it's still bright out, let's walk a bit longer. Let's look for a suitable camping spot as we walk. The desert sun sets quickly, the sand retains little heat, and once it releases the warmth absorbed during the day, the temperature drops immediately. Sean recalled from his book, if we don't set up camp to keep warm, the drastic temperature change can easily cause illness. A sick person would find it very difficult to walk out of the desert. Mukong knew she should heed the expert's advice and readily agreed. Alright, I see a few large rocks over there, let's set up camp behind them. Sean nodded. Sure, I'll go pitch the tent. I'll do it. Mukong pressed him back. With your frail body, just stay put. Since this was enemy territory, they couldn't light a fire for warmth. However, in this magical era, they had more convenient methods, not even needing to keep watch. After constructing a sealed space with a sturdy tent made of special materials in the shadow of the large rocks, the two huddled inside. Sean sat cross-legged casting magic while countless grains of sand swept around them, completely burying the tent. From the outside it was impossible to see that anyone was inside. The space inside the tent was not small. They spread out blankets and set up a goblin device powered by magic crystals for heating in the middle. Lying on the soft sand was quite comfortable. Sean meditated cross-legged, while Mukong continued to read her storybook by the faint light emitted from a small magic crystal. Suddenly she paused thought for a moment and placed the crystal under the book, instantly plunging the tent into darkness. Hearing the rustling sounds from the girl next to him, Sean couldn't help but inquire, "What are you doing?" "It's hot, Mukong's voice strained as she quickly stripped off her leather armor, then relaxed back onto the blanket. This is so much better. There's no one around anyway, why bother disguising? I was really foolish." "What?" Sean asked, puzzled. When the light source and the book were picked up again, he instantly spotted the prominent outline beneath the elf's clothing, like a vulture eyeing its prey. She took off the veil. That makes sense. It was indeed unnecessary now. Both herself and the elven envoy knew her true identity. Now it was time to continue her wild musings. Journey through dark skies, the golden sand sea. Spanning 3,000 miles, presenting a narrow, elongated landscape connecting the Empire's Golden Sand Bay to the north, bordered by the Martyr's Fortress. To the west lies the only coastal settlement of the Elves, Emerald Bay, and to the east rests the remnants of the Frost. The temperature variation between day and night is significant. At noon, the sand surface can roast lizards, while at night it freezes with white frost. During the sandstorm season, the cold currents from the north and the hot winds from the south clash, creating unique sandstorm scenery. Traveling northwest from Mother Green Oasis leads to the Goblin Mother ship, the Tower of No Cracks. That night Sheehan hardly slept well. After losing the light source, he could not see his own hand in front of his face. He thought something might happen, but soon the soft breathing from the elf's side began to echo. He immediately closed his eyes, but the faint scent lingering at the tip of his nose always made his heart itch. The tent was buried under the sand, forming a closed space. Sheehan felt that the unique herbal scent of the elves could not escape, becoming increasingly stronger, leading him to indulge in wild thoughts. He could touch it by just stretching out his arm. What if he leaned over a bit? Or pretended to turn over? He would surely brush against the soft long ears. Then he could drape his legs over, and then his arms. She wasn't wearing leather armor, or wrapped in bandages, just a thin cloth shirt. Countless thoughts and plans swirled in Zion's mind, each awakening, adding new schemes, perfecting excuses for being discovered, or envisioning the bliss that might follow. In his dreams the elf was pitiful, and when he woke up he was lying in a remarkably standard position. Until he was kicked, a hoarse voice intermittently called out, "Get up, we're leaving water." Sheehan sat up, immediately feeling an endless weariness. It seemed he hadn't slept at all, but if he thought carefully he couldn't recall too many details from the past few hours. He took a deep breath, summoned magic, and dispersed the sand around the tent. Sunlight immediately seeped in, and he saw Mukong putting on her leather armor, the outline clearly visible under the loose shirt. She was so beautiful that it was hard to look away. Until Mukong skillfully dismantled the tent with some sand still not settled falling down, landing between his eyes and nose, he suddenly snapped back to reality amidst a fit of violent coughing. Cough, cough, cough. "I got sand in my eyes, cough, cough." Watching the little brother rub his eyes and tear up, Mukong felt helpless as she continued to dismantle the tent, scolding, "Use magic to get some water to wash yourself. Didn't you bring a scarf?" "No, I forgot." "You're such a waste." Mukong rolled her eyes at their packs and began searching her portable bags, finally tossing him a ball of gauze. "Make do with this." "What is this?" Sheehan, who was washing the sand with water, barely opened his eyes. Upon seeing the item in his hand, his heart leaped with surprise and joy, quickly straightening his arm to keep the gauze away from himself. It absolutely could not get wet. This was gauze the elves used to bind their chests. Mukong had no time to care about the wasteful bag's antics. She only needed him to stay alive and be able to cast spells when facing the beastmen. After tidying up the tent and their belongings, she issued another command: soak the biscuits in water and go into the bathroom. When she returned, she found the little brother had just slowly wrapped the gauze around his face. This strip of cloth had special uses, being wide enough to serve as a scarf. But where are the damn biscuits? Mukong slapped down in frustration. The unique climate of the desert and the ever-present sand against her skin made her even more agitated. "You spent half a day just wrapping a scarf." He really was a useless young master who couldn't get anything done. Hey, I'm coming." Sheehan, as if he hadn't been hit, stood up with great enthusiasm, taking out the biscuits and placing them in a wooden bowl, releasing magic to condense a water ball. The rich scent in the air present with every breath made him completely ignore the pain. The elf's gauze, morale 100. Mukong used another biscuit as a spoon, quickly finishing the softened biscuits in the bowl, returning it to him. "Wash up, hurry up, and eat. We'll reach the central area tonight." At that time they could take advantage of the night to look for luminous places to find people. Of course, if the envoy also buried themselves under the sand like Xian, they would have no choice but to wait until the next day to think of a way to contact them. The golden sand spanned a small area, so it should be easy to find. Xian did not wash the bowl, finishing his meal with a face full of happiness, and began to follow the elf further north. From the side of Mukong's leather armor looking into the cuff, he could clearly see an outline that was different from before. At first he was quite spirited, walking with big strides, but as the temperature of the desert rose again, he began to wilt. Even the gauze wrapped around his mouth and nose gave off no special scent. Perhaps he had already grown accustomed to it. Mukong was the same. But their pace did not slow down. They had no need to worry about dehydration. Thanks to magic, they had enough water, and they could wash their faces to cool off from time to time. Mukong directly sprinkled water on herself, and Xian was the happiest during these moments. Because the outline became more pronounced. He didn't want to look, it was better to focus on the task, but it was truly tempting and always drew his attention. We've arrived. After trudging for half a day, Mukong suddenly stopped, and Xian almost bumped into her. This is it. Mukong took out a map and compared it for a long time, finding several landmark locations from afar. The ruins of the 7th Legion fortress, a huge cluster of cacti, and a section of winding low cliffs. The meeting place agreed upon in the letter was just below the low cliffs. Wow, we really are fast. Xian couldn't help but exclaim. A journey that was originally planned to take a whole day was completed in just half a day. Hey, stop saying will you go ahead, I'm actually fine. The journey that was originally planned for a day was finished in half a day, which put Mukong in a good mood, and she began to joke. But jokes were lies based on recent evidence. After raising the threshold first, she indeed was not doing well, but fortunately she still had enough stamina, so 3 to 5 rounds were no problem. Like Zhang Fei battling Lu Bu, even though you knocked me down with one spear, I won't admit defeat, and can still fight back, even curse you 3 times, yet if you have the ability, can you continue to wield your spear? Unfortunately, it was like playing the lute to a cow. The other party did not understand at all. Huh. Tisk. Mukong suddenly felt disinterested, waving her hand. Let's go, let's go. The low cliffs weren't long, just over 10 miles. The top was blown into a barren land, without sand dunes, while the bottom grew with withered yellow weeds. If luck was on their side, they would soon see signs of camping. Not far away, a cliff wall hidden behind the weeds had been magically hollowed out into a niche covered with yellowish canvas, and inside 3 elves were resting. They heard the commotion of the two from afar, and were now cautiously holding their weapons, alerting them. Yo Mukong didn't know how to greet her kin, so she casually raised her hand and called out. After saying that, she took out the letter and waved it in Mukong. I came to meet as agreed. Mukong. The leading white-haired male elf took out a magical portrait and unfolded it for comparison, nodding. Mukong Daywalker, it really is you. I didn't expect you to still be here, quite responsible. A tall young female elf approached, casting a disdainful glance at the portrait, then at Mukong, who was covered in sand after crossing the desert, chuckling lightly. Of course, as I said, she only has the option to rely on a human noble for a turnaround. Once the old man dies, she'll naturally inherit the title and fortune. How I never expected you to end up like this. The tall female elf looked disdainfully at Mukong, flicking her fingers as if to brush away the sand in her fingertips. So dirty with short hair now, and even your voice has changed. Living in human society must be quite tough. The white-haired elf, possessing a gentle demeanor, wished to interject upon hearing her companion's sharp remarks, but after several attempts, she couldn't lift her arm. This is someone else's household matter, perhaps it's best to let it be. Mukong gazed at the black-haired, brownied female elf, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet the loss of memory left her blank. After the elf finished speaking, she quietly inquired, "May I ask who you are?" "This beautiful lady should know me, which means she must be an important figure, right? You did this on purpose?" The tall female elf was momentarily speechless, but seeing the little elf genuinely confused, she raised an eyebrow and let out a playful laugh. "Oh, it's been just a few years, you really don't remember? Well, remember this, MG, and your half-sister. The saying goes that girls blossom into beauty at 18. The years Mukong spent outside the forest were indeed a time of rapid physical development, and she had changed significantly compared to a few years ago. When she first saw her just now, she didn't recognize her either. It took several confirmations through magical images to catch a glimpse of her true identity. Sister. Mukong understood that sweetness and sincerity were the ultimate weapons in human interactions. Just like with Sean, being sweet-tongued earned her reciprocation, which was quite nice. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that this unfamiliar sister exuded an inexplicable hostility. Indeed, Ji Ying's expression changed, and one hand instinctively went to the hilt of her twin swords at her waist. "Don't call me that, you who have been exiled by the forest. Never mind. I should thank you, though. If it weren't for you stepping up, I would have been forced into a clan marriage this time." Mukong felt enlightened now. She understood why the messenger insisted on her presence. It was to confirm whether she had indeed fled. If she had run away and missed the appointment, since the contract between the forest and the empire had already been established, the Daywalkers would need to appoint another clan woman as a backup option. "That's fine by me," Mukong shrugged. After all, it was just a performance. If she ran away, she'd have to face the entire forest. Acting for a few years until her strength grew would grant her a level of control. Whether the marriage would happen or not would ultimately be her decision. Even if she did run away, she would have a better chance against the forest. Thinking of this, she raised her chin. I still don't know who I'm supposed to marry. It's the Yulan family from Jinsha. The white-haired elf finally found an opportunity to interject, crossing her arms in front of her chest slightly, tilting her head and bowing. A very elegant and archaic elven gesture. I am Shuangyin from the Weaversong clan, and I am also the envoy for our diplomatic relations with your country. May the silver moonlight guide your way through the long night. Mukong actually recognized the surname Weaversong, known for producing diplomats and writers. She had seen many stories featuring individuals with that surname. However, that wasn't her current focus. She glanced meaningfully at Sean. Look, you idiot. If it weren't for your foolishness in wanting to play act with me, I could have been marrying that Jiying's sister. She's a genuine elf lady. You must be regretting it terribly, right? Some people always think they have gained an advantage, unaware that missing an opportunity is simply lost. Why not discreetly inform me so I could escape? I still have time to run away. Shuangyin continued to inquire. May I ask for this human's name? Sean, I am the envoy escorting you to Jinsha Bay. Sean quickly mimicked her, crossing his hands before his chest, tilting his head, and bowing, racking his brain to concoct a blessing on the spot. May the starlight illuminate your destiny. Neither he nor Mukong reacted much to the announcement of the marriage partner for the Heart of Green Leaves. They had anticipated it would be someone close enough, and their emotions had already been released. Besides, the sweltering heat in the desert's central region made it hard to muster any enthusiasm. The envoy team didn't recognize the name Sean. Like the Empire, they only knew which clan the marriage partner belonged to, but the identity wouldn't be revealed until signing. This measure prevented mutual deception and ensured the smooth progression of the marriage. In case someone really did run away, a last-minute replacement would go unnoticed. Jiying suddenly laughed, her smile not reaching her eyes. Speaking of which, the clan leader must have considered the close ties between the Yulan family and one of our clan's outstanding heroes from over 1,000 years ago, which is why they agreed to marry off to such a minor noble family. However, I've heard that this family is not very prosperous. They are likely just tools pushed forward by the Empire with little chance of finding suitable candidates. They might end up selecting a decrepit elderly relative, right? But this means your task becomes quite urgent. You must seek status and wealth before your husband passes away to repay your family's bloodline. Sean frowned at the harshness of her words. She was truly sharp-tongued and bitter, not at all like an elegant elf. He couldn't help but glance at his own elf, feeling quite relieved. Oh, perhaps this clan was all like this. It must be hereditary. Mukong slouched with her arms crossed, one leg raised and the other down. Is that all the thanks I get? Do you think I want run away immediately, leaving you to marry an old man? Jiying's mouth opened in frustration, and after several attempts to respond, she chose to swallow. There was no way to gamble. If she continued to provoke this rebellious brat, it would only lead to her disappearing at the first sign of resistance. She didn't know what would happen to her, but she would certainly end up miserable. Who wants to be a victim of a political marriage? Moreover, as a noble elf, even if forced into marriage, they should seek young and promising human elites, not marry into a mere viscount's family. It would be a joke for the daywalkers. What difference would it make if a noble princess married an old dog on the street? The last one who married a human daywalker actually became a prince's consort. Though that was a direct line of the family, it was still a goal everyone aspired to. Seeing Jiying silent, Mukong immediately pressed on. In the human world, expressing gratitude requires giving red envelopes. She looked up and down at the lady, inwardly marveling. Elves are indeed stunningly beautiful. Jiying simply crossed her arms and said nothing, determined to play mute. She was utterly annoyed with this little brat. Once you find yourself in a human's bed facing an old man with gray hair and no teeth, I wonder if you can still hold your head high. By then you'll probably have to suppress your shock to avoid screaming, right? Be quiet. Suddenly, a third mature female elf who had been standing guard outside warned everyone, drawing her sword. Her ears twitched constantly as she finally locked onto a direction. There are orc patrols ahead, 7 orcs and 2 gray bloodhunting wolves. Mukong heard nothing at all. However, the sudden tension in the air forced her to take it seriously, positioning herself in front of Sean and signaling him to prepare his magic. The orcs came swiftly with 2 gray bloodhunting wolves, catching the scent of the elf from afar, charging straight forward with the patrol team. Kill them. The swift shadow was the first to confront a hunting wolf. Despite being outnumbered, they took the initiative to attack. This demonstrated absolute confidence in their strength. The long and short swords danced in her hands, producing dazzling reflections. Though tall, she appeared delicate before the beastly hunting wolves. Yet her movements were exceedingly nimble. The wolves lunged and bit, but no matter what, they could not touch even a corner of her garments. Meanwhile, the sword paths she casually drew left shining cuts upon the wolves. Moments later, this skirmish concluded as the twin swords pierced the giant wolf's eyes. The strength of these wolves raised on beast blood was far inferior to that of real orcs. The swift shadow again twirled her double swords fueled by a surge of battle fervor and charged towards the traveling south from the heart of green leaves. They crossed the territory occupied by the beast clan and reached the center of the desert, inevitably encountering orcs. They had engaged in several battles and knew that what lay ahead would be a challenging fight. Compared to the tall and powerful beast clan, the wounds inflicted by her twin swords were akin to those made by a paper cutter. They hardly caused any fatal damage. The slender blade lacked sufficient force to expand its effectiveness against the tightly bound muscles. Moreover, the beast clan possessed astonishing recovery abilities. Such minor injuries would heal completely after a short while. However, these reciprocal shortcomings did not hinder the swift shadow. She continued to dance gracefully amid the furious attacks from the orcs, allowing her twin swords to inflict hundreds of wounds on her opponents, accumulating to the point where the orcs began to lose blood significantly. Ultimately, after a moment of dizziness and imbalance, the swift shadow seized the opportunity to leap high and pierced countless holes in the orc's skull. The elven race, naturally endowed with magical talents, caused each elf to practice martial skills to avoid wasting their gifts. This made them distinctly different from the majority of humans who never test their talents and live contentedly in mediocrity. Thus, the proportion of experts among the elven community was quite high. Now at level 9, the swift shadow had no trouble dealing with 2 ordinary orcs simultaneously. Yet she also felt somewhat exhausted, scanning the battlefield with her sword raised, breathing heavily, and assessing where her assistance was most needed. Upon spotting Mukong, she couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. This pitiful illegitimate daughter was awkwardly dodging beneath an orc's attack, looking as if she could be knocked away at any moment. She decided to help her, lest she accidentally die and leave her to bear the burden of the marriage alliance. Just as she took a breath, she saw Mukong desperately plunging a dagger into the side of the orc's hand that wielded a massive cleaver. Foolish, the swift shadow shook her head and crouched low to charge forward. Such a toothpick-like attack, what use would it have against an orc? On the contrary, it might put her in danger. An orc's strength was immense and could easily send the lightly built elf flying with a reckless attack. However, in the next second, Mukong's dagger suddenly emitted a fleeting flash of light, followed by a violent expansion at the site where the orc was stabbed, bursting forth a great mass of flesh and blood, propelling Mukong to roll away from the orc's counterattack. By the moon goddess! The swift shadow couldn't help but utter an elegant curse. The moon goddess was a deity whose faith gradually faded due to the night god's strong usurpation thousands of years ago. Even before her death, she was schemed against by mortals vying for her divine status, and after her demise, scarcely anyone remembered her. A tragedy beyond compare. This may seem like an exclamation of amazement, but to those in the know it was akin to saying you are as miserable as the moon goddess. The orc who was clearly stabbed by a small dagger had lost a third of his hand. Amid the orc's shrieks as it clutched its arm, Mukong held her dagger and began to chant a spell affixing magic missiles and merging with a force field. She had one last bit of magic left. Then she charged towards her opponent, whose eyes had turned red, and entered a boom. A thick pillar of lightning pierced through the orc's head, and following the dissipating thread of lightning, Xian was seen with wisps of smoke rising from his hand. Damn it, stealing kills. Mukong looked in another direction and realized that the battle had already ended. Everyone present was significantly stronger than her. She dispelled her magic and walked towards Xian, ready to teach this presumptuous guy a lesson. She was about to add to her record by having faced 2 orcs in a row when Mukong, a voice like a lark, interrupted her thoughts. The swift shadow approached with a smile, casually wiping the blood off her twin swords on the corpse of an orc. She passed, her lips curling up. Oh, I didn't expect your strength to be lacking, yet you could injure an orc. It seems that you haven't missed out on training all these years outside, have you? Of course, Mukong replied, cheerfully, seemingly oblivious to the sarcasm in the swift shadow's words. This made the corners of the swift shadow's mouth rise even higher. She kicked the orc's corpse, which she had just cleaned the blood off her sword, glanced at the fatal wound on its head, and slightly tilted her head towards Xian. The master's strength should not be underestimated. This was sincere, judging by the strength of the previous magic. This human envoy seemed to be around level 13 or 14, and he appeared to be about the same age as herself, which was quite impressive. In response to the compliment, Xian repeatedly waved his hands. That orc wasn't killed by me. He felt ashamed due to his nervousness. The lightning spear he had prepared in advance struck the weakest hunting wolf that had rushed out first, and only the second lightning spear helped the little elf finish off the foe. Not you. The swift shadow looked again at the fatal wound on the corpse's head. Could it have been Shuangyin? No, his spells were more focused on control and support, and this wound, seemingly caused by an explosion from within, seemed familiar. She glanced at another identical wound on the corpse, then towards the orc's body beside Mukong, ultimately unwillingly shifting her gaze to the little elf who stood atop the corpse, waiting for her to discover the truth. Perhaps it was best not to ask, lest she humiliate herself. The The swift shadow turned to leave, but was met with Mukong's cheerful inquiry. Is your training going well? Better than just being able to kill one, right? You. The swift shadow let out a growl that sounded like a threatened mother leopard. Are you mocking me? Of course, sister. Don't call me sister, you don't deserve it. The swift shadow stopped angrily, declaring that she didn't wish to speak another word to this wild brat. She waved to another elf. Let's go, we should return after completing our mission. Emerald Bay was ruled by a queen, while the Heart of Green Leaves operated under a council system. Even though the Daywalkers clan was on the brink of division, it remained the most powerful faction within the council. Thus, this envoy's journey south was led by her as the team leader. Once the two had walked far, Shuangyin leisurely approached, stepping forward with one foot and back with the other bending slightly, as he placed his left hand over his chest and opened his right hand high in front of him, performing a gesture of classical elven etiquette that ranked just below kneeling. I apologize on behalf of the swift shadow. She was a bit impulsive. I hope such trivial matters won't damage our friendship. It could only be explained as impulsiveness. However, if one understood the past of the Daywalker family, they would not find it strange that the appearance of the little elf named Mukong had dealt such a blow to this clan. The Tales of the Gods Moon Goddess. Originally the chief deity of the faith of the elves of the Heart of Green Leaves, but under the conspiracy of another minor cult, the night god, the apostles began to secretly spread their doctrines in the forest, organizing gatherings, and ultimately severing the faith in the moon goddess. Her last fanatic was the father of the dark sky, the master of the Daywalker family. The city gate of Jinsha Bay is right in front. Finally back. A long sigh escaped from Mukong, almost a wail. The desert is terrifying, I never want to go back. Xian stepped forward and asked, where are you going now? He had a particular aversion to the desert, as long as he could be with the little fairy, anything would do. He even enjoyed lying in the same tent at night dreaming of food. Let's find a place to take a bath, Mukong said, glancing at the young man. In the desert, fine sand dances everywhere, infiltrating every corner of clothing. Even using the restroom required learning a water ball spell just to clean up, fearing that the sand would congeal like a clam shell and produce pearls. Then there would be another unforgettable sandblasting experience. Seeing the girl's expression, Xian understood her meaning and hurriedly replied, you can come to my place. Well, at this time my mother should be tending to the flower bed. They'll have her arrange a bath for you. The little fairy had sold her house at an incredibly low price to escape, and now had no place to stay, let alone talk about washing up. Moreover, her disguise prevented her from using public baths. Currently, she had nowhere to go except her own place, where all her belongings from her old house were stored. Wait, you don't even have a place to stay? Listen, bathing is such a sophisticated term. Mukong was quite pleased to enjoy such service. I feel quite lucky today. But there was one thing: she had to find Zion's home by herself and seek out his mother. As a formal envoy welcoming the ambassador to Jinsha Bay, Xian had to accompany the envoy from the Heart of Green Leaves to the military headquarters. Since this was the front line of war, to facilitate the gathering of the Noble Council to discuss various matters, the rulers of Jinsha Bay had already decided to set the office at the military headquarters, not near the Duke's Tower. Mukong always felt that Aunt Baijia looked at her strangely and really did not want to be alone with her. That possessive and affectionate gaze made her suspect that Auntie had special feelings for pure-hearted young boys. Though Auntie still had her charm, it was complicated. After all, she was the mother of the young man. If something really happened, it would be hard to face later. However, there was no avoiding it now. She could only brace herself and go. Otherwise, if she waited for Xian to finish his business at the military headquarters with the nobles' formalities, who knows how long it would take. Seeing the little fairy about to leave, Shuangyin quickly called out, Lady Mukong, please wait a moment. This fairy was bestowed with the surname Daywalker and was about to marry into a human Viscount family, becoming a quasi-noble. No matter how you looked at it, she deserved to be addressed as Lady. Mukong replied. Throughout the journey, this white-haired fairy envoy had hardly spoken, obediently following the two, only offering polite small talk when necessary. This was the first time she took the initiative to stop him. Shuangyin pondered for a moment and said in the most tactful manner, well, it's like this: you are about to get engaged to a noble family and become someone else's fiancé. Should you temporarily refrain from other actions to avoid any gossip that might embarrass that noble? He knew that anyone suddenly chosen as a sacrificial pawn for a marriage alliance to spend their life with an unfamiliar old man would not be pleased. Thus, on the return journey from the desert, the fairy girl walked shoulder to shoulder with this human envoy, chatting as friends, which he could choose to ignore. They shared a bowl of food, drank water, whispered secrets, and he could choose to disregard it. At night they rested in the same tent. He endured it, but could still choose to ignore it. However, upon reaching Jinsha Bay, they would have to publicly stay at the envoy's home. He could also ignore it, but from a moral standpoint, he felt compelled to say something. It was too insulting, and it was like publicly slapping the face of the Yuelon family. Even if you could just restrain yourself for half a month, it would be better. After all, our fairy kind has a long lifespan, and you are still young. The old noble you are to marry will surely not be able to control you. Isn't it better to give him some face and form to avoid spreading any rumors about the heart of green leaves? Mukong also took a while to comprehend what Shuangyin meant as she looked at Xian oddly and asked, "Are you going to be— Why would I get angry over something given for free? On the contrary, a few years later, if the act cannot go on and I flee, I might even feel depressed because I'd lose a tool." Xian shook his head repeatedly. "How could I dare? That would be an international joke. I wouldn't even have the slightest bit of anger. What good would it do to be angry?" Shuangyin could no longer tolerate the antics of the two. In her view, rather than engaging in such close discussions in the bustling city gate, it would be better to find a nearby inn for a heart-o-heart talk, which would be better than letting gossip reach the ears of the Yuelon family. Shaking her head, just as she was about to continue walking, Xian had already jogged ahead and introduced himself with a bow adhering to the etiquette of the elven race. "Sorry, when I introduced myself earlier, I didn't say it completely. I am Xian, the only unmarried male of the Yuelon family. Mukong is my fiancé." He did not dare to say the last three words. Although they had made an agreement to cooperate in front of outsiders and act in unison, it still felt like if he said it outright, he would be scolded mercilessly. Why provoke her? As long as the meaning was conveyed, that was enough. Shuangyin was first shocked by such a coincidence in the world, then smiled with relief. Finally, raising her right hand in a gesture of embracing the moon, she congratulated Mukong. "Congratulations, Lady Mukong, on finding a cherished love to share your life with." Heh. Mukong let out a short laugh. "A cherished love, huh? Rest assured, this engagement was a compromise made out of concern for the disturbances of the heart of green leaves and the overwhelming pressure from demons, but marrying whom was still under her own control." As Mukong walked along the long halberd avenue towards the King's Square, he gradually heard the sound of gongs and high-pitched voices rising from the square. Attention! 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 It must be some significant announcement. Such messengers would attract the crowds at fixed times in bustling locations throughout the city with the sound of gongs, then amplify their voices through magic to announce matters. Exhausted and disheveled, Mukong initially did not wish to join the commotion, but his insatiable curiosity could not be quelled, so he reluctantly shook his head and approached. The King's Square was near the wealthy district where passers-by were dressed in splendid attire. Upon seeing the filthy and beggar-like Mukong approaching, they hastily stepped aside, fearing to get dirt on themselves. A mother holding her child immediately picked the child up and turned to leave, even kindly covering the child's nose and mouth. "Is it really that bad?" Mukong curiously sniffed under his armpit, then suddenly jerked his head to the other side. Indeed, the smell was quite strong. However, it was to be expected. After 4 days of walking in the desert drenched in sweat without a change of clothes or a bath, his body was mixed with dust and sand. How could it not smell? Attention! Attention! Listening closely. On the platform, as the loudest gong sounded with the longest echo, the messenger set aside the gong, lightly gestured with 3 fingers at his mouth, and spoke words that were magically delivered to every ear nearby. "The necromancer lurking in the city has been eliminated, and the Prism Knights have successfully completed their mission. The noble Duke intends to hold a grand banquet to thank the knights, but they firmly declined, as they would soon head to the next town, where demons, rifts, or necromancers had appeared to eliminate the threats to humanity. Let us thank these dedicated and selfless Prism Knights, and praise the High Archbishop who dispatched them to Golden Sands Bay." Praise the Archbishop. A few months ago, when Mukong had just arrived in this other world, he also heard a messenger announce the appearance of a necromancer in the city and the arrival of the Prism Knights to handle it. However, at that time the voices praising the Archbishop were quite scarce. But now it was different. The initial response was enthusiastic, followed by a continuous chorus of praises, with some even whistling loudly in celebration. They might not fully believe in this emerging state church, but they were very grateful for the church's successful protection of their safety. Necromancers, how dangerous they are. There is even a saying, one person can cause a disaster. Throughout history, there have been numerous instances of a single individual unleashing a necromantic catastrophe that destroyed a city. Mukong also joined in the commotion, shouting a few praises for the Archbishop, but his voice was already hoarse, and after this journey from the desert, it was even more so. Not wanting to speak much, he pushed through the celebrating crowd and continued on his heavy-footed way to Zion's house. The further he walked towards the central highland, the sparser the pedestrians became, and the more lavishly they were dressed, making Mukong feel increasingly out of place. However, he had no time to care about the pointing fingers of passers-by. His entire body was aching from head to toe. Upon seeing the small side door of Zion's house, it was like seeing a lifeline, and he hurried forward a couple of steps. He then knocked on the door with great force. When the gatekeeper opened the iron door slightly and asked who was there, he immediately presented Zion's emblem ring before the gatekeeper's eyes, not wishing to say another word. The gatekeeper did not need to look at the token to recognize him. Although he did not know the name, he recognized that this elf had entered and exited with the young master several times, and was the young master's male pet, so he hurriedly opened the door and let the girl in. Those in this line of work must have good memories. They also need to be clever and loyal to their masters. The The gatekeeper watched as the elf's figure swayed away slowly and hurriedly ran to report to the master. The young master's male pet has come again. And she looked a mess, not knowing where she had gotten into trouble, most likely here to seek refuge. The young master was about to get engaged, yet she still came to disturb him. How outrageous. Meanwhile, Mukong found Zion's small house almost effortlessly and immediately spotted Bai Jia, who was spraying medicine in the flower bed, and quickly greeted, "Aunt Bai, oh little Kong, you're here." Upon hearing the girl's distinctive voice, Bai Jia did not even wait to see who it was before accurately calling out her name. As she got up to invite her in, her expression suddenly froze, and her tone turned cautious. "Little Kong, come, Aunt will apologize to you on behalf of Xian." She embraced the girl, who had not reacted at all to the dirt and sand on her clothes, gently patting her shoulder. I'm sorry, can you forgive him, and also forgive Aunt?" "Mukong, what happened? Did you secretly come back and eat the fruit from my luggage?" Xian. Bai Jia looked up, seeing the girl's confused expression, and gently touched her shoulder. "You don't know yet, Xian. Under the orders of the monarch and the duke is engaged." She pressed down on the elf's shoulder, delivering this news that she felt was akin to a thunderclap for the girl. Short pain is better than long pain. If little Kong cannot accept it, it would be better to confront her while Xian is not around, allowing her to leave and not disturb this political marriage any longer. If she could accept it, she could straightforwardly suggest that the girl take a temporary leave just like herself, and once this sudden marriage stabilized, she could return to be with her lover underground. If handled skillfully, she could also appear next to Xian with the identity of a wife. Then Bai Jia saw that the little elf's face displayed neither the expected sorrow, sadness, nor disbelief, nor did any tears filled with emotion flow, showing no resistance to her half-embrace, but rather an expression of extreme helplessness. Sigh. Mukong felt that in the future he would have to explain his identity to others. Aunt Bai Xian is to marry the Daywalker clan of the Green Leaf Heart. She first explained the details of the marriage, then sighed helplessly again. Alas. It's me, don't you remember? My surname is Daywalker. You? Bai Jia initially looked doubtful, but after a moment her brows and mouth gradually lifted. You. Oh right, little Kong's surname is Daywalker, why can't it be her? Indeed, she had been confused. After receiving the news, her mind was in turmoil. How had she never thought of it this way? Great. Bai Jia exclaimed her thoughts out loud, then like in her youth hugged the elf and jumped for joy, genuinely excited for this incredibly coincidental love, feeling that she hadn't been this happy in many years, unable to finish a single sentence, just repeatedly saying, "This young man Xian is truly fortunate." Mukong's ears turned red. Even before deciding to act, he had anticipated such situations, and thus automatically filtered out Bai Jia's words. At this moment, being hugged and bounced by the young woman, he had only one thought: Xian, your mother is amazing. I am definitely going to be friends with you. How can any pure-hearted young man withstand this? Oh, and Aunt, you were mistaken again. Xian has no luck at all. This engagement is a castle in the air, and I will definitely not marry him in the future, which means it's just wasting time. The bathroom of the noble family is incredibly comfortable. It resembles the bathtubs from his past life, but is powered by magic crystal stones, instantly heating cold water upon injection, and features constant temperature and bubble functions, a classic product of goblin technology. The strength of the water flow from the shower head can also be adjusted, and at its strongest, it could be considered a massage mode. However, Mukong currently has better tools at his disposal and does not require this. Moreover, Aunt Bai Jia keeps wandering outside, occasionally pushing the door open to ask if he needs this, or that, making the elf feel awkward. In truth, she wanted to say, "Why don't you come in together, Aunt?" but felt guilty towards Xian. Isn't he practically his godfather by now? So he could only wash up quickly, only to find that his clothes had been taken away by Bai Jia, who had entered numerous times without him noticing. Well, here comes the cliché plot again, right? But she had no choice but to crack the door open and softly call out, Aunt Bai Jia, where are my clothes?" The steam from the bathroom was rising, but the cold air rushing in from outside made her shiver. Where this, Bai Jia quickly replied, handing over a small basket. Mukong opened the door and took the clothing basket, finally allowing Bai Jia to catch a glimpse of the girl's full appearance. Absolutely perfect. No other words could describe this elf, who, aside from her voice and hair, every other aspect was just right. As someone who often incited jealousy in others, Bai Jia was now overwhelmed with envy. She envied the elf's flawlessness and was jealous that her son could marry such a woman. Feeling flustered under her gaze, Mukong hurriedly closed the door. Looking at the clothing basket, she was suddenly both surprised and delighted. She had expected it to be some ridiculous women's outfit that catered to a bad taste, and was prepared to either ask Aunt to return her clothes or wait for Xian to come back and rescue her. However, inside was men's clothing, the most typical kind, without any feminine features. Even the undergarment. "Your clothes were too dirty, so I took them to wash. Some parts were damaged and need mending." Bai Jia's voice came from outside the door. "This is Zion's clothing. You two are about the same height, so make do with this for now." "Thank you, Aunt." Mukong expressed her heartfelt gratitude. It turned out there was no cliché plot at all, though everything was just her overthinking. The elf's frame was on the smaller side, and although Mukong was about the same height as Xian, there was a significant difference in build. The clothes were quite loose on her, the long pants t-shirt, and wool sweater along with a magic robe to conceal her figure were all very considerate additions from Bai Jia. However, the robe was unnecessary, wearing just the wool sweater was enough to serve as an outer garment. Stepping out of the bathroom, Mukong immediately noticed the leather armor standing by the sofa, which had been cleaned and polished to a shine, having been meticulously restored where it showed signs of wear, and coated with a layer of maintenance oil, showcasing a professional touch. I did that not bad, right? Seeing her future daughter-in-law notice the armor she had carefully placed in the most conspicuous spot, Bai Jia quickly took credit back. When the old master participated in the sword fighting competition, all the maintenance was handled by me. Thank you, Aunt. Mukong was left speechless. Aunt had been so good to her as surely when she finally left her son years later after the play was over, Bai Jia would be quite sad, right? So before that she resolved to find the young man a suitable partner. Mukong added another debt to her life. Bai Jia pointed to the sofa. Sit down, lay down, and rest for a while. You must be exhausted after coming back from the desert. What were you two up to? That kid Xian was so rushed he didn't have time to explain to me before he dashed off. As she spoke, her hands suddenly clenched into fists and her eyes turned red. This was not worry but joy, overwhelming joy. She had originally thought her son had eloped with his fiancée, preparing herself for years without seeing him. Now with her fiancé suddenly appearing and bringing the news that this was indeed his true fiancé, how could she not be happy? Mukong did not decline, as she was indeed too tired, especially after a refreshing bath. Her eyelids felt heavy and soon fell into a resting position. Her small white feet curled up beneath her as she responded, "We went to welcome the messenger from the heart of green leaf, huh?" She let out a long yawn. When Bai Jia came out with a book to keep her daughter-in-law occupied, she found that Mukong had already closed her eyes. Placing the book on the table, she picked up a blanket and gently covered the girl, also ruffling her hair. So wonderful, so wonderful. Bai Jia sat beside her sleeping daughter-in-law, envisioning a future filled with family happiness, and slowly closed her own eyes. It was unclear how much time had passed when she was suddenly awakened by a flurry of footsteps, followed by the door being pushed open forcefully. The owner of the manor, Viscount Yulan, along with his two sons Shira and Payan, born of his legitimate wife, stormed in with anger. Bai Jia first glanced at her daughter-in-law, who was too fatigued to be disturbed and had fallen into a deep sleep. Only then did she stand up, her voice calm and elegant, as if the three angry men were not there, but rather three docile sheep. What's wrong? What happened? Viscount Oriai was furious, pointing at the sleeping elf on the sofa. The volume he intended to question dropped by 8 degrees due to the gentle tone of the young mistress. Who is he? This is Mukong. Bai Jia, unaware of what was happening, asked again, what's wrong? Payan's voice was a bit louder. Our little brother is about to get engaged. How could there be an inappropriate person entering our home? Big brother, throw him out. Wait, hold on. Bai Jia quickly reacted and stepped in front. However, Shiro was quite effective in executing his actions. He bypassed the woman disrupting his family and took a couple of steps toward the sofa. Once he saw the elf's face, he suddenly furrowed his brows, suspiciously changing angles to examine her. Big brother, what's wrong? Payan asked. Wasn't Big brother the one who disliked Els the most? Bai Jia seized the opportunity to block Shiro again, gazing at the Viscount with pleading eyes. My lord, can we discuss this outside? No man could refuse such a practiced gaze from her. The Viscount was no exception, signaling for his two sons to remain calm, and after just a few moments outside with Bai Jia, he suddenly exclaimed, what the hell? What? His voice dropped by 8 degrees, and he lowered it further while speaking. What a coincidence. Payan quickly waited for his father to re-enter the house, and immediately assigned his brother a task. Big brother, take this. Lower your voice. Viscount Oriai slapped his second son on the back of the head. Don't disturb her rest. Payan, this little elf is your younger brother Zion's fiancée, Mukong Daywalker. She's female. After Payan exclaimed in surprise, and received another slap, he looked at the elf's face with increasing curiosity, his eyes brightening. Once he accepted the notion of an elf girl, looking at this short-haired elf in men's clothing made numerous hints become apparent in her features. A bitter taste gradually filled Payan's mouth, and a surge of jealousy arose within him. Father, my younger brother is still a bit young. Big brother is already married and my fiancée is far away in Yangji. We don't know when she'll return. How about stop thinking about useless things? Viscount Oriai slapped his son again. Mukong has known your younger brother for a long time. They have long since. He did not continue, but everyone understood. In fact, the Viscount himself felt a bit regretful. Had he known that the Heart of Greenleaf sent such an exquisite little elf for the marriage alliance, he could also have tried to see if he could divorce his official wife, and then himself. So let's not indulge in wishful thinking. But wasn't it said that because their Yulan family was too weak, Daywalkers would overlook them and randomly choose a bastard? It turns out that the Daywalker family's genes are so strong that even their collateral bastards are this beautiful. Payan sighed, deeply inhaling through his nose. Looks like I'll have to keep in touch with my younger brother more. He's grown up now. At this moment Mukong was unaware of what dream she was having, curled up in a side-leaning position resembling a kneeling posture as she murmured something that was hard to decipher. Single combat. The hoarse voice made Pain step back suddenly. He and his younger brother should go their separate ways, and they didn't really need to interact too much. When Mukong woke up, it was already late at night. The flames in the fireplace crackled, filling the small room with. Sheehan sat across from her holding a book, but his head was nodding, his eyes squinting on the verge of falling asleep. However, upon hearing the girl stretch, he immediately widened his eyes and exclaimed, "You're awake." Without any armor or bandages, her loose clothing accentuated the perfect figure of the girl lying on the sofa. Especially those delicate pink feet stretching and flexing, even the toes were splayed wide. Yet Sheehan did not overly focus on such beauty. He had already admired it before she woke, even memorizing the lines of her palm. A looking again now would surely earn him a scolding. Why stir up trouble? Mukong twisted her body on the sofa, shaking off the lethargy from her sleep. Her spirit was invigorated, yet she could not hide the fatigue that lingered in her bones from the journey through the desert. She softly replied, "I feel like I could sleep a bit more. Where's Aunt Blythe?" "She went back a while ago. Want something to eat?" Sheehan pointed to the table. Several dishes were laid out, still warm, thanks to magic. "You should eat something." Mukong lay back, yawning twice, feeling that if she closed her eyes, she could easily fall asleep again. After a while she attempted to sit up, ignoring the hand Sheehan extended to help her. Why help her? She's not an old lady. Sitting on the sofa, she took her time waiting for the heavy fatigue to ease before heading to the dining table, chatting idly. "When did you come back?" Sheehan replied, "It's been a while, I suppose. The matter with Ambassador Shuangyin isn't too complicated. I happened to be at the military office, and I also went to collect my salary, sending a portion back to my grandmother." Let me know next time you send money. Oh, I'll help out too." Mukong sat down. As elves, they should help each other. As of now, she had already received quite a bit of care from other elves, so she naturally wanted to uphold that saying and assist other elves. She took a couple of bites of the food, finding it quite to her liking, and thus began to feast, filling her stomach, which hadn't eaten since noon. In between, she tugged at her collar and couldn't help but complain. Noble families really are so wealthy they haven't even entered a winter feast yet, and they're already burning the fireplace. Swallow it down before complaining. Sheehan received a kick from the girl under the table. He didn't feel wronged at all, who told him to speak too much. He deserved it. However, he had to defend the point about the fireplace. From an economic perspective, the more nobles indulge, the more the common people earn. Otherwise, if the upper class were stingy and waited until it was unbearably cold to heat, those lumberjacks and coal workers would probably not have a warm winter this year. Oh, so you think you have a reason to indulge? Perhaps due to being hungry for too long, the delicious dishes made her ears feel soft. Not entirely. Sheehan instinctively knew he couldn't admit it here. Scratching his head and racking his brain, he came up with a temporary excuse. Actually, every year the estate manager allows a fixed amount for heating expenses. If it's not fully used this year, the amount will decrease next year. Mukong could only sigh deeply with envy. Nobles live so comfortably. They even have dedicated bathing rooms, unlike me, who doesn't even have a bathtub and can only wipe with a towel. Sheehan said, "Actually, you will soon have a noble status too." "Oh, no need." Mukong quickly waved her hand, her expression serious. "If he wants to give it, let him. I won't need it. While someone like me with rough words and manners simply cannot become one of those high and mighty individuals. Then, let's see." Sheehan pondered for a moment, and after receiving another kick under the table, he finally spoke. "So when shall we hold the ceremony?" Of course, an engagement requires a ceremony, especially one fixed by a contract between two nations. It must be grand, with the envoy from the heart of Green Leaf and familiar nobles in attendance. This was also the most challenging hurdle in the acting plan that Mukong had devised. However, whether one is forward or retreating, once the decision was made to deceive both the Empire and heart of Green Leaf, the act must be performed in full. If they were lucky, a few years later when they ran away together, it might not even attract the attention or hostility from either side. After all, their decade-long alliance had already passed the halfway mark. Why would they still care about the marriage partner from back then? Mukong shook her head, slowing down her pace of picking at the food. "Whatever, I don't mind." She felt a bit full. All right, let the adults worry about it. Sheehan didn't mind either. As long as he could be with the little elf, whether they were engaged or not was merely a formality. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Mukong drank half a cup of water in one go, wiped her mouth with her sleeve and burped. "By the way, do you give gifts for engagements?" As soon as the girl's question fell, Sheehan knew what she was thinking. "Yes, and my father probably won't leave too much. We can sell it slowly later to buy philosopher's stones." "How much do you think it will be?" "There are various items, hard to estimate, but if sold it should definitely be several tens of thousands, right?" Sheehan thought for a moment. A slight anticipation arose in his heart. If it's an official marriage, then the gifts could be even more, maybe 200,000 to 300,000. Mukong's eyes lit up. Really? If that's the case, then if they really lacked money in the future, they could trick the nobles' gifts with a fake marriage. After all, Sheehan would surely cooperate, right? At worst, she could later find a way to get him a female elf as compensation. A gleam of gold flashed in her eyes as she rubbed her belly, looking again at the dishes on the table, feeling she could eat a bit more. Seeing the girl pick up her knife and fork again, Xian smiled indulgently. This was specially ordered by my father from a prestigious restaurant. Delicious, right? It's delicious. Mukong knew this was one of the most famous top restaurants in Jinsei, but soon she asked suspiciously, your father gave it to me. What's the connection? I forgot to mention my father and two older brothers already know your identity. In fact, they came by while you were sleeping. Oh, they came by. What the hell, how come I didn't know? Was I asleep that deeply? Xian nodded. Yes, but I don't know the details. I wasn't back then, I only heard it from my mother. Alright. Mukong picked at the food again. Her appetite was not satisfied, and looking at the delicious food, she felt an increasing desire, but no matter what she couldn't fit any more due to her fullness. Thinking that soon she could receive a large sum of gifts due to the fake engagement, plus the Philosopher's Stones promised by Wally. With that, this year's Philosopher's Stone task would be considered complete. She looked at Xian with sparkling eyes. You have a chance. Oh, where do you want it? Huh? Where? Oh, never mind, just kneel down first. The cuisine of the forest people. The silver-striped wheat cultivated by the heart of green leaf is fragrant and glutinous, as if chewing tangible moonlight. The blue-cheeked salmon, unique to Emerald Bay, has edible scales and a salty freshness from the sea. The frost roots transplanted from the tundra release natural spices when stewed. House hunting. While it's said to be searching for a house, it's actually looking for a shop. Mukong doesn't want to give up her small business, but going out alone to procure goods is too slow. After several months in this other world, the goods sold are limited, resulting in very few customers coming to shop. Moreover, due to the occasional tasks she needs to complete, the shop is often unattended, which also leads to business loss. However, there is no alternative. It's much better than directly selling the spoils. Besides, she still needs to find a place to live. Running a shop is just a side endeavor. If she were to stay at the Zion's house indefinitely, what would become of her? They are acting, agreeing to live their own lives, while cooperating for cover when needed. How could they let the act become reality? Additionally, many things are inconvenient. For instance, the mercenary guild she frequents is far too distant, taking half the day for a round trip without doing anything else. Change to a different guild. That wouldn't do. Her connections, relationships, and friends are all in that branch. Changing locations would be almost like starting her career anew. Fortuitously, she currently has a bit of money on hand, and soon there will be income from the fake engagement. Even if she can't buy a place, renting nearby would suffice. Unfortunately, after searching all day, either the desired locations are not for rent or the prices of the houses she likes are negotiable. However, when she returned to Xian in the evening feeling dejected, she received an unexpected good news. If you really can't find anything, I can ask my father. It seems our family has a shop in that area. Perhaps it could be a gift for you. Xian unhesitatingly offers the family business to someone who theoretically would never become a true family member. Mukong isn't shy. Can your dad agree? I think so. Xian gestures towards the exquisite dishes steaming on the table. He seems to like you quite a bit. This is high-priced, specially ordered from the Emerald Night, genuine elven cuisine. The taste might not compare to eating there, but wow, Emerald Night. Mukong interrupts, excitedly rushing over before he can finish. She has long admired this state-owned restaurant, but had never been able to afford it. Finally today, she can indulge. It is indeed delicious. Layers of flavors explode on her palate, each bite offering a unique experience, and each dish is just a single mouthful, allowing 4 different dishes to be placed on one plate. Once she finishes one dish, she finds that the flavors she just tasted are nowhere to be found on the table, quickly igniting the thought of wanting to savor the Emerald Night again. For Mukong, tasting this food she's never experienced in her life undoubtedly stirs an insatiable appetite, causing her to eat far more than usual, yet she still can't help but wish to fill her stomach with something else. Especially when she sees Xian. However, she decides to hold back today. Her swelling hasn't subsided, and she still feels a bit of pain. Moreover, the young man has not truly rested since returning from the desert. Oh, just look at those dark circles under his eyes. She doesn't want him to develop diabetes. You should eat some too, she calls to the young man. She certainly can't finish such a large table by herself. All right, Xian responds without hesitation, immediately grabbing a knife and fork to dig in. He has long been unable to resist. Look at this, I still have to rely on your good fortune to taste the dishes of the Emerald Night for the first time in my life, Xian says loudly, while swallowing. Father must be quite satisfied with you. If I were to ask him now, it would surely be fine. Ask the old man for what? A voice as pure as white jade comes from outside. I could hear your voice from far away. Haven't I taught you to be careful at home? Maybe no one outside knows who you are, but here, if any servant hears something, it could very well affect your fate for life. Xian hurriedly stands up, lowering his head in apology. I'm sorry, Mom. He indeed got a bit carried away just now, especially not speaking so loudly with the window still open. Be careful of ears on the wall. Bai Jia opens the door and enters. She waves at Mukong, who has food stuck to the corner of her mouth and red ears. A little Kong's eating posture is quite adorable. Mukong stiffens, slowly correcting her posture. It's best to follow the rules in someone else's home and not be too unruly. Seeing the girl's appearance, Bai Jia quickly waves her hand. No, 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 I'm serious. Keep that posture, it will definitely be more endearing than a serious face. I also hope you remain true to yourself during the engagement ceremony, not changing at all from your usual self. Edge. Mukong is taken aback, feeling that she has received too many surprises from Baiani over the past few days. She thought she would need to undergo some complicated training and etiquette like not exposing teeth, while smiling, walking with her legs turned in, and so on, but it turns out she doesn't need any of that. But even greater surprises await. Xian knows this is a decision made by the adults and doesn't object, but he wonders, but won't people laugh at this? Who would dare laugh at the daughter of the Daywalker clan? They'd be envious instead. Bai Jia explains, you are a bastard child, making it very hard to enter the true upper class. Being too aloof will only alienate you from both sides. It's better to be down-to-earth and practical, gaining support and friendship from those of the same or lower status. If a Daywalker wife were to act like a princess, the wives of minor nobles would not dare approach her, losing valuable. However, if she can make friends with those ladies, the benefits are immense. For example, if she were to work in a place managed by a minor noble, simply mentioning, I had a great conversation with the noble lady last time, I'd love to visit again, would smoothen any dealings. This is the plan laid out by her mother for her son and daughter-in-law, to be grounded and pragmatic. This generation only needs to lay a solid foundation without aiming for higher classes. The next generation is the hope of the family. Then Bai Jia hands a large bag she is carrying to Mukong. Here, this is the dress I picked for you to wear at the ceremony. Do you like it? A dress? The girl pouts. All right, for the sake of her life, this will be her first and last time wearing a dress. But when she takes out and unfolds the clothes from the bag, she is stunned. It's a black outfit with white trim similar to a coat with minimal decoration, and the hem is long enough to slightly drag on the ground. The upper part of the black dress has a shape that reveals the white shirt underneath. If the buttons are fastened, the lower part naturally closes into a skirt, only parting slightly near the calf, but with each step the hem separates again, revealing the fitted pants underneath, looking very neat. Wearing such a dress allows others to easily discern her gender without making her feel too uncomfortable. Thank you, Auntie. Mukong feels her fingers trembling. Auntie is so good to her. It's nothing as long as you like it, Bai Jia smiles, and then turns to her son. So what was it you said about asking the old man for? I want my father to give Mukong a set of equipment store in the lower district as a gift to manage. Bai Jia raises an eyebrow. Sure, that store earns several thousand krone every month. It's perfect for Xiao Kong to practice her skills. No need for her to take up a dangerous profession like being a mercenary. Xian nods vigorously. That way she has a place to stay and can conveniently look for work at the mercenary guild. Bai Jia. Are you insane? Why would you push such a good girl out to live alone and support her to be a mercenary? She opens her mouth, 1,000 words turning into a sigh. Sigh, fine, do as you wish. I'm going back now. Perhaps it's because of her son's character that he can find such a good child like Mukong. Mukong has now secured a stable income, and that store will undoubtedly have employees, so she won't need to sell products herself. Coupled with the lingering taste of elven delicacies and by Auntie's genuine support and care, various factors converged, reigniting an urge to express herself. But ultimately, looking at the dark circles under the young man's eyes, she softens a little sigh. You should go rest first. Now? It's still early. Xian responds in confusion. This time is usually for studying magic. Just go when I say so. Why are you talking so much? Mukong glares at the young man. This is my last bit of softness. I hope you don't waste it. Otherwise, when you work overtime late at night, don't blame anyone for not letting you leave early. Everything was steadily progressing, finalizing dates, selecting temporary servants for hire, booking chefs from reasonably priced restaurants, purchasing ingredients, arranging the banquet hall, delivering invitations. As for Mukong at the Xian household, there was no need for her to worry. She just had to wait for that final day to arrive and play her part well. As for Xian himself, he was taken by Bai Jia to memorize the characters from various families using magical portraits, especially those of similar age and status, which were the focus of his studies. Every detail, including what they had done, their family situations, preferences, and characteristics, had to be memorized without any mistakes. However, Bai Jia was quite annoyed by her usually clever son suddenly becoming sluggish, forgetful, and slow to read. The scolding, filled with hopes for her son's success and frustrations over his lack of progress, left Mukong speechless. Fortunately, she didn't have to memorize anything, but she thought it best to let him catch some rest during these days. On one hand, Bai Jia didn't want her charming daughter-in-law to suffer, and on the other, she didn't need to. Being the daughter of the Daywalker clan, all she had to do was sit there and display a bit of charm and amiability, and the noble women would naturally come to engage in conversation. As for the equipment shop that Viscount Yulan had already promised, it would only officially change hands after the ceremony was over. Thus, with some free time and nothing to do, Mukong, unwilling to endure the strange gazes of various servants at Xian's place, could only go to the mercenary guild to pass the time, not daring to take on any tasks that required traveling far lest she be unable to return on the scheduled day. Little Kong. As soon as she walked into the guild, she heard Gu Feng's excited voice. Come over today, I'm treating. Gu Feng and Bai Sei Yunxing were seated side by side, and Hai Yi was also there discreetly, raising a glass to the girl who had just entered. What's going on? Did you strike it rich? Mukong walked over casually inquiring. Normally with Bai Sei Yunxing around, wouldn't they be just fooling her into treating? Why was this day different? Could it be that this barbarian chewed on some rainbow grass and got a bright idea? I made a little fortune. Sit down. Gu Feng's cheeks were flushed, clearly having had a few drinks, as she wobbled while calling the waiter. Bring us 2 cups of fruit juice and some light dishes to stir fry. Hai Yi immediately raised her glass. Cheers. Today Gu Feng is being so generous. Cheers. Gu Feng was coaxed into downing another couple of drinks. Mukong now understood it was her father's scheme to intentionally get Gu Feng drunk, so she would show off and act lavishly, thus spending money right. How could it be like this? She hurriedly advised, Sister Gu Feng, drink, lest don't get too drunk. Here, have some food to settle your stomach. She also gave Hai Yi a glance who would pay if Gu Feng got completely drunk. Oh. Hai Yi also caught on, quickly pushing the dishes closer to Gu Feng. Yes, eat first. It's been a long time since we last met. Oh, let's catch up before we rush to drink. Alright. Gu Feng obediently put down her glass. Taking this opportunity, Mukong continued her earlier question. By the way, where did you make your fortune, Sister Gu Feng? Since she was already tipsy and her tongue was loose, it would be good to clarify things if there was a chance she might also get. However, it was Bai Sei Yunxing who answered on her behalf. We went to help the Prism Knights capture a necromancer. Those religious knights are really wealthy. The bounty was particularly generous. Oh, so you participated in the final assault, huh? Mukong recalled hearing the town crier announcing a few days ago that the necromancer had been eradicated by the knights. She then began to regret not seizing the chance to participate and earn a significant bounty. But whether it was Gu Feng or the barbarian, their paper strength was much higher than her own. The Prism Knights would choose them, but she might not catch their eye. Tisk sigh. Mukong clicked her tongue and shook her head, continuing the casual chat. Was it dangerous? How was the process? This was both a way to pass the time and to gather information. This way, if she encountered a necromancer in the future, she would at least have some means of dealing with them. Gu Feng waved her fork. It was nothing. We just helped a bit, doing some reconnaissance and preventing escape. We didn't even enter the necromancer's hidden lair. Those truly engaged in combat were the Prism Knights. That sounds really easy. Mukong envied even more. Did you see the target? What did they look like? Bai Sei Yunxing slammed the table in frustration. Those knights wouldn't let us see. They covered it with a black cloth. Who knows who or what was inside. Anyway, I didn't smell any scent of the deceased. Mukong raised an eyebrow. You can still smell a dog's nose. The barbarian puffed out her chest proudly. Of course. Our Ragnar tribe has the keenest noses. Mukong glanced behind her, but saw no tail. She had always heard that barbarians had beastly bloodlines, making them strong and agile, with an extraordinary sharpness in battle, all being excellent warriors, but their intelligence was generally not very bright. She finally witnessed it today. She immediately exclaimed, so impressive. Can you help me smell what's in this potion? She pulled out the toxin she had concocted. Bai Sei Yunxing took it, sniffed carefully, and pondered for a moment. It's quite pungent. Ugh, it has the skin of a blood toxin, frog illusion, leaf, strong liquor, and what is this, some kind of creature's feces? What is it for? Mukong took back the potion, greatly admiring the barbarian's sense of smell, and replied, this is an interrogation truth potion. Over time, it puts increasing pressure on a person's mental resistance. For example, if I ask you for 50 crowns now, if you resist and don't give later, you might voluntarily offer 500, 5,000, or even 50,000. You? Take it away. Bai Sei Yunxing quickly tossed a handful of change onto the table. How can there be such a strange potion in the world? Give me 50 crowns too. Hai Yi imitated her, successfully gaining extra income. Gu Feng, emboldened by the alcohol, boldly declared, give me 5,000. But I don't have that much money. Bai Sei Yunxing thought of how she would be mentally crushed by the potion and would have to pay out 50,000 crowns in the future, nearly crying out, Sister Gu Feng. Alright, give me 100 crowns then. Sister Gu Feng is the best. Bai Sei Yunxing, while thanking the fairy sister, who tricked her, willingly handed over 100 crowns in cash, almost shoving it into her hand to prevent her from refusing. You're really on a higher level. Just 2 sentences got this meal back to even. Mukong looked at the tipsy Gu Feng with genuine admiration, then asked Hai Yi, by the way, where have you been these days? Where else could I go? Hai Yi shrugged. I've been doing magic experiments. This time I cracked a key problem and successfully raised my power level. How about you, little Kong? Have you been working hard? I've been alright. I leveled up twice, so I'm now a level 6 rogue, and I might also be a level 2 mage, but I haven't tested that part. Hai Yi, did you cheat? How could you be faster than me? Never mind, since we're all together now, are you interested in accompanying me on a task? Where to? If it's too far, I can't go. Not far, just near the tree where people hang themselves outside the city. Someone is offering 1,000 crowns to hire me to clear out a necromancer's lair. It seems someone went to clean it up before, but didn't finish. Not much money, but just consider it a walk. What do you think? Pan-continent joint bounty. Notice one person causes disaster. It cannot be ruled out that some mages study necromancy purely for the sake of researching magic or plan to transform themselves into liches for eternal life. However, to study such spells, one must spend all day with corpses and eventually conduct live experiments, which seriously violates public order and morals, while the mental state during the process inevitably suffers. Thus, the entire continent jointly resists necromancers. Once discovered, they are to be killed without mercy. We hope all. Outside Jinsha City, several mercenaries joyfully conversed, their laughter ringing out from time to time. The task that Hay found only offered a reward of 1,000 crowns, with at least half of that accounted for by the distance to the location that needed to be found. Each person would get a meager amount, and they had come together mainly to chat. After all, time is money. As mercenaries, even casual conversations should be based on the premise of it had been a long time since these few had gathered so neatly, sharing their experiences and some newly discovered information in the mercenary circle. Among them, Mukong, Goofing, and the White Meteor had completed multiple tasks together and were quite familiar with each other, but Hay and the White Meteor had only met Mukong once or twice and were more familiar with Goofing. However, the old man's words were the most captivating, filled with valuable information. In the middle of Lock Street, there's a laundromat. Give the owner 50 crowns, and you can access the well cover in his backyard, said Hay, gesturing as he sketched the terrain in the air. After going down, walk left for about 20 minutes away from the ladder, and you'll reach the entrance to the black market. If you go right all the way to the end, you'll climb out into the inner courtyard of the guard tower. The guard tower, everyone exclaimed in unison. As the name suggests, this is a tall tower, the office of all the guards and agents in Jinsha Bay, responsible for the safety of the entire region. It also has a combat department for eliminating dangerous magical beasts and apprehending dangerous criminals, often on par with military forces. However, during wartime, their power and responsibilities are certainly not as strong as the military. Yet to infiltrate such a place is still quite an exaggeration. Of course, that place is bustling with people, and anyone caught will be arrested immediately unless... Hay chuckled. Unless there's a janitor doing cleanup at the exit, I happen to know a little boss over there. If needed, you can contact me, huh? Revealing the essence of the information was still about making money. Everyone's interest suddenly waned. Although they memorized this information for future reference, Goofing had already started to change the topic, unwilling to give this old man more opportunities to profit. The hanging tree is just ahead. Where's the necromancer's lair? Mukong casually pointed in a direction. That way, or it should take about half an hour to get there. How do you know? Mukong recalled that she had received the task of stealing the formation eye at the black market, which these people were unaware of. Just as she was about to make up an excuse, Hay chimed in casually. She's been there. This time, it was Mukong's turn to be astonished. How do you know? Logically speaking, normal mercenaries shouldn't know about such matters, especially since she was operating under a mask. Moreover, you had already disappeared by then, right? Hay patted his old waist and chuckled. Youngster, don't underestimate the information network I've built over the years. Is it really that impressive? Mukong's ears perked up slightly as curiosity surged within her. What else do you know? Plenty, for example. Like how you've been spending quite a bit of time in bed with someone recently. Yes, words were shocking. What? Goofing exclaimed loudly, shaking the little elf's shoulders. Who is it? Who is so lucky? Hurry up and tell us. However, the White Meteor reacted rather calmly, muttering to herself, isn't that normal? Young, wealthy, full of vitality, handsome. If only he weren't so thin and lacked the appearance of a man, I would. Mukong shook off Goofing. Stop it. Can't you see my charm? That person has already become my toy, and his entire being is shaped by me. But how did you know? After boasting a bit, she looked at Hay with curiosity. The old man chuckled and shook his head smugly, saying, the secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. Having played this game for a lifetime, his experience was rich. He could tell just by any slight change in the way she walked, caused by the red moon. After all, we were once just as brave and mighty. As for the elves, due to their small frame and slender build, it is normal for such things to happen. Goofing, feeling a bit sour from the side, said, if I find out who it is, definitely. If I was going to deal with you too. So I forget it. Mukong felt a chill down her spine, constantly feeling that these people had mistaken her for another gender. She rubbed her arms and quickly diverted the topic. Hey, you must have grandchildren, right? Speaking of which, this old man was quite old, but still working. Could it be that he was doing it to earn pocket money for his grandson? Me, how could I give up a whole forest for a single tree? But I do have a few nephews back home whom I treat like my own, Hay said, shaking his head, proud of being an old bachelor. But since the topic had shifted to marriage and love, they might as well continue discussing it. He turned to Goofing and asked, what about you, big sister? It seems you've never mentioned your family situation to me. Are you still single? If that's the case, then it wouldn't be impossible for the two families to come together. After all, we are still strong in our old age. Yufeng's sun-kissed skin suddenly flushed, and her voice carried a hint of nostalgia me. It's been almost 10 years since my divorce, right? Divorced? This was quite a juicy piece of gossip. Mukong's eyes widened, waiting for more. Yeah, I'm an elf, and he's a human. We didn't want to watch each other slowly grow old, one hunched over, and the other still in their prime, so we peacefully ended our marriage during our middle age. He hasn't remarried, and I still go to see him every year. A faint smile curved at the corners of Yufeng's mouth. Now, he should be sitting in the castle's rocking chair sipping the red tea he grew himself. What a beautiful love story, and it didn't seem to be a tragedy. Mukong felt her ears soften as she listened. But a castle? It seemed that Goofing had been quite well off in the past. Her drunken words weren't just made up. He suddenly asked, "You don't have any children?" "I have grandchildren already." Goofing shocked everyone again. "But I hardly contact them, otherwise when they grow old too, I wouldn't be able to bear it." Looking at Goofing, who appeared like a mature woman, and even seemed younger than by Jia, Mukong could only marvel at the wonders of the elven lifespan, then turned to the last person in the discussion panel, who hadn't answered yet. "Little Bai, what about you?" "Me." The white meteor flexed her arm muscles. "According to the tribe's rules, I only accept those who can defeat me, Heathen. Is there no man in your tribe stronger than you?" Mukong continued to ask. "There are many." The necropolis that Mukong once visited was littered with corpses indeed, having been cleared out by those no. However, perhaps because the task target was taken away by a kind soul, the few of them harbored resentment and did not work meticulously, resulting in many missing out. At this moment there were about 100 aimlessly wandering undead among the scattered corpses. The number was not large, and any one of those present could easily eliminate them. This was indeed a task meant for casual chatting. Gufeng was the first to draw his bowstring. An arrow formed from solidified magic briefly appeared before being shot out, piercing through an aimlessly wandering undead, then grazing the shoulder of the second undead behind it, and finally entering the eye socket of the third undead, extinguishing its soul fire completely. Hai also stopped chatting, preparing magic with a smile, while reciting an incantation. Suddenly a strange cry from beside him startled him. "Oh woo! Charge with me, Eula!" White Meteor swung a giant axe, charging forward like a powerful whirlwind, sending all the corpses in its path flying in all directions. When it crashed into the pile of undead, several of them flew high into the air, flailing their arms, before crashing down hard. "That foolish brute!" Hai cursed through gritted teeth, raising his hand several times, but ultimately lowered it, dispersing the magic he had just prepared. Fireball spells can cause friendly fire, but he longed to smash this spell, which was perfect for dealing with a group of skeletons, right into the brute's face. "Can't you hold back for just a moment, so we can clean up the undead first?" That's why such a dim-witted creature nearly as brainless as the undead is not fit to be a teammate. Mukong watched as everyone began to fight, wanting to show off. Mainly because although the bounty for this task was not high, it would be shared equally. If she did nothing, it would feel quite unfair. However, rushing in to engage in close combat was definitely not feasible, as the remaining undead in the valley were all attracted by the brute's loud roars, gathering in a heap. If she went in, she'd have to battle nearly 100 enemies simultaneously. Although the undead were generally not strong, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Her new technique, the arcane blade, was only suitable for unknown combat, and using it against the undead would simply be a waste. Thus the girl began to chant the spell she was most familiar with at this stage, Magic Missile. Upon hearing this, Hai couldn't help but smile and shake his head. He could easily cast this wondering spell without chanting, merely by willing it, while you had to recite it painstakingly, afraid of mispronouncing a single character. "Didn't you say you took up the mantle of a mage?" "Little elf, keep working hard. The path of magic is long and arduous. The more you refine your skills, the more you'll realize that the magic web is endless." After finishing the complicated incantation, Mukong, aided by gestures, manifested 3 blue-white magic spheres purely formed from compressed force fields hovering above her palm. She then directed them towards the battlefield. One sphere shattered the undead that suddenly crawled up from the pile of corpses behind White Meteor, wielding a rusted longsword and charging straight at the zombie behind the brute. The other 2 spheres circled above the battlefield for a moment before striking 2 skeletons armed with bows. One of the spheres even skillfully dodged another skeleton's pounce. Hai voiced 3 sounds of confusion, as if he had just spotted a new batch of beauties on the 3rd floor of a bathhouse. Looking at the girl anew. "Where did you learn that move?" "In a book," Mukong replied, not understanding. The elf race inherently possessed magical talent. Although she was somewhat impaired, this low-tier magic could easily be studied without needing a mentor. "Oh, goddess of magic." Hai could only sincerely marvel at the endless nature of the magic web, tracing a vertical line from his forehead to his chest with his right hand, then bringing his hands together to send a prayer to the divine realm. Incredible. To master such a sophisticated level of control over magic missiles just by reading books, it rivals super magic techniques, doesn't it? Even for him, achieving such effects would require focused casting, otherwise once the missiles were launched and targeted they would only track automatically beyond his control. However, Gufeng found nothing strange. After all, she belonged to the Daywalker family, which should have some quirks, and her magic level was far from Hai's height, making it hard to discern any clues just from those mere magic missiles. Still, he was intensely curious about the little elf's lover. He tightened his grip on the girl's shoulder, pulling her close enough to see the warm fuzz on her cheeks illuminated by the afternoon sun, and whispered, "Quickly tell me, who is it? I promise not to tell anyone." The moment he turned to grasp that lucky child, Mukong, believing herself to be a youthful boy, was not used to being this close to a beautiful older sister, even feeling the pressure from her arm. She froze, her ears quickly turning red, not daring to struggle too hard for fear of brushing against something inappropriate. She could only shake her ears to cool down while retorting, Who? Clearly I'm the one pursuing others. Sister Gufeng, you misunderstand me too much. Is that so? Then tell me his name. Even if I told you, you wouldn't know him. But I guarantee she's incredibly beautiful, so mesmerized by me. He'll introduce you to her if there's a chance, okay? Now let go of me. The girl finally managed to break free. But she couldn't tell the truth, otherwise wouldn't it expose her true identity? Although it didn't matter much to be associated with Gufeng, elves helping each other conceal their identities was normal. White Meteor could know too, as this brute's intelligence could never lead to human trafficking. But Hai, she did not trust him. This old man was mysterious, and she always felt that his identity was more than it seemed. He even knew she had been here before. What was his background? Wait, he even noticed her situation with Xian, knowing that too, wouldn't he also know her identity? With this in mind, Mukong cautiously searched for Hai's figure, only to find that he seemed uninterested in eavesdropping on the whispers of the two elves wandering aimlessly along the edge of the valley, having already moved quite far away. Suddenly, he pushed aside a patch of vines, revealing a pit behind it, and waved to the two. Found it. I told you these undead couldn't possibly be missed. The last group of mercenaries who cleared this place were too careless, not even finding this cave. Saying this, he dove right in. Gufeng, fearing the old man might get into trouble acting alone, forgot about questioning the little elf, and waved to Mukong. Let's go follow him in, and take a look. The cave was dark and winding. The two elves cast dark vision on each other, and after just 2 turns they saw Hai returning. Going back. It's empty in here, there's nothing at all. The undead originally here must have gone outside to roam. Mukong curiously glanced inside, discovering the end was indeed an empty space resembling a warehouse, with only some digging tools like picks and shovels. The group then slowly made their way outside, and as soon as Mukong stepped out of the cave, she felt a chill on her face. She touched it was water, then looked up at the sky, where snowflakes were falling gently. Rain mixed with snow. Ugh, winter has come, Gufeng said with disgust, hugging her arms. Elves detest winter greatly. In this season, nothing thrives, leaves fall, the forest loses its green, and their slender physiques provide little resilience to the cold. Hai, however, curiously spread his palms, watching the snowflakes that melted the moment they landed. Why is it snowing so early in Golden Sand Bay? By rights, only deep into winter would there be a few symbolic snowfalls. This year is severe cold. I heard that in the last city, still holding out in the North White Harbor, the river will freeze completely. Mukong shared military intelligence she learned from Xian. It's likely too cold in the north, so we will also be affected here, right? Wow, it's snowing awesome. A loud voice came as White Meteor, carrying a giant axe smeared with rotten blood, jogged over, laughing heartily. What a thrilling battle. How about you all? What did you gain? Did the god of war bless you? Gufeng was the first to respond. You didn't even know there was a cave here hiding hundreds of undead. We had quite a tough time clearing them out. Yeah, Mukong shot a glance at the brute. You're the one who had it the easiest. We were all exhausted. The elderly Hai stayed silent, breathing heavily as he rubbed his old waist, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. Looking at his 3 good teammates, White Meteor waved grandly. Looks like you all did the heavy lifting. No worries, back to town. He'll treat you tonight. The 3 who collectively only shot 1 arrow and cast 3 magic missiles from the beginning to the end of the battle immediately felt their fatigue lift, striding along confidently behind the hefty lamb for a free meal. Mukong had no intention of introducing Sean to her friends. She felt that once this young man was recognized by them, they would inevitably guess something terribly wrong, and that foolish thing would certainly let slip that he was engaged. Even if he didn't mention himself, it would still be easy to deduce who his fiancée was. Then she would be at a loss for words. This was acting. As an excellent actor, she could not reveal the truth to a third party lest the news leak and reach more ears, ultimately leading to disaster. Didn't Sean not even tell his mother? So she could only brace herself and smile, letting others speculate. However, thus the urgent task was to find a girl to play the role of his girlfriend to muddle through this identity issue for now. Finding someone was easy. There were plenty of entertainers in this frontline city. Just pick one with good acting skills. The reason would also be simple. an elf who should possess some charm with average strength, making disguise quite normal. The only difficulty lay in their professional ethics, hoping they wouldn't later spill the beans about their identity as a topic of conversation. For the past few days, Mukong had been hanging around with several friends in the guild, feeling that their gazes towards her were strange. Suddenly recalling this matter, she was furrowing her brows and contemplating countermeasures when she heard a familiar and cheerful voice from behind Mukong. The girl shivered at heart, then her whole body jolted from the chair. Turning around, it was indeed Sean. Oh no, she forgot to warn him not to meet her friends. What to do now? Mukong was utterly flustered. Weren't you at home, discussing the habits and preferences of the families attending the ceremony with Aunt Bai? How did you suddenly appear in the guild? Could it be that you snuck out? Oh, who would have thought that you, a simpleton with thick brows and big eyes, would do such a thing? When you get home tonight, I'll report you to Aunt, and you'll be grounded for 80 days, ruining my big plans. Then she saw that after Sean had greeted her, he too was bewildered. What was happening? Mukong shook her ears and tilted her head, gradually realizing that Sean's confusion was not due to her. He was looking at the person across the table. Who? Across the table. There was only that foolish brute, Bai Yuxing, and the elder sister Gu Feng. Grandma. Sean's brain crashed, staring blankly at the elegant elf sitting opposite Mukong. With her sun-kissed skin, long ponytail, bright complexion, tall stature, pointed ears, along with that trademark oak bow. Even after several years, she could recognize her immediately. Wasn't this her grandmother? How could she appear in the mercenary guild with that cup of frothy liquid in front of her? Was it alcohol? Suddenly, Mukong's foot was lightly stepped on from under the table. Retracting her gaze from Sean, she turned back and saw Gu Feng's hand slowly reaching out to her, moving in a stuttering manner, as if lagging, then slowly pointed behind her, speaking in an elongated tone. Look, my grandson. How do you know each other? Alright, he's my friend. Even though Mukong wanted to continue playing dumb, facing the increasingly urgent nudges against her feet, she had to cooperate. After all, elves must help each other in public. Even in this regard, indeed. As expected, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. You even dare to swindle your own grandson's money. Grandma. Sean hurried over to the table, grabbing Gu Feng's hand. How are you here? Grandson, engagement cannot be missed, Gu Feng said as she suddenly looked at the little elf across the table. No way. Little Sean's last letter said he was getting engaged to an elf girl, and it turned out to be you. Her heart began to pound uncontrollably, the corners of her mouth slightly rising, and the little elf's foot under the table pressed down harder in excitement. Sean's eyes turned red. He had seen his grandmother very few times in his life, but unexpectedly, upon learning about his upcoming marriage, his grandmother, who suffered from a lack of desires and was very immobile, had traveled thousands of miles to Jinsha Bay. Family, this is family. He wanted to sit down and talk with his grandmother to ask how she knew Mukong and how she ended up in a place like the Mercenary Guild and why she was traveling with a bow. However, the domesticated little elf sat up straight, perfectly composed, refusing to budge and offer him a seat. With no other choice, he looked at the muscular yet sweet-faced barbarian girl sitting next to his grandmother. Bai Yuxing understood Sean's meaning and began to push Gu Feng sitting beside her. Move in a bit, your grandson wants. Ah! Gu Feng slowly shifted her position. Hurry up, just a moment ago you were fine. Why are you suddenly moving like an old lady? You were even more agile when I carried you home last night after you got drunk. Hey, why are you stepping on me? As soon as the barbarian finished speaking, everyone at the table went stiff. Drunk, Sean repeated in a stuttering manner, still not fully processing. There were too many absurdities, and his brain's processing speed significantly slowed down. Seeing that cup of wine in front of his grandmother was already strange. Shouldn't an elf suffering from a lack of desires not have an appetite at all? How could she still be interested in alcohol? Moo. Never mind. Gu Feng knew she couldn't keep it hidden any longer, slamming the table and standing up. Stop pretending with me. Let me just speak plainly on my illness. Gradually started to improve half a year ago. Bai Yuxing blinked her innocent eyes. Half a year ago. But can you please stop talking for a moment? Gu Feng exerted her authority as the leader of the small group, slapping down on the barbarian's head, forcing her to lower her gaze. Sitting beside Mukong, Yi revealed a playful smile, but as far as I know, lack of desires is supposed to be incurable and irreversible. So it's a miracle has occurred. Gu Feng looked to the only supportive peer among the table. Little Kong, don't you think so? Mukong raised her hand beside her face, smiling. Actually, if you just ask the other people in the guild, you'll find out that the illustrious Gu Feng Windwalker has already been famous in the circle for several years. Although elves must help each other in public, deceiving Sean like this was simply too much. This foolish simpleton has to mail at least half of his salary to you, an old swindler, every month. If he saves that money, we can just make up some excuses and want the money end up in the right hands. You take the money just to buy wine, but I need it to buy philosopher's stones to save lives. So elves must help each other in public, so please help me out. Author of Barbarians are not idiots. Yi. The wasteland cannot cultivate grains, and the reliance on hunting leads to high rates of blood urea nitrogen. Animal dung used as fuel releases sulfides, causing chronic poisoning among the residents, Those who are good strategists are labeled cowards with survival rates in combat lower than those of brutes. The rate of consanguineous marriages is as high as 40%. So, Grandma, you've been deceiving Mom and me all along, haven't you? Shion finally grasped the truth amid the chaotic, overlapping revelations from the others. He sat down beside Mukong, who reluctantly shifted aside, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed at his beloved. How can you call it deception? It's a benevolent lie, Gu Feng admitted, realizing the ruse could no longer hold. I feared you'd never save enough money, so I told you I was gravely ill. In truth, every cent you sent each month remains untouched, carefully set aside to return to you on the day you marry. Is that so? Where is the money? Mukong, now thoroughly emboldened by her own role as truth-teller, after all, if such a sum truly existed, handing it to Shion would be no different than placing it directly in her own hands as a short-term loan. With the Philosopher's Stone, she could rapidly amplify her strength. Once this year's quota of 6 stones was submitted, she'd be eligible for next year's allotment within mere months. With greatly enhanced power, earning back such an amount, and even adding a 10% interest for her young friend to help him one day wed, would be effortless. Of course, this remained pure fantasy. Without unforeseen intervention, elder sister would inevitably fail to save such a sum. Sure enough, Gu Feng shook her head and turned to the young woman. Haven't you forgotten? I already gave you the money to celebrate your engagement. Doesn't it amount to the same thing whether you give it to him or to her? She playfully tapped the girl's toes with her foot. You'll keep this little secret from me, won't you? Mukong could only sigh in resignation. Ah yes, absolutely right. I've already spent it all. She offered the lie without hesitation. After all, the money was irretrievable regardless, but privately wondered would Shion truly believe it. Shion hadn't focused on the money at all. After standing frozen for a long moment, he rubbed his eyes fiercely and choked out, voice trembling. That's wonderful. I'm so relieved you're unharmed, Grandma. Gu Feng blinked in stunned silence, gazing incredulously at her grandson, a boy she'd scarcely seen across her entire lifetime, before bursting into delighted applause. Whoop. Gotcha. Little Kong, you just confessed. So it is true. You two are engaged. TCH. Mukong recoiled as if struck by a deafening protest. Her ears flared wide, then drooped in defeat. That wily old fox. One careless misstep, and straight into her trap. Careful, you'll die alone, unburied and unmourned. Bai Sei Ying's eyes widened in awe as she leaned back, shaking her head in admiration. Truly, the Empire is astonishingly open-minded. Even such a forbidden love is legally sanctioned. In our tribe, you'd have been exiled to the great desert to perish without mercy. Wait. Hold your tongues. Hai thrust his arm across the table, then beckoned the waiter with his other hand. Bring strong liquor, immediately, and a plate of sunflower seeds. He withdrew his hand and declared, There, we're ready. Carry on. Carry on. There's nothing more for me to say. Mukong hardened her expression, resolved to reveal nothing further. Let them guess all they like. Without my confirmation, every speculation remains baseless. Gu Feng paid no heed and turned directly to Shion. My dear grandson, tell Grandma how you discovered Shao Kong's true identity. This sprite dressed more manly than most men. Her innocent grandson could never possibly have sensed the truth. As for everything else, she chose not to ask. Their impending engagement spoke volumes about their bond, and old man Hai had already hinted that Shao Kong had recently been quite active, meaning surely they'd explored every intimacy imaginable. Just as Shion opened his mouth to reply, a sudden chill ran down his spine. At the last instant, he caught sight of the young woman beside him, her face icy and unreadable, and instantly reined himself in, offering only a rueful shake of his head. He couldn't tell, not without facing a scolding upon returning home, followed by endless explanations before forgiveness might be granted. And what truly was there to boast about? It had happened on the battlefield, amid the howling cries of beast men, and only moments before entering the fray did he finally recognize the sprite's identity. Very well, no need to speak of it, Gu Feng replied, unfazed, lowering her voice to a conspiratorial murmur and lifting one eyebrow slyly. Tell me, dear grandson, how spicy was it? Shion's face flushed crimson. How could Grandma ask such a thing? Wasn't this the very definition of Mukong's own ear tips burned scarlet. Knowing elder sister wouldn't relent, she realized that even silent resistance would crumble under scrutiny. Mere expressions would betray them both. She swiftly redirected the conversation. Enough? Why are you so obsessed with our affairs? Let's discuss something concrete instead. How did you uncover my identity? You've forgotten you asked me for money when you first arrived in Jinsha Bay. Gu Feng smiled warmly. Back then your disguise was still clumsy. I saw through it at once. Indeed, that memory had faded. Only a hazy fragment remained in Mukong's host body recollection, approaching Gu Feng for a loan at the guild upon her arrival in Jinsha Bay. All specifics had long since vanished. Over my lifetime, I've known no fewer than 800 women, if not 1,000. Your nature, utterly transparent at first glance. Impressive, old lecher. Next time take Shion out to broaden his horizons. Mukong raised a thumb in sincere admiration. Among men, sheer quantity was a decisive metric, and Hai Yi had indisputably claimed the crown. The group dismissed the latter half of his remark as playful banter. She then turned to the barbarian still lounging lazily against his chairback. Xiaobai, what about you? Me? Wasn't it obvious from the very first glance? Bai Ying's declaration earned universal respect. This was wisdom disguised as simplicity. Who would have guessed their small circle concealed a sage? Bai Ying, puzzled by the other's struggle to discern the truth, pointed confidently at the young woman's attire. That leather armor studded with trinkets, those Lightfoot strides, the ever-watchful gaze fixed on wallets, and above all that signature dagger. Even a fool could tell you're a thief. An awkward silence settled over the table. Their admiration deepened. From the far end of the guild hall, a drunken patron's clamor for more wine shattered the quiet. Brilliant. Xiaobai, you're truly brilliant. Mu Kong was the first to offer heartfelt praise. Gu Feng snapped her fingers and signaled the waiter, a bowl of nuts. Extra walnuts, please. Xiaobai, this is my treat. Eat up. No one will snatch them from you. Why do I sense a double meaning here? This doesn't sound like genuine praise. Bai Ying's seasoned instincts made her acutely sensitive to veiled mockery. Hai Yi roared with laughter and drained a large gulp of fiery liquor. Nonsense. Truthfully, we envy you. Your life must be endlessly exhilarating, unburdened by needless complications. Precisely. Bai Ying raised a finger like a lecturer, declaring loudly, the happiest life requires mastering only 3 things: what to eat, where to sleep, whom to fight. Everything else is superfluous. Bravo. Led by Mu Kong, the group erupted into enthusiastic applause, lavishing Xiaobai with full, unreserved dignity. Qian hesitated, then slowly joined the clapping. He thought, these friends of the sprite were truly extraordinary. You lied. How? To die? Well, you can. At most. There. As a mother. A role model. And you? A mistress. A role model. Inside the room, Mu Kong and Qian tightly closed the door, listening to the increasingly loud argument outside, exchanging glances. Have they always been like this? Mu Kong curled her ears in discomfort. Sometimes having overly keen hearing wasn't a good thing. Qian shook his head. No, not really. Although we haven't met many times, Mom used to take great care of Grandma. That's right, Mu Kong suddenly realized. Your grandma was seriously ill before Aunt Bai must have cherished her too much to argue. Moreover, when she was sick, she couldn't speak clearly. Who could she argue with? Though it was all an act. Qian was the first to say so, and Mu Kong quickly echoed, both sharing a smile afterwards. What Qian thought was, it's great if it was all an act, Grandma is fine. However, Mu Kong thought, that's impressive. To pretend to be sick for pocket money for so many years is truly a role model for our generation. Jiang truly is a season 1. But speaking of which, if your brother hadn't come to the mercenary guild to find me today, wouldn't this have never happened? She quickly retorted, why did you come out today? Didn't you say you were going to stay home and study? I finished studying. I passed the exam with flying colors, and Mom couldn't find a reason to keep me home. Qian replied, eagerly awaiting praise, so I came out to find you right away. What nonsense. All he received was a reprimand. You finished studying the noble preferences, but do you have nothing else to do? Have you learned your family crest? Do you know the ceremony's etiquette? Even if you know everything, studying magic would be good, or at least tidy up your room. Look at this mess you. Mu Kong looked around the clean and tidy room, and finally pointed to the obvious shoe prints on the floor. Look at you, it's so dirty. Qian drooped his head, comparing the shoe prints to the leather boots worn by the girl. If nothing unexpected had happened, the outlines should match perfectly. They always changed shoes when entering the room. However, this time was special. The little elf hadn't had the chance to change, and when Mom and Grandma started arguing, they had to sneak back inside to hide. Mu Kong also noticed this, but she was thick-skinned and didn't care. After all, her brother being the punching bag wouldn't argue back. She simply took off her boots, happily lay down on the bed, and casually grabbed a magic book from the bedside to flip through it. Soon she yawned, resisting sleepiness, got up to take off the troublesome leather armor, and casually asked, when will those two finish arguing? Qian watched the little elf start to peel off the bandage, slowly raised his head and shook it. I don't know, I'm hungry. Time passed quickly, and it was already evening. If you're hungry, go find your mom to nurse. Mu Kong rummaged through her portable bag hanging from the leather armor, and tossed a compressed biscuit over. Take this first. Looking at the situation, after they finish arguing, there will be a cold war, and they'll hate each other. I definitely don't plan to go out today to catch bad luck. What about me? Qian watched as the little elf took off her outer clothing and made an obviously outlined silhouette, stuffing her socks into the boot shafts, hanging her pants on a chair, and only leaving a pair of shorts covering himself with his own blanket, feeling a bit itchy inside. However, he also knew that today it definitely wouldn't work. The two furious elders outside might suddenly open the door anytime. Mu Kong rolled the blanket around her and picked up the magic book again. You go sleep in the guest room, don't disturb me. As long as you fall asleep quickly, hunger won't affect me. Saying this, she flipped through 2 pages to improve her sleep quality. This book is really nice, just at the right level between being understandable and incomprehensible. I want fear insomnia in the future thinking this. She patted the book cover. They'll take this book. This is the Magic Essence Construction System research by Master Freight. I. Xian clenched his fists, mustered his courage to resist. It's hard to get him currently reading it. Though it's hard to get, it's not impossible. The main reason for not wanting to give it to the little elf is, if she suddenly takes this book out to flip through a few pages and yawns to sleep while he's busy, that would be too heartbreaking. Mukong didn't care. Oh fine. Just give it to me when you're done reading it. Saying this, she set the book aside. Please dim the light a bit, thank you. She wasn't a stingy person. Dimming the magic crystal lamp, she said, feel free to do whatever you want, just don't After Xian complied, he changed into his nightgown, propped his legs up at the edge of the bed, quietly flipped through the book, diligently taking notes, occasionally glancing at the sleeping girl, helping her pull the blanket over her. Feeling tired from studying, he leaned his head against the bed's edge, counting the fluff on the little elf's ears. 1, 2, 3, 4. 122, 123. When all of his brain's attention is focused on doing something that isn't complicated and is repetitive, it can be considered meditation, the fastest way to relax the mind. When his eyes began to feel sore, Xian rubbed his eyes, leaned back against the chair, picked up the book and pen, and continued studying. Is this what it feels like to be home? It's truly wonderful. If only it could last a lifetime. However, according to the previous agreement, the acting can only last a maximum of 5 years, and before the wedding eve I have to roll up my things and leave. It doesn't matter, wherever you go I'll go, I'm sticking to you. Xian smiled as he pinched the tip of the elf's ear, then got lightly slapped by the suddenly flicking ear. It didn't hurt, it was very soft and crisp. He poked again and got slapped again, just like cat ears. However, he didn't dare to play anymore. If he woke the little elf up, he would inevitably face another round of complaints. But after this moment of relaxation, Xian finally noticed that the argument outside had stopped at some unknown time, and now it was eerily quiet. Should I go take a look? Saying it, he did it. Xian slowly opened the door, a small crack peeking outside, then gradually opened it completely. The light was on, but only Grandma was sitting alone on the sofa. Seeing her grandson come out, Gu Feng patted the cushion beside her. Are you done? What done? Xian's face immediately flushed red. Although he realized Grandma was probably joking, he still explained. Mukong fell asleep. Gu Feng hummed, ruffled her grandson's hair sitting beside her, and sighed. You were so tiny when you were born, ha. Your first poop was on me, did you know? Now you're all grown up and about to get married. Time really flies. Gu Feng hummed, ruffled her grandson's hair sitting beside her, and sighed. You were so tiny when you were born, ha. Your first poop was on me, did you know? Now you're all grown. If it was just to swindle money, she could have chosen to live in any other city without him ever exposing her. Do you want the truth or a lie? Of course the truth. Gu Feng sighed. Your mother is proud of her disgraceful identity, and you, despite having the blood of a small noble, don't count as one in their family. There isn't anyone in the whole city that can speak for you. If something happens one day, who can you rely on? If I'm here, at least I can provide some backup. Xian was very touched, Grandma. Gu Feng rubbed her grandson's hair and continued, but I have to prepare a safe house, establish connections, maintain weapons, train myself, etc. Each of these requires money, so you can still keep your salary. Wait, don't go, I haven't finished. The estate of the Yuelon family was adorned with colorful lanterns displaying the early preparations for a grand banquet. Many relatives who came from afar had also settled into the guest rooms. The ceremony had already begun. It was not just a single-day affair, but rather extended over several days from the arrival of guests until their gradual departure. The ceremony for the two newlyweds constituted only a small part of this. Most of the time was spent reminiscing and taking advantage of the rare opportunity to discuss various matters. Of course, those who arrived early were all minor figures, primarily eager to curry favor with the host family. Everyone knew that due to the war, the Yuelon Viscount had risen to prominence. Once the ceremony concluded and the alliance with the two major elven settlements officially commenced, his power would further expand with the onset of the winter offensive. If one did not take this opportunity to ingratiate themselves, they would miss out. After all, even if one did not want to flatter, one ought to show some attitude. Otherwise, if everyone came, and you did not, did you wish to be remembered for that? The Yuelon Viscount was also planning to use this occasion to develop his own power, elevate his family's status, and seek higher positions, while also arranging a promising future for his two sons, allowing the family to branch out and firmly root itself among the powers of Golden Sands Bay. His eldest son Shila and his second son Payan had just exited the room of a border count, whispering in a corner of the corridor. Payan, what count? He seems to hold a high position, yet he's nothing but a dog begging for our family's assistance. Just by seeing a count, their father had only sent his two sons to receive him, highlighting many issues. The region adjacent to the Frost Residual is a wasteland, barren and sparsely populated. A count ruling such a vast area may have less wealth than a mere noble from a prosperous place. Shila initially explained the disparity between the two families to his younger brother, then solemnly warned, but that does not justify belittling others. It's merely that our ancestors had some connection with them. Payan scoffed, still unconvinced. Sheila stared intently at his brother, and finally took a deep breath, firmly pressing down on his shoulders. What has gotten into you lately? You were not this restless before. Not at all. Shoo. Payan put a finger to his lips, glancing at two country gentlemen who had not noticed them discussing as they walked by. The two seemed to be friends, one earnestly persuading the other. Are you going back to play cards? Aren't you going to meet the elven fiancé of the little protagonist? A few noble ladies are still waiting for me, and besides, what is there to see about the fiancé of a mere illegitimate child? Are you sure? That elven wife's surname is Daywalker, you know. Daywalker? How do you know that? From a maid, but don't worry about the specifics. Are you not curious? What kind of background does that guy named Sheehan really have? Is he truly an illegitimate child? No way, I need to. Still going back? Are you really not going to see her? I need to go back and get ready, you fool. The two country gentlemen gradually walked away, and Sheila noticed his brother's stiff face. He understood. You are jealous, aren't you? Payan looked at the colorful streamers hanging in the corridor. My little brother is merely an illegitimate child, not even a legitimate son, yet the scale of this engagement ceremony is even more grand than mine back in the day. It's almost comparable to the wedding you held, big brother. Mukong is just a baseborn girl. Zyla's voice remained steady as he gazed at his brother, who was 2 heads shorter than him, and firmly pressed his shoulders again. The scale does not determine anything. You know that our father's power has been growing immensely these past 2 years. You understand why these people traveled from afar. It's merely an excuse for the ceremony. Our father has the same goal. Additionally, the family of the bride is indeed impressive, which is why they are making such grand arrangements. The Daywalker clan, known as the Heart of Green Leaves, is equivalent to a top-ranking duke in the Empire. Even as a baseborn girl being placed into a mere viscount family, it is only proper and reasonable to receive her with the utmost respect, even if this girl is considered a discarded child in her own clan. Payan scoffed. He took a deep breath. And big brother, do you really not know who leaked this information to these little nobles? That woman excels at using such tactics. We were fooled by her when we were young. That woman, even boiling her, doesn't require seasoning. Relax, she is merely trying to gain some support from the lower echelons for her child. It won't affect your future inheritance of the family business at all. Zyla's grip on his brother's hand never loosened. After revealing his brother's hidden anxieties, a long silence ensued between the two brothers. After a few moments, Payan forced an awkward smile. Big brother, what are you talking about? I have no such intentions. I have told you before, and I still stand by it. I do not intend to inherit our father's title, but rather seek the limits of martial arts. I believe little brother feels the same way, or at least up until now he has shown no desire for power. Sheila slowly released his grip on his brother's hand and earnestly looked into his eyes. I hope you prioritize the maintenance of this family above all else and avoid infighting. One day our father will die, and so will I. You, your children, and your grandchildren will also eventually perish, but the Yuelon family of Golden Sands Bay can endure. Payan suddenly laughed. Brother, I never expected you to say something like that. I always thought you were a man of muscle over brains. Sheila laughed along, patting his brother's back. Come, let's go meet your sister-in-law. Why should I meet her? Payan strongly resisted. That little elven girl is too exquisite. The more he sees her, the more he fears he might develop other feelings. I'm going to fetch your sister-in-law. She is helping the younger sisters with their makeup. Sheila laughed sincerely. These past few days his wife had been actively trying to bond with that little elven girl. Initially he had encouraged her to go, but later it was evident that the girl wanted to go on her own. It seemed Mukong was indeed very likable. Far less bothersome than during their first meeting. Perhaps allowing the second brother to interact with her more might slightly alter his little brother's impression of her. Makeup. I can't see any place on that little elven girl that needs makeup. Payan still resisted. And big brother, weren't you the one who hated the elven race the most? Why does it seem like hate is hate, but family is family? Sheila said, solemnly, pondering for a moment before providing another reason. Little brother's talent is outstanding, and he is likely to become a legend in the future. His wife is an elf, and both of them could live for several hundred years. And you have no particular talent, so your branch may need to rely on the two of them for several future generations. It's wise to build a good relationship now, or you won't regret it. Chronicle of the Stink Weasel Castle Banquet, Autumn 1437 of the Golden Flower. The hall was constructed with thick stone walls and an arched ceiling with family crests or religious motifs carved on the beams and columns. Faded battle banners and beast heads suspended. A long table covered in velvet extended to the end of the hall, with the main table situated on a stone dais for the lord and distinguished guests, while lower nobles and knights flanked the long tables, with servants merely standing at the edges. This little elf, which has only recently reached adulthood by human standards, truly does not require makeup. Mrs. Weinberg, Sheila's wife, put down the tools after several attempts with the brush and powder pad, helpless. With delicate features and fair skin, adding any makeup to her face felt like putting meaningless seasonings into a perfect pot of soup. A case of gilding the lily. If she merely applied some lipstick, it would appear as though she was deliberately pushing herself into a more mature style, which would be awkward and would detract from her unique beauty. It is often said that girls with boyish looks are appealing, and Vinebird truly witnessed this. That little face, not much larger than a palm, exuded both softness and vigor, and the only thing to be cautious about was ensuring the guests knew she was an elfin sister. Wait, I understand now. As the elder sister suddenly jumped up after just putting down the makeup tools, Mukong's heart, which had just settled, rose again. What trick is she planning to play now? When it comes to acting, everything related to the ceremony must be adhered to. She would cooperate as much as possible. After all, performing means just treating oneself as a vessel for art. However, the torment on the body and mind was quite real. After putting on the black dress chosen by Aunt Bai, she found herself the center of attention from everyone. Men, women, young and old alike, which was already quite uncomfortable. Especially the gaze of Xian, which was utterly unmasked, making it easy to see what he was thinking. I want to die. She must have already died many times in his imagination, each time in bizarre and varied ways. Boring, she could try it out when she felt like it. Here Mukong sat upright in the chair, legs together in a ladle-like manner, still imagining how death could be more comfortable, while Vinebird excitedly ran back, holding a black bag. Opening the bag, it was filled with wigs. Here, let's try this one first. Without waiting for the girl to react, Vinebird randomly grabbed a curly wig and tossed it onto her head. Mukong only felt a tightening and chill on her head as the wig was carelessly tossed aside. The elder sister with sparkling eyes mumbled to herself, no, you don't suit something so mature. We need to pick something with a pure first love vibe. Long flowing hair. Let me see. Choose a long bangs to cover my face. Mukong suggested from the side, then stretched her small arms. She was somewhat breathless. This was her first time wearing a bra, and it was one with special effects desperately pushing everything towards the center and upwards. There was even padding underneath. The sensation was quite strange. The flesh on both sides was being forcefully pushed together tight and constricting, and it was less comfortable than when she was wrapped in gauze. Moreover, the way the elder sister and Aunt Bai put this bra on her felt quite odd, as if those two were deliberately taking advantage. But she couldn't catch them in the act, and that swollen feeling only just faded away. Oh, you just know how to joke. Vinebird lightly tapped the girl in mock irritation. This little elf was incredibly cute, and her speech was quite amusing. She always considered herself a boy with thoughts that were exceptionally innocent. Just getting a bit closer would make her blush, and Mukong really wanted to hold her tightly and tease her for an entire day and night. Mukong lowered her head in embarrassment. I'm not joking. How can I face anyone when dressed like this? Who would have thought that wearing a formal dress requires padding as well? There's a thick layer of fabric outside, and it feels like there's nothing inside. From above, all one could see were her toes. It was too exaggerated. Everyone is like this, but it's fine. If you don't believe me, go look at those noble women coming to the banquet. Even I do it. Here, feel for yourself. As Vinebird spoke, she leaned forward, and Mukong, as if splashed with boiling water, hurriedly shrank back, which made Vinebird laugh heartily. After a while, she covered her mouth and said, it's fine. This is just how noble banquets are. Everyone hides behind a facade, and no one cares what you originally looked like. Yes, indeed. Mukong nodded gently. This is why she wouldn't oppose wearing a wig. Having makeup on would be even better. It would be best if her true appearance were completely unrecognizable, so that after the ceremony no one would be able to identify anyone and could continue living their previous lives. Xian also came over with an old man dressed in a white priest's robe, first greeting Vinebird's sister-in-law. As you instructed, I brought Master here. He was particularly respectful towards the elder sister, which was not due to the rank difference between an illegitimate child and the main family, but because the elder sister now harbored intense hostility towards him. A slight misstep could lead to criticism. This all began shortly after the elder sister met Mukong. Fortunately, after months of honing his skills, he had become adept at avoiding scolding. Although Mukong had never seen the old man, she could guess that he was the priest hired by the manor specifically serving the Viscount's family. The pay was decent, and the workload was particularly light. It was one of the best jobs available for newly graduated priests from the seminary. But she had no idea what he was here for. As Vinebird nodded, her shoulders and neck remained still, only her head moved modestly, exuding a sense of grace. She had her own demeanor when dealing with servants. Then she pointed at the girl's neck. Secondary restoration, spell restore her voice. Huh, me. Mukong pointed at herself, her voice cracking for the first time, showing panic. She wasn't mentally prepared yet. Xian's eyes brightened, and forgetting his fear of the elder sister's authority, he moved a little closer. He had just been sent to find the master without knowing the reason, only to discover it was for this. Great. She could finally hear the little elf's true voice. Mukong hesitated for just a few seconds before convincing herself why not. After all, damaging vocal cords is quite easy. She could perform well at the banquet with a different voice, and then switch back afterward. Even if she encountered someone who attended the banquet on the street later on who would recognize her as the elf with her wig removed and a hoarse voice. Yes, let's do it. However, she was still nervous. She didn't even know what her original voice sounded like. there was no memory of it, so she just tilted her chin towards Xian. Hey, what if I end up sounding more rugged after this treatment? After saying that, she deliberately lowered her voice, clapped her hands, and spread them apart, striking a pose reminiscent of a martial arts master. Oh, here, I am Yenren Mukong. Ha ha ha, don't be ridiculous. Vinebird couldn't help but laugh, feeling that this little elf was incredibly cute, her personality refreshingly candid and cheerful. It was a pity to waste her on Xian's pile of cow dung. She even contemplated keeping the elf as a daughter-in-law for her Yedobebern's son. In response to the girl's question, Xian chose what he believed to be an appropriate answer. Then I'll find a more skilled priest to— Wrong. Mukong felt instantly bored and corrected him. It's definitely to make me quickly damage my vocal cords. The old priest, influenced by the girl, couldn't help but smile. After solemnly chanting the spell, he pinched a colorful light with 3 fingers and pressed it into the center of the girl's neck. A refreshing sensation emerged from her throat, making Mukong shudder. Xian, filled with anticipation, asked, how does it feel? Say something. What to say? Cough, cough. Oh no, I. Cough, cough, cough. This is bad, I can't cough and talk. Mukong coughed repeatedly until tears came out. Her throat felt unbearably scratchy, and speaking made her uncontrollably cough. However, her voice— Hey, and the white meteor came to deliver a congratulatory gift, but they were stopped at the gate and not allowed in, so only Gu Feng went in to inform. Having accompanied Xian to meet guests for the entire morning, the dry-mouthed and silly-looking Mukong suddenly leaped up from his chair, rolled up his sleeves, and rushed outside, causing the guests who were about to enter to glance sideways, puzzled about what was happening. Sorry, my fiancé and I have an urgent matter to attend to. Let's chat at the banquet later, shall we? Xian hurriedly greeted the guests and chased after her. He spoke the word fiancé with great pride. Regardless of how the little elf acted, he believed it for now. Just believe it first. The banquet was to be held that evening, and there were many guests in the manor. Seeing the newlyweds running back and forth, they thought the couple must have had some sort of argument, whispering to each other, while also envying how a mere illegitimate child could marry such a lively and beautiful wife. The flowing long hair, the adorable little face, the straight long legs barely visible beneath the black dress, and the soft long ears swaying gracefully in the wind, while running, all displayed her vibrant nature without any pretense. Most guests' gazes followed the girl, largely ignoring the banquet's main character chasing behind. He felt the same way. He watched a bright girl joyfully running towards the door, his old heart once again fluttering. Weighing the gift in his hand, he smacked his lips. Actually, elves are the most exquisite. Why not give the congratulatory gift meant for Shao Kong to this lady whose family he didn't even know? He believed she would agree to let him exchange a gift that should have belonged to her for a fleeting love found late in life. After all, the gift wasn't expensive, it was the sentiment that mattered. As the lively elf girl was about to run out the door, He prepared to make his move, planning to feign a limp to be bumped into by her, thus starting a beautiful sunset romance, when he suddenly heard the foolish oaf, who had been sniffing since he spotted the elf, exclaiming loudly, Shao Kong. Mukong! He exclaimed in surprise as well. This flowing hair framing the girl's face made it appear even smaller, and the long ears extending from the slightly mischievous tousled hair lost their previous softness. She was no longer wearing an unsightly leather armor. The black dress perfectly highlighted her slender form, even her legs, which peeked out from the hem, while running, were clad in tight pants rather than the previously dirty canvas material. Who could recognize her now? And what about those 2 big packages in front of you? That's just too exaggerated. If it's all stuffed fabric, fake. Gu Feng crossed her arms, pouting, her eyes filled with jealousy. Of course, as an elder among elders, she had secretly measured the little elf while she was taking off the gauze these past few days, and knew that at least half of it was genuine material. But of course she couldn't say that out loud, otherwise what would this elf be? We elves take flat chests as beautiful, you know. With your body type, you'd definitely be considered a deformity in the forest, a deformity. Gu Feng sulked with jealousy while tightly hugging her arms, hoping to make her barren land appear a bit larger. Oh my, you finally made it. What are you doing here? Come on, let's go inside. Even from a distance, Mukong couldn't wait to welcome them. I don't know anyone inside, it's so boring I could die. The melodious and sweet voice floated over melting Hei's heart. Xian, you little rascal, you quietly hooked up with the prettiest girl from our mercenary group. You really should be cursed. He quickly composed himself and presented the gift. Congratulations to Shao Kong, and also to Xian, wishing you 1,000 years of harmony. As a seasoned magician, he could guess that the little elf's voice had intentionally broken the disguise, but he hadn't expected the original condition to be so outstanding. Wishing you early blessings with children. The white meteor also followed, holding a gift box, and after speaking, she looked at the little elf with wide eyes full of astonishment. I never expected that, judging by your personality. I thought you would be the proactive one. Turns out you were the one with discerning eyes. Is the hair a wig? And what's with the voice? Is it a magical effect? Ugh, magic. She couldn't help but shiver. How terrifying to think that the noble class of the human empire would openly reveal such a forbidden romance, even holding a grand ceremony for all friends and family to witness their disgrace. No, perhaps they wouldn't think of it as disgrace. The white meteor shook her head slightly, becoming more resolute, and said seriously, "It's okay, no matter how you change, I'll still consider you a friend. I will never look at you with colored glasses." Mukong. It is true that she is the one with discerning eyes, but not in the way you think. I am very proactive. She took the gift, thanked them, and tossed the 2 boxes to the recently arrived Xian, continuing to invite, "Come on, let's go inside and enjoy some food and drink." She didn't care about the 2's well-wishing phrases. After all, it was just acting, it didn't matter. She had heard too many such blessings in the past few days, with even the younger generation reciting various blessings for over a minute without repeating. What could it matter? Once these couple of days passed, life would return to normal. "We want going, right?" He glanced at the old gatekeeper waiting not far away to intercept. "There's no invitation." "Isn't it easy to get an invitation?" Mukong turned back to glance at Xian, who was flusteredly catching the 2 gift boxes, shaking her head. This useless pastry has no right to write invitations, nor does she have any advantage. Now going to find that seemingly very fond of her Baron Yuelon. It doesn't seem like a good idea. There are a bunch of nobles around him from various places. The girl clapped her hands. "You wait for me a few minutes, I'll go steal one for you too. We are thieves artisans." The old gatekeeper had no choice but to stop her. "Young lady, how can you steal? Plus the name you steal won't match up." "Nonsense, they won't give me one, so what can I do but steal it?" Mukong rolled up her sleeves. "Don't worry, just watch, they definitely won't find out." "That's not what I meant." The old man was anxious. Originally thinking that the little elf Xian brought back every day was a child, he never expected her to turn out to be a girl, and now she had become a young lady. This should be a happy thing, but why? She seems to have such a bandit air about her. Would Xian be led astray? "No, I still need to report this to the master." "You really don't need to make it hard for the old man." He waved his hands repeatedly, smiling as he said, "It wouldn't make much sense for us to go in, and it might lead to trouble. You'd better go back. The banquet is about to start, right? You two as the main characters being absent wouldn't be good. Xian, see you next time." His main purpose was to do Xian a favor, as this was an important connection, so he shouldn't be annoying. Just conveying goodwill was enough. Bringing the white meteor along was merely to make himself appear less mercenary, and besides, he couldn't let himself pay for the gift. In the past, engagement merely entailed hosting a banquet followed by a brief announcement of the couple's betrothal, allowing them to meet each other, and then everyone would drink to their heart's content and leave satisfied. However, over a century ago, with the public support of the royal family, the Sunlight Church emerged, transforming this once trivial affair into a complicated ceremony. This was especially true among the nobility. According to the imperial laws, such rituals must be presided over by a priest from the Sunlight Church. First, a written marriage contract must be signed. This contract, drafted by both families, clearly stipulates the amount of dowry and bride price, as well as obligations and penalties for violations. After signing, the priest would read it aloud, guests would applaud, and finally the contract would be sealed and stored in the church. However, today was different. Due to the political nature of the marriage, the so-called dowry and bride price became the obligations of both parties' powers as outlined in the contract. The empire would provide resources and supplies, while the Green Leaf Heart would organize personnel to harass and attack the orc tribes surrounding the forest, creating the appearance of a major offensive to draw the main orc forces. There was no need for the priest to read anything aloud. In fact, the signing was done by the envoy from Green Leaf Heart, Lord Frostsong, along with a middle-aged fat man who looked vaguely familiar, but whom she definitely did not know. She and Xian only needed to stand quietly at opposite ends of the square, waiting for the ceremony to proceed to the next step. After Frostsong signed, she whispered something to the fat man, and then both parties shook hands amicably before stepping back. The fat man's work was done, and he exited through the back door, no longer participating in the banquet. Frostsong walked steadily to stand beside Mukong, extending her arm. Mukong had already received training and gently placed her arm on his, allowing him to guide her forward. This step was necessary as her vision was obscured by a veil, and the dramatic mound of her dress hindered her downward gaze. When her steps halted, her left hand was guided to rest upon a scripture, while her right hand was taken by Xian, and then she heard the rich voice of the priest from the Sunlight Church at Golden Sands Bay resonate in her ears. "In the name of the sunlight, by the authority and customs of the church, we gather here to forge a lawful marriage contract. Xian Yuelon, do you wish to accept this woman as your fiancée and protect her according to the rites of the church?" "I do, and I swear by faith and honor to accept Mukong as my lawful fiancée." Zion's voice was urgent, the breath he exhaled stirring the young woman's veil. Then the priest asked the same question. "Mukong Zhuxing, do you wish to accept this man as your fiancé and obey his commands according to the church's precepts?" Zhuxing. Despite Bai Jia having done her utmost to promote her daughter-in-law's surname, most guests still did not know the woman's surname. Many were even unaware that she was an elf. Therefore, when the priest uttered the words Zhuxing, a hushed commotion erupted in the square. Mukong pouted and amidst the uproar recited her oath as instructed. "I do, and I swear in the name of the Lord of Sunlight." Obedience. Who is to obey whom remains uncertain. Well, it's all fake anyway, just an act. Let's finish this quickly and return to normal life. The officiating priest surveyed the entire assembly with an authoritative gaze, suppressing the commotion before retrieving a gold ring from a box filled with salt, handing it to Xian. O Lord of Sunlight, bless this ring, making it a mark of fidelity, protecting the body from decay. Xian eagerly accepted the ring, and after a moment to compose his excited emotions, he gently lifted the girl's right hand, stabilizing his trembling hand due to excitement, before sliding the ring onto her ring finger. The priest's voice also resonated appropriately, become as a pillar of salt. Your eyes shall not look back upon your family, O follow your husband, your steps shall tread only towards your husband's hearth. Mukong gently shook her head, feeling an unexpected heaviness in her breath. It was as if a solid sense of responsibility had suddenly settled upon her, making it hard to breathe. At this moment Zion's hand never let go, and both their palms were slick with sweat. The priest draped a white cloth with golden edges over their tightly clasped hands, then signaled to Xian, you may kiss her now. A kiss. Mukong's body tensed at once, but quickly relaxed again. This kiss required only a touch of lips without crossing boundaries. It was merely a formality, and thus did not rank among the top 3 most challenging aspects of the entire ceremony. She even felt that it couldn't be considered a first kiss, just a brief touch. Her first kiss was meant for someone more beautiful than herself, like her cheap sister Jiang, who was quite lovely. The 2 right hands tightly clasped beneath the white cloth, Xian lifted the veil, with his left hand revealing the elf's delicate face to all the guests present, each one gasping deeply upon seeing her. And as their lips touched, a burst of fervent cheers erupted. They too were witnesses to this ceremony. Click. This scene was captured and preserved in a special magic crystal by a master from the Painters Association, awaiting to be taken back for replication into a magical photograph, serving as visual evidence of the engagement. Then gentle melodies from the harp and lute filled the surroundings as servants began to bring in the dishes, and the banquet officially commenced. Amidst the surrounding jubilations, the priest retracted the white cloth, gazing at the couple, still holding hands, smiling at Mukong, as he said, you are the most beautiful bride I have seen this year. We aren't officially married yet. Mukong could only frown in emphasis. Engagement is just an engagement, there's no need to take it too seriously. Our wedding must definitely follow the traditional Chinese way, with a bride dressed in a white wedding gown, like a... I believe that this is only a matter of time, the priest said, discreetly glancing at the couple's still clasped hands before offering a final blessing. I hope to witness your loyal love when that day comes. Then you have quite a wait ahead of you. Mukong rolled her eyes as she watched the priest walk away, then turned her gaze toward Xian. And you, what's up with this outfit? A man shouldn't wear a white suit. How effeminate. During the previous rehearsal, Xian had never worn formal attire, leaving her completely unprepared. After lifting the veil, she almost couldn't stifle her laughter, her lips curved even during the kiss. You're in a white suit while I'm in black, making it look like I've married you. I didn't want it either. After the ceremony, Zion's excitement had not subsided, as if an immense force had suddenly emerged within him, eager to vent all frustrations onto the enemies of the girl before him. Yet he spoke steadily, answering all her questions seriously. According to my mother, Yuelon represents the moon, and the moon is white, so the suit must be white. Bai Jia approached, interrupting their conversation. Oh, you 2 lovebirds are really sweet, still holding hands. Come with me, there are many guests who wish to speak with you. The most challenging part was coming. Mukong steeled herself, then forcefully hurled Zion's hand away, wiped the sweat from her palms on her dress, as if preparing for battle, and followed by Jia towards the long table. Chronicles of the Feast at Stinking Weasel Castle, Autumn 1437. First course, marinated wild boar ribs with wormwood sauce. Second course, swan neck stuffed with truffle crumbs. Final course, gold-plated roasted peacock. The gentle melody of the lute wafted in from outside, suddenly interrupted by the herald's announcement of a new dish. Despite the walls between them, the laughter of the noble lords echoed like thunder, while the minstrel sang improvised verses to entertain the guests for silver, and the sound of servants' leather shoes clicking on the stone floor was incessant. The main characters of this banquet, the 2 newlyweds, were hiding in a storeroom unnoticed by the true dignitaries. Isn't it about time? Should we go back and continue? Sean asked his legally betrothed fiancée. Regardless of the prior agreement, he secretly resolved that this charade was genuine on his side. Everything said during the ceremony was heartfelt, and therefore they should receive the Chich's blessing. At least half of it. Mukong lay sprawled on a makeshift couch made of several bags of potatoes, clutching her ears and shaking her head. No, I can't take it anymore. You being an elf don't know how noisy this banquet is. It's simply a pollution of sound. Those chaotic noises are just unbearable. Now I finally understand why Sister Gue Feng refused to attend the banquet. I thought she was just having a quarrel with your mother, but now it seems. Sometimes having too keen hearing is not a blessing. The banquet, capable of accommodating hundreds, became a cacophony of various sounds, all drilling into her ears. Whispers, laughter, screams, the sharp clatter of knives and forks against ceramic plates, the sizzling of flames engulfing the skin of roasted pigs, ducks, and geese the crunching of bones, children running about, the cries of slaughtered animals in the backyard. In such an environment, even the gentle music around them became noise. Even just moments ago while dining, some unruly child had popped a balloon, the explosion nearly causing Mukong to spill soup on her dress. Sean understood that such an occasion was quite challenging for a little elf, but he could only patiently advise her, "Come on, we've endured everything up to this point. We just need to get through this last bit. It wouldn't be good for us to be absent." Yes, you're really too concerned about that last bit," Mukong replied, standing up again, preparing to plunge back into the— "What do you mean?" Sean asked, confused. What was this last bit the little elf was talking about? It felt entirely unrelated to the banquet. You really are innocent," Mukong patted Sean's shoulder. "If we switched places, I would seize the opportunity to inject you with growth genes. I really envy you. She'd even have to push you against the door and watch as you clamped your mouth shut due to embarrassment." "What growth genes? Is that a new term in magic? Which book did you read that in?" Sean pressed on with questions. Just let me go." Mukong shook her head. She had no interest in explaining this knowledge right now, gathering her courage to push the door open only to be repelled by a wave of sound, and retreating back, gesturing outside. "You first, please. Don't be afraid. How about?" Sean walked ahead. "Why don't you just try not to speak? I'll handle everything." "Not speak? Is that even possible?" Mukong gave a wry smile, noticing that just ahead a couple not much older than them was waiting. The husband of the couple, seeing them emerge, stepped forward first. In such a noisy environment, it must be too loud for the elf, right? As he spoke, he couldn't help but let his gaze wander to the young woman. Despite knowing that this behavior was quite rude, Sean also knew that his little elf, after donning a wig and transforming into a delicate girl, became the center of attention wherever they went, and he couldn't blame the other for being lecherous. One could only say the other party had good taste, as he responded with a wry smile. "We can only bring her to this slightly quieter place to take refuge." The couple continued their polite exchanges while the wife approached the little elf and invited, "Sister, why don't we retreat back inside together?" "Okay, let's go. Mukong's eyes lit up as she immediately turned back toward the storeroom, waving at Sean. "You two chat slowly, don't rush." The wife behind them covered her mouth and laughed. She had just heard that this little sister was quite straightforward and easy to get along with. Initially, they thought it was just hearsay. The elves from the Daywalker clan were undoubtedly noble and elegant, and being easy to get along with was supposed to be relative. But it turned out to be true. However, just as they were about to enter, they were called to a halt. "Sean, Mukong, what are you doing here?" It was Bai Jie who urgently waved to the two, and in between offered an apologetic smile to the other couple who had been interrupted quickly. "Someone outside wants to see you." "Outside? At the front gate?" Sean asked, puzzled. "Why not come in?" Was it the little elf's mercenary friends? But hadn't they agreed not to attend the banquet? Bai Jie, already taking action, pushed the two forward toward the exit, saying, "No, you'll know when you see them." The emblems displayed by the young men were names that she couldn't even utter, certainly not ones that their father could afford. The reason they didn't attend the banquet was simply due to the vast difference in status. If they were seen entering the manor by other minor nobles, it would disgrace their identity. Sean was completely at a loss as his mother led him outside. The couple who had just spoken with them followed at a distance, curious to see who had such a grand reputation. From far away they could see 4 young men and women dressed in brocade and satin adorned with gold and silver, their bodies hanging with understated yet luxurious jewelry. A group of servants and guards stationed nearby, watching each passerby with hostility. "Hey, Valley!" Sean called out the name of the leading figure, waving your back. Bai Jie stood beside them, hands clenched, watching. She didn't understand why her son knew the eldest son of the Duke, let alone this Valley. The other 3 were also nobles that their family could only aspire to attach themselves to throughout their lives. "We just got back a couple of days ago." This adventure was quite something. Valley, clearly having guessed the truth of this thrilling journey, could only speculate. He raised a hand in a casual gesture of camaraderie, exchanging a light clap with Sean. "You young sorcerer, you got engaged without a sound, and luckily I'm well informed." Seeing her son so casually interacting with the Duke's heir, Bai Jie felt a lump in her throat. Valley casually scanned the area, deliberately avoiding the fiancé, standing next to Sean, as he understood the principle of not taking advantage of a friend's woman. He was resolute in his belief that Shui Feng was the best in the world, regarding all other women as shallow and mundane. "Where's that annoying girl named Mukong? Didn't she come to congratulate you?" "Oh, I know. That kind of commoner isn't qualified to attend such a banquet. But do you know where he went? I'll go find his original residence." "How could that kid have even sold his house? He wouldn't have died in some alley, would he?" "I'm right here." Mukong stood with her hands on her hips, her voice as soft as a dove, yet her expression was as dark as a flood. "Gah." Bai Jie briefly fainted, but thankfully a young couple behind her helped support her, preventing her from. The 4 nobles were stunned, each in their own distinct way. In truth, with careful observation, the fairy's true identity was readily discernible. Yet Mukong's feminine guise was so radiant and captivating that few dared to scrutinize her openly. Most merely glanced fleetingly, then stole a pair of furtive glances from the corner of their eyes. They would only find her vaguely familiar. never once connecting her to the dashing young man Mu Kong they had known. Damn, 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 damn. Vale's mouth erupted with a rapid-fire string of expletives, drawing repeated sidelong glances from nearby guards who muttered among themselves. His young master's demeanor toward others has indeed changed on this outing, but his command of profanity has advanced in perfect lockstep. Among the guards stood a handsome middle-aged man, clean-shaven and etched with deep lines of hardship. Upon seeing the fairy, his pupils dilated uncontrollably. He clutched his chest tightly, his breath catching his mouth flooding with bitter taste. What's wrong? His comrade whispered softly. He shook his head, lowered it resolutely, and refused to glance at the fairy again, instead fixing a venomous glare upon Xian. Of the four nobles, Les said nothing, silently tracing the girl's form from head to toe, and then back again. His fiancée Jiomei bristled with jealousy, pinching the tender flesh at his waist, and grinding her molars as she hissed, "What exactly are you staring at?" "Nothing. I'm looking at nothing," Lem murmured meekly. 80% is sheer curiosity. Why such a stunning girl would choose the life of a mercenary when she could marry into nobility with ease? 20% is puzzlement. How she ever came to wed a minor noble like Xian, whose prospects seemed so dim. The remaining 90%, pure unadulterated admiration. How utterly exquisite the fairy was. Xuefeng, the fourth noble, staggered backward 2 steps upon hearing the fairy reveal her identity, then stepped forward 3, leaning in to examine her throat and the delicate collarbone exposed by her gown. Only then did he sigh deeply, hollow and wistful. Ow! It felt as though something vital had abruptly vanished from within him. Yet he could not name what it was. Only a suffocating sense of desolation settled over him. With hands on her hips, Mu Kong savored the kaleidoscope of expressions across the noble faces, and a quiet secret thrill bloomed in her heart. No reason, just exhilaration, sudden and inexplicable. Then she raised her palm and asked, "What brings? This entire city belongs to my family. Is it forbidden for the young master to stroll through his own domain? And since Master Xian is engaged, surely I ought to present my congratulations and my gift." Vale declared his identity outright, but made no move to meet the fairy's outstretched hand. He had imagined tracking down this vexing little fairy, asserting his status and reveling in her remorse for her earlier disdain. Yet now, inexplicably, he was the one drowning in regret, though he could not fathom why. "Oh, so you're the family residing in the Duke's Tower." Mu Kong showed only the faintest flicker of surprise. She had suspected Vale was scion to some duke, but never guessed he hailed directly from the ruling house of this land. Vale lifted his chin slightly precisely. "I am Vale Kunsha. Kuan signifies the sovereign of the sea, Sha evokes the northern deserts. From these twin symbols, ocean and arid expanse, his lineage carved its dominion, founding the vast metropolis of Jinsha Bay." Mu Kong's eyes crinkled into crescent moons. "How pitiful for you, to be confined to the tower, surviving on scraps day after day. Did you finally escape? And managing such fine attire must have been quite the feat." It was common knowledge among mercenaries that the ducal family had been imprisoned within the Duke's Tower, and whoever succeeded in rescuing them would be granted a fiefdom. Bai Jie, just regaining consciousness, heard Vale's self-introduction and his future daughter-in-law's barb, before collapsing once more. The minor noble couple caught her again, but this time, instead of frantically reviving her, they simply stared dazed at the aristocrats they had believed they'd never lay eyes upon in their lifetimes. "Humph, don't believe those vulgar rumors," Vale scoffed, turning away, yet still stealing glances from the corner of his eye. "Accept my charity." With that, he gestured behind him and accepted a palm-sized box from a servant, offering it forward. "Here, don't say I break my word." "What's this?" "I don't." Mu Kong began her usual stream of teasing retorts, but the moment she opened the lid, her gaze locked onto the 2 sapphire blue crystals nestled inside. Sapphire crystals, the rarest, most coveted commodity in the black market. These 2 tiny shards alone commanded over 100,000 clangs. Her lips parted, yet no sound emerged. A surge of warmth rushed through her, flooding her mind, leaving her eyes softly heated. Watching her expression, Vale felt a sudden gallant impulse to spend a fortune just to see her smile, though he masked it with nonchalance, as if he'd just handed over a single strand of hair rather than half a year's allowance of. "Consider us even now." Mu Kong murmured, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, 2 gentle blinks softening her gaze into something luminous and tender. Jiomei pinched Les' flesh again, but this time no soothing explanation followed. No matter how many times Vale kept turning his head, scanning left and right, as if the unchanging street scenery held extraordinary beauty, yet his gaze time and again was magnetically drawn back to the center, to her. He knew he dared not linger. His loyalty to Xuefeng would soon face trial. Hastily he waved farewell. "We'll be off." "Oh, and you'll be staying here." The moment the words left his lips, he regretted them. Why had he asked that? "Not yet. I'll move to an equipment shop near the guild in a couple of days." Mu Kong's voice, light and nimble as a bird's trill, carried a new subtle note of coquettish charm. "Good, excellent. An equipment shop is perfect. Well, we're off," Vale muttered, leading his entourage away. He couldn't explain why an equipment shop felt perfect, perhaps because it meant she wouldn't be lodging with Master Shi. Far in the distance, hidden behind a statue, Payne remarked sourly, "It seems our younger brother has been far busier behind the scenes than we ever imagined. Though I don't recognize those people their attire bearing, and especially the retinue of servants and guards. Leave no doubt they are no ordinary folk. That man, the one leading them." Shira pointed at Vale. "He commands troops. He can mobilize armies. At the very least his family holds military authority. Perhaps he's a comrade Xian met during service." "How do you know?" "I just know." After Vale and his party departed, Mukong suddenly seized Xian's arm. "Come." Xian offered no resistance. He lacked the strength to resist, and allowed himself to be tugged along, asking helplessly where to. "We should return to the banquet, shouldn't we?" "The storeroom. I have something extraordinary to show you." Clutching the sapphire crystal box tightly, the fairy's eyes, brimming with liquid light, seemed to pierce straight through walls already fixed upon her destination. "What is it?" "The growth gene. That new magical material you mentioned earlier." Xian's interest ignited instantly. "I thought you were joking. I had no idea you'd actually acquired it." Mukong nodded emphatically. "Yes, and you'll taste it very soon." "Taste." Sane's magical research. Growth gene, a translucent, semi-viscous liquid, sweet and sour, mixed with the fragrance of the forest after rain, non-toxic. Spell medium, can be used as a medium for life spells successfully cross-domain, to cast the priest's minor restoration spell. Experimental material ineffective, cultivation solution low efficiency, slightly stronger than water, enchantment additive ineffective. Note: when extracting and preserving this material, be careful not to be discovered, otherwise the consequences will be yours to bear. The ritual will be held in the afternoon, and the banquet will last until the next day. During this time, the kitchen and servants must ensure that the long table is continuously stocked with self-serve dishes, while also watching over the drunken guests, helping them back to their respective rooms. As night fell, all of this became particularly difficult. The entire manor was filled with guests holding wine glasses, gathered in small groups, chatting away. Leftover garbage was tossed into corners, the speed of vomiting outpaced the speed of cleaning, and some were making a scene, while children ran around with noble ladies anxiously shouting after them, fearing an accident might occur if they weren't careful. When Mukong shook her head, her long ears that had just lost their vibrant red color swaying, she arrived at the manor square and was met with this scene. Sane followed behind, holding his chest still shaken. He felt it was all too stimulating, and his heart was struggling. They even encountered 2 knocks on the door. The first was an unknown child's knock who banged on the door twice and left when he couldn't open it to explore the storage room. The second time was 2 nobles needing to conspire about something, who, finding they could not enter, simply began chatting at the door. The 2 inside dared not breathe, covering their mouths and glancing at each other, waiting for the 2 to finish and leave, barely hearing much of their conversation. "Young master, young mistress, would you like some wine?" A servant approached with a tray displaying several different types of spirits and sweet wines. He noticed that the 2 looked a bit off, especially the young master, who appeared guilty, as if he had just done something terribly. However, as a servant he did not need to ask too many questions, he just had to take care of his own duties. Mukong was the first to pick up a glass of white wine. "I need a drink, cough cough." Her throat squeezed painfully, suddenly making it hard for her to speak. She took a big sip first. The wine was very sweet, almost comparable to a soft drink, moistening her throat, but not allowing her to taste much alcohol, although the wounds on her lips were stinging from the alcohol. Those wounds were from biting down hard to suppress her voice. "I also need to drink something." Sane quickly followed suit, taking a glass of the strongest distilled spirit, and gulping down nearly half in one go, the alcohol quickly rushing to his cheeks, but his heart was not racing as fast as before. Waving the servant away, Mukong frowned and scrutinized her little brother. "Drink less. Ew, I need you to be in top shape tomorrow." What's up?" The blue crystal, or Mukong patted the small wooden box she had been holding tightly to her chest. "This thing is too valuable. To avoid accidents, we need to liquidate it quickly and exchange it for philosopher's stones to use. If this demon acts up again, I will still need your help. However, judging by his appearance today, he seems to have lost 2 pounds. He should have enough willpower to resist temptation tomorrow." Sane immediately placed the remaining half glass of wine on the armchair beside him. "All right then, I won't drink anymore. Do you plan to use both at once?" Mukong nodded in agreement. "Yes, let's see what powers it grants me this time." In fact, she also had money from selling a house along with her savings and the engagement gifts that had not yet been sold, allowing her to buy at least 2 more easily, fulfilling this year's quota and having some left over. However, the war will not stop anytime soon, and a winter offensive is about to be organized. More lives will be lost, and the price of philosopher's stones will drop further. It would be better to wait for the price to fall before stocking up. One must always have some spare funds for emergencies. The 2 had already walked to the banquet table, and Sane eagerly picked out a few dishes he liked. His energy had indeed been quite depleted from the physical exertion since noon, and now that it was dark he hadn't eaten all day, so upon seeing the delicious food, he felt quite famished. Mukong, on the other hand, picked a few fruits to nibble on, carefully sucking the juice from the pulp. Her abdomen was both painful and numb, making her unable to feel hunger, but seeing her little brother enjoying the food, she decided to eat a bit too. The key was hydration. After all, her mouth was indeed dry. Bai Jia, who was overseeing the venue, finally spotted the two missing protagonists under the night sky and came over to inquire. Where have you two been? We haven't seen you for quite a while. We were just over near the storage room chatting with a few nobles, Mukong replied, calmly spinning a tale. At this moment, she had to take the initiative. If she let Sane, that useless fool, lie, he would surely be found out, and Bai Jia immediately believed her. Oh, is that so? You must be tired. Oh, why not take a seat for a while? If nothing happens by 8 or 9 o'clock, you can go back and rest. In her mind, the daughter-in-law was a pure, kind, and beautiful elf, and certainly wouldn't lie. Okay. Mukong smiled, squinting her eyes, and nodding, patting Sane, who was still nervous from deceiving his mother in front of his fiancée. Let's go. She had been either lying down or leaning all afternoon. Although her body felt fatigued, she was after all a robust mercenary and did not need rest. The main concern was Sane, or if he stayed any longer, he would start sweating, and Bai Jia, being astute, might catch on. Watching her son obediently follow his daughter-in-law away, Bai Jia clasped her hands before her, filled with joy. Sane has always been dull and stubborn. This time, he has found a good wife. As long as he listens to her, he will surely become a virtuous person in the future. Then Mama will be content. Hey Mukong, Sane, over here, over here. As the two approached the dining area, they saw Gu Feng waving her arms wildly, her body swaying with her movements, and her voice notably slurred, indicating that her tongue was already swollen from alcohol. Gu Feng hasn't had a little to drink, huh? Mukong walked over. Of course. Gu Feng pressed down on Sane's shoulder, pulling him close, her tipsy head swaying as she exhaled a breath of alcohol in his face. Good grandson, tell me, what season is it now? Winter. Sane replied, confused. Yes, and after winter comes spring. Correct, and spring is the season of sowing, the season when plants turn green, symbolizing the revival of life. With each sentence, Gu Feng pressed down harder. Yes, grandma, easy on me. Sane winced, his little body unable to withstand it, gritting his teeth in pain. The strength of an archer is naturally greater than that of a rogue, and Gu Feng's rank was also much higher than Mukong. Gu Feng let out a heavy hum. This is to help you remember. We elves are the representatives of nature, the seasons. Spring, the season of sowing, understand. Spring sowing, autumn harvest. We elves have a special constitution. You work hard, and next autumn, let grandma report back with a great-grandson, okay? This. Sane now understood, but he dared not make any rash promises, looking to the girl for help. After receiving her casual approval to brush it off, he hastily nodded. Okay, I will try. Just let go, grandma. My shoulder is going to break. Mukong could only smile and shake her head, watching Gu Feng reeking of alcohol. The elder sister had no idea that the two of them had no real feelings and were merely acting, thinking they would cooperate. She naturally knew that the elven race would conceive in spring, but there was one important prerequisite. Magic. There is a kind of magic that only takes effect once a month, lasting half a day, causing female elves in spring to secrete hormones, and only within this time frame can they successfully conceive, and even then it is just a probability, which is also the reason for the elven population being so sparse. It is also a cost brought about by their long lives. But the key point is that Mukong, due to not having the memory of the heart of green leaf, simply would not. So even if they were just pretending, she had no conditions to cooperate. No problem, no traces of magic were found. It seems I misunderstood those black market people. They are indeed quite rule-abiding. Sean pushed 2 palm-sized boxes in front of the girl, still looking emotionally traumatized. You should have brought me along too. No matter how rule-abiding they were, the black market was a chaotic place. If something were to happen to a little elf like you, it would be impossible to find you. It will only take 2 days to ship you abroad. With me around, I can protect you. Mukong grabbed the box, not even looking at him. Stop talking nonsense. I still have to take care of you later. Instead of wasting time here, you should go find someone to play with and receive guidance from a professional. Her voice returned to a hoarse tone, her short hair looking sharp. You, how can you say that? Aye. All right, be quiet. Whatever you have to say, hold it back. The girl shot him a glare. Don't tire out your tongue. Sean curled up in a ball, too afraid to retort. He knew that with every word he uttered, he would face more physical humiliation. How despicable. I like it. Mukong opened the box and poured 2 philosopher's stones together. These were traded from the Dark Brotherhood using blue crystal, or. Then she cupped her hands over the stones. Well, I shall begin. Without waiting for a response, she directly grasped the stones. Bang! It was as if the air exploded around her, time instantly froze, and all sounds stretched and faded away, producing countless sharp, buzzing noises. Then warmth enveloped her body like the first flame in the cold universe. The temperature rose sharply, quickly turning into a searing heat. After a few breaths, it felt as if she were submerged in lava. Just like the previous times, the whispers of a demon began to caress her eardrums. Ah, my most excellent apostle, well done. Hissing. Treasure, excellent, powerful, reward, followed by the chorus of voices from men and women of all ages. Your offering I shall accept, and in accordance hiss your deserved reward. The demon, calling itself Silver Kiss Aldabia, hissed with laughter for a long time, as if pondering something tricky, suddenly asking, "Can you answer me? Why can you obtain 2 Philosopher's Stones at once?" Mukong shrugged. Despite being curious about why the demon suddenly wanted to chat, she had long prepared an answer, and replied immediately, "As you can see, I sold myself for a good price." Silver Kiss Aldabia paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Hisses. Hiss. Good, you possess the cunning of my kind. Do you know this is not a simple hiss business? You can sell multiple times quickly hiss to obtain the Philosopher's Stone. With your hiss color, this is not difficult. I understand. Mukong responded casually. She was becoming a bit impatient and wanted to quickly sever the connection to see what useless abilities this cunning demon had given her. Unfortunately, the authority to close this connection was not in her hands. It all depended on the demon's mood. However, the longer this dialogue continued, the more energy it consumed. She didn't know what scheme the demon was plotting today, and after a bout of laughter it intended to continue chatting. Hisses. I shall exercise the right of the 4th clause subsection 17 of the contract. As my apostle, you may fulfill my request, substituting it for the last Philosopher's Stone offering. Apostle, loyalty, master, command. With the varied voices of men and women, Mukong snapped back from her momentary stupor. Due to the urgency when the contract was signed, she hadn't fully read all the details of the contract. She only understood the gist. However, she knew that this contract was very fair. Unless one party failed to provide the Philosopher's Stone or power as required, there were no real constraints. Indeed, the demon seemed to see her concerns and continued. You have the right to refuse, and you may also provide the last Philosopher's Stone at any time to fulfill this year's quota. Then. It is possible. Mukong understood. So what do you propose? The demon lord meant that it could offer another request, and if she could fulfill it, it would count as submitting the last Philosopher's Stone for the year, completing the annual quota. If she could not fulfill it, she could submit the last Philosopher's Stone at any time to meet the quota. This meant an additional option to save money, which was quite nice. One must admit, though the demon was cunning, it was indeed fairer and more serious about contract matters than any human. Just like Sean, who said to not make the boss too harsh, yet was still going all out for critical hits. Hisses. The filthy orc leader Jaifer, I want his heart. After obtaining it, hold the heart, and softly call my true name. Hisses. If successful, I shall grant you the power you desire. Hisses. Obey, fight, power, favor. Following the 4 voices of encouragement, before Mukong could respond, the heat surrounding her body began to be rapidly extracted, and the elongated sounds in the environment collapsed toward the center. After 2 breaths, the air refilled the room, and Mukong heard Sean's anxious inquiry, "How are you?" Mukong blinked, suddenly wanting to tease the boy to see if he could withstand temptation and help her resist the demon. So she grabbed her collar and said in the softest voice she could imagine, "Hurry, hurry, the more violent the better. Just as she started to speak, she noticed the boy's lips moving, casting a spell. Then the magical formation that had been unknowingly set up around her began to take effect, and before the girl could stop it, she turned into a statue and could not move. This feeling was quite strange. She could still see everything within her line of sight. Her hearing was unaffected, yet she could not sense any part of her body, only an expanse of cold. She saw Sean take out a bundle of rope from the drawer and begin to frantically wrap it around her already petrified body, tying countless knots, making her chuckle inwardly. What use is this method? Even paired with the formation, the petrification technique could only limit her for a few seconds, and a petrified body could not move. Though it looked tightly bound now, once the petrification ended, she could easily shake off the ropes. You are still too naive, you fool. Mukong quickly stopped laughing. At the last moment, Sean pulled out a stick as thick as an arm and stood behind her. Though she couldn't see what he intended to do, she could guess it. So the rope was only meant to slightly restrict her movements, and the real killer move was to knock her outright. The petrification ended quickly, and Mukong hurriedly lunged forward, urgently calling out, "Wait, I." When she woke up, it was already dark. The back of her head throbbed painfully, and Sean's concerned face quickly appeared before her. "Are you awake? You don't know that vile demon tempted you again." Luckily, I reacted quickly. If not, don't just sneer. I'm scared. What number is this? Who am I? Do you know your name? Sean began to repeatedly gesture in front of the girl. Mukong was already laughing at herself for being foolish, and she couldn't blame anyone. After swatting Sean's hand away, she softly said, "Help me find a contract in the army. I need to join you for the winter offensive." Sean followed the girl as they walked down the street, gazing at her back, lost in thought, while stroking his chin. It's not a problem to arrange for his little sprite to temporarily serve in the military. In fact, the military itself was actively recruiting long-term mercenaries, and she could easily pass the selection process. The difficult part is how to protect her. The male-to-female ratio in the army is quite low, with female warriors far outnumbered by their male counterparts. A delicate little sprite like her disguised in men's clothing among a crowd of rugged men, what could possibly happen is beyond imagination. Moreover, a long-term mercenary like her is expected to go to the front lines. With the Empire's first proactive offensive, the battles must be intense. If anything were to go wrong then, Sean dared not think further. He had to find a way to keep her by his side that would sufficiently guarantee her safety. Furthermore, this time, it was an active offensive, and they would certainly be unable to return home for an extended period. Having her as a strict supervisor nearby would allow him to conduct magical research at any time. It shouldn't be too big of an issue. There are still a few people in the military who look out for him. If worst comes to worst, he could ask Light for advice. If he remembered correctly, Light's father is the defense minister of Golden Bay. However, it ultimately circles back to the most fundamental question. Sean caught up with the girl who had just finished asking a passerby for directions and inquired, "Can't you just submit a philosopher's stone directly instead of going to hunt that beast man? It's exhausting, risky, and a lot of trouble. The front lines are stretched too long. Finding someone named Silent Decay on the battlefield would take at least a month, and even then there's no guarantee of success. What if he fled to the battlefield of the elves? With that time you could do some safer mercenary work and earn enough for a philosopher's stone." "Are you joking?" The girl shot him a glance, pointing to another fork in the road. "This way, not far now. Do you think money comes easily like the wind?" Previously he had amassed enough money to buy a philosopher's stone quickly due to sheer luck encountering a few noble youngsters and almost extracting money from them. If he were to rely solely on his own efforts, earning 50,000 in 2 months would be exhausting, wouldn't it? The risks might not even be lower than those in the military. First, you need to find me a good position. If it's one that only handles the transport of logistical supplies, that would be even better. During the battles, I can stay hidden behind, and once you find news of Silent Decay, we can devise a plan to lead the troops to surround him and retrieve the heart. That would involve no risk at all, right? It's just leveraging strength. With the army's help, there's no danger." The girl counted on her fingers while Sean weakly raised his hand to interrupt. "War isn't that simple, you." "Hey, stop interrupting. I'm not going to listen to your argument," she continued. "Moreover, that demon in this plane can't possibly have only me as an apostle. He should be aware of the current situation and know about the winter offensive, which is why he assigned me this task. Therefore, it's highly probable to find Silent Decay at the front. Otherwise, the mission cannot be accomplished, and he himself gains no benefit. And then, this is the first time he has issued orders to me as a master. If I don't fulfill it, won't that be unfavorable for both parties? At least up until now, he has been quite faithful to the contract. Even this time, 2 philosopher's stones only brought about an increase in magical power. This attribute is of no use to her, due to her low innate talent. She cannot cast higher-level spells. Being able to grasp the basics of third-ring spells with a spellcasting medium is already her utmost effort. Increasing her magical power would only allow her to cast more low-level spells, which truly wouldn't enhance her combat ability. But after all, it is a genuine bestowal of ability. The issue with her magical talent can gradually be improved through things like the fruit of the world tree. She had inquired in the black market, and a few 100,000 crowns for one is not exactly astronomical. If she has the opportunity, she can buy a few to consume, so the magical power gained now is not wasted. Mukwang was filled with hope for the future and continued to count on her fingers. Lastly, since the demon said that upon fulfilling this condition, he would grant me the power I desire, I wonder what it could be. Could it be related to physical attributes? She swung 2 quick jabs forward. The strength of her current body had all been handed over to the demon, yet now it seemed he was playing tricks and not enhancing her combat ability. It looks like she would have to pick up her daily training again, self-improvement, and personal effort. Sean still felt a bit uneasy. "I think it's better not to cooperate with demons and to fulfill the contract on my own." Nonviolent resistance. Mukwang glanced at him. "Your idea is not advisable. Waiting passively is not my style." She recalled last time when Silver Kiss Aldabia suddenly engaged in small talk, perhaps trying to befriend and recruit her. If they could establish a good relationship in the future, he might be more willing to enhance her combat abilities. Perhaps even renegotiate the contract or directly dissolve it peacefully. That isn't necessarily a bad way to go, far better than tearing faces and forcing him to breach the contract. All right, Sean blushed and lowered his head. He suddenly realized that up until now it had always been the little sprite who took the initiative. He had been passively waiting. What if, in the future, he could pick a day to take the initiative himself? Mukwang suddenly stopped, and Sean, who had been staring at the girl's swaying long ears, almost bumped into her. "We've arrived." The girl pointed to a shop ahead with a sword and shield sign. Unlike most shops that only have simple images as signs, this one had the shop name written behind the sword and shield image lands equipment. In the lower right corner, a small white crescent moon was stamped, which was the family crest of the Moon Orchid family. And Pei-Yin was standing on the steps at the entrance of the shop, arms crossed in a posture that seemed to signal no entry, gazing at his half-brother, who appeared innocent, but had secretly developed a vast network of connections. Second brother. Sean took the initiative to approach. According to their agreement, upon meeting someone from the Moon Orchid family, their act would officially begin with Sean taking the lead, while Mukwang pretended to be the fiancé, who had come over following behind, and also calling out second brother. Peiyan nodded lightly. His sister-in-law's husky voice was truly off-putting, but in human society, it was also a good disguise. After a moment of small envy for his younger brother, he tossed a key to the sprite. This shop is yours now. The account book is on the table. You don't need to worry about the supply channels. Every half-month someone will bring the stock. Just pay according to the order. Mukwang accurately caught the key. Thank you, second brother. You've worked hard. This shop, as well as most of the Moon Orchid family's businesses, was managed by Peiyan, so she needed to express her gratitude for his efforts. As for the source of the goods, Sean's father oversaw the logistics of the entire defense force, so there was no need to ask further. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. You can take stock yourself. Peiyan really didn't want to talk much with these two. Seeing his younger brother angry and his sister-in-law anxious, he could only leave, quickly smiling lightly before departing. By the way, the previous shopkeeper quit. You'll have to find another one. There are many ways to vent frustration. Severing supply channels would be detrimental to one's own family and is not advisable. Targeting the inventory is too easily traceable, so that's not a good idea either. Deliberately damaging the shop's appearance would make one appear too despicable, which is also not advisable. Perhaps the previous employee of the equipment store resigned due to the change of ownership. Regardless of the reason, it has indeed struck at the heart of the business. While hiring is easy, the army in Jinsha Bay has begun to mobilize frequently, and it is estimated that they will launch a winter offensive in a few days. At that time, she will have to march with the troops, leaving the entire store to a newly hired person. She would rather close the store for 2 months and wait until she returns. But that won't do. The Viscount will continuously send goods here, and if no one is there to receive them, this line might get cut off. If the supply is cut off, will the store still be able to operate? Sean simply couldn't understand what the little elf was sighing about. He picked up a heavy sword and tried to swing it a couple of times, but nearly smeared the oil on the blade onto his clothes, so he had to sheepishly put the sword back in the corner, and shaking his slightly sore arms, said, "We can just go to the market and hire someone now. If worse comes to worst, we can hire a mercenary for 2 months. You really aren't afraid of someone absconding with the funds. If you encounter someone of low character, they might even sell your house." Mukong directly sat on the counter, swinging her legs and watching the bustling crowd on the street. Unlike the previous shabby little house, this place is really nice. It is located on a bustling commercial street and not far from the guild. The second floor is spacious and was originally used as a warehouse piled with some miscellaneous items, but it can be tidied up for living. It's simply perfect. It seems that this act was worth it. Otherwise, in such a location and with such a house, she wouldn't be able to afford it even after years of hard work. There is just one drawback. There is still no running water, making it troublesome to boil water for bathing. However, that's easily solved as she can just go to Sean's place. His bathroom is large and spacious with constant temperature and massage features, and the aunt is gentle, beautiful, understanding, and cooks delicious meals. Visiting him once a week is quite pleasant. Besides, theoretically speaking, she is now his fiancée, so bathing is perfectly legitimate. Even if there are other expenses afterward, it's not illegal. After all, it's not like she's paying. Sigh. Now the only thing missing to restart a beautiful life is a store clerk. If it really doesn't work, he'll have to find those mercenary friends for help. Bai Sei Yuxing is the first to be ruled out. There are too many reasons to list, but the essence can be summarized in 4 words by Sei Yuxing. Hai Yima is also not an option. That old man is quite cunning, and he would be the first one to be wary of. So the only one that meets the criteria is Gu Feng. However, hiring an expert of this caliber for 2 months, even at a friendly price, would still cost a staggering amount, so he can only be a last resort. Better than closing the store and losing the supplier. Just follow the usual. Mu Xiaokong. A stout dwarf walked in, quickly gesturing for her to come down from the counter, while asking, "What are you doing here? Are you preparing to restock for sale? Why did your previous store close?" Fire one. Mukong jumped down in surprise. It was truly a case of someone sending a pillow just when she was feeling sleepy. Nothing is more delightful than encountering a friendly fellow industry senior while worrying about store operations. Just in time to ask him for advice. The girl pointed to the ground and gestured around at the goods, saying, "This store is mine now. Yours. Don't joke around." Firewine first waved his hands in anger, but upon seeing the girl's serious expression and looking around the store's shelves, he turned and ran outside to check the sign. Indeed, the emblem of the Yulan family is still there. He had previously served in the military's logistics for a while, so he naturally recognized this emblem. "You're not joking, are you?" The dwarf blacksmith said with some suspicion. The store's income is quite stable, and the quality of the equipment is military grade. With a little tweaking and engraving some patterns, it could easily be sold as a premium product. How could it suddenly be sold? Could it be that the Yulan family is not as glamorous as it seems and has fallen into financial trouble? Mukong immediately forgot her own tarnished past and resolutely said, "This elf is very serious. When have I ever joked? Is it really yours?" "Of course." "Then who is he?" The dwarf's sturdy finger pointed at Sean. This scrawny-looking mage could not possibly be a customer of such a place. The girl looked over and raised her chin at the young man, saying, "I'm asking you to speak. When will you change that shy disposition of yours?" Just be bold, there's no need to be shy. I'm Sean Mukong's friend. Sean answered very appropriately. According to their agreement, when facing members of the Yulan family and others in the know, they would play the roles of engaged couple. When facing outsiders, they would refer to each other as friends, maximizing the extent of their separate lives. Sean. Firewine was taken aback. Isn't that the youngest son of Viscount Yulan? He just got engaged a few days ago. Oh. As he spoke, he suddenly recalled something and realized. So this is the betrothal gift. Mukong didn't know what he was thinking and puzzledly asked, how do you know about him? Logically speaking, no one would recognize such a low-profile, illegitimate child. Let alone him. If you stopped 100 people on the street and asked who Viscount O'Rue is, 99 of them would answer that they don't know. Who pays attention to such matters? Everyone who frequents the taverns knows. The bards are spreading the word everywhere, saying that the Viscount's youngest son married a stunning elf. There are many versions. The one I heard was, oh, lucky Sean, drinking too much at the Duke's banquet, mistakenly promised the elf to him. As Firewine spoke, he began to sing, but unfortunately, he was tone deaf and completely off-key. What is this all about? Mukong was already confused. No wonder there were so many bards at the engagement ceremony. It turns out they were doing this. It's not surprising. This other world is not the internet age, and information spreads quite slowly. When a family experiences a significant event, the simplest way to spread the news is through bards. For the Yulan family, the engagement of the youngest son is inconsequential, but the object of his engagement, a famous descendant of the Elven Daywalker, is certainly worth boasting about to enhance their reputation. After singing for a while, Firewine realized he had no talent for singing, so he stopped and asked Sean, are you really that Sean? You know the bards say you're the biggest lucky guy in Jinsha Bay. By the way, is your wife really that beautiful? As he spoke, he glanced at Mukong. Just as other races cannot understand the charm of dwarfs, he also could not judge how beautiful this elf, who was not even as thick as his arm, might be. Mukong quickly tried to stop the young man from acting foolishly, but it was too late. Sean, grinning happily, nodded. Huh, I knew it. Firewine clapped his hands heavily. It really is that Sean. At first he wasn't sure, and only guessed randomly based on the Yulan family emblem on the equipment store sign and the name the young man had given, but he actually got it right. The windless elegy, oh lucky Sean, drinking too much at the Duke's banquet, mistakenly promised the elf to him. Picking up a wife as beautiful as a painting, making his brother gnash his teeth in anger. Who wouldn't covet the wedding chamber? Next year, he'll have a half-elf baby. Pour more wine. Tonight, I shall be the groom in dreams. The dwarf blacksmith Firewine cheerfully looked at the little elf calculating the bill, while casually chatting, having picked a large basket filled with various weapons. The shop was managed quite well, with each weapon clearly labeled with its price, making the billing process extremely simple. Mukong had also reviewed the ledger. The weapons provided by the Viscount were priced about 20 higher than their cost, just slightly below the market price. Of course, this price had to be adjusted according to the conditions of other shops. In the past, it was Payne who handled the visiting work, but now she had to do it herself. However, that is a matter for later. Right now, she needed to calculate carefully and make this first transaction after taking over the shop meaningful and memorable. Just then, Firewine interrupted her halfway through her calculations. Oh, so this shop will be your responsibility from now on. How come young Master Xian will also come to this shop? We're friends, you see, Mukong replied, absently focusing on the numbers. She had to respond to the customer's words and maintain good rapport. Unlike a pushover who could grin without consequence. Oh, Firewine nodded thoughtfully, his nose red as a wine stain, formed a brilliant smile as he asked Mukong, what do you think of his wife? It seemed this little elf did not intend to reveal her identity in public, so they all pretended to be oblivious. She's okay, just average. The girl did not look up, thus she could not see the smile that carried a hint of special meaning. In her eyes, young Master Xian had merely married a manually operated toy doll, and the voice mechanism of this doll was broken, unable to say anything pleasant, only producing negative information, failing to provide any emotional value, with a shelf life of at most 5 years, ultimately leaving his family with a mess. Giving a mediocre evaluation should be quite reasonable. Moreover, there were reference data. Taking this shop provided by their family as an example, it consistently generated around 4,000 or 5,000 crowns in monthly revenue. With this money, Xian could at least afford to visit high-class courtesans 4 or 5 times, experiencing pleasures, emotions, and sensations far superior to his own, and even find equally attractive or even more upscale companions, allowing for various options, making it much more suitable. It's a pity the young man was not good at managing finances and couldn't even handle such simple calculations. He was too shy and had been advised multiple times to go and experience public funds for learning, but he had never agreed, being quite useless. Firewine smacked his lips, seeing that the little elf was almost done calculating, and said, I've been a loyal customer of this shop, and now that you're the boss, let's make it a bit cheaper for me. All right. Given our relationship, how could I refuse? Mukong completed her calculations and confirmed, 21 crowns, you give me 8,020. The dwarf was too lazy to waste words with the stingy little elf, and started counting the money, then tossed a stack of 100-crown bills over. Here, take 8,000, no need for change. Hey, you still owe me 20. TCH. Firewine didn't even look at the elf shouldering the bamboo basket full of weapons and preparing to leave. Logically, the blacksmith shop and equipment store dealt with two different types of businesses, but that didn't stop him from reworking this batch of fine weapons and hanging them up for sale in the shop. Selling the 8,000 crowns worth of goods for just over 10,000 crowns would be no problem. Mukong hurriedly called out to the dwarf. Wait, I still have a question to ask. What can you ask me when you won't even budge on 20 crowns? Firewine set the basket down again. Ask away. This shop has no employees, and I'm about to leave. For about a month or so, and I can't close the shop temporarily, so you see. The girl briefly explained the dilemma she was facing, hoping this elder could offer some advice. I see. Then you'll have to find someone familiar to help you. Firewine did not provide a better suggestion, and just as Mukong was about to give up and seek Gufeng, he continued drawing out the last word, leaving much to the imagination, unless, how about I introduce my sister to you? Firewine suddenly had an idea. It was indeed a stroke of luck, as she had been worried about where to place her. If she could work here, she could also have the convenience of procuring goods later and get internal pricing. Mukong perked up. Your sister. The dwarf was quite professional when it came to forging, making him the right fit for the equipment store staff. Moreover, Firewine was considered a loyal customer. Everyone knew each other, and she had visited his shop, so he wouldn't. Yes, my younger sister named Yinshuan just came out from underground to join me. She is reliable and capable, simple-minded, yet kind-hearted. Firewine increasingly felt that his sister was a great asset, desperately promoting her. It was tough for a dwarf to find work in human society. Aside from forging, there was brewing. However, the problem was that his sister had just stepped into society and had little experience in either. She could only help out in his blacksmith shop. Wasn't that just raising an unnecessary mouth to feed? They didn't need her help. Mukong stroked her chin, her eyes flickering. So she just came out, has no relatives, and can rely on you. Does she have? She can only squeeze in with me, but you've seen my small place. It's quite inconvenient. She doesn't earn much and can't. What about food? Is that easy to solve? I don't provide meals here. Right now she can only eat with me, and it's really tough. She can't even spare money to improve her meals, Firewine said, sniffling. Inheriting the dwarf's straightforward tradition, he completely misunderstood that the little elf asked such questions for a reason. He thought she wanted to be kind, so he exaggerated his sister's situation to evoke sympathy. She's currently staying with me, and it's hard for a newly emerged dwarf to find work. A few days ago she applied for a waitress job at a tavern, but was fired after half a day for not looking good. They really are blind. My sister is famous for her beauty in the mountains, with a belly that can easily make 4 folds, and she could survive for half a month without food or water in case of a landslide. This lengthy tale of woe indeed moved the elf. Even Xian stepped out of his invisible wife state, taking a couple of steps forward, intending to whisper sweetly into his fiancée's ear to persuade her to help. Mukong continued to stroke her chin, deep in thought, mumbling to herself, If she can't find a job and can't even get by, then I could lower the price. How about 2,000 crowns a month? So low. Firewine suddenly jumped up from his seat. 2,000 crowns were getting close to the lowest wage he knew of. Xian also clenched his fist. He had seen the ledger and knew that the second brother had offered the previous employee a salary of 6,000 crowns a month. His stingy little elf had dropped it by 2/3. Hey, don't rush. Mukong waved her hand, signaling the two to calm down. I plan to change the salary model. 2,000 crowns will be the base salary, and for every piece of equipment sold, I will give her a 30% commission on the profit. What do you think? For instance, this recent transaction could bring her around 500 crowns in commission. Calculating this way based on previous sales figures, the new employee's monthly salary might still be slightly lower than before, but it added sufficient motivation, making her feel like she was earning for herself. Not only would her work become more driven, but if she could also run some errands during her free time, her income would absolutely exceed that of before. Mukong finally understood what it meant. When something cheap is not good, a hasty purchase is not a true. Dwarven language consists of inverted sentence structures, and they enjoy using vivid metaphors to assist in their descriptions. This is likely related to their long, dull lives underground without sunlight. Only by speaking this way can they bring each other some amusement. Many particularly classic metaphors are specifically collected into books. Thus, when a dwarf first steps onto the surface and begins learning the common tongue, trying to express themselves, they might encounter familiar issues like Mukong's. My name is Yin Quan, you are my boss, I will work very hard. A short and stout dwarf with a thick mane of golden hair earnestly introduced himself to Mukong. But before Mukong could say anything, Xian frowned. How is she supposed to communicate with customers and sell goods? She can't even speak fluently. Huojiao was also aware of his sister's issues and had already thought of a pitch on the way. No worries, Mukong, when she introduces the equipment like this, it sounds more vivid, and there are price tags, so as long as the price is right, selling goods will be fine. Mukong was quite conflicted. Can she read and write? Writing in Dwarven and numbers is no problem, that's enough for bookkeeping. Then when there are no customers, she can slowly learn to translate Dwarven into the common tongue using a dictionary. It will definitely be fine. Huijiu rubbed his hands knowing it was time to strike while the iron was hot. As long as they maintained the rhythm, he was not worried about her not agreeing. Mukong scratched his head and gave Xian a glance. Shall I try her out? You pretend to be a customer, come in and buy something and see how she does. Xian quickly nodded and walked out. He always listened to the little elf's words and never contradicted her. All right, come here. Huijiu hurriedly pushed his sister behind the counter, whispering, this is starting now, so you better be serious and don't say the wrong thing. After saying that, he nervously stood beside Mukong, his fingers as thick as carrots clutching the hem of his clothes. At this moment, Xian also entered the shop pretending to be a new customer looking around. Yin Quan grasped the corner of the counter, her voice trembling slightly, but overall, it was still quite proper. Hello customer, what would you like to choose? Some common phrases become second nature after saying them for a long time. She had said this phrase hundreds of times at her brother's blacksmith shop, so she was sure there wouldn't be any mistakes or deviations from Dwarven language habits. Xian gave her a higher appraisal and continued to look around. I'll buy a dagger. Firstly, little elves typically use daggers, which he was familiar with. Secondly, he had secretly tried it just now and guessed that in this shop only daggers were light enough for him to wield. Everything else seemed a bit heavy. Dagger sounds good. The difficult part arrived. Yin Quan blinked, already unable to handle the current complex situation, with simple common language helplessly revealing her true nature. The secret in my sleeve is as fast as a land serpent's flickering tongue. She also knew she needed to minimize communication and try to showcase her professional skills in front of the boss, saying as she walked to the display of daggers, picked one with a moderate price and lightly tapped the blade with her finger, producing a buzzing sound. Listen, forged from fine steel, as durable as a king's lover. Mukong couldn't help but burst into laughter. Surprisingly, this method of selling was quite good. Xian also cracked a smile, picked up the dagger, and mimicked the little elf's usual style, spinning it in his hand before accidentally dropping it on the ground. After awkwardly picking it up, he glanced at the price tag and asked, 1,100 crowns, that's too expensive. Can you lower the price? Hey friend, that price has already been hammered into the anvil. Hearing the boss laughter, Yin Quan suddenly gained more confidence as she knew that this shop's prices were already very competitive compared to others in the industry, and there was no need to lower them. So how could she make this customer happy enough to spend money? Yin Quan looked at her brother and suddenly had an idea. I can introduce you to the blacksmith shop. If you mention my name there, the prices will be as loose as sand. You? How can you scam your brother? Huijiu rolled up his sleeves pretending to hit her, but his face was full of joy. More customers would be great. Who cares about thin profit and high sales? Plus, it seemed like little Kong was quite satisfied with her sister. Xian was also quite pleased, picking up the dagger and pretending to leave. All right, then I'll buy it. Thank you for your support. If you need anything, come back. Yin Quan waved her hand, also mimicking the gesture of sending off a guest, then turned to look at Mukong. Mukong immediately stated, 2,500 crowns base salary. You will receive 30 of the profit from the goods you sell. The trial period is 2 months. During this time, I won't be around, so let's see how you do. She even added an extra 500 to the salary for the new employee. This style of speaking for dwarves is very fitting for a shop assistant in an equipment store. Most of the customers who come to buy weapons are mercenaries, and being polite might seem boring, while someone like her might be more popular. Bookkeeping is not an issue. Even with regular customers like Huijiu who come to restock once a month, they only average 2 or 3 transactions a day, giving her plenty of leisure time to slowly translate the dwarven accounts back into the common tongue using a dictionary. Thanks to the Baron, this shop only sells finely crafted weapons. There are absolutely no subpar items, and it is certainly not a place meant for ordinary citizens. A dwarf who happens to have some specialized knowledge can handle clients' tricky questions. Very good, very good. The more Mukong thought about it, the more satisfied she became, officially handing the key to Yin Quan. You can start work tomorrow. I will find a goblin renovation company to convert the second floor into a bedroom, and you can help me keep an eye on it. Keep it up. If you do well, there will be bonuses. This elf is quite generous. Then she waved her hand at Xian. Let's go back. They would be setting out in a few days, and by the time they reached the front lines, there probably wouldn't be another chance. So while there was still time, they had to seize the opportunity until there were no opportunities left. Otherwise, waiting for a chance when there were none would make it hard to get one. The Dark Sky Travelogue, Frosty Mountains. 4 dwarves insulting competitions are a highly entertaining. Contrary to the vulgar views of outsiders, both parties in the competition must drink an equal amount of alcohol before the match. Thus, drinking capacity is also a crucial skill for winning, and then use various clever yet clean descriptions to insult each other, scoring based on the audience's laughter and cheers. The author once observed a championship match at the mining level, and some of the descriptions have left a deep impression on me, such as your minecarts must be left for elves to dig coal right. But we elves don't dig for coal at all, which indirectly mocks their minecarts as empty and idle. The desert is absolutely amazing. Mukong has returned to the region she detests the most, but fortunately the winter should have an impact this time, keeping the daytime temperatures low. However, what tortures the elf is not the temperature, but the omnipresent sand. Omnipresent. The elf slapped her ears with her hands, clearing the sand that had invaded her ear holes and clung to her fur. She glanced at the sun still hanging high in the sky and weakly asked, "Where are the enemies?" The formal combat operation had only begun half a day ago, and she was already feeling despair. Perhaps it would have been better to heed the advice of the young man and directly hand over the Philosopher's Stone. In response to the girl's question, Xian could only judge based on his experience. "We probably won't encounter any enemies before tonight. I estimate that once we reach the designated location, the night will have us set up defenses to prepare for a night raid." A night raid? Mukong's voice filled with despair elongated. Initially she was quite interested in the large-scale military operation, especially after hearing that Xian had arranged for her to be by his side as a guard, a position of absolute safety. But when the army actually set off, she realized that the reality was not as she had imagined. Where were the tens of thousands of troops battling on the vast wilderness? Where were the cavalry charges and various formations? The Battle of 5 Armies, the Celestial Kingdom. It's all a lie in movies. The entire front line, aside from the reserve troops, had all the remaining soldiers divided into separate units. Their 1,000-strong team was merely a branch of the main force and could only follow the pre-prepared battle plan from the command center. The route was fixed, the objectives were fixed, even the times for meals, restroom breaks, and rest were predetermined. From the moment they emerged from the wild forest into the wilderness, then to the edge of the desert, they had been marching since midnight yesterday, without seeing a single orc. Their objective was still half a day's journey away, seizing a small oasis on the edge of the Golden Sand Sea, then waiting in place for follow-up supplies and further orders. There were even a few orcs behind them who had taken a few outposts in the wild forest, but they would not deal with them. Everything would be left to the follow-up troops to encircle slowly. "It feels quite blitzkrieg-like," Mukong murmured. Xian did not hear clearly what. "Nothing, just watch the road." "Hey, why are you coming over? Is it hot?" The girl pushed him away. Overall, only the beginning resembled a blitzkrieg. In this other world, they could not achieve a similar effect. First, they did not have such a fast marching speed, and second, the logistics could not keep up. Xian was not annoyed and continued to maintain his optimism, conjuring a small water ball. "Would you like some water?" "No." Mukong only offered a miserly one-word response. She was actually quite thirsty, but once she drank enough she would want to use the restroom, and she still had to hide her identity, which was quite difficult under the watchful eyes of nearly 1,000 people. If she ran too far, others would definitely become suspicious. Moreover, there were also many female warriors in this troop, some of whom would also run far away to solve personal problems, making it inevitable for them to see each other and discover clues. So, she would hold it in. When it became unbearable, she would drag Xian along to help cover her. Xian was also unwilling to waste a single bit of magic power. Holding the water ball and looking around, he saw a few soldiers raising wooden bowls, so he directly poured water into their bowls. Throughout the journey, no one spoke. They were all conserving their energy. Walking in the desert, the soft ground made it hard to exert strength, which consumed a lot of physical energy. Nevertheless, even so, some of the soldiers at the back, seeing this scene, couldn't help but sneer and mutter, "Did you see that? Lord Xian is being quite attentive to that little elf. How bold! In front of so many people. Is he planning to make it public now? I've always heard that nobles have many tricks. Today, I really have gained some insight. This is nothing. There's something even more explosive. I heard in the tavern that Lord Xian just got engaged. Can you guess who his fiancée is? It can't be Mary from the bakery by the corner, can it? In your eyes, is she the most beautiful woman in the world? Pathetic. Let me tell you, don't envy. It's an elf, a super beautiful elf rumored to come from the heart of Greenleaf. The Sun Wukong family with an exceptionally noble bloodline. Then why is Lord Xian still? Alas, the poor bride, she can't even compare to a man. It seems she is destined to live a life of loneliness. I might as well go comfort her. Stop daydreaming, you pathetic fool. But they all said that elves help each other. I wonder how these two elves will help one another. If they meet without fighting, that would already be good, huh? I heard that elves have delicate frames, and if managed properly, their outlines can be seen from the outside. I wonder if there will come a day when Hey, do you think the elf that Lord Xian married and the one we see now could be the same elf? Could it be that he couldn't bear to part with his new wife during the expedition, so he disguised her as a man and brought her along? How is that possible? I've seen that elf up close. She's definitely not a woman. Her demeanor and actions are manlier than mine, and when she talks, she curses like a sailor. When sitting and resting, she crosses her legs. Hey, there's no way she belongs to that noble bloodline of the Sun Wukong family. A middle-aged female warrior with a large sword on her back caught up from behind, kicking each of a few soldiers in the butt while sternly shouting, "Enough already. Stop gossiping about others behind their backs. Let me tell you, elves have very sharp hearing. If they hear you, humph, that's Lord Zion's woman. Your voice is louder than all of ours combined, Sergeant." A young soldier rubbed his sore backside and suddenly, as if discovering a new continent, called out, "Commander, your expression was a bit strange when you were looking at that little elf just now, weren't you? Don't talk nonsense here. Just keep marching in rhythm. If you're thirsty, go find a nearby magician to get some water." The female warrior held the sergeant rank and managed 100 or so soldiers nearby, urging them to march and maintain discipline, ensuring they didn't fall behind. The young soldier continued to question, "Then why are you blushing, Sergeant? Go." The middle-aged female warrior kicked a handful of sand at him and turned to another group of soldiers gathered nearby, chatting. The army was made up of rough men, their faces weather-worn and wrinkled. Even the other elves were worn down by long wars. Suddenly, a finely carved, handsome little elf appeared who wouldn't be smitten by such a sight. If it weren't for Lord Xian being nearby, several of the female colleagues he knew would have long since gone over to bother him. Before nightfall, the Legion arrived at the oasis. As expected by Xian, this outpost, once belonging to the Beastmen, presented no signs of life. Countless pale bones were piled into a nearby sand pit covered with a layer of yellow dust. The remnants of the abandoned camp were pushed aside and set ablaze, leaving nothing but ash. The site was permeated with a foul stench, and one could easily step on the waste buried beneath the sand. To thoroughly clear out an area suitable for human habitation would take a significant amount of time, which was not the responsibility of this legion. Sir Roland, leading the troop, brought the soldiers to a nearby high sand dune and established a defensive camp on the two interconnected peaks. Everyone was busy. Mukong took out a simple tent from his backpack to set it up. Since the army was on the move and needed to be ready for battle at any moment, the tent did not need to be hidden under the sand, serving merely as a wind and sand barrier to prevent sand from blowing into their mouths and noses while they slept. Nighttime warmth was provided by magical crystal heating tools and the bulky cotton clothing that above Mukong's marching pack bundled in a roll. He felt particularly like a stuffed toy reminiscent of the dreams of the Western Front. Xian used magic to add water and start a fire under a large pot nearby, while the soldiers tossed in their carried ingredients haphazardly, adding a bag of seasonings, waiting for it to boil, which would signify a job well done. Such pots numbered in the hundreds, and he was responsible for at least 10 of them. They could still enjoy a hot meal now, but if supplies did not arrive in 2 days, they would have to survive on hardtack for 3 days, and thereafter they would need to find a way to fend for themselves. Mukong felt the weight of war pressing down on him. This was completely different from what he had imagined. It was not as simple as clicking a mouse and sending A over. There were so many nuances involved in the very act of moving A. Xian noticed the little elf's poor condition, which was a process that everyone stepping onto the battlefield for the first time had to endure. As long as they persevered for 2 days, they would naturally learn to find joy amidst the hardships, and their bodies would gradually adapt. But it still required guidance from veterans like him. "So do you regret it yet?" Xian initially intended to start with "I told you so," but considering he might not withstand the weight of the girl's suppressed emotions, he changed it to, "But it's too late to regret now. Just hang in there, and I'll see if I can apply to have you reassigned after completing the first contract period." The little elf was bound by a long-term employment contract with payment issued every 15 days, which constituted a contract period. If a mercenary dared to leave without notice, it would be a serious crime, worse than desertion, as fighting was no child's play. However, if they applied for a release during a non-critical time, the commander would generally agree to terminate the contract early. Mukong was silent for a moment, obstinately waving his hand, replying with one of the most commonly used phrases from his past life: "No need him here now." Having persisted for 15 days, a month was not far off. In a month, they would surely find that so-called beast man named Jifu. Xian squinted his eyes and said nothing more. Okay. He was still quite pleased having the little elf accompany him during the tedious and lengthy military life, which surely add much joy. Thus he did not wish for the girl to leave early. However, Mukong had opened up. "I never expected war to be. Not knowing where the enemy is one thing, but not even knowing where our allies are is another. It felt good to. Actually, this is my first time participating in an active offensive as well." Xian scratched his head. Not just him, a considerable number of the soldiers around shared the same experience. Since the Beastmen invaded from the Dragon Ridge Mountains, humans had been continuously retreating, always on the defensive. He looked up and surveyed the area. "But I can ask around later, that way we'll have some knowledge about it." "Ask who?" "Over there, Sir Roland." Xian pointed to an old man with white hair clad in shining silver armor, even in the desert, who was walking up from the bottom of the hill, patrolling his camp and correcting any unsatisfactory aspects. Mukong then raised his head, as well, his long ears twitching slightly, distinguishing the old lord's booming voice from the surrounding chaotic chatter. "Look. Who taught to place these in the way, causing interference?" As he gestured, several soldiers immediately unearthed the wooden stakes they had just buried and moved them a few meters forward. The lord continued to ascend, and a gust of cold wind carrying sand swept through, causing Mukong to shiver involuntarily. He tossed his cotton coat to Xian and put on another one himself, while the lord's voice became clearer. "Do not drink the water from the oasis. Do you want to contract some infectious disease? Still want to bathe?" Once you're covered in sores, I won't take care of you, and the army's priest won't waste magic power on you. His stubborn and obstinate tone matched the girl's stereotype of the older generation. This commander was not weak either. He was at least at level 10. Xian donned his cotton clothing and waved to the lord who had approached nearby. Roland, Sir Roland. Your Excellency, the lord immediately walked over. What is it? This legion was backed by legendary experts stationed on another peak. However, legendary level experts could only serve as a deterrent and could not engage freely in battle lest they fall victim to an ambush by the beastmen's own hidden legends. If the legendary level experts stationed with this legion were severely injured or killed, the remaining soldiers would become lambs to the slaughter in the vast desert. Thus he held a deep respect for Xian, the second strongest in the legion, who could truly participate in combat. Hey Race, the thing, I have some concerns. Xian glanced at his little elf and continued to inquire. Where are our allies? In case of an emergency, is there anyone nearby who can provide support? Roland did not hesitate, immediately pulling out a map from inside his armor, spreading it on the ground, and with a stern gaze he scanned the area, silently dismissing all the soldiers, including Mu Kong, leaving only Xian beside him, tracing his fingers over the map. You see, we are currently located here. According to the battle plan, barring any unforeseen circumstances, 2 allied forces should be stationed here and here. As long as we signal the sky, they will definitely see it and rush to our aid within an hour. This counted as military intelligence, which theoretically should not be known by non-command personnel, but it wasn't highly classified either. Moreover, he was willing to give the great mage some face. However, I believe it should be quite safe for at least the next 2 days, he continued. If I were the Beastmen's commander, I would allow the human legion to delve deep into the desert, then use the Beastmen's strong survival capabilities and high individual combat strength to harass them. Once we are exhausted after crossing the desert, I would choose to engage in a decisive battle near the Martyr's Fortress. After speaking, he scanned the area with a stern gaze and noticed that only the pretty little elf's ears were twitching, clearly trying to eavesdrop with her exceptional hearing. However, he couldn't say much. After all, this was a forbidden item brought by the great mage, so let her listen. Xian then voiced his concerns, but our troop numbers aren't enough for a decisive battle, right? Until now, they could only defend. How could they possibly win if they suddenly had to take the offensive? If they were defeated on the other side of the desert, would they let the routed soldiers cross the entire desert to escape back to Sans Bay? It would be remarkable if 1 out of 10 could make it back. If they weren't careful, the entire defense line of Sans Bay would fall. Now it was Roland's turn to be stunned for a moment, and after a long while he continued to reply, no worries, the city has already begun to recruit mercenary troops on a large scale. If the situation becomes urgent, a temporary law will be enacted to forcibly summon mercenaries to join the battle. Additionally, 5,000 reinforcements from Yangji should arrive at Sans Bay tomorrow, and after a short rest, they will head to the front lines. Furthermore, the southern nobles will also gather a force of no less than 10,000 to provide support. These were all topics discussed in the pre-battle meeting, and Lord Xian had been looking quite lackluster with dark circles under his eyes in the days leading up to departure, so it was understandable that he hadn't been paying attention. It was said that he had just gotten engaged to a fairy. Well, young people can occasionally indulge, but why would he bring a male fairy along on a military march? Could he be bisexual? The nobility of the big city really is extravagant. It seems that my efforts to prevent my grandson from studying in Yangji were indeed wise.